Gu Chen traversed into a world where the entire populace undergoes occupational transitions. His father, a holy sword warrior, is the formidable war king of the Northern Realm. His brother, a dragon knight, possesses a rare vocation. Yet he, having been abandoned for 18 years, suffered immense hardship and lived in abject humility. After finally returning to his family, his father viewed him as a source of shame, while his stepmother hurled accusations and insults at him, and even the household servants looked down upon him. Severing ties with his family, he successfully transitioned to a summoner, acquiring the divine-level talent, Darkborn Bloodline. Darkborn Bloodline. At each level, one can obtain a Dark Bloodline. Once a summoned beast merges with the Dark Bloodline, it can evolve into a creature of darkness. Bloodthirsty Bat, Dark Bloodline Dracula Nightmare, Dark Bloodline Lord of Nightmares Gargoyle, Dark Bloodline Undying Statue. From that moment forth, Gu Chen single-handedly raised an army, leading the Dark Legion to triumph over countless prodigies. When the Abyss invaded and the demon god commanded an alien army, the Dark Legion effortlessly subdued them. Confronted by the trembling demon god, Gu Chen smiled and remarked, "Are you familiar with the despairing black dragon Nidhogg? The one whom even the god king Odin could not defeat? Yes, it too is a creature of darkness." Chapter 1. Ultimately, you dare to accuse me of bringing you disgrace. Your father is a concealed class, holy sword berserker, one of the Empire's mightiest. He once led the Empire's forces against the alien invasion on the abyssal battlefield, achieving kingship in a single battle. Your brother is a rare-class dragon knight, having been admitted to the prestigious academy in the capital. And you, with the most abysmal talent rating, you failed the occupational transition ceremony and lack even the qualifications to participate in the academy's assessments. You wretched fool, you have brought nothing but shame upon the Gu family. Within the stifling hall, Gu Chen listened to the furious voices around him, and a surge of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. He had traversed worlds. This was a realm besieged by the Abyss, where individuals could become occupational practitioners upon reaching adulthood. As the legitimate heir of the Northern royal family, he could, with a mere word from his father, command all the resources of the 7 cities of the North for his sole benefit. The prospect of becoming a god-level practitioner, ruling the North, and inheriting the title of nobility was within his grasp. Yet who could fathom the innumerable hardships concealed behind such a lofty identity? From the moment he could remember, he had lived in a border town known as Lin City. To fund his education, the couple who adopted him toiled to the point of exhaustion and eventually passed away. However, in their final moments, they entrusted all their savings to him, urging him to gain admission to the top high school in Lin City and become a practitioner. For in this world, those born of humble origins have but one path to alter their fate, to become practitioners. At the age of 15, Gu Chen excelled in his studies and gained admission to the foremost high school in Lin City, embarking on his journey to learn the foundational knowledge of practitioners. Yet the high school life he yearned for was far from the idyllic vision he had imagined. Due to his impoverished background and lack of support, he was perpetually ostracized and bullied by his peers. The harder he strove, the more wretched his existence became. Under such oppression, his mindset shifted, and he gradually relinquished all hope for this world. However, just last month, a couple sought him out. It was then that Gu Chen learned of his true lineage. The man before him was none other than his father, Gu Qingfeng. The elegantly attired woman beside him was his stepmother, Qin Yun. As for his biological mother, she had passed away shortly after his birth. He bore no resentment for the injustices he had endured over the past 18 years. He only knew that from this moment forward, he was no longer an orphan. He had family. Subsequently, he learned that after the death of his biological mother, the abyssal invaders infiltrated the divine Xia Empire. At that time, Gu Qingfeng was bound by military orders and could only leave the young boy in the care of a farming family in Lin City. He had anticipated returning from the front lines within 3 to 5 years. Yet this delay extended to 18 years. Thus, since he began to form memories, it was the first time Gu Chen laid eyes upon his father. After hearing these explanations, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. Nevertheless, there was little to articulate, for his father was a soldier of the Empire. The abyssal incursion and the rampant devastation wrought by the foreign tribes imparted a lesson he understood. A nation must exist for a home to be viable. However, he soon discovered that his father had a son with his stepmother. Moreover, that brother had been raised alongside their parents from a young age and had now become a celebrated prodigy, garnering the attention of the masses. In that moment, Gu Chen suddenly felt that his father's declaration of necessity sounded nothing short of a jest. To safeguard him, he had been abandoned in a strange city during his formative years. For 18 years, consumed by the war, he had never inquired about his well-being. Throughout these years, he had endured poverty and bullying, and his biological father had been fully aware, yet remained unmoved. The eldest son was cast to the outskirts, subjected to humiliation for 18 years, living in a state of wretchedness akin to a dog. Conversely, The second son was nurtured with abundant resources, transformed into a rare profession, and accepted into the Empire's premier academy. Alas, this lad truly is a pitiable soul. It is no wonder I have traversed through time. Gu Chen sighed, having gleaned this fragment of memory, feeling a twinge of empathy. The affection and care that the original self had yearned for throughout his life amounted to nothing more than a complete farce. Although he had reunited with his father, he had never sensed a flicker of concern emanating from him. Instead, he was met with unmasked disdain and coldness. With a resounding crash, as Gu Chen was still acclimating to the memories of his predecessor, Gu Qingfeng shattered the table before him with a single strike. In an instant, the onlookers were startled, their bodies trembling, while several servants bowed their heads, rendered mute by fear. Unfilial son, kneel! With a furious bellow, a terrifying aura surged forth, and Gu Chen felt a fierce wind rush towards him as he raised his gaze to the imposing figure. I, Gu Qingfeng, have spent half my life on the battlefield, guarding the abyssal front for 18 years without falter, slaying countless invaders and earning the title of Northern War King. And you? You caused trouble at school, incapable of even awakening as a professional? What face do you have to call yourself my son? Look at you, reeking of rogue tendencies. Where is there a trace of my likeness? You have utterly tarnished this visage. Gu Chen furrowed his brows, his countenance darkening completely. Perhaps due to assimilating the memories of the original self, a surge of intense anger welled up within him in response to Gu Qingfeng's reprimand. Just as he was about to retort, a series of messages suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Job transition system loading. Entering selection interface shortly. Different choices may lead the host to entirely distinct professional careers. Please choose wisely. The system has arrived? Gu Chen was slightly taken aback, swiftly suppressing his anger. Earlier that morning, he had failed the job transition ceremony in his senior year. Could he truly transition now? Was it not stated that each individual had but a single opportunity for transition? Please select your professional career. Option 1. A prodigal son's redemption. Apologize to your father and gain his understanding, thereafter striving diligently to redefine oneself. Job transition. Hidden profession. Wandering sword immortal. Could it truly be possible to transition? Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet no selection. Abandoned for 18 years. And in the end, he must apologize? Surely, this is madness. Option 2. Endure for a time of calm. Continue to be berated by your father, silently bearing the coldness and disdain directed at you. Job transition. Rare profession. Ninja turtle. Is this even permissible? Gu Chen's lips twitched. Ninja turtle. To transform into a turtle from being a perfectly fine individual. How could that not be deemed rare? Does that not equate to being a turtle man? I have traversed through time, and now the system has manifested. I am destined to be the protagonist of a gratifying tale, yet I am to endure the torment of this narrative. No selection, no selection. Option 3. Today, I realize I am myself. If heaven oppresses me, I shall cleave through it. If earth confines me, I shall shatter it. Since you deem me a disgrace, let us sever ties, and from henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing. Job transition. Randomly transition to an ordinary profession, gaining a divine level talent. Gazing at the 3 choices before him, Gu Chen felt a decisive resolution form within. A man of honor born between heaven and earth should not languish beneath others for long. For 18 years, I have reaped no benefits from the Gu family, living in solitude and suffering under oppression. Merely surviving at the bottom is a feat in itself. And in the end, I am told I have brought shame upon you? Very well. Such a father, I shall distance myself from. The identity of the Northern War King's legitimate son holds no allure for me. Whoever wishes to claim it may do so. From this day forth, I shall no longer serve. I choose option 3. Selection successful. Currently, you may randomly transition to an ordinary profession. Upon transition, you will gain a divine level talent. Divine level talent. Gu Chen felt a surge of anticipation within. Although it was merely an ordinary profession, with the blessing of a divine level talent, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. Just as he prepared to examine the details, Gu Qingfeng's enraged voice rang out once more. Wretched child, do you believe that silence will absolve you? I sentence you to kneel in the courtyard for a day and a night. Rise not without my permission. Chapter 2. He is not even in the family tree. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Chen lifted his gaze towards the figure, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Punish me to kneel for a day and a night. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such authority? Gu Chen spoke with a face devoid of warmth, stating, in my presence, you have never fulfilled even a day's worth of paternal responsibility, so spare me the pretense of parental authority. What do you mean by being compelled? You dote on your second son, nurturing him with care and affluence, while the eldest son has been left to fend for himself, neglected for 18 long years. Is this your consideration for me? Is this for my benefit? Nonsense. Gu Qingfeng's face was contorted with anger, yet he found himself speechless. He had not anticipated that this child would dare to defy him. Was he even harboring jealousy towards his half-brother? Myopic and calculating, how could Gu Chen, a man of stature, have produced such a disappointing son? Rage surged within Gu Chen. Fool. Even so, this does not justify your descent into depravity. Look at yourself. Failing to strive in school, mingling with a crowd of ne'er-do-wells, and now, you are not even a practitioner, yet you have the audacity to compare yourself to your brother? What do you possess that measures up to him? Gu Chen responded with a cold smile. Indeed, he is a prized son. That is your child. He has been shielded from hardship since childhood, escorted by guards, transitioned into a rare profession, and admitted to the prestigious academy in the capital. If your son is so exceptional, why do you come seeking me? As you can see, I am but a peasant, muddied and resigned, knowing only to squander my days with ill companions. Since you have formed a new family, why seek me out? At these words, Gu Qingfeng's breath quickened with fury, his face ablaze with rage. As the argument escalated between father and son, Qin Yun finally interjected, unhurriedly, Gu Chen, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Do you realize the immense expectations he has for you? Kneel and apologize to your father at once. With that, her eyes bore into Gu Chen, a flicker of subtle mockery shimmering within. The noble scion of the royal family, for 18 years unable to return home, suffering poverty and humiliation in a rural town, reduced to a rogue. All of this was the doing of this stepmother. After all, the Gu family is of royal lineage in the northern territories, and as long as this legitimate eldest son exists, her own son will forever remain in the shadows. Thus, she must ruin Gu Chen, transforming the royal heir into a figure regarded as lowly in the eyes of the aristocracy. She ensured he grew up in the countryside, mingling with unsavory individuals, devoid of upbringing, unaware of etiquette, and tainted by vices. Meanwhile, she whispered sweet nothings into Gu Qingfeng's ears, artfully justifying that enduring such hardships would temper the character of the heir, preparing him to inherit the throne one day. Crucially, Gu Qingfeng, perpetually preoccupied with warfare, remained oblivious to Gu Chen's plight, gullibly accepting her deceitful words. For years, under Qin Yun's cunning influence, Gu Qingfeng directed all his affection towards his younger son, nurturing him with utmost care, providing him with every resource imaginable. Each day, his needs were attended to by dedicated servants, with exquisite equipment and items readily available. Accompanied by royal leaders for monster hunting and leveling up, lavished with adoration wherever he went. Now he had not only advanced to a rare profession ahead of schedule, but had also been accepted into the Empire's top academy in the capital. The contrast between the eldest and youngest sons was stark, as if they were two extremes of heaven and earth. Expectations placed upon me? I believe the true expectations lie with your younger son. Gu Chen sneered coldly, his face a mask of disdain. What is this attitude? Gu Qifeng glared, rebuking, defying your parents and disrespecting your elders. What difference is there between you and those street thugs? Your talents are woefully lacking, your profession a failure. What face do you have to compare yourself with your brother? What do you possess that can measure up? Indeed, he is the favored child. How could I possibly compare? Gu Chen retorted mercilessly. From the moment you laid eyes on me, you have looked down upon me. Aside from your blame and insults, you have never shown concern for my well-being. In your eyes, your son ought to be like him, a prodigy admired by all, not me, a worthless failure. I am merely a peasant raised in the countryside, steeped in delinquency, unworthy of your noble status as the war king of the north. From this day forth, consider me as your son no longer. The hall fell into a profound silence, Gu Qingfeng's eyes ablaze with wrath. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Qin Yun's eyes as she harshly admonished, Gu Chen, who permitted you to speak to your father in such a manner? Kneel and apologize to him at once. Observing the mockery in Qin Yun's gaze, Gu Chen remained indifferent. Kneel? Is this an attempt to suppress me? To solidify your position as matriarch? Should I kneel, it would signify my fear of my stepmother, and from that moment on, even the servants would look down upon me. You want me to kneel? What are you exactly? Even if I am not esteemed, I am still the legitimate eldest son of the northern royal family. You, a mere concubine, have no right to dictate terms to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's countenance darkened considerably. The term concubine had always been a thorn in her side. For years, no one had dared to address her in such a way. Now, publicly ridiculed by Gu Chen, her dignity as a noblewoman was utterly shattered. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury, a fierce killing intent brewing within. Yet, with Gu Qingfeng present, she could only suppress her rage and malice. Chinner, no matter what. I am still your stepmother. How can you? Enough. Spare me your insincerity. Gu Chen interjected coldly. From the very beginning, you have never regarded me with respect. And now you feign concern? For whose benefit is this performance? Fool. Gu Qingfeng bellowed in anger, ready to chastise him. You fool. Gu Chen retorted defiantly, showing no sign of trepidation. If you detest me so, you may as well kill me outright. After all, my life is of little value. But remember, for 18 years, you have shown me no kindness, and even if I am of little worth, you have no right to berate me. If you believe I have brought shame upon you, Then from this day forth, I sever all ties with the Gu family, and we shall have no further dealings. Let us part ways as if we were strangers." At these words, a flicker of surprise ignited in Qin Yun's eyes, swiftly followed by a surge of joy. Then, her expression shifted, as if she had made a decision in her heart. "Chenner, you mustn't." Qin Yun stepped forward, kneeling with a thud. "Chenner, I kneel before you. You are the legitimate heir of the Gu family. The future of the northern royal lineage rests upon you. How can you sever ties with your family? To kneel before a son is an act of great rebellion, an attempt to ensnare him in unjust circumstances. Should this incident spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished." Gu Chen observed this scene coldly, recalling the whispers he had heard upon first arriving at the Gu family. Throughout the entirety of Gubei City, who did not speak of the little Qin as an exemplary stepmother? This kneel would ensure that he would no longer have a place in the northern royal family. This kneel would mean the end of his claim to the throne. This kneel would leave him utterly isolated. The python swallows the dragon. This is indeed the python swallowing the dragon. The stepmother is the python, and the prodigious younger brother is the sparrow. Gu Qingfeng, upon witnessing this scene, felt a surge of indignation within him. This is insurrection. This is utterly sacrilegious. How dare you? I am your father. Cannot I chastise you? To publicly humiliate your stepmother? To sever ties with the Gu family? What manner of character do you possess that you remain unaware? Without my protection, what are you but a mere nothing? Huh? Your protection? Gu Chen scoffed derisively. Rest assured, I do not dare tarnish your illustrious name as the war king of the northern realm. With a cold sneer, Gu Chen turned his back and walked away. Begone, let him depart. From this day forth, I shall consider him as one who was never born to me. After Gu Chen's departure, Qin Yun slowly rose, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. Today, by driving Gu Chen away, her son could now rightfully ascend to the position of heir to the northern realm's royal lineage. Gu Qingfeng's fury enveloped the entire Gu family estate, rendering all the servants mute with fear, trembling, and trepidation. The war king of the northern realm, notorious and fearsome, would make even the most savage of abyssal creatures retreat in terror. Having vented his wrath, Gu Qingfeng finally regained his composure. However, his gaze grew increasingly complex. How did his legitimate eldest son, Gu Chen, devolve into this state? He had merely favored the second son a tad more, so what of it? Just because his brother excelled beyond him, must he rebel against his father? Humiliate his stepmother? Abandon his family? Humph. This ungrateful wretch knows not the meaning of gratitude towards his parents. I should never have acknowledged him. Gu Qingfeng, seething with anger, turned his gaze towards a servant in the hall. Steward, your majesty, how may I serve you? From this day forth, remove Gu Chen's name from the family register. At these words, the steward's expression shifted, revealing his dismay. What? Do you wish to plead for that rebellious child? The steward trembled, shaking his head repeatedly. No, your majesty. It's just what? It's just that young master Gu Chen's name has never been inscribed in the family register. Chapter 3. Speaking of repaying kindness. How could Gu Chen's name not be in the family register? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming increasingly intricate. Over the years, he had been so engrossed in warfare that he had forgotten to include his son's name in the family lineage. Very well, there is no need to rush. The matter of the family register can wait until that rebellious child acknowledges his mistakes and apologizes. Yet, unbeknownst to Gu Qingfeng, Gu Chen had already boarded the train departing from Gubei City. He was heading back to Lin City, for he was a senior student at Lin City No. 1 high school. The imperial transition ceremony would conclude within the day, and from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the novice dungeons across various cities would be uniformly opened. For those born into the lower strata, altering one's destiny and becoming a professional was merely the first step. The assessment of higher educational institutions was the true turning point of fate. Success in the imperial examinations could lead to unprecedented achievements. To excel in the higher education assessments, one must enter the novice dungeons, acquire experience by slaying exotic beasts, and thus elevate their levels. Moreover, the novice dungeons were only open for 10 days. Even missing a single day would be an irretrievable loss for Gu Chen. Thus, the most pressing matter was to return to Lin City No. 1 high school before 7 o'clock the following morning. Gubei City, where the Gu family resided, was the heart of the northern realm's 7 cities. The distance from Gubei City to the border city of Lin City exceeded 10,000 kilometers in his past life. Even high-speed trains traveling at full throttle would require 2 to 3 days to reach their destination. Fortunately, the trains in this world were powered by high-concentration energy crystals. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could return to Lin City by the latter half of the night. In the empty carriage, Gu Chen gazed out the window as the sunset blazed like blood, nearly staining half the sky crimson. This world, ravaged by exotic beasts and ceaseless warfare, left humanity's lands in utter disarray. Only the mightiest could seize control of their own fate. Transitioning to a professional was the sole avenue to becoming one of the mightiest. System, I wish to transition. Gu Chen silently intoned within his mind. Among the options presented by the system, he selected the third, to randomly transition into an ordinary profession. At this moment, he could finally embark on his journey as a professional. Transitioning for you. You have transitioned to the profession of summoner. How did I become a summoner? Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It is well known that summoners are the most financially demanding profession, bar none. Had Gu Chen not severed ties with the Gu family, with Gu Qingfeng's status as the war king of the Northern Realm, he could have certainly provided a plethora of resources to cultivate him into a top-tier summoner. Even being invincible among his peers would not have been impossible. After all, the greatest asset of a summoner lies in their summoned beasts. Only by acquiring top-tier summoned beasts or elite summoning skill tomes could one fully unleash the combat potential of this profession. Both of these, however, come at a staggering cost. For commoners, becoming a summoner is essentially a path to ruin. Take, for instance, the most basic summoning skill tome, which, once learned, allows one to summon ordinary beasts. Typically starting at a market price of 20,000 coins. The quality of summoned beasts is categorized into 6 tiers: ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, epic, and legendary. The higher the quality, the rarer the summoned beast, and the greater its potential. Although the cheapest summoning skill tome may cost only 20,000 coins, commoners would still struggle to afford it. Yet, what combat prowess can an ordinary summoned beast provide? If one cannot even conquer the novice dungeon, what future lies ahead? Gu Chen felt a chill wash over him. The reason he only felt half dismayed was due to his possession of a divine grade talent. Activating divine grade talent, Darkblood Progenitor. Darkblood Progenitor. Gain a dark bloodline at each level, allowing the transformation of ordinary creatures into dark beings. To date, the highest known talent is SSS grade. Possessed by only one individual, the supreme commander of the Jinyuan army, the foremost figure of the divine Siam military, renowned as the god of war, Xiao Nanfeng. Below this tier, the grades sequentially descend to SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. As for divine grade, it remains unparalleled. Darkblood Progenitor. Acquiring a dark bloodline at level 1. If only I could have a summoned beast to test it out. The dark bloodline can transform ordinary creatures into dark beings. Although he had transitioned to a summoner, without learning summoning skills, he would be unable to summon anything. It seems that upon arriving in Lin City, I must find a way to purchase a summoning skill tome, but I currently have only a little over 200 coins left. 200 coins. Not even enough to buy the cheapest summoning skill tome. Leaning back in his seat, Gu Chen knitted his brows. By the time he arrived in Lin City, it was already deep into the night. He proceeded directly to Lin City No. 1 High School and sneaked into the teacher's dormitory. After knocking on the door, a refined middle-aged man opened it. It was Gu Chen's homeroom teacher. Gu Chen, is that you? Where have you been for the past month? Jiang Songhua had yet to retire for the night, his expression revealing a blend of surprise and confusion. Teacher, I have transitioned to the vocation of summoner. I wish to partake in the novice dungeon, Gu Chen stated plainly. Summoner? Jiang Songhua initially appeared taken aback, but then a look of melancholy crossed his face. Why? Of all choices, did you select summoner? Typically, students undergoing the vocational transition ceremony are presented with 2 or 3 career options. Gu Chen had previously experienced failure in awakening while in Gu Biqing, resulting in a complete lack of vocational prospects. This was one of the reasons for Gu Qingfeng's furious outburst. While a powerful summoner can rival an entire combat squad, such formidable prowess is amassed through financial means and resources. Lacking both, one is relegated to utilizing the most rudimentary of summoned beasts, barely capable of overcoming the novice dungeon. We have covered this extensively in class. Did you not absorb a single word? Jiang Songhua's tone was tinged with disappointment. The resources required for a summoner's growth are akin to a bottomless pit. Apart from some major factions, ordinary individuals would seldom opt for this path. I have no other choice, Gu Chen replied with an indifferent demeanor. Very well. Jiang Songhua clicked his tongue, a look of regret on his face. I shall report your transition. The novice dungeon commences at 7 in the morning. Just ensure you are not late. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Jiang Songhua called out, retrieving a skill book from his spatial storage and handing it to Gu Chen. This is a refined grade summoning tome. Due to its inferior quality, it has remained unsold. Consider this a bargain. Inferior quality? Unsold? Gu Chen glanced at it, unconvinced. A refined grade summoning tome should start at no less than 50,000 in the market. How could it possibly be unsold? His eyes flickered with gratitude as he looked at Jiang Songhua. 50,000, just given to him like that? The teacher must be taking his pride into account when making such a statement. Gu Chen felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Initially believing that after his transition to summoner, the teacher had given up on him. Instead, he thought, Teacher, I shall repay this kindness in the future. Repay kindness? If you are fortunate enough to gain admission to a prestigious academy, simply pay attention in class, Jiang Songhua retorted, rolling his eyes. I previously mentioned that those who transition to summoner are primarily from noble families. In the eyes of the aristocracy, a refined grade summoned beast is hardly worthy. Which is why this summoning tome is unsellable. I did not deceive you. This is the truth. Jiang Songhua emphasized his final words. Chapter 4, Dark Bloodline, Dracula. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already past midnight. As the novice dungeon's opening day approached, many students had already returned home after their vocational transitions. Thus, the dormitory building was nearly devoid of students, save for the dormitory supervisor. Gu Chen found himself alone in the room, granting him a rare tranquility. His gaze fell upon the summoning skill book in his hands, brimming with anticipation. Skill book, Bloodsucking Bat Summon. Level 1. Quality, Refined. Effect, Contract with the Bloodsucking Bat. Generally, the first summoned beast holds immense significance. Noble summoners typically opt for rare or higher tier summoned creatures. However, considering Gu Chen's circumstances, this refined grade bloodsucking bat was his optimal choice. Though it may not garner the approval of the majority of summoners, it would nonetheless allow him to take his first step. With a resolute expression, Gu Chen declared, "Learn." The skill book radiated with a white light, and soon, he felt a mysterious space connect with his mind, the summoning realm. A bat, entirely black and rather grotesque, materialized within the summoning space. You have successfully contracted with the bloodsucking bat. Summoned beast, bloodsucking bat. Quality, Refined. Level 1. Health, 150. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 4, Constitution 4. Spirit 5. Talent, Bloodsucking. Skill, Sonic Attack LV1. The summoned beast can wear equipment. Upon death, there is a chance for the equipment to drop. If the summoned beast perishes, it cannot be summoned again for one day. After glancing at the attribute panel, Gu Chen noted that the level 1 bloodsucking bat had lower health than a level 1 mage, with mediocre attack power. It was no wonder that refined grade summoned beasts failed to impress the nobility. Jiang Songhua was correct. With such a summoned creature, he would struggle to conquer even the novice dungeon. If he could not contract a higher tier summoned beast, the vocation of summoner would indeed lead to a dead end. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen opened the talent interface in his mind. Divine Talent, Dark Bloodline, Initial Activation. In the next moment, a pitch-black radiance erupted before him, intertwining crimson light like a network of veins, manifesting in front of Gu Chen. You have acquired Initial Dark Bloodline. Initial Dark Bloodline, an exceptionally pure dark bloodline that can transform ordinary creatures into initial dark beings, endowing them with unparalleled talents and abilities. Initial Bloodline. This is intriguing. Gu Chen observed the summoning space and directly infused this dark bloodline into the bloodsucking bat. The crimson light surged dramatically, dazzlingly bright. Initial dark bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast evolution. Bloodsucking bat, refined, evolves into Dracula, epic. Dracula? The original vampire? An epic grade being, no less. This is fantastic. Gu Chen's face was alight with astonishment. One dark bloodline had enabled the refined grade bloodsucking bat to leap through 3 tiers, transforming it into the epic Dracula. Is this the power of a divine talent? The effects are nothing short of miraculous. With a single dark bloodline, the nobility pales in comparison. Even common summoners can ascend to greatness. This is merely a refined grade summoned beast. What heights could be achieved if the dark bloodline were used to transform a legendary grade summoned beast? Is there a higher echelon of dark bloodlines beyond the initial? Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly surveyed the summoning space. Within stood a figure clad in a dark red suit, tall and poised, exuding an air of elegance. This was a young man, with a gaunt face, a pronounced nose, and piercing eyes that glowed with an evil crimson light. His arms hung naturally at his sides, each hand grasping a heavy pistol, one black and the other silvery. Both weapons were identical in construction, being oversized handguns, and utilized ammunition of greater potency than standard firearms. Is this Dracula? Gu Chen scrutinized him from head to toe, nodding slightly. This appearance closely matched his preconceived notion of a vampire. He then opened the summoning beast panel. Summoned beast, Dracula. Quality, epic. Level, LV1. Health points, 1,800. Attributes, Strength 28, Agility 32, Constitution 30, Spirit 29. Talent, Bloodline Instinct, epic. Skill I, Fatal Shot LV10, epic. Skill 2, Crimson Feast LV10, epic. An epic talent. Fully leveled epic skills. Truly, this is a formidable epic summon beast, indeed terrifying. The summon beast quality has been elevated from good to epic, resulting in attribute feedback, granting the summoner an increase of 10 in all attributes. When the summon beast quality is enhanced, the summoner also experiences a corresponding uplift in attributes. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. The evolution of a summoned beast incurs substantial financial and resource expenditure, making it far more economical to simply purchase a summoned beast with superior quality. Thus, this phenomenon is seldom witnessed in reality. Upon attaining an increase of 10 in all attributes, Gu Chen felt a profound sense of ease, a delightful exhilaration coursing through his entire being. He opened his character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Occupation, Summoner. Level, LV1, 0100. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 19. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV1, Epic. A look of excitement spread across Gu Chen's face. A surge of secret delight enveloping him. It is noteworthy that all newly transitioned level 1 professionals have an average of their 4 attributes not exceeding 10. Yet, as a level 1 summoner, his average attributes are already approaching 20. If this were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly leave other professionals feeling utterly embarrassed. Moreover, under normal circumstances, summoners seldom engage directly in combat. They predominantly command their summoned beasts to fight. Entering the novice dungeon with an epic summoned beast is akin to playing a game, is it not? Tomorrow indeed holds great anticipation. Early the next morning, Gu Chen arrived punctually at the novice dungeon area of Linqing No. 1 High School. Such artificial dungeons are generally found in every key high school within the Divine Summer Empire, open for merely 10 days each year, exclusively for transitioning students below level 10. Although it is an artificial dungeon, the bizarre creatures within bear no difference from those in the abyss. Defeating these creatures yields experience points and a chance to acquire equipment and items. Most importantly, if a student is killed by a creature within the novice dungeon, it results in true death. However, as the novice dungeon is designed as a trial for students, each transitioning student is provided with a teleportation scroll by the school, allowing them to escape the dungeon immediately in the face of life-threatening danger. At this moment, a throng of transitioning students congregated at the dungeon's entrance, seeking a party. Level 1 warrior, equipped with a complete set of novice gear. I bought too many teleportation scrolls, offering them at a low price. Come and get them. Looking for an archer or gunslinger, equipped and skilled preferred. In the absence of utilizing concealment items, professionals can perceive the level and occupation of others through mental awareness. Gu Chen glanced around. The majority were typical professions, primarily seeking teammates, which is the approach most advocated by the school for dungeon clearing. After all, even the mightiest individual's combat prowess is limited, and in the later stages, nearly all dungeons require a team to conquer. Rarely does a single professional manage to clear a dungeon alone. At this juncture, Gu Chen's presence caught the attention of several individuals. Look, a summoner. Truly. He must be a noble scion. Of course, who would transition to a summoner without a fortune of several million? Great one. Seeking a party, please take me along. Chapter 5. The dragon and the phoenix are not to be utilized in this manner. In the minds of the crowd, those transitioning to the summoner class were typically from the aristocratic tier, possessing formidable strength. Hence, when Gu Chen appeared, nearly everyone's gaze was ablaze with fervent interest. However, it wasn't long before several students from Linqing No. 1 recognized him. Isn't that Gu Chen? How did he transition to a summoner? A commoner daring to become a summoner? Surely he must be accompanied by a subpar summoned beast. What business does a commoner have being a summoner? What a disappointment. Such false hope. With those few remarks, the fiery enthusiasm in their eyes swiftly transformed into disdain and scorn. Once Gu Chen's humble origins were revealed, no one wished to form a party with him any longer. A commoner summoner possesses virtually no offensive capabilities and would also share experience, effectively becoming a burden. There is no form of charity in this regard. In truth, Gu Chen had no intention of forming a party and was about to stride toward the dungeon entrance when a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Gu Chen. Hearing his name being called, Gu Chen turned to see a tall male student approaching him. Lin Yuan stepped forward. Astonishment etched on his face as he clapped Gu Chen's shoulder. Hey, it really is you. Where have you been this past month? Gu Chen, having few friends at school, considered Lin Yuan one of them. Not much, just dealing with some personal matters, he replied casually. Lin Yuan scrutinized Gu Chen from head to toe, a look of confusion crossing his face. I must ask, why on earth did you transition to a summoner? You can barely support yourself, let alone a summoned beast. Lin Yuan was a swordsman, reliant on equipment, focusing on single target damage and burst potential, making it a relatively strong profession among commoners. Gu Chen smiled faintly. I had no choice but to become a summoner. Lin Yuan sighed, saying nothing further, but the worry was unmistakable on his face. Gu Chen then inquired, why aren't you entering the dungeon? Your profession should make it easy to find a party, right? Lin Yuan spread his hands. Well, forming a party isn't difficult. But the equipment is lacking. You know the class president of the advanced class, Li Wenhui? He is going into the dungeon today in a complete set of rare knight armor. If he clears the dungeon, he'll undoubtedly wreak havoc. The quality of equipment and items is categorized similarly to the attributes of summoned beasts. Rare quality is considered mid to high tier. The knight's novice set comprises 7 pieces: knight's sword, knight's shield, knight's armor, knight's pauldrons, knight's trousers, knight's boots, and knight's gloves. Do not underestimate these 7 pieces. An ordinary family would find it impossible to afford them even if they refrained from eating or drinking for a lifetime. Lin Yuan produced a good quality greatsword, carefully polishing it. This is the weapon I just exchanged for using a teleportation scroll. My future at the academy or in a factory depends on it. Without a teleportation scroll, it meant having no escape route once inside the dungeon. It was a gamble with one's life. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance. Coming from a humble background, if one did not strive zealously, there would be no chance for ascendance. Lin Yuan slung the great sword onto his back and asked, shall I take you along? Gu Chen regarded Lin Yuan with a peculiar expression, pondering how someone of his prowess could possibly require assistance in a novice dungeon. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that the dungeon imposed a 5-person limit, and the greater the number of participants, the more formidable the challenges would become, consequently augmenting the experience gained. Initially, Gu Chen had intended to tackle the dungeon solo to expedite his leveling. But this realization suggested that forming a party might yield superior rewards in terms of experience. Do you still have a team? Gu Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yes, Lin Yuan replied. Li Wenhui is the captain. I paid him 50,000 and agreed to relinquish any items or equipment acquired within the dungeon for him to consent to my joining. Wait a moment. I'll have Li Wenhui add you to the team. Have him add me? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Rest assured, I will inform him now. If he refuses to include you, I shall withdraw from the team without hesitation. Lin Yuan promptly messaged Li Wenhui, requesting that he include Gu Chen in their party. Shortly thereafter, he received a response. Li Wenhui has declined your request and removed you from the team. Damn it, he kicked me out, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his countenance falling. Is it really so difficult to add one person? Gu Chen sighed, not surprised by the turn of events. One was merely a swordsman armed with a heavy sword, while the other was a civilian summoner. It was already a stretch for any ordinary team to accommodate even one of them. It seemed that only a captain of extraordinary caliber would consider accepting both. We shall recruit our own members, Gu Chen declared. Let us advertise for a summoner to lead 4 companions in pursuit of an SSS ranking. Lin Yuan's expression froze in disbelief. Are you jesting? An SSS rating could earn points in the academy assessment. This is no trifling matter. Every point can separate thousands of candidates. If a class of transitioning students were to achieve an SSS rating, the likelihood of its members gaining admission to prestigious institutions would surge dramatically, perhaps even securing them direct placement. Coincidentally, there was a spot for direct admission to a prominent academy available in Lincheng No. 1 High School. In response to Lin Yuan's skepticism, Gu Chen merely smiled enigmatically. Believe it or not, contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan ultimately chose to trust Gu Chen and shouted to those nearby. A master summoner is seeking 4 companions to challenge for an SSS rating. Those wishing for guaranteed admission, come forth. At his words, the crowd erupted in a flurry of chatter. A master summoner? Who is that? An SSS rating? When did Lincheng spawn such a prodigy? Is it a joke? Just a civilian summoner from Lincheng No. 1. How laughable. Huh. Challenging for an SSS rating? If he manages to pass, I'll stand on my hands and defecate. Surely, this individual must be deranged. Does he possess the strength to aim for an SSS rating? He is likely too inept to find a group. Resorting to this desperate ploy to attract attention, the crowd continued to murmur, but not a single soul approached to join their cause. Particularly after learning of Gu Chen and Lin Yuan's backgrounds, all hope for their success dwindled. Some even mockingly referred to them as the Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick, suggesting that any team fortunate enough to have either would struggle to graduate smoothly. How outrageous. Lin Yuan fumed at the relentless mockery surrounding him. Until today, the terms Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick had never carried such a connotation. With irritation etched upon his face, he cast an exasperated glare around him. Enough. There's no point in wasting time with these fools. Let the professionals handle this. Professionals? Gu Chen queried, perplexed. Chapter 6. The earnings of professionals are remarkably lucrative. I'll have to pay for training partners. I hope they won't charge too exorbitantly, Lin Yuan stated as he busied himself on his phone. Paying for training partners? Gu Chen fell silent at this revelation. Was it truly so effortless to earn a living as a professional? He was expected to pay others while leading them to level up? It was utterly absurd. Casting his gaze around, he noticed that all the students had distanced themselves from the two of them. Indeed, they had been isolated. Given the current predicament, it seemed that aside from paying for training partners, there were no other avenues available. Lin Yuan acted swiftly. Within moments of posting on the forum, he was inundated with private messages regarding availability and pricing. However, when these potential partners discovered that the team leader was a civilian summoner, the responses dwindled. One actor, however, reached out to Gu Chen. Yes, an actor, someone who merely chatted and dallied, never truly engaging in combat, and could exit the dungeon at will if the situation turned dire. In essence, they were individuals lacking the requisite skill, paying to gain experience. After a dungeon run, the captain would receive the lion's share of experience, with the actor only garnering a small fraction. Nonetheless, this arrangement still proved more lucrative than going solo. Thus, while hiring training partners would require expenditure, enlisting actors would entail receiving payment. What is the usual fee for actors in novice dungeons? Gu Chen inquired of Lin Yuan. Not entirely sure, Lin Yuan replied, furrowing his brow. I'd estimate around 4,000 to 5,000 per person. Very well, Gu Chen acknowledged, quoting a price of 8,000, anticipating haggling. To his surprise, the other party accepted without negotiation, albeit requesting to include 2 individuals. Gu Chen readily agreed. With each person costing 8,000, 2 would amount to 16, surpassing his annual living expenses. Indeed, earning a living as a professional is remarkably lucrative. After finalizing arrangements, Gu Chen added the actress Lin Qingqing to the team. A female warrior, Subsequently, Lin Qingqing brought in another female assassin named Su Ran. The warrior class was notoriously unkind to civilians, without superior equipment. Leveling up would be an arduous endeavor. Moreover, when it came to formal dungeons, warriors were typically expected to be at least 2 levels higher than other classes to be deemed desirable. As for the assassin class, it was even less forgiving to civilians. With inherently low defenses and relative frailty, their early output paled in comparison to mages or archers, making their leveling slower than that of warriors. It was no wonder they opted to pay for the opportunity to join Gu Chen's party. It is no exaggeration to assert that among the 4 individuals currently in the team, any one of them could stand in the dungeon square for an entire day without receiving an invitation to form a party, unless they were willing to pay. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, while 8,000 each was somewhat steep, it still represented their best chance to clear the novice dungeon. However, Su Ran remained apprehensive. Qingqing, are you truly intent on joining this team? I just heard someone mention that the captain is a civilian summoner. How can he claim to pursue an SSS rating? We mustn't risk losing a teleportation scroll. Lin Qingqing shared her uncertainty, but felt trapped by her circumstances. I'm out of options. Other teams are starting at 15,000. This is the cheapest I've found. Besides, the captain has made a bold claim about aiming for an SSS rating. He must have some merit. It's worth a try. Otherwise, we may never get another chance. They had sent out dozens of team applications, yet all had vanished into the abyss without exception. No one was willing to join their ranks, unless they sought a sparring partner, but the going rate was beyond what she could afford. With a heart full of resignation, Su Ran declared, "All right, let's take a gamble. Even if we lose, we have a teleportation scroll for safety." Although it was merely a novice dungeon, the mortality rate was not negligible, for adventurers must disengage from combat to exit the instance. This could be accomplished by either distancing themselves from the strange beasts or vanquishing them. A misstep could result in being ensnared by the creatures, leading to a slow demise. As actors were not required to engage in battle, they could retreat at the first sign of danger, rendering an investment of 8,000 for the next dungeon quite worthwhile. Following Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, another familiar face joined the party, an impressively tall and handsome young man clad in a distinguished set of fighter armor. "Class leader, are you joining our team?" Lin Yuan asked, astonished. Gu Chen, upon seeing the familiar visage, felt a surge of surprise as well. This striking fighter was none other than Wu Zi, their class leader. Wu Zi, known for his somewhat haughty demeanor, harbored a subtle disdain for the common folk despite his humble origins. His family was reasonably well off, though not sufficiently affluent to be considered noble. Despite his dazzling fighter gear, the armor bore the marks of battle, clearly acquired from the second-hand market. In response to Lin Yuan's inquiry, he replied coolly, "Indeed. I shall join your team as an actor. However, let me make it clear, should we encounter a situation beyond your capabilities, I will intervene. And I expect to receive 2/3 of the team's experience." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's lips curled into a smirk. No wonder Wu Zi, so proud and aloof, suddenly desired to join their party. He was merely seeking to capitalize on their potential failures. Though Wu Zi's ensemble was impressive, it was insufficient for him to lead a team through the dungeon and claim the experience exclusively for himself. Thus, he had set his sights on Gu Chen, betting that the commoner summoner lacked the prowess to navigate the instance successfully. Unspoken but understood, Gu Chen acquiesced to Wu Zi's terms, and after negotiating the price, swiftly added him to the team. At last, their party was complete. A warrior, a swordsman, a fighter, an assassin, and a summoner, all at level 1. There were no archers or mages to deal damage, nor any priests or paladins to provide support. Overall, the configuration of this team appeared rather perplexing. Wu Zi was well aware of this, yet he was unconcerned. He was gambling, wagering that Gu Chen, as a mere common summoner, lacked the ability to lead the team through the dungeon. When Gu Chen faltered within the instance, he merely needed to lend a slight hand to seize 2/3 of the experience for himself. Was this not more enticing than splitting the experience in a typical 5-member team? Furthermore, even if his predictions were misguided and Gu Chen successfully led the team through the novice dungeon, the worst outcome would merely be a loss of 8,000. Rather, it would be an investment in the experience of soloing a dungeon. Hardly a loss. After confirming their statuses and ensuring that everyone was prepared, they entered the dungeon. Gu Chen spoke in the team channel. Lin Yuan, swordsman LV1 ready. Lin Qingqing, warrior LV1 ready. Su Ran, assassin LV1 ready. Wu Zi, fighter LV11. Gu Chen stood before the swirling vortex at the dungeon's entrance, opened the options panel, and selected hard mode. Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted from the vortex, enveloping the 5 of them, and their figures subsequently vanished. As Gu Chen and the others disappeared, the surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. Wow, that common summoner is actually leading a team into the dungeon. Isn't that reckless? They seem to have chosen hard mode. Surely, the odds were stacked against them. Aiming for an SSS rating? Huh. They should first focus on survival. Just watch, he won't last 2 hours. I hope he emerges not as a pile of shredded flesh. I've seen plenty of stubborn fools, but this is a first for someone courting disaster. Truly a case of self-destruction. Chapter 7. I thought you were Pui. You have entered the novice dungeon, ruins of the temple. Moss and vines clung to the fragments of stone at their feet, surrounded by crumbling walls and towering stone pillars. While the air was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, Gu Chen stood amidst the ruins, his mind instinctively recalling information about the temple. According to historical records, the temple was the birthplace of adventurers seeking the secrets of class advancement, believed to conceal the path to higher-tier professions. However, the site had long been eroded by the abyss, ravaged by alien creatures, leaving only shattered remnants of its former glory. This novice dungeon faithfully recreated the authentic scene. Is this truly the legendary temple? It matches the historical texts perfectly. Lin Yuan unslung his heavy sword, gripping it with both hands as he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Behind him stood a female warrior and a female assassin. In terms of appearance, Lin Qingqing was a pure and adorable girl. Yet, her physique was muscular. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, a veritable tower of strength. Su Ran, on the other hand, exuded grace and delicacy, trailing closely behind Lin Qingqing, creating a striking contrast in stature. Gu Chen gestured for Lin Yuan to sheath his heavy sword, then addressed the four beside him. From here on, I will take charge of monster slaying. You all should follow closely and refrain from wandering off, looting items, or stealing kills. These are the hallmarks of an actor's self-discipline. Is that understood? Understood, came Su Ran's voice, questioning. But you, a mere summoner, intend to aim for an SSS rating. Are you serious? Gu Chen smiled faintly, raising his hand as a contract array materialized before him. A tall figure, cloaked in dark crimson robes, emerged into view, emanating an aura both chilling and malevolent. Dracula inclined slightly toward Gu Chen, performing a formal noble gesture before his shadowy gaze swept over the others, dismissing any threats before nodding subtly. Lin Yuan's expression turned to one of astonishment. Wow, that's a summoned beast? In human form? Lin Qingqing and Su Ran shivered under that ominous gaze, instinctively taking a step back. Only Wu Zi grasped the significance, his voice filled with disbelief. Epic level. Is that truly an epic level summoned beast? He glanced at his own average attributes, which barely exceeded 15 points, even with equipment bonuses. In stark contrast, Dracula's average attributes approached 30 points, almost double his own. Did this imply that the summoned beast could easily overpower him? Lin Yuan finally comprehended the situation, eyeing the summoned beast's stats, and silently sheathed his heavy sword. His expression a complex mixture of awe and trepidation. An epic-level summoned beast. In such a small place as Lin City, one could indeed be considered the pinnacle of existence. Lin Yuan gazed in awe. Are you really aiming for an SSS rating? Gu Chen turned his head. What do you think? Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. I thought you were just trying to PUA me. Lin Qingqing chimed in. So did I. Su Ran added me too. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from behind the dilapidated gate. Emerging from the ruins were several corpses clad in tattered armor, wielding long swords. Otherworldly race, Fallen Guardian. Level, 1, Health, 500. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 7, Constitution 9, Spirit 7. Skill, Heavy Strike. These were once the warriors who guarded the temple before the abyssal invasion, now transformed into their current state due to the corruption of the abyss after death. Although these were merely the first wave of monsters with low attributes, their numbers were not to be underestimated, as 7 or 8 appeared at once, directly blocking their path. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and the others wisely stepped back a few paces, creating distance from Gu Chen and entering observation mode. Gu Chen's expression remained calm as he coolly declared, kill. Dracula swiftly readied his dual pistols, the oversized black muzzles aimed forward, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Deadly shot. Dracula's dual pistols are equipped with high explosive rounds, dealing critical damage upon hitting the target's vital points. Bang! The shimmering silver high explosive bullet instantly struck the foremost guardian. Crack! The fallen guardian's head shattered like a crushed watermelon. Dark blood splattering across the ground. Killed fallen guardian LV1, experience 8. Holy crap! Upon witnessing this scene, the self-proclaimed elite Wu Zi couldn't help but curse. Although the fallen guardian was merely a level 1 monster, it was not something a novice could effortlessly dispatch. Truly, an epic summoner, the damage was explosive. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged astonished glances and shared a knowing smile. They had truly encountered a master this time. At merely 8,000 each, what a bargain. With a single strike, the summoned beast could annihilate the fallen guardians. Perhaps this dungeon run might even yield an S rating. Only by achieving an S rating in a hard dungeon could one qualify to unlock the Hell Dungeon. And only by clearing the Hell Dungeon could one hope to attain an SSS rating. Incredible. This was bound to be a massacre. Lin Yuan excitedly rolled up his sleeves. To them, it appeared as though Dracula merely fired a shot to inflict such terrifying damage. In truth, it was the skill, deadly shot, that allowed him to eliminate the fallen guardian in one blow. For a regular practitioner, such feats were not so easily accomplished. The fallen guardian, being an undead creature, possessed a high immunity to physical attacks, and with 500 health points and a suit of armor, it was not a foe that novices could easily slay. The first wave of fallen guardians consisted of 13 in total, with strategy suggesting a kite tactic, drawing 1 or 2 monsters at a time while retreating and shooting, which would typically take around 40 minutes to clear. However, now, within just a minute, Dracula had already fired 3 shots, each striking true, consecutively eliminating 3 fallen guardians. Were it not for the cooldown on his skills, the first wave would have been wiped clean already. This damage was astonishing. Was he truly a summoner? How could he be so powerful? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim, her worldview thoroughly shaken. Wu Zi shrugged, nonchalantly stating, it's normal. It's mainly the epic summoned beast that's impressive. If I had an entire set of epic equipment, I could single-handedly conquer the dungeon. Implicitly, he suggested that Gu Chen's achievements were solely reliant on his summoned beast. Lin Yuan, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer. So, where's your epic set? Wu Zi paused, falling silent. If he had an epic set, would he still be standing here? His gaze drifted toward Gu Chen's silhouette, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. An epic summoned beast was worth a fortune. Not even he, let alone the class leader Li Wenwei, could afford one. How had this commoner, Gu Chen, managed to achieve such a feat? Meanwhile, Dracula's figure darted forward like a specter, unafraid. The talent, bloodline instinct, not only bestowed him with extraordinary physical capabilities and regenerative abilities, but also granted him keen senses. To him, the movements of these guardians appeared painfully slow. Even encircled, not a single guardian could brush against his garments. At such close range, every shot he fired struck with precision, each bullet landing a critical hit. With each gunshot, another guardian's head burst apart. Killed fallen guardian LV1, experience 9. Killed fallen guardian LV1, experience 7. Killed fallen guardian LV1, experience 8. The few guardians lagging behind had not even approached when they were obliterated by the high explosive bullets. With the final gunshot, the ground was awash with thick, black blood, and the entrance to the ruins lay strewn with the fallen bodies of guardians. Level up. Level, LV2, 6200. Strength, 27. Agility, 26. Constitution, 28. Spirit, 29. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV2, Epic. He had leveled up. A notification appeared before Gu Chen, filling him with delight. You may now acquire a dark bloodline. Chapter 8, Bloodline Awakening. Kill Reset. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Gu Chen immediately activated his talent, a familiar jet black radiance blossoming before him, followed by crimson light intertwining like veins within his sight. You have acquired Descendant of the Dark Bloodline. Descendant of the Dark Bloodline can transform ordinary creatures into dark beings and allow the first-generation dark beings to undergo a bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Though this descendant bloodline was not on par with the first-generation bloodline, it was certainly not disappointing. He promptly infused this descendant bloodline into Dracula. Bloodline awakening successful. Summoned Beast, Dracula Epic. Level, LV2, follows Summoner's level. Health, 3200. Attributes, Strength 38, Agility 42, Constitution 40, Spirit 39. Talent, Bloodline Instinct, Epic, Blood Shadow Fury, Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV10, Epic. Skill 2, Crimson Feast LV10, Epic. With this Bloodline Awakening, Dracula's health nearly doubled, all attributes increased by 10, and an additional talent was bestowed. Blood Shadow's Fury. Whenever Dracula utilizes a skill to slay a target, the cooldown of that skill is reset. Goodness, a kill reset. As long as he employs a skill to eliminate a target, the cooldown is entirely refreshed. This is nothing short of a divine ability. If used against the lowly abyssal guardians, one could unleash an unending barrage of attacks. To elaborate, it truly takes but a few breaths. Under Gu Chen's guidance, Dracula pressed forward, with Lin Yuan and the others closely following. The temple ruins, though not particularly vast, were riddled with a labyrinthine network of pathways. A moment's inattention could lead one into a dead end, wasting precious time. After traversing several severely damaged sculptures, the group arrived at a relatively spacious plaza. The plaza lay in decay, the flower beds shattered beyond recognition, and the blackened earth was choked with tangled, withered grass, while the fountain at its center stood desiccated and forlorn. Further ahead loomed a headless humanoid statue, its color a grim gray, its surface marred by numerous cracks. Wu Zi surveyed the surroundings and spoke up at an opportune moment. The strategy guide mentioned that a level for guardian lurks behind that statue. It would be best to avoid engaging it, lest we attract more guardians. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, though he found Wu Zi's self-important demeanor irksome. However, he had perused some guides before entering the novice dungeon, and it was clear that the wisest course of action was to avoid provoking the level for guardian, or else the difficulty of their quest would escalate dramatically. A typical adventurer would undoubtedly adhere to the guide's recommendations. Yet, Gu Chen was no ordinary adventurer. Especially upon hearing that more guardians would be summoned, a glint of excitement sparked in his eyes. Having just acquired the kill reset ability, how could Dracula let such an opportunity pass? Without hesitation, Dracula unleashed a powerful kick at the humanoid statue, his nearly 40 points of strength shattering it into countless pieces. From the debris erupted a deep, resonant growl, and a massive shadow emerged from the wreckage. Alien race, Abyssal Guardian. Level, LV4. Health, 2400. Attributes, Strength 38, Agility 20. Constitution 40, Spirit 30. Skill I, Oathblade. Skill 2, Ultimate Judgment. Thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the level 4 Abyssal Guardian came into view. It was a colossal corpse clad in pitch-black armor, its helmet casting a shadow over murky eyes that radiated an eerie stillness. Approaching the statue, it drew a long sword from its waist, the blade as dark as ink, pointing skyward. A black aura rippled from the tip of the sword, spreading outward like ripples in water. Oathblade summons nearby Abyssal Guardians to attack the intruders. Concurrently, unsettling movements were detected from all directions, and a dozen guardians emerged from the surrounding stone walls and corners. Lin Qingqing scanned the area, her expression darkening. How could so many guardians appear so suddenly? Su Ran exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. The level 4 guardian is activating its skill. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively gripped the heavy sword on his back. Seeking a semblance of security, Wu Zi swiftly retreated to a safe distance, instinctively distancing himself from the battle. Such a scene was far beyond the capabilities of a mere level 1 fighter, even clad in superior grade combat gear. If the novice dungeon was already this challenging, what horrors awaited in the abyss? In the midst of their conversation, Lin Yuan and the others began to back away. No wonder no one was willing to team up with us earlier. Now I understand that even if 10 of me entered, we would likely fall to that level 4 Abyssal Guardian. With 2400 health, a strength of 38, and the ability to summon reinforcements. How could a level 1 adventurer possibly contend with this? Lin Yuan gazed at the level 4 Guardian, fully enveloped in chilling armor, feeling utterly devoid of the will to resist. It was terrifying. Even if he unleashed his maximum damage, it would merely tickle the Guardian. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. Had she known the level 4 Guardian was this formidable, she would never have joined their party. Lin Yuan chuckled, remarking, indeed, if it weren't for old Gu, we might have met our demise here today. Hearing this, Lin Qingqing's lips curled into a slight smile, relief flooding her heart. Su Ran remained silent, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Although the level 4 Abyssal Guardian was powerful, it paled in comparison to Dracula. The dark crimson figure darted among the dozen guardians like a wraith, the black and silvery heavy pistols spitting fire. With each gunshot, a guardian fell to the ground, slain by the bullets. Coupled with the kill reset effect from Blood Shadow's fury, there was no need to wait for the cooldown. In mere moments, a significant number of the lower-level guardians had been eliminated. Thank goodness we have a summoner. If this were a typical level 1 adventurer party, we would likely be wiped out by that level 4 Abyssal Guardian. Lin Qingqing observed the attributes of the level 4 Guardian. That may not be entirely accurate. Gu Chen's voice interjected beside her. As long as the party includes a warrior and a paladin, along with a cleric, they could certainly handle the level 4 Abyssal Guardian. Albeit it would take considerably longer. Lin Qingqing paid little heed to Gu Chen's explanation, her expression becoming peculiar as she inquired, why are you here as well? Gu Chen smiled, stating, the battle over there is too chaotic, it's easy to get caught in the crossfire. Su Ran chimed in, aren't you supposed to be responsible for slaying the monsters? Gu Chen pointed to Dracula, who was engaged in combat with a throng of Abyssal Guardians, clearly still fighting. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly strange. They were merely actors, staying far from the battle zone. Yet they never expected the team leader, Gu Chen, to be here as well. Su Ran exhibited a naive look of understanding. So, you are just directing the summoned beasts to kill monsters without participating in the fight yourself? Gu Chen shrugged. Isn't that what summoners do? That seems reasonable. Su Ran nodded, yet felt a bit bewildered. A difficult mode dungeon? This seems rather easy. Gu Chen casually perched himself on the edge of the flower bed, observing the battle in the plaza, his experience rapidly accumulating. Slain Abyssal Guardian LV1, experience 8. Slain Abyssal Guardian LV1, experience 9. Slain Abyssal Guardian LV1, experience 9. After leveling up, the damage of Deadly Shot significantly increased. Even without hitting the head, he could obliterate the Guardian's body with a single shot, resulting in an instant kill. Coupled with the skill reset effect, within mere seconds, all the summoned Guardians had been dispatched. As they gazed upon the ground strewn with the corpses of Guardians, the level 4 Abyssal Guardian finally made its move. It let out a low growl, and the pitch-black long sword in its grasp suddenly erupted with blinding black light. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. A colossal black blade descended from the heavens, akin to a bolt of dark lightning, aimed directly at Dracula's crown. Chapter 9, Epic 1-Star, Talent Enhancement. Whoosh. In an instant, Dracula's figure flickered and vanished from sight, evading the oncoming black blade. The next moment, he materialized before a level 4 Guardian like a wraith. Raising his arm, the cold muzzle of his firearm pointed squarely at the Guardian's forehead, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire erupted, the bullet striking the Guardian squarely in the head. Though it failed to obliterate the skull, it nonetheless reduced nearly a third of its health. With no kill achieved, the skill reset could not be triggered, and Deadly Shot entered its cooldown phase. However, the significant damage delivered to the Guardian's head directly activated a stunning effect. The level 4 Guardian, leaning on its black longsword, stared vacantly, utterly bereft of any capacity to resist. How could Dracula let such an opportunity slip away? A scarlet glow erupted from his surface, and blood-red energy surged forth from within him, spiraling toward the level 4 Guardian. Crimson Feast detonates the blood within the target, inflicting substantial explosive damage. If the target's health is below 50, it inflicts additional damage equal to Dracula's maximum health of 30. Boom. The Guardian's body trembled violently, a dense blood mist exploding from it, causing it to stagger as its health plummeted to a quarter. Immediately thereafter, another scarlet brilliance blossomed upon it. If the target's health is below 50, it inflicts additional damage equal to Dracula's maximum health of 30. The additional judgment took effect. Damage erupted. Bang. The level 4 Guardian exploded on the spot, blackened flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Killed Submerged Guardian LV4. Experience 75. Level LV2 193200. Experience surged dramatically. Another level 1 Guardian would suffice for an upgrade. Gu Chen was elated, having anticipated a swift early upgrade upon entering the dungeon. Yet he had not expected it to occur so rapidly. It appeared that upon clearing the dungeon, he would smoothly ascend to level 5, allowing him to contract a second summoned beast. 2 skills to slay a level 4 Guardian. Absolutely explosive. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. This was indeed an epic level summoned beast. It was truly monstrous. Lin Yuan, seated by the flower bed, slapped his thigh and stood up, exclaiming that 2 skills inflicting nearly 3,000 damage was nothing short of insane. Such terrifying damage, even the top-class Li Wenwei could not achieve that. Wu Zi remarked with a complex expression, "Be a bit more confident, take but out of your vocabulary. Did you not see that old Gu's last skill overflowed with damage?" Lin Yuan replied, brimming with pride. Li Wenwei, a paladin focused on explosive and sustained damage, could not possibly achieve nearly 3,000 damage with 2 skills. Even if he reached level 4, Lin Qingqing shook her head in disagreement. Gu Chen remained indifferent to their discussion, purely in terms of damage. The skills, Deadly Shot, combined with Crimson Feast, could only deplete 3/4 of the level 4 Guardian's health. To achieve a direct kill was still somewhat lacking. The reason for the immediate kill lay in the fact that Gu Chen's summoned beast, having undergone several evolutions, had attained a health pool of 3,200, almost sweeping through its peers. Now, Dracula's maximum health was approaching 1,000, allowing for substantial additional damage. Hence, the direct kill of the level 4 Guardian was accomplished. If it were replaced with an ordinary summoned beast of the same level, it would possess at most 700 health, even with additional damage. It could only leave the level 4 Guardian gravely wounded, unable to achieve a direct kill. Thus, the earlier feat primarily relied on the epic level summoned beast. After surveying the battlefield and confirming no equipment or items had dropped, Gu Chen led the group deeper into the ruins of the temple. Passing through the square, they arrived at the inner courtyard. Dracula led the way, raising his weapon to swiftly eliminate a wandering guardian in the inner courtyard. Killed Submerged Guardian LV1, Experience 8. Level up. Level, LV3, 1386. Strength, 37. Agility, 36. Constitution, 38. Spirit, 39. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV3 Epic. Talent currently allows for the acquisition of a dark bloodline. Upon seeing this prompt, a spark of excitement ignited in Gu Chen's eyes. Positioned perfectly between the square and the inner courtyard, with no immediate threats, he activated his talent, and the familiar scarlet glow appeared before him. You have acquired Primordial Dark Bloodline. Primordial Dark Bloodline, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark entities, and also allows the initial dark entities to fuse their bloodlines for a star upgrade. Upgrading a summoned beast is akin to a minor evolution. Without hesitation, Gu Chen initiated the fusion. Bloodline fusion successful. Summoned Beast Star Upgrade. Dracula Epic. Level, LV3, following the Summoner's level. Health, 4,200. Attributes, Strength 58, Agility 62. Constitution 60, Spirit 59. Talent, Vampire Instinct Epic, Blood Shadows Wrath Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV10 Epic. Skill 2, Crimson Feast LV10 Epic. Talent Vampire Instinct has been enhanced. Vampire Instinct, blood grants the vampire a more powerful physique and recovery ability. Every time Dracula kills a target, he gains 10 permanent health points. Epic 1 star. All attributes increased by 20, health exceeding the 4,000 mark. Most importantly, after the star upgrade, the talent, Vampire Instinct, received a significant enhancement. Gaining 10 permanent health points from a single kill is a testament to its formidable strength. A thrill surged within Gu Chen, now at level 3. How terrifying would Dracula's health be at level 10? At level 30? Level 50? Moreover, the additional damage from Crimson Feast is related to Dracula's maximum health. In other words, the higher Dracula's health, the greater the additional damage from this skill. They are interconnected, absolutely terrifyingly powerful. One can only imagine how this skill will continuously strengthen alongside Dracula's growth, without any upper limit. Once health reaches a certain height, even slaying a boss in an instant is not beyond possibility. After the star upgrade, Dracula's strength increased, allowing him to dispatch a level 1 guardian with a single normal attack. With Deadly Shot, he could eliminate a level 2 guardian in a single blow. Should one encounter a level 3 guardian, it would be time to unleash the Mozambique shooting technique. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the divine would shake their head in disbelief. As for the level 4 guardians, apart from the one previously vanquished in the square, no others were encountered. Progressing through the inner courtyard, the pace of exterminating foes was astonishingly swift. Defeating a level 1 guardian yields 8 experience points, a level 2 guardian grants 16 points. A level 3 guardian bestows 35 points, while a level 4 guardian offers a bounty of 72 points. This is merely an average. The actual experience gain fluctuates around this figure, with negligible variance. The journey from the inner courtyard to the end of the corridor took approximately an hour, primarily due to the cumbersome navigation and the time required for the guardians to respawn, which considerably delayed progress. Without these hindrances, it could have been accomplished in roughly 30 minutes. At this moment, the group stood at the entrance of the main hall. The time had finally come to confront the boss. With a grave expression, Gu Chen pushed open the heavy double doors and stepped into the hall. Chapter 10. Can you take me along next time? The main hall serves as the heart of the temple, adorned with exquisite architectural style and decorations. Yet it now lies in ruins. The statues and divine effigies that once graced the interior are now shattered beyond recognition, a mere shadow of their former glory. As Gu Chen and his companions entered, a veil of ethereal black mist began to rise around them, shortly followed by the ominous sound of heavy footsteps approaching from the rear of the hall. Thud, thud. The light dimmed, and the ground trembled slightly, as an unprecedentedly formidable aura drew near. Lin Yuan instinctively climbed atop a half-formed statue, standing upon a fragmented shoulder to withdraw from the battlefield. Observing this, the others quickly sought higher ground. Although the main hall is spacious, one can never be certain where a guardian might spawn. A competent performer's foremost task is to evade combat. Gu Chen was not idle. His attributes had significantly increased, allowing him to effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of a column. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire scene below. From the depths of the hall, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall charged forth. Otherworldly, Abyssal Guardian. Level, LV5. Health, 2,900. Attributes, Strength 48, Agility 29, Constitution 48, Spirit 37. Skill I, Oathblade. Skill 2, Ultimate Judgment. A level 5 Guardian, with health nearing 3,000. That colossal form brandished a black longsword, barreling towards Dracula. Without hesitation, Dracula raised his firearm and fired. The ordinary bullets unleashed from his weapon were not to be underestimated, striking the Guardian's head in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. With an agility rating of 60, Dracula surpassed even that of a level 5 assassin. In a mere breath, he emptied 2 magazines, depleting a fifth of the Guardian's health. Skill combination activated. The Deadly Shot unleashed explosive bullets that whistled from the barrel, akin to a silver lightning bolt, piercing into the Guardian's forehead. While it did not result in a headshot, the Guardian's health plummeted to half. As before, the substantial damage inflicted on its head triggered a stunning effect. The Guardian, momentarily halted in its advance, stood frozen in place. Without a moment's pause, Dracula unleashed Crimson Feast as blood-colored energy spiraled from his form, colliding with the Guardian's chest. A burst of damage ensued, followed by a secondary wave of additional damage. Boom. The Guardian trembled violently, its health extinguished, exploding into a mass of dark flesh and blood. Defeated Abyssal Guardian LV5, Experience 113. Impressive. Lin Yuan, perched atop the shoulder of a statue, wore an expression of astonishment. This level 5 Guardian had been detailed in the strategy guides, with the only viable approach being to kite it, given its near 3,000 health and nearly 50 strength. Should it ensnare the team, total annihilation would be inevitable. Yet, Dracula had effortlessly dispatched it with a combination of basic attacks and skills, not even granting it the chance to retaliate. In this instant, all tactics of extreme positioning and kiting paled in comparison to absolute power. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. Indeed, the epic summoned beast was fearsome beyond measure. Even the top student Li Wenhui could scarcely achieve such prowess, let alone the most talented practitioners of Lin City. At this juncture, the level 5 Guardian had been felled, and the lower-tier Guardians that were meant to spawn alongside it finally emerged. From every conceivable corner, figures clad in chilling armor began to materialize. Bang! The first Guardian to step forward was promptly shot in the head. Bang! 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 Armed with dual firearms, Dracula stood amidst a throng of Guardians, firing incessantly. Not a single Guardian could breach a 3-meter radius around him. The The speed of their demise was staggering, transforming the encounter into a veritable bloodbath. Once all guardians had been eliminated, a level-up notification appeared before Gu Chen. Level up. Level, LV4, 1680. Strength, 47. Agility, 46. Constitution, 48. Spirit, 49. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV4, Epic. A talent that grants the ability to acquire a dark bloodline is now available. A look of excitement spread across Gu Chen's face. The first wave of enemies had been entirely cleared, leaving no room for hesitation as he activated his talent. You have acquired Blood of the Darkblood King. Blood of the Darkblood King, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark entities, and can also facilitate a bloodline advancement for first-generation dark beings. The ability to advance the bloodline of the first generation is indeed a valuable asset. It appears that the blood of the king corresponds to the legendary tier, while the first-generation bloodline aligns with the epic tier, and the offspring bloodline corresponds to the rare tier. Gu Chen contemplated promoting Dracula to a legendary summoned beast, but reconsidered, sensing it might be unwise. Upon reaching the next level, he would be able to contract a second summoned beast, should he utilize this King's bloodline now, and later receive an offspring bloodline at level 5, the quality of his second summoned beast would be significantly compromised. Conversely, if he preserved the King's bloodline, even if he only received an offspring bloodline at level 5, he could bestow the King's bloodline upon the second summoned beast. Thus, he would have an epic first summoned beast and a legendary second summoned beast, dramatically increasing his combat prowess. As for the offspring bloodline, it could still be employed to awaken the bloodline of his summoned beasts, effectively serving as an enhancement to their strength. Therefore, prudently, Gu Chen resolved to temporarily withhold the use of the King's bloodline. Nevertheless, this upgrade had undeniably conferred substantial enhancements upon Dracula. Dracula Epic. Level, LV4, following summoner level. Health, 5620. Attributes, Strength 70, Agility 74, Constitution 72, Spirit 71. After reaching level 3, Dracula has successfully vanquished a total of 12 level 1 guards, 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards, and 1 level 5 guard. Consequently, among his 5,620 health points, 220 have been accrued from these kills. Though modest, it is said that little by little, one can amass great wealth. In addition to the increase in health, this level up has also granted him an additional 12 points across all attributes. With the enhancement of his attributes, his normal attacks, skills, and attack speed have all seen a corresponding rise. Now, with a simple shot, Dracula can effortlessly dispatch level 2 guards, and with deadly shot, he can instantly eliminate level 3 guards. His Mozambique shot technique has even been employed against level 4 guards. These two skills seamlessly intertwine, allowing him to slay level 5 guards in a mere breath. In the current dungeon, Dracula has undeniably become the pinnacle of combat prowess, a force to be reckoned with. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he prepared to advance, only to realize that Dracula had already ceased his assault. The main hall lay desolate, the first wave of monsters completely eradicated. Concurrently, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and others descended from the shattered statue. Wu Zi stepped forward and remarked, "The first wave is finished. We must wait another 15 minutes for the second wave of guards to emerge alongside the boss. Only by defeating the boss can we clear the dungeon." Though Wu Zi's demeanor may be somewhat arrogant, one cannot deny the effort he has invested in strategizing. Lin Yuan, in his usual carefree manner, inquired, "So, we just need to wait here?" Ignoring Lin Yuan, Wu Zi turned his attention to Gu Chen, asking, "Once we clear this dungeon, we can unlock the difficulty levels. Surely you will opt for Hell difficulty, won't you?" The novice dungeon features 4 difficulty levels: Normal, Hard, Nightmare, and Hell. These levels correspond to grades A, S, SS, and SSS, respectively. According to the rules, one must achieve an S rating before selecting SS and SSS. Gu Chen nodded, responding nonchalantly, "I can't be bothered with the hassle. Next time, I'll choose the Hell dungeon for an SSS rating." Wu Zi nodded cautiously, asking, "Will you still take me along next time?" Gu Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Not bringing me." Wu Zi's expression fell slightly. "It's hard to say," Gu Chen replied coolly. "Hard to say? What does that mean? A polite refusal?" Wu Zi asked, bewildered. Before Gu Chen could respond, Lin Yuan's voice chimed in. "What else could it mean? That's a Hell level dungeon. The difficulty is off the charts. No team of professionals has successfully cleared it yet. Even a single misstep could result in everyone's demise." "I'm not afraid," Wu Zi quickly asserted. "This isn't about fear." "What is it then?" "It costs more," Gu Chen stated. Wu Zi considered this. Mentioning the cost at this juncture was not unreasonable. After all, he and Gu Chen were not particularly close. Despite 3 years as classmates, they had scarcely exchanged more than a few words. To put it bluntly, before today, even a chance encounter on the street would not have prompted him to greet Gu Chen. In this group, the only one with any camaraderie with Gu Chen was Lin Yuan. It was clear that once they cleared this dungeon, Gu Chen's achievements would undoubtedly set a new record for novice dungeon completions. By then, many would be eager to team up with him. Gu Chen would certainly continue to bring Lin Yuan into the hell-level dungeon, but whether he would include Wu Zi remained uncertain. Thus, from another perspective, suggesting payment now was a preemptive opportunity. If he waited until after the dungeon, there might be no chance to negotiate. How much? Lin Qingqing interjected. For the hell-level novice dungeon, it will be 100,000 per person, Gu Chen quoted. From 8,000 to 100,000, Wu Zi's eyelids flickered, nearly doubting his own hearing. Not expensive, Lin Qingqing contemplated before promptly declaring, count me, and Su ran in. After we clear the dungeon, I'll borrow the money. My goodness, 100,000? How is that not expensive? Su Ran exclaimed, her delicate hand covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. 100,000 is indeed no trifling sum. But consider the SSS rating for the novice dungeon, along with the first completion rewards for hell difficulty. How could it be deemed excessive? Su Ran murmured. But we have no money. Borrow it. Lin Qingqing suggested, there are so many lending platforms now. Just mention borrowing money, and they will be eager to lend you. Achieving an SSS rating would grant additional points in the Academy assessment, and coupled with the first completion rewards from the hell-level dungeon, gaining admission to a prestigious academy would be nearly guaranteed. For those like them, who could spend a day in the dungeon square without forming a party, the opportunity to invest 100,000 now would lead to enrollment in a higher institution within 10 days. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Wu Zi also made his decision. Take me along. After we clear the dungeon, I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, unable to even afford a set of professional gear, unhesitatingly agreed, as Wu Zi's financial situation was far superior to theirs, leaving no reason for them to decline. Gu Chen acknowledged with a sound, solidifying the agreement. However, Lin Qingqing appeared somewhat uneasy, reiterating, we've agreed. You cannot go back on your word once we exit the dungeon. Gu Chen shook his head, assuring, rest assured, even if those outside offer 1,000,000, I won't take them. Su Ran queried in surprise, why not? Gu Chen candidly replied, when I was in the square forming a party, they mocked me, ridiculed me, and even conspired to isolate me. I want them to regret it. I want them to realize that underestimating me was their gravest error. Since they look down upon me, then I, too, am disinterested in associating with them. The SSS rating for the novice dungeon is gone, and so too are the first rewards for the hell level. I have never considered repaying malice with kindness. I am a person who harbors grudges. The phrase I am a person who harbors grudges may, at face value, suggest pettiness and an inability to achieve greatness. Yet, Gu Chen's unvarnished declaration imbued it with a sense of audacity and nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Su Ran and Lin Qingqing nodded vigorously, feeling a profound sense of empathy. They wholeheartedly concurred with Gu Chen's viewpoint. In the midst of their banter, the 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. Inside the main hall, a deep, resonant roar erupted from the altar above, followed by the heavy thuds of footsteps approaching. The boss had arrived, accompanied by a substantial wave of abyssal guards. Otherworldly, black-robed steward boss. Level, LV7. Health, 9,100. Attributes, Strength 86, Agility 79, Constitution 86, Spirit 81. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Darkest Invasion. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. Upon the altar, a towering figure clad in a black robe, its visage obscured, emerged. Behind it stood 2 level 5 guardians, 3 level 4 guardians, 4 level 3 guardians, and 18 level 1 guardians. The black-robed attendant was tall and slender, humanoid, yet distinctly lacking in normal proportions. Cloaked entirely in darkness, its true identity remained shrouded. Buzz. The black-robed attendant raised a hand, the wide sleeves billowing in the wind, and with its movements, tendrils of gray mist coalesced in the air. Silently, the main hall became engulfed in a hazy shroud, the entirety of the space suffused with a moribund gray hue. Although Gu Chen and the others stood upon a height, they were not spared from the mist's oppressive embrace. In an instant, everyone's vision became obscured, their minds clouded, and their limbs grew as heavy as lead. Grey Mist Curse. This formidable boss wasted no time in unleashing its skill upon arrival. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into relative clarity. The black-robed attendant, though merely level 7, boasted attributes nearing 90 under the boss's intrinsic enhancements, with health points exceeding 9,000. Such statistics eclipsed even those of a 1-star epic character like Dracula, rendering it grotesquely powerful. Attack the boss first, refrain from using skills, Gu Chen commanded decisively. Given Dracula's speed, the guardians would struggle to even graze its hem, so he temporarily disregarded the lower-level guardians, instructing Dracula to probe the boss with standard attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Within the mist, Dracula was least affected. Almost the moment the command was issued, the cold muzzle spat flames, unleashing a volley of bullets towards the black-robed figure. Suddenly, a radiant white light erupted from the black-robed attendant. A series of bullets struck it. No damage. Its health bar remained utterly unscathed. The previous assault inflicted no harm whatsoever. Simultaneously, a level 5 guardian nearby was inexplicably attacked, its health plummeting by a 5th boss skill, damage transfer. As long as there were fallen guardians in proximity, the black-robed attendant could siphon any damage it sustained onto the guardians. Chapter 12. Vanquishing the black-robed attendant. Gu Chen was not the only one well-versed in strategies. He had diligently reviewed the guides as well. The black-robed attendant's ability to transfer damage to the guardians, who would not truly perish but instead resurrect fully after a minute, compounded the difficulty of the novice dungeon. This minute coincided with the cooldown of damage transfer. It was precisely this factor that escalated the challenge for novice adventurers. Coupled with the black-robed attendant's 9,000 health points, novice players could only hope to whittle it down while evading the guardian's relentless pursuit. Even well-equipped novice teams could take 3 to 4 hours to defeat the black-robed attendant, and that was considered swift. It was not uncommon for players to spend 2 to 3 days clearing the novice dungeon. Bang bang bang. Dracula shifted positions, unleashing another flurry of standard attacks upon the black-robed attendant. Damage transfer. No harm. Its health bar remained entirely unaffected. However, the health of the nearby level 5 guardian rapidly dwindled, soon reaching 0. The level 5 guardian collapsed, entering a state of suspended animation. The radiant white light, emblematic of damage transfer, dissipated from the black-robed attendant, signaling the skill's cooldown. Roar. The black-robed attendant emitted a furious growl, its bony, gray-white arm gesturing towards Dracula. The surrounding guardians seemed to receive a command, charging towards Dracula with alacrity. Bang, bang, bang. A series of standard attacks and skills ensued, and as soon as the guardians closed in, 1 or 2 fell in quick succession. Amidst the onslaught, Dracula's gaze was as cold as steel. It maneuvered, aimed, and fired. It resembled a merciless killing machine, deftly navigating the battlefield, each shot resulting in a guardian being dispatched with a single bullet to the head. Killed fallen guardian LV3, experience 31. Killed fallen guardian LV4, experience 75. Killed fallen guardian LV1, experience 8. Was Dracula a summoned beast or a player? Its proficiency in slaying foes rivaled that of a gunner. This was far beyond what any gunner could achieve. I ask you, can a level 4 gunner obliterate a level 2 fallen guardian with a single shot? Not to mention, can they single-handedly swap magazines, predict shots, and engage in mobile shooting while seamlessly transitioning between multiple targets? Has its firearms mastery reached its zenith? Preposterous. Perhaps we should have Dracula teach classes to gunners. A surefire way to reap profits. Amidst the banter, Dracula flickered and appeared behind a level 3 guardian. Fatal shot. Boom. The level 3 guardian's had exploded in an instant, a swift kill. Killed fallen guardian LV3, experience 29. Without a moment's hesitation, it discharged a series of standard attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed attendant's health swiftly diminished, losing a 5th in mere moments. Enraged, the black-robed attendant roared, its elongated fingers beckoning in the air, summoning a crescent-shaped shadow of darkness. Buzz. A low tremor resonated through the air. Skill, Darkest Invasion. The crescent shadow vanished into the void, reappearing without warning before Dracula. There was no evading. It had no intention of dodging. In an instant, the black crescent passed through, and Dracula staggered, losing over 1,600 health points. Fortunately, after several enhancements, Dracula's health had approached the 6,000 mark. While this skill stung, it remained bearable. Meanwhile, Dracula's counterattack was already primed. It would reclaim its health. Fatal shot. Activate. Almost simultaneously, 2 gunshots echoed, 2 gleaming silver bullets hurtling forth, piercing the gray mist, and in an instant, striking a level 5 guardian squarely in the head. Killed fallen guardian LV5, experience 121. In the absence of being designated by damage transfer, the guardian could be directly slain. Thus, eliminating a level 5 guardian equated to diminishing the black-robed attendant's health by a segment. Skill kill, cooldown reset. Without hesitation, Dracula continued to unleash its skill. Fatal shot. Another 2 bullets soared forth, almost simultaneously finding their mark in the brow of a level 4 guardian. Kill level 4 guardian, experience 75. In a mere few seconds, the level 4 guardians were completely vanquished, leaving only a solitary level 5 guardian remaining, one that had previously been selected by damage transfer. Its health drained to the brink of feigned death. In this state of apparent demise, it was immune to attacks. Thus, Dracula's shadow flickered, reappearing beside the black-robed steward. Simultaneously, his eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow. Crimson Feast. The sanguine energy surged from Dracula's form, spiraling towards the black-robed steward. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. The steward staggered, his health plummeting significantly, yet he did not fall below half health, rendering the additional damage effect ineffective. With a swift motion, Dracula repositioned himself and unleashed Fatal Shot. Unceremoniously efficient. Just as 2 gleaming silver bullets sliced through the inky mist, the level 5 guardian, previously in a state of feigned death, suddenly opened its eyes. Radiating a dark crimson aura, fully resurrected, the black-robed steward emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, activating its skill. Damage transfer. In the next moment, a crystalline white light enveloped it once more. As the damage from fatal shot struck, it failed to inflict any harm upon the steward. Meanwhile, the level 5 guardian suffered grievously. Having just awakened to full health, it was instantaneously stripped of 2/3 of its life. Level 5 guardian. Fatal shot entered cooldown, and Crimson Feast was also on cooldown. Dracula efficiently swapped in a new magazine, unleashing a barrage of ordinary shots towards the black-robed steward. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of a breath, 2 magazines were emptied. All damage was absorbed. The black-robed steward suffered not a single point of health loss. Moreover, it activated Darkest Corruption once more. Above, a black crescent moon subtly manifested. Dracula kicked a nearby level 1 guardian away, finished reloading, and continued to fire a relentless stream of basic attacks at the black-robed steward. The next moment, the black crescent moon appeared before him. Unfazed, Dracula, aided by vampiric instinct, with its formidable regenerative abilities, had already recovered nearly half of the over 1,600 health points lost to Darkest Incursion. Even if struck by another skill, he could endure. In the blink of an eye, the black crescent moon passed through him, and Dracula's attacks rained down like a torrential storm upon the black-robed steward. A faint crack echoed, and the layer of crystalline white light surrounding the steward shattered instantaneously. The level 5 guardian was slain once again, this time for good. As the effect of damage transfer was shattered, Dracula shifted positions once more, dual guns locked in, and 2 brilliant silver bullets whistled forth. Fatal shot struck true at the center of the black-robed steward's forehead, dealing an unexpectedly high amount of damage. Simultaneously, the headshot induced a state of dizziness upon the steward. Dracula transformed into a shadow, rushing forward, enveloped in a rich sanguine energy. Crimson Feast activated. The spiraling blood-red energy collided with the steward, causing its health to plummet drastically, dipping well below half. Immediately after, additional damage erupted, a dense scarlet light blossoming upon the black-robed steward. With a resounding explosion, the steward's body erupted, scattering dark flesh and blood across the ground. Chapter 13. Breaking Historical Records. Dracula's initial wave of basic attacks merely stripped the black-robed steward of 1/5 of its health. Following that, a relentless sequence of basic attacks and Crimson Feast ensued, due to the absence of triggered additional damage. The steward's health was ultimately reduced to just above the half-health mark. Once cooldowns reset, the combination of basic attacks, Fatal Shot, Crimson Feast, and additional damage unleashed a continuous output, dealing approximately 6,000 damage, obliterating the black-robed steward. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the main hall. Lin Yuan and the others wore expressions of profound astonishment. Despite being aware of Dracula's status as an epic summon, they were nonetheless rendered speechless by his recent display. Nearly 6,000 damage. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by a level 4 summoner? Even a dragon knight harnessing the power of a dragon would struggle to achieve this. A profound sense of unreality blossomed within Lin Yuan and the others. Such terrifying damage could likely dominate even the most challenging hellish dungeons. With this thought, knowing smiles spread across their faces. It seemed the SSS rating for the novice dungeon was assured, along with the rewards for first completion of the hellish dungeon. They had encountered a true master this time. Kill the black-robed steward boss. Experience 555. Loot acquired. Black Steward Emblem X1. Loot acquired. Black Steward Robe X1. Level up. Level LV5 505 1080. Strength 57. Agility 56. Constitution 58. Spirit 59. Summon Dracula LV5 Epic. Current talent Dark Bloodline available. You have cleared the Temple Ruins, Hard Mode. Reward Dungeon Chest X1, Hard Mode. Adventurer Experience 500. Completion successful. You will exit the dungeon in 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57. They cleared it. Lin Qingqing's eyes were still clouded with bewilderment. It had been far too swift. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, barely 2 hours had passed. They had exchanged laughter along the way, feeling no pressure or difficulty whatsoever. Lin Yuan, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Hard Mode? Nonsense. I shall challenge Hell Mode. Lin Qingqing glanced over, exasperated. Individuals like Lin Yuan, who had yet to experience the dungeon's trials, were becoming increasingly rare. Gu Chen checked the time before addressing Lin Qingqing and her companions. Once we exit, make sure to attend to your matters promptly. We will regroup at the dungeon entrance at 2 o'clock. Understood. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi nodded in agreement. Normally, adventurers must maintain a heightened state of mental alertness while traversing dungeons, which significantly drains both stamina and spirit. A single dungeon run, filled with navigation and combat, could leave one utterly exhausted. Thus, it was customary to rest for a day after completing a dungeon to ensure sufficient energy for the next venture. However, Gu Chen was different. He had commanded his summon throughout the battle, experiencing minimal fatigue himself. If any exhaustion could be cited, it was only the slight dizziness and fatigue experienced while under the Grey Mist's curse. Even this negligible drain dissipated entirely after the black-robed steward's demise. Thus, for Gu Chen, this instance posed no challenge whatsoever. He could easily tackle 10 more dungeons of this nature. As for the reason he did not immediately delve into the hell-level dungeon, it was twofold. First, to allow Lin Qingqing and her companions some time to gather funds, and second, he also required time to select his second summoned beast. After all, having just vanquished the black-robed steward, he had already ascended to level 5. Before long, the countdown of 1 minute concluded, and Gu Chen along with 4 others were transported to the dungeon plaza. It was barely past 11 o'clock, yet the plaza was teeming with people. Even more so than during the morning rush, with the majority waiting to form teams. Look, a team has just been teleported out. How is that possible? The novice dungeon has only been open for a little over 2 hours. In such a brief span, it is inconceivable that anyone could have cleared it. According to historical records, the fastest completion time exceeds 8 hours. Just 2 hours? They must not have even entered the temple gates. Indeed, it seems they were unable to succeed and were sent back via teleportation scroll. Look over there. Isn't that Gu Chen? Ha ha ha, I knew it, it's him. The commoner summoner. No wonder he emerged so quickly. It appears that choosing summoner as a commoner is indeed a dead end. What if they actually cleared it? Firstly, he is a commoner summoner, and secondly, to exit the dungeon in less than 3 hours. Under such circumstances, how could one possibly achieve success? The consensus among all adventurers is that a commoner summoner is doomed to failure. Just as everyone was mocking Gu Chen, believing he had faltered and been forced to teleport out, an announcement from the Novice Dungeon Management Office hushed the entire plaza. Congratulations to the Novice Adventurer team for breaking the historical completion record of the Temple Ruins, hard level. Completion time, 2 hours, 35 minutes, 13 seconds. Captain, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Wu Zi, Fighter. Rewards, 500 Adventurer Experience, 1 Personal Achievement, 1 Historic Record Gift Box. Silence. The vast dungeon plaza fell into an eerie stillness. Due to Gu Chen's performance in shattering the historical record, this announcement would be visible to every novice adventurer. It is not uncommon for records in novice dungeons to be broken. After all, the adventurer system is continually evolving, with the capabilities and combat prowess of new adventurers improving year by year. Typically, a rare combat profession's emergence results in a new record being set. However, this particular completion time was utterly astonishing, surpassing the previous best by over 5 hours. 2.5 hours to clear a novice dungeon. Even if all novice adventurers unleashed their imaginations, none would dare to envision such a feat, especially considering the team composition was remarkably subpar. The captain was a commoner summoner, with 4 members comprising a swordsman, a warrior, an assassin, and a fighter. Such a professional configuration could hardly yield any synergy. Speaking of synergy, it dawned on some that Gu Chen had previously struggled to find teammates, effectively entering the dungeon with actors. This meant that for him, this dungeon run was akin to soloing. With this realization, the expressions on everyone's faces grew more animated. To solo a dungeon, particularly at the hard level, surely even some prodigious adventurers could not attain such a degree of accomplishment. In an instant, the gazes directed at Gu Chen became fervent. The first to voice their admiration were his classmates from Linsheng No. 1 Middle School. Chen Gu, breaking the record solo, congratulations. Chen Gu, you're my idol. Can you take me next time? Chen Gu, there's 100,000 in this card. Consider it a friendship gift. Chen Gu, you've worked hard on this dungeon. Lunch is on me. Gu Chen, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 14, Level Up and the Second Summoned Beast. Amidst the flattery and sycophancy from those gathering around, Gu Chen paid no heed and walked straight out of the plaza. Previously, they had refused to include him in their games. Coincidentally, he now chose not to include them. Gu Chen, while not narrow-minded, was certainly not a magnanimous individual. To repay malice with kindness? How does one repay kindness? At that moment, a youth clad in a mage's robe rushed forward, blocking Gu Chen's path. You go. You remember me, right? I've transitioned to a mage. How about we tackle the dungeon together next time? A mage? What a triviality, Gu Chen retorted dismissively. But I'm a mage. A primary combat profession. How dare you look down on me? Is being a mage that impressive? I possess a rare great staff. And with 3 fireballs, I can eliminate a level 1 guard. Don't you find that remarkable? I do not. Gu Chen remained unimpressed. The other's surprise momentarily left him speechless, and the sensation of being disregarded ignited his ire. Gu Chen, what are you so arrogant about? You merely cleared a hard-level dungeon. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? I am a mage. Countless adventurers are eager to team up with me. And yet you dare to reject my invitation? You're finished. You'll never conquer higher-level dungeons, and you will surely regret this decision. Is he truly that agitated? Gu Chen, with a look of disdain, continued walking away without a backward glance. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, visibly incensed. What is wrong with that guy? Is it such a crime not to team up with him? Normal, Gu Chen chuckled. In his eyes, teaming with him would be a privilege. My modest achievements have inflated my ego, and thus I am ungrateful. including those who had previously attempted to curry favor with him, though they appeared unfazed after being ignored. Each one internally resented his success. The better I perform, the more discomfort they feel. Yet, regardless of their discomfort, they will not display it, for they do not wish to reveal their regret. Lin Yuan surveyed the crowd that was pointing and gossiping about Gu Chen, contemplating, essentially, they simply can't handle it. Is it so challenging to acknowledge another's excellence? Gu Chen, unfazed, remarked, they are merely petty clowns. If I am inferior to them, they will trample me. Should I surpass them, they will envy me. Thus there is no need to pay them any mind. Once I lead you all to achieve an SSS rating, only then will they truly comprehend what they have missed out on, especially that mage from earlier. He believes extending an invitation to team up with me is a privilege. When we emerge from the hell-level dungeon next time, his regret will magnify infinitely. He will certainly chastise himself for not treating me with more respect, for not teaming with me at the first opportunity. However, once an opportunity is lost, it is lost. Had he maintained his prior bravado, I might have regarded him with a modicum of respect, but someone who resorts to flattery and then sulks when ignored, such a person earns my utmost disdain. Indeed. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the figure behind him. It was taken for granted that he would not accompany us, yet our refusal to include him was deemed ungrateful. TSK, what a nuisance. Departing from the instance plaza, Gu Chen first returned to the school dormitory, while Lin Yuan made his way directly to a nearby stir-fry restaurant to procure meals for the two. A mere few minutes after Wu Zi emerged, he transferred 100,000 yuan into Gu Chen's account before hailing a cab and departing. Lin Xingqing and Su Ran promptly set out to borrow money. With less than 3 hours remaining until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 200,000 yuan posed a considerable burden for them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Chen first claimed the experience reward issued for breaking the instance record. Experience, 500. Level up. Level, LV6, 531880. Strength, 67. Agility, 66. Constitution, 68. Spirit, 69. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV6, Epic. Talent, 2 dark bloodlines available for acquisition. After reaching level 5, the second summoning slot was unlocked, thus enabling him to summon a second beast. Furthermore, it was unexpected to receive an additional 500 experience points upon shattering the instance record. Coupled with the experience accrued from defeating the cloaked steward and the second wave of guards, he had just enough to level up again. Consequently, he could now acquire 2 dark bloodlines through his talent. However, Gu Chen refrained from hastily activating his talent, as the matter concerning the summoning book remained unresolved. By completing the difficult level instance, he had obtained a difficult level instance treasure chest and a historical record gift box. Treasure chests typically yield random equipment or items, whereas gift boxes are distinct, with a high likelihood of producing items corresponding to the practitioner's profession. Should he unveil a summoning book, it would alleviate much of his burden. As it stood, Gu Chen possessed just over 120,000 yuan, even if Lin Xingqing and Su Ran managed to borrow the necessary funds. His total assets would barely exceed 300,000, allowing him to purchase only lower-tier summoning books. If he could unearth superior equipment, perhaps he could exchange it at the trading post for a summoning book. Thus, Gu Chen opened his spatial inventory. Difficult level instance treasure chest. Upon opening, 1 piece of equipment or item of excellent grade or lower may be obtained. Historical record gift box. Upon opening, 1 piece of equipment or item corresponding to the current profession may be obtained. Gu Chen glanced at the 2 rewards and opened them both. Opened difficult level instance treasure chest. Obtained equipment. Hurricane Warhammer 1, excellent. Opened historical record gift box. Obtained summoning book 1, fine. Oh my goodness. A summoning book has appeared. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. He truly received what he wished for. Skill book, Dream Demon Summon. Level, 5. Quality, fine. Effect, contract with the Dream Demon. If Gu Chen were to expend all his assets, he could likely exchange for an excellent grade summoning book at the trading post. However, upon further reflection, the slightly lower quality of the summoned beast posed little issue for him. Even a fine-grade summoned beast could evolve into an epic grade after merging with a dark bloodline and would significantly bolster his attributes. Moreover, the Dream Demon, being incorporeal, possesses remarkable immunity to physical attacks, making it a rare energy-based summoned beast. Should it merge with a dark bloodline, it would undoubtedly grow immensely powerful. You are the chosen one. Gu Chen grasped the summoning book and immediately began the learning process. The summoning book emanated a brilliant light, forming a formation, and soon an ethereal shadow materialized within the summoning space. You have successfully contracted with the Dream Demon. Summoned Beast, Dream Demon. Quality, fine. Level, 6, follows the summoner's level. Health, 2,980. Attributes, Strength 46, Agility 56, Constitution 43, Spirit 58. Talent, Into the Dream. Skill, Mental Binding LV1. Summoned beasts can equip gear. Upon death, there is a chance for gear to drop. If the summoned beast falls in battle, it cannot be summoned again for a day. The Dream Demon, being an energy entity, Exhibits lower strength among its four-dimensional attributes, with the highest being spirit. Aside from its innate high immunity to physical attacks, it possesses few remarkable traits. The level 6 Dream Demon even pales in comparison to the level 3 Dracula. Given its fine quality, high expectations should not be held. Consequently, Gu Chen accessed his talent interface and activated his abilities, successfully acquiring 2 Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Progenitor. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. Alongside the royal blood of Dark Bloodline, acquired at level 4, he had now amassed 3 Dark Bloodlines. After careful consideration, Gu Chen resolved to utilize the Progenitor Bloodline to elevate the Dream Demon-esque quality to epic, followed by employing the Descendant Bloodline for a Bloodline Awakening. As for the Royal Bloodline, it would be applied to Dracula, promoting it to a legendary grade summoned beast. Chapter 15, Sovereign of the Bloodline, Master of Nightmares. Dark Bloodline Progenitor Fusion Successful. Summoned Beast Evolution. Dream Demon, Fine Nightmare Sovereign Epic. As Gu Chen anticipated, the Progenitor Bloodline facilitated the evolution of the summoned beast to epic grade. The original Dream Demon transformed into a spectral shadow, ghostly and elusive. Within the shadow, a pair of icy eyes glimmered with a chilling light, penetrating the soul and delving into the very heart. Summoned Beast, Nightmare Sovereign. Quality, Epic. Level, LV6. Health, 4560. Attributes, Strength 68, Agility 76, Constitution 62, Spirit 78. Talent, Unspeakable Epic. Skill I, Annihilation Instant Kill LV 10 Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Entanglement LV 10 Epic. With an epic talent paired with fully leveled epic skills, Gu Chen's heart soared with elation, prompting him to promptly initiate the Bloodline Awakening. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion Successful. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakened. Level, LV6. Health, 6580. Attributes, Strength 79, Agility 86, Constitution 85, Spirit 90. Talent, Unspeakable Epic. Skill I, Annihilation Instant Kill LV 10 Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Entanglement LV 10 Epic. Skill 3, Deep Dream LV 10 Epic. Following the Bloodline Awakening, the health of the Nightmare Sovereign surged to 6580, surpassing that of the level 6 Fallen Guardian by over 3000 health points. Among the four-dimensional attributes, the mental aspect stands out most prominently. Coupled with innate talents and skills, it renders one a natural-born spell assassin. Indescribable, the Nightmarish Sovereign's form is elusive, allowing it to traverse freely between dreams and reality. Possessing an extraordinarily high resistance to physical attacks. Phantasmal Execution, approaching a target unit through the dreamscape to launch a lethal strike, inflicting substantial damage. Nightmare Affliction, for every 10 points of mental attribute, one can summon a nightmarish minion, causing the target attached to the minion to suffer multiplied damage. Deep Dream, constructs a profound dream within a designated area, inflicting significant sustained damage on any target ensnared within. The first skill is a single target burst, while the second skill doubles the damage. As for the target unit mentioned in the third skill, it does not indiscriminately attack either friend or foe. Only the enemies specifically targeted by the Nightmarish Sovereign are considered as the target unit. Gu Chen noted that the Nightmarish Sovereign could currently summon 9 nightmarish minions. If all 9 minions were to affix themselves to a single unit, that unit would endure 9-fold damage when struck by the Nightmarish Sovereign. In terms of damage values, the Nightmarish Sovereign need only combine 2 skills to instantly annihilate the Black-Robed Steward, who is a level 7 boss. The explosive damage of the Nightmarish Sovereign is truly terrifying. Just then, another notification appeared. The Summoning Beast quality has elevated from excellent to epic, receiving attribute feedback, granting the summoner a total attribute boost of 10. Gu Chen felt a surge of joy within, experiencing an invigorating sensation throughout his being. The attribute feedback from the Summoning Beast was akin to a level up, an exhilarating experience indeed. However, this was not the end. Gu Chen summoned the Royal Bloodline, merging it into Dracula's essence. Within the Summoning Beast space, Dracula radiated a brilliant crimson light, surrounded by a rich sanguine hue, complemented by resplendent golden glimmers. Dark Bloodline Royal Blood Fusion Successful. Summoning Beast Evolution. Dracula, Epic Bloodline Sovereign Legend. Summoning Beast, Bloodline Sovereign. Level, LV6. Health, 8600. Attributes, Strength 114, Agility 118, Constitution 116, Mental 115. The Summoning Beast quality has improved from Epic to Legendary, receiving attribute feedback, granting the summoner a total attribute boost of 100. Talents, Bloodline Instinct Epic, Blood Shadow Fury Epic, Frenzied Bloodline Legend. Skill I, Lethal Shot LV10 Epic. Skill 2, Crimson Feast LV10 Epic. Skill 3, Bloodline Legacy LV10 Legend. New Talent, Frenzied Bloodline Legend. New Skill, Bloodline Legacy LV10 Legend. Frenzied Blood. When the Bloodline Sovereign's health drops below 30, it can unleash an Enraged Enhancement, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. Bloodline Legacy. The Bloodline Sovereign can consume its own health to transform deceased units into Bloodline descendants. Remarkable. Gazing at the Summoning Beasts attribute panel, Gu Chen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Is this truly a level 6 Summoning Beast? It is difficult to fathom. All 4-dimensional attributes surpass 100, significantly exceeding those of the level 7 Black Robe Steward. As for health, although it is a few hundred points lower than that of the Black Robe Steward, this is primarily due to the latter being a boss with health bonuses. Nevertheless, it matters not. The Bloodline Sovereign has only just reached level 6. Once it ascends to level 7, it will undoubtedly be capable of overwhelming the level 7 boss across the board. From excellent to epic, it received 10 points of attribute feedback. From epic to legendary, it gained 100 points of attribute feedback. Level, LV6, 531880. Strength, 177. Agility, 176. Constitution, 178. Mental, 179. Summoning Beasts, Bloodline Sovereign LV6 Legend, Nightmarish Sovereign LV6 Epic. The 4-dimensional attributes have all reached around 178. Gu Chen's expression revealed mild astonishment. He had not anticipated that he could now suppress the Black Robe Steward merely with his own attributes. If equipped with a suitable set of gear, he could even solo the challenging novice dungeon. Speaking of equipment, Gu Chen opened his portable space. After defeating the Black Robe Steward, he had acquired the Black Steward's emblem and the Black Steward's robe, in addition to the Hurricane Warhammer obtained from the dungeon's treasure chest. Black Steward's emblem. Quality, excellent. Effect, shields against external scrutiny, preventing others from acquiring the wearer's character information. Note, effectiveness diminishes when the level disparity is too great. Black Steward's robe. Quality, excellent. Attributes, mental 5, constitution 5. Effect, the robe provides the user with a magical shield, with shield value equal to the user's mental attribute multiplied by 10. These are indeed valuable items. The emblem can prevent others from prying, while the robe provides a shield capable of withstanding 1790 damage. The crucial aspect is that the robe's shield value can grow in tandem with my mental attribute, which is quite advantageous. Gu Chen donned the Black Steward's robe and pinned the emblem to his collar, then opened the occupational trader platform on his phone, listing the Hurricane Warhammer for sale. This weapon boasts commendable attributes, and in addition to its basic attribute enhancements, it possesses a defensive skill suitable for classes proficient in hammers, such as warriors, paladins, and monks. As for the price, given its excellent quality, it may not fetch a high price, but listing it for 100,000 should be reasonable. After completing the transaction, not long after, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and Lin Yuan entered, carrying a stack of takeaway boxes. Old Gu, come. Let us have 8 dishes and a soup for lunch. Lend me a hand. In the afternoon, at 1:45 p.m., Gu Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the Novice Dungeon Square. The square was still bustling with many students, most of whom were waiting to form parties, having yet to find suitable teammates. Is there a seasoned player for the dungeon? I am a monk equipped with excellent gear, and I guarantee I will be obedient. Looking for archers or gunner classes. Those with gear and skills take precedence. Look, it's the summoner. Oh, it's Gu Chen. He just cleared the challenging dungeon this morning. Why is he back? Huh. Is he the one who soloed with 4 actors? As Gu Chen approached, countless gazes were drawn to him, and the crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for him. Great summoner, take me along. I have a complete set of warrior gear. Master Gu Chen, weren't you looking for teammates before? Can you take me with you? Chen Gu, we're old classmates. Please include me in your party. Gu Chen maintained a serene demeanor, deliberately ignoring the flurry of requests around him, and leisurely made his way to the dungeon entrance. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Gu Chen, I initially held you in disdain. However, since you have managed to prove your worth through the challenging dungeon, you might indeed have a modicum of utility. With that in mind, my team has an available slot, so prepare yourself immediately and accompany us into the dungeon. Chapter 16. What a coincidence. I too intend to descend into the hellish dungeon. A voice, brimming with arrogance and disdain, resonated through the crowd. The onlookers paused, turning their heads in unison. Who dares to speak to Gu Chen in such a manner? At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man clad in rare-grade knight armor approached Gu Chen. Li Wenhui, the esteemed class leader of the elite program at Lynching No. 1 High School, hailing from a privileged background, had transitioned into the rare profession of a retribution knight. In terms of profession, lineage, and financial standing, he overshadowed Gu Chen in every conceivable way. With an air of superiority, he confronted Gu Chen, exuding confidence that was, indeed, well-founded. Though I permit you to join my team, do not rejoice prematurely. Should your performance falter and hinder our progress, I will not hesitate to blacklist you, he proclaimed, his tone dripping with unvarnished arrogance. This so-called invitation to join was more akin to a condescending act of charity, as if he were bestowing an immense favor upon Gu Chen. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression not one of anger but rather an odd smile of amusement. Is he flaunting his superiority directly before me? How utterly presumptuous. Li Wenhui, a scion of the prominent Li family in Lynching, signified wealth and privilege. What does this imply? It indicates affluence, a prime target for exploitation. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. Missing the opportunity to capitalize on this arrogance would be a disservice to his own cleverness. What are you waiting for? Come with me. Li Wenhui tilted his head, signaling Gu Chen to follow. Gu Chen, however, wore a look of disdain. Not a chance, my friend. I just soloed a challenging dungeon this morning. Why would I assist you now? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Li Wenhui scoffed. What does a challenging dungeon even mean? I am leading a party into the hellish dungeon. Hellish? Do you comprehend? Upon hearing those words, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, their gazes shifting toward Li Wenhui with newfound respect. Until now, no novice had succeeded in clearing the hellish dungeon in lynching. Given Li Wenhui's profession and background, his assertion seemed almost guaranteed. In an instant, countless eyes turned toward Gu Chen, filled with envy and admiration. That was the hellish dungeon. While Gu Chen had triumphed in a challenging dungeon, it paled in comparison to the hellish level. To accompany Li Wenhui into such a dungeon would undoubtedly be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Yet, Gu Chen appeared utterly unfazed. So what? So what? Humph. In all of lynching, the teams capable of tackling the hellish dungeon are few and far between. If you choose not to join my team, it will be your loss. Understood? How fortuitous. I happen to wish to enter the hellish dungeon as well, Gu Chen replied with a sardonic smile. With you? Li Wenhui's disbelief was palpable, his tone laced with scorn. What? You doubt my words? Gu Chen retorted nonchalantly. Since we're both heading into the hellish dungeon, why not wager a bet? What sort of wager? Whosoever achieves a higher clearance rating shall claim victory. Li Wenhui laughed heartily, as if he had heard a grand jest. Are you certain? I fear you shall suffer a most humiliating defeat. At that moment, one of Li Wenhui's associates whispered, Young Master Li, Gu Chen's audacity suggests he may have some backing. It would be wise not to gamble with him. Am I to be intimidated by him? Li Wenhui's eyes narrowed, his disdain evident. He is merely a commoner from an ordinary class who had a stroke of luck in soloing a dungeon. He truly believes himself a deity. Gu Chen, visibly impatient, interjected. Enough with your prattle. If you are too timid to wager, just admit it. Who was Li Wenhui? He was a product of privilege, arrogant and celebrated as a genius due to his rare profession. How could he endure such indignity? Am I afraid? He scoffed. I merely fear you might not possess the means to wager. With an air of calm confidence, Gu Chen declared, I wager 500,000. Is that sufficient? What? 500,000. Li Wenhui's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of skepticism crossing his face. How could a student from an ordinary class possess such wealth? Caught off guard, Li Wenhui considered that while his equipment was worth over $1 million, it was derived from his family's resources. He had saved a significant amount, but it was earmarked for upgrading gear and purchasing skill books. If he were to lose, absurd. He was a rare profession retribution knight, clad in rare-grade armor. Defeat was inconceivable. The thought sparked a glimmer of arrogance in his gaze. Very well, I accept your wager, but we must utilize the trading platform. Among professionals, dueling is not prohibited. In fact, to promote such contests, the trading platform had developed a specialized betting system to prevent the vanquished from reneging. By insisting on the trading platform, Li Wenhui revealed his apprehension that Gu Chen might not withstand a loss. Gu Chen wasted no time, retrieving his phone to log into the trading platform, creating a betting match. He initially transferred 500,000 into the system, then established the terms of the duel and the criteria for judgment, sending it to Li Wenhui. Agreed, Li Wenhui confirmed, nodding in satisfaction as he, too, transferred 500,000 into the platform. With the stakes established, the duel was officially in effect. There was no turning back now. Gu Chen, you can no longer retract your words. Li Wenhui grinned triumphantly. Who would have thought he could earn 500,000 merely by wagering against a commoner? What a delightful surprise. My word, these two are genuinely betting. A summoner against a retribution knight. How audacious. Ugh, I'm guessing Gu Chen will lose. Let us not forget, Li Wenhui's comrades are all top-tier students from prestigious high schools. What of Gu Chen's allies? I've never seen them. I heard one is an actor. An actor? The crowd buzzed with skepticism. Yet Gu Chen's face was alight with unabashed glee. At that moment, his sentiments mirrored Li Wenhui's. Who could have anticipated that a mere duel could yield 500,000? What a surprise. Just then, three figures emerged at the dungeon square's entrance. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi. Though Lin Qingqing's beauty was striking, her formidable presence carved a path through the crowd, with Su Ran and Wu Zi closely trailing behind. Before they even approached, she spotted Li Wenhui standing next to Gu Chen. Oh no. Lin Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. How could Gu Chen be standing alongside Li Wenhui? Were they forming a team? Upon hearing this, Su Ran, who followed closely, suddenly appeared flustered. They had painstakingly borrowed 200,000 and transferred it to Gu Chen. Could it be that he intended to join Li Wenhui's team? What would happen to their money? That was 200,000. Wu Zi also observed the unfolding situation, his brow furrowing slightly. Although the sum of 100,000 is indeed substantial, what he truly values is the opportunity to accompany Gu Chen into the hellish level dungeon. Missing out on this extraordinary player would result in a loss far more grievous than the monetary amount. Quick, let us hasten forward. Wu Zi wore a grave expression as the three of them quickened their pace. Chapter 17. Only through combat will one truly know. At the entrance of the dungeon in the square, following the commencement of the wager, Li Wenhui wore an expression of triumph. Gu Chen, initially, I regarded you with disdain as a summoner. For a commoner, choosing that path is akin to walking towards a dead end. However, you have proven your worth through your prowess, which is why I am inclined to take you into the hellish level dungeon, to broaden your horizons. After all, possessing a record in a hellish dungeon can open doors for you, even if you do not gain admission to a prestigious academy. Pursuing a career as a training partner is certainly preferable to working in a factory, wouldn't you agree? I extend this opportunity out of goodwill. Yet you fail to recognize it. Li Wenhui's admonishment was laced with a palpable air of contempt and arrogance. As Lin Qingqing and the others squeezed closer, they could not help but laugh at Li Wenhui's words, their previous solemnity dissipating in an instant. Wow, what a false alarm. Hilarious. Li Wenhui intends to take Gu Chen into the dungeon? Is he thinking of flipping the heavens? He believes that entering the dungeon with Gu Chen will provide him with insight? Who is truly oblivious here? Laughter erupted among them as they felt reassured. Given Gu Chen's temperament, he would undoubtedly refuse to form a team with him. The three of them exchanged jovial banter, their hearts easing as they realized their futures were now intricately tied to Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen remained steadfast, their prospects were bright. Ha ha ha, old Gu. Did you hear that? Li Wenhui is doing this for your own good. If you fail to gain admission to a top institution, you can still become a training partner. Lin Yuan, standing beside Gu Chen, chuckled uncontrollably at the paternalistic tone of the lecture. Did I grant you permission to laugh? Li Wenhui's expression turned icy. Though you did not allow it, I simply cannot contain myself. Ha. Lin Yuan's mirth was unabashed. With Gu Chen present, he held Li Wenhui, a so-called genius of the elite class, in utter contempt. What did a rare profession matter? Once Gu Chen summoned his beasts, he could easily obliterate him. Foolish dog. What pride? Lin Yuan declared, hands on hips, brimming with confidence. Who dares to provoke us? As long as Gu Chen is here, everyone in this dungeon square is but refuse in my eyes. Humph. Enjoy the laughter while you can. When I conquer the hellish dungeon, it will be your turn to weep. With those parting words, Li Wenhui departed. His face darkened as he sought another suitable candidate to fill the vacant position in his team. At that moment, Lin Qingqing and the others approached Gu Chen. Great one. Su Ran and I have transferred the 200,000 to you, Lin Qingqing announced. The combined contribution from Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi amounted to 300,000. In the afternoon, after Gu Chen listed the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, he also put up the teleportation scroll, selling the two items for a total of 200,000. Altogether, this made for the 500,000 from the wager. Gu Chen led the four of them to the entrance of the dungeon, selecting the hellish difficulty of the temple ruins from the dungeon interface. Warning, the current selection is hellish difficulty. Challengers will enter the historical records of the temple, with extreme difficulty and a high mortality rate. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Current team average level is too low. It is advised to reform the party. No. Entering the hellish level dungeon of the temple ruins, please wait. A dark red light erupted from the spatial vortex at the dungeon entrance, and in an instant, the figures of Gu Chen and his companions vanished from sight. The onlookers were left stunned, the crowd falling silent before erupting into chaos. Goodness, Gu Chen has truly entered the hellish level dungeon. Is he out of his mind? Seeking death in such a manner? The astonishment was palpable. Having just completed the difficult level, he turns around and dives into the hellish level. The leap is monumental. Gu Chen must be confused. How does he dare to solo the hellish level? Who grants him such audacity? If he survives, I shall livestream myself doing handstands while suffering from diarrhea. On the other side, Li Wenhui learned of Gu Chen's entry into the hellish dungeon, but felt no concern whatsoever. A common summoner, accompanied by 4 performers, attempting a hellish dungeon? Is this a joke? Brother Hui, we have found a member. He is a thunder mage. A rare profession like yours, and he is on his way. Good. Give him 3 minutes to prepare, and after that, everyone will descend into the hellish dungeon with me. Li Wenhui's lips curled into a cold smile. With 2 rare professions in his team, while Gu Chen's consisted solely of 4 performers, there was no comparison to be made. Gu Chen is as good as doomed. Why has it become foggy? This gray mist? I feel dizzy and exhausted. This gray mist harbors a curse. Upon landing, I am afflicted with weakness. Is this what a hellish dungeon entails? Standing before the entrance of the hellish temple ruins, the air was thick with gray mist. Lin Yuan and the others appeared pale, their bodies feeling as if weighed down by lead. The hellish dungeon mirrored true historical records, meaning the environment they now occupied was indeed the genuine temple ruins. In contrast, the previously completed difficult dungeon was merely a diluted version. This gray mist resembles the skills of that black-robed steward in the main hall. It is likely related to the abyssal beings. This temple is undoubtedly under siege by the abyss, Lin Qingqing assessed as she scrutinized the temple's grand entrance. It is not merely a possibility. This temple has already been invaded by the abyssal entities, Wu Zi interjected. Based on historical texts and strategies, All inhabitants within the temple have been tainted by abyssal power. The black-robed steward we encountered in the difficult level is one such example. Although this is now a hellish dungeon, we must re-enter the temple and traverse the previous narrative once more. Upon entering the main hall, we must eliminate the black-robed steward and locate a sealed heart. Then, we proceed to the sanctuary, where we will confront the red-robed priest, the ultimate boss of the nightmare-level dungeon. Defeating the red-robed priest and retrieving the sealed blood will complete the nightmare-level dungeon. After conquering the sanctuary, we will head to the altar. What transpires there, and who the final boss is, remains uncertain. Wu Zi outlined the subsequent nodes, information he had acquired through paid channels. Truly commendable, class leader. Although you are here as a performer, you have done your homework in advance. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on, rubbing his temples as he remarked, "This sounds daunting. By the final stage, we won't even have a strategy." Wu Zi nodded, acknowledging that no newcomer would willingly choose a hellish dungeon, and even if they did, no one had ever succeeded in clearing it. Su Ran's expression was grim as she instinctively looked to Gu Chen. "Great one, do you have confidence? One must engage in battle to truly know." Gu Chen wore an expression of calm as he activated his summoning skill, and a tall figure clad in a dark crimson gown materialized out of thin air. In an instant, the Bloodlord exuded an overwhelming sense of authority, a malevolent aura cascading outward, leaving those nearby trembling with dread. Chapter 18, Slaying the Elite Bloodguards. Bloodlord, Old Gu, has your summoned beast advanced? Lin Yuan gazed in astonishment at the figure in the dark crimson attire. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and the others turned their heads, realizing that they had just completed a challenging dungeon, and the summoned beast had already undergone an evolution. Such an exaggerated rate of growth was hard to believe. As they scrutinized the sight before them, they recognized that it was no longer the familiar Dracula. It stood taller, more imposing, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. Merely locking eyes with it sent a wave of intense fear crashing over them, inducing a suffocating sensation that was difficult to resist. Wu Zi narrowed his gaze, instinctively wanting to inspect the Blood Lord's attributes, but all he encountered were rows of question marks. Gu Chen had already configured the summoned beast's information to remain undisclosed. Outsiders could only see its name, level, and health bar, with no access to specific health values. After all, the attributes of a legendary level summoned beast were astounding. At merely level 6, its 4 primary attributes had already surpassed 100, with health nearing 9,000. This was no mere summoned creature. It would be a formidable boss in a novice dungeon. Faced with the puzzled expressions of his companions, Gu Chen chose not to elaborate and directly commanded the Blood Lord to advance toward the temple's entrance. Simultaneously, the first wave of the fallen guards emerged from beyond the door. The legendary Blood Lord possessed an even more formidable vampiric instinct. Almost as soon as it took a step, it had already targeted a figure lurking in the depths of the gray mist and fired without hesitation. Bang! One shot. One kill. The damage exceeded 3,000. The fallen guard barely revealed its head before being obliterated by a single bullet. Slain fallen guard LV5, experience 113. Goodness. That was a level 5 guard, and it was instantly killed? Lin Yuan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. Just as Lin Yuan was grappling with shock, a towering guard clad in black heavy armor emerged, wielding a colossal golden sword. This guardian towered over 3 meters, like a hill, and the golden sword in its grasp emanated a fierce aura, flanked by a group of level 5 guards. Race, Fallen Elite Guard. Level, LV6. Health, 11,500. Attributes, Strength 80. Agility 73, Constitution 92, Spirit 75. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Iron Guardian. Skill 3, Sword of Oath. Skill 4, Ultimate Judgment. Is this a joke? An elite guard? Lin Qingqing's expression was one of sheer horror. Heavens, over 10,000 health? Is this truly just a guard? Su Ran covered her mouth in shock. Utterly astounded, Wu Zi interjected at an opportune moment. The hell-level dungeon has restored the true historical scene. So this elite guard with over 10,000 health is merely a gatekeeper? Upon hearing this, the group's eyelids twitched. If even the elite monsters were mere gatekeepers, what levels of difficulty awaited them further ahead? At that moment, the elite guard let out a furious roar, swinging its golden sword, charging toward the Blood Lord like a small mountain. The Blood Lord's eyes narrowed, a surge of murderous intent flaring within. It raised its hand and fired. Bang! The silvery bullet was repelled by the obsidian armor, inflicting a paltry 300 damage, merely 2% of its health. Iron Guardian. The heavy armor can resist 90 damage for the fallen elite guard. The total damage taken cannot exceed 50 of its maximum health. What an impressive skill. Alas, it faced the Blood Lord. The elite guard's maximum health of 50 amounted to 5750. For other challengers, this health would be akin to a blood cow. Even if the elite guard stood there passively, they would struggle to breach this skill. Ordinary challengers would have to rely on evasion to deplete the skill's duration, waiting for it to enter cooldown. However, for the Blood Lord, it required only 2 shots to dismantle the heavy armor. Without a moment's hesitation, a second bullet shot forth, striking the elite guard directly. The elite guard trembled, its heavy armor cracking under the impact. Upon having its armor breached, the elite guard let out an enraged roar, thrusting its golden sword skyward, its blade radiating a blinding golden light. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the golden blade descended from above, wielding a devastating force aimed at the Bloodlord. Being a legendary level summoned beast, the Bloodlord's acute senses had already detected the impending assault. Just as the golden blade was about to cleave down upon it, the Bloodlord's form flickered, retreating a good 10 meters, effortlessly evading the skill. Boom. The enormous golden blade struck the ground, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Simultaneously, the Bloodlord's counterattack commenced. Bang! After the heavy armor was shattered, this shot directly depleted over 3,000 health from the elite guard. Immediately after, another bullet whistled through the air, accurately hitting the elite guard's forehead. Bang! The high damage struck its head, triggering a stunning effect. The elite guard stood frozen, momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, the Bloodlord relentlessly pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets that rained down upon the elite guard, not targeting the forehead or vital spots, but given the Bloodlord's current power. Even the base damage was terrifying. Bang! 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 The elite guard's health plummeted rapidly. After just a few shots, the once towering figure collapsed, its health completely drained. In the span of mere breaths, the elite monster with over 10,000 health was vanquished. With the greatest threat neutralized, the Bloodlord's form flickered and charged directly into the circle of level 5 guards. It raised both hands, wielding one black and one white heavy pistol, unleashing a frenzy of gunfire, the resonance of gunshots echoing like a torrential downpour, surrounded by the corpses of shattered guards. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of guards was entirely wiped out. Slain Fallen Elite Guard LV6, Experience 468. Loot acquired, Steel Heavy Armor X1. Loot acquired, Healing Potion X3. Slain Fallen Guard LV5, Experience 111. Slain Fallen Guard LV5, Experience 118. Slain Fallen Guard LV5, Experience 115. Slain Fallen Guard LV5, Experience 109. A beam of azure light cascaded from the corpse of the elite guard, instantly illuminating Gu Chen's gaze. What a rare occurrence. The very first wave of monsters yielded equipment. He picked up the steel heavy armor and examined it closely. Steel heavy armor. Quality, excellent. Level restriction, 6. Attributes. Constitution 30, Strength 5. Effect. The steel heavy armor can reduce 15 damage for the wearer. A level 6 piece of equipment, rated as excellent, granting an increase of 30 to Constitution, 5 to Strength, and resistance to 15 damage. Quite commendable indeed. Typically, heavy armor is donned by warriors or knights, and once he exits, he could certainly fetch a handsome price on the trading platform. Chapter 19. Dreams Come True, Dream Realm. The earnings of professionals are indeed easy to come by. This thought rekindled in Gu Chen's mind. Throughout his life, he had endured poverty, and even after moving to the Gu family, he was met with disdain. During his month in Gu Bay City, although residing in the Gu family mansion, the opulence was entirely foreign to him. The sole relief he felt was the absence of worry over daily meals. The mere thought of the Gu family flickered a chill in his eyes. Just yesterday, Gu Qingfeng had deemed his transition a failure and, in front of Qin Yun and the Gu family's servants, had belittled him to the point of disgrace. Today, however, he stood as a summoner with godly talent, with an immeasurable future ahead. The Northern Warlord, the mad berserker of the Holy Sword, the Empire's mightiest? In the face of divine talent, such titles were utterly trivial. One day, he would rise to a stature that Gu Qingfeng could only gaze up at. And that day would not be far off. Stowing the steel-heavy armor into his personal space, Gu Chen turned his attention to another prize. Healing Potion. Quality, excellent. Effect. Absorbing it grants resistance to the Mist Curse for 10 minutes. The Bloodlord's attributes had already surpassed 100. The Mist Curse barely affected him. Gu Chen's attributes significantly exceeded those of his peers, only experiencing a slight impact, especially since he was not participating in battle. Thus, the healing potion held little value for him. However, for other professionals, a healing potion was an invaluable treasure. With just one, they could disregard the Mist Curse for 10 minutes, completely dispelling any debilitating effects. Carrying it was akin to possessing a purifying spell, which would be crucial during a boss fight. Therefore, Gu Chen was confident that this item would command a good price on the trading platform as well. He collected 3 healing potions into his personal space, while the Bloodlord had also eliminated all guards at the temple entrance. Level up. Level, LV7, 322680. Strength, 187. Agility, 186. Constitution, 188. Spirit, 189. Summoned Beast, Bloodlord LV7 Legendary, Nightmare Master LV7 Epic. Talent, currently able to acquire a dark bloodline. Level 7. If this leveling speed were to be revealed, it would surely evoke envy in countless others. Thanks to the attribute feedback bonus, Gu Chen's total attributes were nearing 200. More than double that of his fellow professionals. This was quite impressive. If he were to engage in a 1v1 match in the arena, even without relying on his summoned beasts, he could easily dominate his peers. Next, Gu Chen activated his talent to acquire the dark bloodline, and a deep crimson light blossomed before him. He hoped for a royal bloodline. Should he obtain another royal bloodline, both of his summoned beasts would ascend to the legendary tier, ensuring a near-certain success in this hellish dungeon. You have acquired descendant of the dark bloodline. Well, that was wishful thinking. It seemed that royal blood was not easily obtained, as it was the bloodline capable of elevating epic summoned beasts to legendary status. Even throughout the entire empire of Xingxia, only a handful of legendary summoned beasts were known. Their rarity was one aspect, but the scarcity of professionals who transitioned to summoners was another. Descendant of the dark bloodline can awaken the bloodline of the original dark creatures once, and can also enhance the attributes of royal blood dark creatures. No need to ponder. Attribute enhancement held little significance for the Blood Lord, but the bloodline awakening could grant the Nightmare Master new talents or skills. Gu Chen seamlessly integrated the descendant bloodline into the Nightmare Master. Fusion of the descendant bloodline successful. Summoned beast bloodline awakening. Level, LV7. Health, 7,950. Attributes, Strength 99, Agility 106, Constitution 105, Spirit 110. New talent, Dream Come True Epic. Dream Come True. The cooldown of the Nightmare Master's skills is reduced by 50, and skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effect impacts are reduced by 80. This talent truly realized a dream. Not only was the cooldown halved, but all consumption and negative effects were significantly reduced by 80. An effect that even legendary summoned beasts could not boast of. This was solely due to the fact that the Nightmare Master was an energy entity. Had it been another summoned beast, such fortune would be unlikely. Subsequently, the Blood Lord entered the temple, with Gu Chen and the others closely following. Upon stepping into the temple square, a denser gray mist assaulted them. The expressions of the group shifted, sensing the mist curse's effects intensifying, and the debilitating state imposed upon them doubled. Gu Chen frowned. His attributes had surpassed 100, and his resistances exceeded those of his peers. Yet under the influence of the mist curse, all his attributes were diminished by 25. As for Lin Yuan and the others, their faces turned pale, trailing behind with a lethargy that made them appear as though they were half alive. At that moment, Su Ran, walking alongside Lin Qingqing, displayed an expression of anguish. Seemingly unable to endure the mist curse any longer, her eyes rolled back, and her slender figure collapsed straight down. Su Ran. Lin Qingqing rushed forward to support her, only to find that the latter had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Gu Chen approached as well to assess Su Ran's condition. Her constitution was far too frail. He knew assassins had low constitutions, but he was taken aback by just how weak Su Ran was. It was no wonder she had fainted from the sudden surge of the mist curse. At that moment, the true difficulty of the hellish dungeon was laid bare before everyone. The omnipresent mist curse was utterly terrifying. If challengers did not possess adequate constitution, they would not even need to be attacked by other races. Merely taking a few steps would lead to their demise. No wonder no newcomers had been able to clear the hell-level novice dungeon in so many years. Was this something novice professionals could withstand? What to do? If placed in another team, given Su Ran's predicament, the only option would be to employ a teleportation scroll to extricate her, as she has already lost her ability to move. Should the intensity of the gray mist curse continue to escalate, it is highly likely that she would meet her demise here. Lord Gu Chen, I can carry Su Ran. Might she continue to accompany us? Lin Qingqing implored, her tone laced with desperation. She and Su Ran had borrowed a staggering sum of 100,000 to enter this hellish dungeon alongside Gu Chen. 100,000. For commoners freshly graduated from high school, this sum is nothing short of astronomical. If they were to withdraw midway, Su Ran's only recourse would be to work in a factory, likely toiling for several years just to repay this immense debt. Alas, what a bother, Gu Chen sighed. Observing Gu Chen's demeanor, Lin Qingqing's countenance fell into despondency. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Chen raised his hand and summoned a shadowy figure resembling a wraith. The Nightmare Sovereign. The Nightmare Sovereign grasped Su Ran, and with a swift motion, the fabric of space before them shattered like a broken mirror, pulling Su Ran into the rift. The Dreamscape. The Nightmare Sovereign can traverse dreams at will. By drawing Su Ran into the dream realm, she would naturally be shielded from the gray mist's curse. Chapter 20. The use of healing potions. The Dreamscape is an entirely independent realm, completely severed from the real world. Everything that transpires within it bears no influence on reality. Thus, once Su Ran entered the dream space, she rapidly regained her strength. Where am I? Su Ran queried, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Within the dream, she could clearly perceive the scenes from the dungeon, yet those in the real world remained oblivious to her presence. Where is Su Ran? Lin Qingqing also appeared perplexed. Upon hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Su Ran instinctively moved toward her. However, after only a few steps, she found herself back at her original position. A flicker of panic crossed Su Ran's face. Without hesitation, she activated the assassin's phantom dash, propelling herself toward Lin Qingqing. Yet the more she ran, the greater the distance between them became. Gu Chen, through his connection with the Nightmare Sovereign, sensed the events unfolding within the dream. Never mind. You all may enter as well, he gestured. In the dream, you will not be affected by the gray mist curse. Once it dissipates, I shall release you. As soon as he spoke, the void before them fractured dramatically, dark cracks extending toward Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Wu Zi. Soon after, a grotesque hand formed from the black mist erupted from the fissure, dividing into 3 arms that swiftly drew the 3 of them into the dream realm. Everything within the dream mirrored the dungeon scenery, the only distinction being that the 4 of them could not interact with Gu Chen, as they existed in separate dimensions. Is the weakened state truly gone? Lin Qingqing exclaimed upon entering and spotting Su Ran, her emotions a blend of excitement and astonishment. Gu Chen said, this is a dream? How did we come in? Lin Yuan gazed incredulously at the wraith-like shadow. The Nightmare Sovereign is indeed a summoned beast, he realized. Astonished that Gu Chen had contracted a second one so swiftly, and not just any entity, but a rare spatial one. Wu Zi instinctively sought to examine the summoned beast's attributes, only to be met with a barrage of question marks. So, the dreamscape is a skill of the Nightmare Sovereign? Are we within that skill? What skill can last this long? Despite the Nightmare Sovereign's ability to traverse between dreams and reality at will, maintaining an open dream for such an extended period consumes an immense amount of energy. Previously, the Nightmare Sovereign would have been incapable of such a feat, however. Following its bloodline awakening, its innate ability, Dreams Come True, reduces its energy expenditure by 80, significantly enhancing the skill's sustainability. Having settled Lin Yuan and the others, the Blood Clan Lord continued to forge ahead, with Gu Chen and the Nightmare Sovereign trailing behind. As they delved deeper, the debilitating effects of the gray mist curse intensified. Upon reaching the square, Gu Chen felt his overall attributes diminish by 30. What does this imply? His originally near 100 attributes had plummeted to the low 70s, noticeably slowing his movements. The Blood Clan Lord experienced a similar fate. The weakened state severely hampered his combat prowess, requiring 2 shots to dispatch a level 5 guardian that would previously have fallen to a single bullet. As Gu Chen entered the square, a multitude of fallen guardians materialized from all directions, almost spawning several with each few steps. Moreover, after a set number of spawns, an elite guardian would appear, albeit of varying levels. For instance, they had encountered a level 7 elite guardian at the temple entrance, while just moments ago, the Blood Clan Lord had slain an 8th level elite guardian. Now, directly before Gu Chen, a level 9 elite guardian approached him. Alien, Fallen Guardian Elite. Level, LV9. Health, 16. 000. Attributes, Strength 80, Agility 87, Constitution 122, Spirit 95. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Iron Guard. Skill 3, Giant Axe Slash. Skill 4, Spinning Bloodblade. This level 9 elite guardian resembled a small giant, clad in ominous black armor that exuded authority, boasting a staggering health pool of 16,000 and attributes exceeding 100 across the board. It could be said that this was the most formidable alien creature Gu Chen had encountered since entering the dungeon. As the level 9 elite guardian advanced, the surrounding gray mist thickened ominously, rendering even its facial features indistinct. Clutched in its hand was a blood-red giant axe, its handle bound by dark iron chains, the remainder of which coiled around its exceptionally robust arms. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the gray mist. Giant Axe Slash. Without warning, the blood-red giant axe was hurled forth, its keen edge slicing through the air like a thick crimson lightning bolt, hurtling toward the Blood Clan Lord with alarming speed. The curse of the gray mist unleashed by the level 9 elite guardian had diminished the Blood Clan Lord's attributes by 40, and in an instant, his speed plummeted to below normal levels. Before he could evade, the razor-sharp axe struck him. With a sickening sound, a ghastly wound appeared on the Blood Clan Lord's body, blood splattering forth, nearly cleaving him in two. Fortunately, this elite guardian excelled in constitution, resulting in comparatively lower attack power. Nonetheless, it still inflicted over 4,000 points of damage to the Blood Clan Lord. After leveling up to 7, the Blood Clan Lord's health had surpassed 10,000. It could be said that a single skill from the elite guardian had nearly halved the Blood Clan Lord's life force. Roar. The Blood Clan Lord's expression twisted in agony as he let out a pained roar. This is the level 9 elite guardian. It is utterly terrifying. Wu Zi observed the Blood Clan Lord's health bar, now reduced by nearly half, his eyes filled with astonishment. This was the first time a summoned beast had sustained such severe damage. Indeed, hellish dungeons are as fearsome as rumored, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim. The elite guardian proves to be exceedingly formidable. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon the nightmarish overlord as well. Lin Yuan instinctively cast his gaze toward the shadowy specter. Within the dreamscape, the four observers felt their hearts leap into their throats as they watched the unfolding battle. Yet, amidst the chaos of the plaza, Gu Chen stood undaunted, his demeanor remarkably composed. Although the influence of the gray mist curse had diminished the Blood Lord's attributes, preventing him from evading the elite guardian's assault in time, he remained a member of the bloodline. For the vampiric kin, as long as the injury is not fatal, any other wounds can be swiftly mended. This was not merely a skill, but an instinct. With a muffled grunt, the Bloodlord unshackled the massive axe embedded within his flesh. In the next instant, the flow of blood from his wound ceased, and the ghastly gash began to heal at an observable pace. In the blink of an eye, the once terrifying wound had returned to its pristine state. Had it not been for the dark crimson stains still lingering on his attire, one could scarcely imagine that mere moments ago he had almost been cleaved in twain by that blood-colored axe. Although the wound had healed, his health remained precariously close to the halfway mark. However, under the auspices of the bloodline instinct, talent, his vitality was rapidly recovering. Observing this, Gu Chen decided not to squander any more time and retrieved a vial of healing potion from his spatial compartment. Healing potion, upon consumption, it negates the gray mist curse for a duration of 10 minutes. The Bloodlord accepted the potion without a moment's hesitation, swallowing the glass vial whole. In the next heartbeat, a veil of white energy enveloped his form, dispelling his weakened state in an instant. With a roar, the Bloodlord's previous lethargy evaporated. Thanks to the potion's effects, his attributes surged back to their peak, revitalizing him to his former glory. Chapter 21. The Whispering Sphere of the Fallen, the Bloodline Legacy. Bang! Bang! Critical shot. Two gleaming silver bullets sliced through the gray mist, striking the Elite Guardian's cranium almost simultaneously. The Elite Guardian staggered, losing nearly 7,000 points of health, as his vitality plummeted to the vicinity of half health. Bang! Bang! Two more shots rang out, again delivering critical shot. Typically, skills are subject to a cooldown mechanism that prevents consecutive uses, but upon ascending to the legendary tier, critical shot had been enhanced. Previously, a singular bullet imbued with skill effects had been fired from that silver pistol. Now, an entire magazine of 6 bullets was unleashed. Each bullet dealt over 3,000 damage. And after 5 shots, the Elite Guardian was left with but a sliver of health. One more shot would suffice to end him. However, in his moment of impending demise, the Elite Guardian's obsidian armor suddenly shimmered with a dark glow. The skill activated, Iron Guard. In an instant, the Elite Guardian, on the brink of death, gained formidable damage reduction through the skill's intervention. The skill, Bloodblade Whirlwind, was then unleashed. With the damage reduction in place, the Elite Guardian seized the iron chain, swinging the colossal axe in an attempt to deliver his most devastating blow. Yet, the Bloodlord, now at peak condition, would not sit idly by. Bang! 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 The black pistol discharged 3 rapid shots, swiftly dismantling the effects of Iron Guard. In an instant, the Bloodlord vanished, reappearing like a wraith behind the Elite Guardian. Just as the blood-red axe was hurled forth, a gleaming silver bullet found its mark, striking the Elite Guardian squarely in the back of the head. Bang! Eliminated the fallen Guardian Elite LV9. Experience gained, 795. Loot acquired. Whispering Sphere of the Fallen X1. Whispering Sphere of the Fallen. Quality, rare. Effect, each kill or assist accumulates 1 layer of Whisper of the Fallen. Each layer grants a 5-point boost to all attributes. Note, the effects of the Whispering Sphere require active activation. Upon activation, layers reset, and the attribute boost lasts for 1 minute. Note, if the wearer dies, layers reset. A rare tier artifact. Each kill or assist accumulates a 5-point enhancement to all attributes. Unlike regular artifacts, the effects of the Whispering Sphere necessitate active invocation. This means that even if one accumulates 20 layers for a total boost of 100 to all attributes, without active activation, the bonus will not be granted. Moreover, upon activation, layers reset, and the enhancement effect endures for merely 1 minute. Gu Chen contemplated for a moment, deciding to equip the Whispering Sphere to the nightmarish Overlord. Firstly, the nightmarish Overlord could traverse between dreams and reality at will, exhibiting superior survival capabilities and thus making it less likely to perish, which would aid in accumulating a greater number of layers. Secondly, the nightmarish Overlord's Deep Dream ability could inflict area of effect damage, maximizing the potency of the sphere's effects within the 1-minute duration. Once equipped, the Bloodlord pressed onward. After traversing the courtyard and dispatching a cadre of guards, Gu Chen arrived at the entrance of the main hall. He pushed open the heavy double doors, and there, beside a colossal, toppled statue, loomed a tall figure shrouded in a black cloak. Otherworldly being, black-robed steward elite. Level, LV13. Health, 35,000. Attributes, Strength, 125. Agility, 127. Constitution, 132. Spirit, 135. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Abyssal Incursion. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. It was indeed the black-robed steward, albeit at an elevated level. Now at level 13. With average attributes soaring to 130 and health reaching a staggering 35,000. While the skills remained unchanged, his stature had grown taller and more ominous, and the gray mist curse within the main hall intensified. Gu Chen could sense that the weakened state had suppressed all his attributes by 40. Engaging in combat under such circumstances would have his combat effectiveness. Fortunately, the Blood Lord had consumed the healing potion, granting immunity to the gray mist curse for 10 minutes. Otherwise, confronting foes in a weakened state would have been a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, within the expansive main hall, a multitude of fallen guardians began to materialize from the surrounding corners. In an instant, over 50 towering figures clad in armor appeared beside Gu Chen. In the dreamscape, Lin Yuan and the others observed the innumerable guardians emerging from all directions, their scalps crawling with dread. So many? The main hall was not like this last time. Lin Qingqing remarked with a furrowed brow. Counting them seems impossible. It's utterly terrifying. Su Ran exclaimed. This is truly a grave predicament. Wu Zi's expression was grave. What should we do? With so many monsters, even with the nightmarish Overlord, we are outmatched. Lin Yuan cried out in frustration. In the difficulty level dungeon, the black-robed steward had only around 20 guardians beside him, with the highest level among them being merely 2 level 5 guardians. Yet now, the number of guardians had doubled, with the lowest being level 5, and some even reaching levels 7 and 8. It is crucial to remember that the black-robed steward possesses a skill for damage transfer. The 50 or so fallen guardians are not merely enforcers, they represent an immense reservoir of vitality. The health of a level 5 guardian stands at 2,900, while that of a level 6 guardian reaches 3,500. Level 7 guardians possess 4,200, and level 8 guardians boast a staggering 5,000 health points. Calculating an average health of approximately 4,000 for each guardian, their collective vitality approaches a staggering 200,000. In other words, the health of the black-robed steward is 35,000, complemented by an additional 200,000 worth of vitality. It is akin to a blood cow. No, it is even more exaggerated than that. It should be called a blood bank. What shall we do? With over 200,000 health points, won't this cause our firearms to explode? Lin Yuan expressed his concern with a furrowed brow. That is hardly the case. A voice resonated beside him, and Lin Yuan turned to see Gu Chen had also manifested within the dreamscape. Old Gu, how did you get in here? Lin Yuan inquired, perplexed. The ensuing battle is rather chaotic, and I fear collateral damage, Gu Chen replied coolly. Chaotic, you say? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the 4 companions turned their gazes toward the scene. They beheld the Blood Sovereign, fingers splayed, unleashing 5 streams of crimson light that surged from his palms and instantaneously merged with the fallen guardians outside the main hall. In the next moment, the lifeless eyes of the guardians flickered open, radiating an ominous sanguine glow as they slowly rose from the ground. Bloodline legacy. The Blood Sovereign may expend his own vitality to transform deceased units into bloodline offspring. The Blood Sovereign sacrificed 5,000 health, resurrecting 5 corpses as Blood Guardians, their health plummeting to just above half. The newly reborn Blood Guardians retained the levels they held in life, 3 at level 7 and 2 at level 8. The Blood Guardians positioned themselves behind the Blood Sovereign, their crimson eyes fixated hungrily upon the surrounding fallen guardians, revealing their bloodthirsty and savage nature. Kill. The Blood Sovereign uttered a single command, and the Blood Guardians, wielding swords and heavy axes, charged fervently into the fray against the guardians ahead. With their formidable constitution and regenerative abilities inherent to their kind, the Blood Guardians should have held the upper hand in a direct confrontation. However, under the influence of the Grey Mist Curse, the level 7 and 8 Blood Guardians could only target the lowest tiered level 5 Guardians first. The Blood Sovereign was not idle. His gaze locked onto an attacking level 8 Guardian. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of silver bullets whizzed through the air like lightning, striking the level 8 Guardian with precision. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV8, experience 616. The 5 Blood Guardians engaged multiple foes, and soon, the Fallen Guardians began to fall one by one. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV5, experience 113. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV5, experience 113. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV6, experience 234. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV6, experience 234. Chapter 22, Leveling Up and Skill Enhancement. Wow, I leveled up, Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise, his expression shifting to one of joy as he observed the battle from the sidelines. Gu Chen glanced over and noted that not only Lin Yuan, but also Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi had all reached level 5. He himself was nearing level 8. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were ecstatic. After all, they had barely traversed half of the dungeon. They had ascended to level 5 without lifting a finger, a feat previously unimaginable. I wonder how Li Wenhui is faring. Lin Qingqing suddenly recalled Gu Chen's wager. It's probably a disaster, Lin Yuan commented. Li Wenhui cleared the hard difficulty dungeon this morning, and he is only level 4. How could he possibly tackle the hell difficulty dungeon with just a set of rare grade night gear? That's debatable, Wu Zi interjected thoughtfully. Li Wenhui not only possesses rare grade equipment, but is also an A-class talent, and his team composition is far superior to ours. He has an A-class talent? How come I was unaware? Lin Yuan asked, astonished. That's normal. Many information channels are closed off for commoners, Wu Zi replied. his head slightly raised. And how do you know this? Aren't you a commoner as well? Me? Humph. Not all commoners are the same. As the group conversed, Gu Chen utilized a life restoration potion to fully replenish the vitality of the Blood Sovereign. He then cast Bloodline Legacy once more, transforming 5 additional corpses into bloodline offspring, 1 level 6 guardian, 2 level 7 guardians, and 2 level 8 guardians. Why not transform more bloodline offspring at once? This was because the Blood Sovereign needed to engage the level 13 Black-Robed Steward, maintaining over 50 health to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The converted Blood Guardians retained the foundational attributes of the Fallen Guardians while inheriting the innate instincts of the bloodline, thus experiencing a significant boost in combat prowess. With heightened senses and speed, coupled with extraordinary regenerative abilities, each Blood Guardian could contend against 1 or 2 Fallen Guardians, even under the suppression of the Grey Mist Curse. As the battle progressed, the number of Blood Guardians gradually increased, and the Fallen Guardians found themselves at a disadvantage, with only a handful remaining to hold the line. Simultaneously, the Blood Sovereign's assault grew increasingly fierce. After several exchanges, the Black-Robed Steward's health plunged below the halfway mark. Meanwhile, only 6 Fallen Guardians remained within the main hall. 25 Blood Guardians against 6 Fallen Guardians. A situation decidedly favorable, with swords and axes relentlessly striking down. The health of the Fallen Guardians continued to dwindle, and soon, one of them collapsed to the ground. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV9. Experience 521. Level up. Level LV8. 134850. Strength 197. Agility 196. Vitality 198. Mentality 199. Summoned Beast Blood Sovereign LV8 Legendary. Nightmare Overlord LV8 Epic. A talent allowing the acquisition of a dark bloodline is currently available. How delightful. A glimmer of joy ignited in Gu Chen's eyes. Following his level up, the Blood Sovereign's health was fully restored. Once again, Bloodline Legacy was activated, causing the Blood Sovereign's health to plummet as 5 Guardian corpses rose anew, their eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. 35 versus 5. The number of Blood Guardians had increased once more. Gu Chen activated his talent, acquiring the Dark Bloodline. You have acquired Progenitor of the Dark Bloodline. Progenitor of the Dark Bloodline allows for 1-star upgrade of the Progenitor Dark Creature, or 1 Bloodline Awakening for a Royal Blood Dark Creature. Star upgrade. After careful consideration, Gu Chen infused the Dark Bloodline into the Nightmare Overlord. Summon Beast Star upgrade successful. Nightmare Overlord Epic. Nightmare Overlord Epic. Level LV8. Health 11,150. Attributes Strength 119. Agility 126. Constitution 125. Spirit 130. Talents Unnameable. Dream Come True. Skill I. Ephemeral Annihilation. Skill 2. Nightmares Entwined. Skill 3. Profound Dreamscape. Nightmares Entwined Enhanced. Nightmares Entwined. For every 10 points of spirit, summon a Nightmare Minion, which can ensnare the target momentarily. Targets ensnared by multiple Nightmare Minions will suffer multiplied damage. After the skill enhancement, Nightmares Entwined acquired a control effect, allowing it to immobilize targets. Furthermore, if 2 Nightmare Minions ensnare a target, the target will endure double the damage. 5 minions result in quintuple damage, and 10 lead to tenfold. However, the source of this damage must be the Nightmare Sovereign for the multiplier to be effective, otherwise, it is rendered void. Quite formidable indeed. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Previously, this skill merely allowed the Nightmare Minions to attach to the target without control effects. Now that they can immobilize, the situation has dramatically changed. With a mere thought, dark mist surged around the Nightmare Sovereign, and 3 shadowy figures flickered into existence, ensnaring the remaining 3 Abyssal Sentinels. The control effect activated instantly, rendering the 3 Abyssal Sentinels immobile, allowing the nearby Blood Clan guards to slay them mercilessly. Immediately, the 3 shadows soared from the lifeless bodies of the Sentinels, returning to the side of the Nightmare Sovereign. Killed Abyssal Sentinel LV8. Experience 235. Killed Abyssal Sentinel LV9. Experience 518. Killed Abyssal Sentinel LV8. Experience 230. Assisting kill confirmed. You have accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Fallen. What a delightful outcome. This is precisely the effect desired. The cost of summoning Nightmare Minions is negligible, yet it enables the Nightmare Sovereign to accumulate layers for the Whisper of the Fallen while simultaneously entering the Dream Realm. An exquisite twofold benefit. Incredible. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. He was not merely astonished that Gu Chen had accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Fallen with a simple maneuver, but rather, he was profoundly impacted by the grotesque sight of the scattered Sentinel corpses throughout the main hall. This amounted to a blood pool equivalent to 200,000 health points. They were utterly obliterated. In this manner, the Black-Robed Steward would prove to be an easy task. Lin Yuan paused briefly, then suddenly realized he might be getting a bit ahead of himself. That was a level 13 elite monster, with average attributes of 130 and health reaching 35,000. Even armed with a great sword, he would struggle to defeat it in a day. How could it be considered an easy task? He hadn't consumed any alcohol before entering the dungeon. How could he feel so intoxicated? At this moment, all abyssal sentinels had been vanquished, and the Black-robed steward could no longer transfer damage through minions. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan Lord's healing potions had long since worn off, leaving it to contend with the Black-robed steward in a desperate battle under the weight of a weakened state. Suddenly, the Blood Clan Lord abandoned the fight and retreated swiftly. The Blood Clan guards, however, seemed to go mad, charging fearlessly towards the Black-robed steward. The first to reach the Black-robed steward was a level 9 Blood Clan guard, who wasted no time before self-destructing. Indeed, self-destruction. With a thunderous explosion, it obliterated 2,000 health points from the Black-robed steward. Following closely, the second Blood Clan guard arrived. Then the third, and the fourth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds roared like thunder, causing the main hall to tremble. The health of the Black-robed steward plummeted steeply, rapidly depleting to zero within mere breaths. Beneath the blood-stained robe, a towering figure collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly motionless. Chapter 23. The Debut of the Nightmare Sovereign. Killed Black-robed Steward Elite LV13. Experience 1573. Loot acquired. Summoner Skill Book 1. Loot acquired. Doppelganger Doll 1. Loot acquired. Healing Potion 3. Loot acquired. Life Restoration Potion 2. A Summoner Skill Book. Such extraordinary luck. Gu Chen's expression brightened, and he hastily opened his personal space. Skill Book. Comprehensive link. Class. Summoner. Level 5. Quality Rare. Effect establishes a comprehensive link between oneself and summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and mitigating detrimental ones. This skill is genuinely commendable, as it allows for shared consumption with the summoned beast, reducing costs to 1/3, and shared benefits multiplying to 3-fold. Although no equipment dropped this time, the rare acquisition of a class skill book is indeed a remarkable find. Learning skill. A layer of purple radiance enveloped the skill book before it vanished. You have learned a new skill. Comprehensive link. Finally, I possess a skill, Gu Chen thought with a hint of sarcasm. Skills for summoners are exceedingly scarce. In a remote border town like Lingcheng, there are no corresponding skill books for sale. Thus, aside from the basic summoning skills, this is his first professional skill. Subsequently, Gu Chen turned his attention to another piece of loot. Doppelganger Doll. Quality Rare. Effect. Upon activation, it can absorb 3,000 points of damage for the user. This value is equivalent to 34 times the maximum health of an ordinary level 8 professional, yet for Gu Chen, it amounts to just over double. It may seem modest, but it serves well as a shield. Gu Chen promptly activated the Doppelganger Doll, affixing it to himself, and then stored the remaining loot in his personal space. At that moment, the Blood Clan Lord seemed to discover something and handed Gu Chen a stained glass vial. What could this be? Curiosity piqued. Gu Chen looked over to find that the vial contained a heart, which was still slowly beating. Quest item, Sealed Heart. Gazing at the murky, grimy liquid within the vial, Gu Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Sealed Heart. Type, quest item. Description, a heart excised from a witch. Initially intended for a sacrifice to the deities in exchange for powers to withstand the abyss, but unexpectedly. A quest item, best to store it for now. Gu Chen placed the sealed heart into his personal space. After the black-robed steward's demise, the gray mist curse thinned significantly, and the effects of weakness were markedly diminished. Gu Chen sought a clean spot within the main hall to release Lin Yuan and the others from the dream, allowing them a moment of respite. The primary purpose was to enable the Blood Clan Lord to recover health, while also converting more Blood Clan progeny, especially since 8 had self-destructed to swiftly eliminate the black-robed steward. Over an hour later, the state of the Blood Lord had been completely restored. Behind it stood 30 silhouettes, each enveloped in a dense aura of sanguine energy, marking the current limit of the Blood Lord's transformation capabilities. Among them was a level 13 Blood Steward and 29 Blood Guards, comprising 4 level 9, 6 level 8, 9 level 7, and 10 level 6. Transforming units below level 10 into Blood Offspring consumed 1,000 health points, with an explosive damage output of 2,000. For units below level 20, the cost was 2,000 health points, resulting in 3,000 explosive damage. As for those below level 30, the specifics remained uncertain. Once preparations were complete, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmarish Sovereign, and Lin Yuan alongside his companions re-entered the Dream Realm. With the Blood Offspring clearing the path ahead, Gu Chen swiftly arrived at the end of the main hall, standing before 2 heavy iron doors. Pushing open this door would lead him into the Sanctum, the final stage of the Nightmarish level dungeon. Defeating the boss inside and locating a sealed vial of blood would ensure a successful clearance. However, given that this was a hell-level dungeon, the Sanctum could only be deemed an appetizer. The true feast lay beyond at the altar. A level 6 Blood Guard pushed open the grand door, and under the protection of the Bloodkin, Gu Chen stepped into the Sanctum. The moment he entered, the density of the gray mist surged once more, and the effects of the debilitating state surged forth, causing Gu Chen's attributes to plummet by 35. Such a terrifying gray mist curse explained why no novice adventurer had ever succeeded in clearing a hell-level dungeon. Gu Chen's complexion visibly paled. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others were already within the dream. Otherwise, he would surely have lost a significant portion of his life. At the center of the sanctum stood a gaunt figure, draped in dark crimson robes. According to the strategy guide, this was the boss of the sanctum, the Crimson Priest. Beneath the hood, the priest's visage was obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of fervent and cruel eyes. Its skin was as pale as parchment, etched with black runes, as if malevolent incantations were spreading across its flesh. As the bloodkin entered the heart of the sanctum, the crystal orb in the Crimson Priest's hand suddenly burst forth with a deep violet glow. Roaring, dense purple energy coalesced into spectral skulls around the Crimson Priest, writhing and howling in the void. Otherworldly being, Crimson Priest Elite. Level, LV 15. Health, 72,000. Attributes, Strength 140, Agility 147, Constitution 162, Spirit 150. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Vengeful Spirit Strike. Skill 3, Life Sacrifice. Skill 4, Echo of Death. They had truly descended into hell. With an average attribute of 150, coupled with 72,000 health points, and the debilitating effects of the Grey Mist Curse, even the most seasoned adventurer would feel a chill run down their spine. Such a substantial health pool would certainly overwhelm the Bloodlord in its current state. With this thought, Gu Chen retrieved a healing potion from his spatial inventory and applied it to himself. The potion took effect, and the weakened condition dissipated immediately. Concurrently, Gu Chen activated a skill, Comprehensive Link, fully links personal state with summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and mitigating detrimental effects. In the next moment, the previously weakened Bloodlord and the cadre of Bloodguards regained their vigor. Gu Chen then turned his gaze to the ethereal figure beside him. Go forth. It is your time to shine. The nightmarish sovereign, now restored to its peak state, transformed into a shroud of black mist and vanished into the void. Heading towards the Crimson Priest. In the heart of the sanctum, with a flourish of its robe, the Crimson Priest summoned 3 vengeful spirit skeletons, which shot up into the air, effortlessly nullifying the bullets fired by the Bloodlord. The foremost Bloodguards had already reached the Crimson Priest, their swords and axes descending mercilessly. However, in the next instant, one of the vengeful spirit skeletons materialized and swiftly reduced the leading Bloodguard to a pile of withered bones. Following this, several more skeletons surged forth, targeting the remaining Bloodguards. At that moment, a vast, dark rift unexpectedly tore through the void, swallowing the vengeful skeleton's whole. The nightmarish sovereign revealed itself, surrounded by a cloud of nightmare servants. The next second, the nightmare servants transformed into shadows, soaring towards the Crimson Priest. Nightmare Entanglement. For every 10 points of spirit, summon a nightmare servant that can temporarily ensnare the target, causing multiple instances of damage to targets entangled by several nightmare servants. 1, 2, 3, within a single breath. 10 shadows enveloped the Crimson Priest, maximizing the damage multiplier. The nightmarish sovereign, enveloped in a surge of black mist, abruptly entered the dream realm, and in the next moment, a ghostly figure emerged behind the Crimson Priest. Phantom Annihilation utilized the dream to approach the target unit and launch a lethal attack, inflicting substantial damage. The skill activated. Phantom Annihilation struck the target, unleashing a tremendous surge of damage. Subsequently, the 10 shadows entwined around the Crimson Priest quaked violently, and the tenfold damage from Nightmare Entanglement erupted forth. Boom. Beneath the crimson robe, the hunched figure stiffened as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. 28,000. The combination of the 2 skills from the Nightmarish Sovereign resulted in an explosive damage output of 28,000. The Crimson Priest's health bar plummeted by more than half in an instant, losing over 40,000 health points. Chapter 24. The Fiery Sacrifice of the Crimson Priest. Holy moly. 28,000 damage. Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? The Nightmarish Sovereign was just contracted by Gu Chen, wasn't it? How can it be more formidable than the Bloodlord? Gazing at the Crimson Priest's significantly depleted health bar, he could no longer contain himself. With such damage, as long as it wasn't directed at the boss, it could eliminate anyone else in an instant. Lin Qingqing also wore a look of disbelief. The Crimson Priest had 72,000 health points, and it seemed even that was insufficient to withstand the might of the Nightmarish Sovereign. Wu Zi, observing from within the dream realm, found it equally incredible. The 4 individuals in the dream were utterly astonished, their expressions akin to having witnessed a ghost. A newly transitioned summoner had dealt 28,000 damage utilizing their summoned creature. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such an outrageous occurrence. Roaring, the Crimson Priest, severely wounded, exuded a terrifying aura. Surrounded by a throng of skeletal wraiths, it howled in anguish, lunging towards the Nightmarish Sovereign. At that moment, the Bloodlord surged forth, unleashing a barrage of bullets that accurately struck the Crimson Priest's skull. Bang, bang, bang. A considerable amount of damage erupted at its brow, instantly stunning the Crimson Priest. The skeletal wraiths charging towards the Nightmare Sovereign suddenly faltered, losing control, and began to flit about aimlessly like headless flies, colliding with the surrounding walls and sculptures. For the elite entity known as the Crimson Priest, the duration of the stun was a mere second. However, in the heat of battle, that was sufficient. Without hesitation, the Nightmare Sovereign unleashed its most potent skill, transforming a designated area into a deep dream centered around the Crimson Priest. Within this realm, the Crimson Priest emitted a tortured roar, its form contorting and distorting like malleable clay, stretched, flattened, twisted, and dismantled. With each passing moment, it endured the substantial damage inflicted by the deep dream. Its health began to dwindle, although not as precipitously as before, losing over 40 health points in an instant. It was nonetheless a steady decline, visibly noticeable. Roaring in fury, the Crimson Priest awoke from its stupor, frantically attempting to escape the deep dream. Yet, how could the Blood Clan Lord let such an opportunity slip by? Despite being ensnared in the deep dream, the Blood Clan Lord remained entirely unaffected. With a flash, it positioned itself in an optimal shooting location. Deadly shot, activated. A barrage of silver bullets tore through the air like lightning, causing the Crimson Priest's health to plummet, losing a staggering 24,000 health points in an instant. Lin Yuan and others were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Not only were they silent, but their entire worldview was shaken. The Nightmare Sovereign dealt 28,000 damage, while the Blood Clan Lord inflicted 24,000. What was happening? Were summoned creatures' damages now measured in the tens of thousands? Wasn't it said that commoners who chose summoners were doomed? How could Gu Chen be so formidable? Could it be that commoner summoners were the strongest class? Had this world deceived them? The four exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Was this truly an 8th level practitioner? Which 8th level practitioner could deal such damage? Not just 20,000, but 24,000. A figure so significant that the mere fraction could lead to multiple deaths. If they were to participate in the Academy assessment, how could the Capital Academy even compare? Not necessarily, Wu Zi interjected, expressing skepticism. Dungeon monsters operate under a hate mechanism, relentlessly targeting summons. But in standard circumstances, how should one engage a summoner? First, eliminate the summoner, Lin Qingqing suggested. Indeed, when opposing a summoner, one ought to prioritize the summoner. In a true assessment, as long as the attack focus is directed at Gu Chen, the battle could be effortlessly resolved. After all, he is merely an 8th level novice practitioner. Lin Yuan scoffed disdainfully. What makes you think you could evade the Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign summons, reach Gu Chen, and eliminate him? Simply find a tank ally to divert the summons, came the reply. But the question remains, what kind of tank can withstand 24,000 damage per second? Even with epic gear, could they endure? Wu Zi turned away, falling silent. Lin Yuan smirked, saying nothing further. There are always those who believe they can manage. But that's a delusion that needs remedying. At the heart of the sanctum, the Blood Clan Lord unleashed a torrent of fiery bullets, dealing wave after wave of damage as the Crimson Priest languished within the deep dream, its health plummeting rapidly. Soon, the battle approached its climax, the Crimson Priest's health dwindling to around 10%, just as the Blood Clan Lord prepared to command the Blood Clan guards to self-destruct. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, forcing the Blood Clan Lord to retreat repeatedly. Roaring in defiance, the Crimson Priest became enveloped in a potent aura of malevolence. Its crimson garb began to flutter without wind, taking on a hue as vibrant as blood. In an instant, its power surged, shattering the confines of the deep dream. The Crimson Priest soared into the air, extending its fingers menacingly toward the Blood Clan Lord, grasping at the void. In that moment, countless dark purple wraiths encircled the Blood Clan Lord, ravenously eroding its form. The Blood Clan Lord's visage contorted in agony as it was consumed by a blinding light, its body visibly disintegrating. Its health bar dropped dramatically, losing over 3,000 points in an instant. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened, immediately commanding the Blood Clan Lord to withdraw from the fray, while the Blood Clan guards surged forward to attract attention. It was crucial to note that the Blood Clan Lord now hovered just above 10,000 health points. If the Crimson Priest were to raise its hand again, it could easily obliterate the Blood Clan Lord. Dozens of Blood Clan guards charged forward, yet they were ensnared by an invisible force before they could reach the Crimson Priest. The Crimson Priest let out a piercing shriek, its crimson garments swirling like flames, igniting the ensnared Blood Clan guards, reducing them to mere ashes in a blinding flash. As if summoned, the radiant remnants flew towards the Crimson Priest, being absorbed into its form. Bathed in this blinding light, the Crimson Priest appeared divine, reborn from the flames. Its previously frail figure transformed into a towering presence, its once emaciated limbs now robust and powerful. From a mere 10 health points, it surged to 60 in an instant. It had resurrected and emerged even stronger. This was the Crimson Priest's skill, sacrifice of life. Gu Chen's expression shifted, commanding the remaining Blood Clan guards to retreat immediately. When the Crimson Priest's health falls below 10, It sacrifices itself and everything around it to restore its condition and exponentially increase its damage output. In this state, the Crimson Priest would also continuously unleash Echoes of Death, a domain-like skill. Anyone within the range of the echoes would suffer from devastating critical damage, leading to a rapid decline in their health. The Crimson Priest roared thunderously, swiftly darting into the retreating ranks of the Blood Clan guards. Instantly, innumerable wraiths surged from it, attacking the surrounding Blood Clan guards. Boom, boom, boom. The guards struck by the wraiths barely had time to scream before being corroded into a pile of bones. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 or so Blood Clan guards were exterminated. The Blood Clan descendants were annihilated. Chapter 25, Death Rattle Orb, Attributes doubled. As soon as the Blood Clan Lord retreated, Gu Chen administered a healing potion. After the sacrifice, the Crimson Priest was utterly terrifying. Over 20 Blood Clan guards stepped into the range of the Echoes of Death and were instantly obliterated. Such damage would likely overwhelm even the Blood Clan Lord. They must not enter its skill range. The most pressing matter at hand is to buy time for the Nightmarish Sovereign. The cooldown of skills is intrinsically linked to energy. As long as more energy can be restored, the Scarlet Priestess can be ensnared within the depths of the Dream Realm. With a piercing scream, the Scarlet Priestess unleashed a chilling wail, and suddenly, specters materialized within the sanctum, as the Temple Guardians respawned once more. This time, however, they were not merely a dozen or 20. It was a horde, a throng, an overwhelming multitude, far too numerous to count. The entire battalion of Guardians was mobilized. The frenzied Temple Guardians charged towards Gu Chen's location, their anguished howls echoing in all directions. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen turned and fled, accompanied by his 2 summoned beasts. Under such circumstances, a tactical withdrawal was imperative. Otherwise, once the Temple Guardians blocked the escape route and the Scarlet Priestess closed in, there would be no chance of escape. The Scarlet Priestess had set her sights on the Bloodline Monarch, her speed astonishingly swift. Nearly catching up in the blink of an eye, the Nightmarish Sovereign pivoted, releasing a shadow that swiftly latched onto the Scarlet Priestess, binding her in place. The Nightmarish minion possessed no health points. It was merely a manifestation of a skill, thus impervious to being vanquished, only capable of being dispelled by purification-like abilities. Seizing the opportunity while the Scarlet Priestess was immobilized, the Nightmarish minion and the Bloodline Monarch dispatched the surrounding guardians, retreating quickly alongside Gu Chen. To be candid, a cold sweat had already formed on Gu Chen's back. The sheer number of guardians summoned by the Scarlet Priestess was staggering, densely surrounding the sanctum, leaving no room for passage. Despite the Bloodline Monarch and the Nightmarish Sovereign's relentless assault, the ground was littered with the corpses of guardians, yet the overwhelming tide remained unyielded. The 2 summoned beasts shielded Gu Chen, attacking the guardians that obstructed their path while retreating. The Nightmarish Sovereign was enshrouded in a swirling black mist akin to flames, each fleeting appearance resulting in the demise of a guardian ensnared by the Nightmarish minion. However, this rate of elimination proved woefully inadequate against the relentless onslaught of the surging guardians. Its efficiency in dispatching foes was rendered futile. A fierce rage ignited within the Nightmarish Sovereign, for this battle marked its debut, and it was inconceivable that it would find itself in such dire straits. Surrounded by adversaries, there seemed to be no path of retreat. Enough. Suddenly, Gu Chen halted his retreat, releasing a long breath of relief. What do you mean, enough? Hurry and run. If we don't escape soon, the Scarlet Priestess will catch up? The other 3 within the Dream Realm looked on, confusion etched upon their faces, utterly bewildered. Gu Chen's gaze, however, was fixed upon the Nightmarish Sovereign, or more precisely, the arcane sphere hovering beside it. Since the Nightmarish Sovereign began eliminating guardians, Gu Chen had been monitoring the layers of the Whisper of the Fallen. At this moment, it had precisely reached 20 layers, the maximum threshold. Each layer granted a 5-point increase to all attributes. At 20 layers, that translated to a total of 100, effectively doubling all attributes. Nodding in understanding, Gu Chen observed as the Nightmarish Sovereign wasted no time and activated the effect of the arcane sphere. A dark radiance emanated from the Whispering Sphere, illuminating the Nightmarish Sovereign. In the next instant, the black mist surrounding the Nightmarish Sovereign surged, its attributes soaring, its form expanding to twice its original size. Die! The Nightmarish Sovereign soared into the air, unleashing a furious roar, as a barely perceptible pale gray energy radiated outward from Gu Chen, enveloping the area. Deep Dream Realm. Under the influence of the Whispering Sphere, the Nightmarish Sovereign's attributes doubled, its energy surged, and it once again constructed the Deep Dream Realm. Around Gu Chen, several approaching guardians suddenly disintegrated like scattered blocks, collapsing into a heap of debris. Whispering Sphere effect activated, Nightmarish Sovereign gains a 100-point boost to all attributes, lasting for 1 minute. Though fleeting, this minute was more than sufficient for the Nightmarish Sovereign. The guardians ensnared within the Deep Dream Realm possessed no means of resistance. Regardless of whether they were the lowest level 5 guardians or the highest level 10 guardians, they were all crushed into fragments by the terrifying power of the Dream Realm. The only distinction lay in the few seconds of additional endurance exhibited by the higher-level guardians. Eliminated a level 6 guardian, gained 589 experience. Eliminated a level 8 guardian, gained 852 experience. Eliminated a level 9 guardian, gained 923 experience. Eliminated a level 7 guardian, gained 694 experience. A cascade of elimination notifications appeared before Gu Chen's eyes, and his experience bar surged like a rocket, increasing by over 2,000 in a mere 10 seconds. He was on the cusp of reaching level 9. Although a sense of satisfaction welled within him at the sight of the numerous slain guardians, he was acutely aware that the nightmarish sovereign could only sustain this onslaught for 1 minute. If all attacks were squandered on these lesser minions, once the minute elapsed, the Scarlet Priestess would be an insurmountable threat. Target the Scarlet Priestess, Gu Chen shouted immediately. The nightmarish sovereign enveloped itself in swirling black mist, and one by one, the nightmarish minions transformed into shadows, swiftly ensnaring the Scarlet Priestess. Each shadow represented double the damage. 10 shadows equated to 10-fold damage, marking the current pinnacle of the nightmare entanglement skill. Within the deep dream realm, the Scarlet Priestess's form began to distort and blur, following the nightmarish sovereign's attribute doubling. The deep dream realm unleashed a 10-fold persistent damage effect. The Scarlet Priestess's health began to plummet at a visibly alarming rate. Her form twisted, compressed, and blurred, ultimately shattering into a multitude of crimson fragments, akin to the previously vanquished guardians. Eliminated Elite Scarlet Priestess LV-15, gained 2,731 experience. Loot acquired, Sacrificial Robe LV-10 rare. Loot acquired, Sacrificial Grimoire LV-10 rare. Loot acquired, Sacrificial Trousers LV-10 rare. Level up. Level, LV-9, 122-6900. Strength, 207. Agility, 206. Constitution, 208. Spirit, 209. Summoned Beasts. Bloodline Monarch LV-9 Legendary, Nightmarish Sovereign LV-9 Epic. Talent currently allows for the acquisition of a dark bloodline. At level 9, just one more level would grant him the ability to contract a third summoned beast. Gu Chen did not rush to activate his talent, like at level 4. The dark bloodline would remain in reserve for the potential third summoned beast. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the 3 acquired pieces of equipment: the Sacrificial Robe, the Sacrificial Grimoire, and the Sacrificial Trousers, all rare-grade items at level 10. This constituted a quality above average, and as a set, if placed on the trading platform, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 1 million, especially considering how swiftly they would be snapped up. Chapter 26, The Sealed Blood. Sacrificial Robe. Quality, rare. Level requirement, 10. Attributes, Constitution 35, Physical Defense 10, Magic Defense 20. Effect, the Priest Robe provides a shield with an overall attribute bonus of 10. Priest Set, Priest Robe, Priest Grimoire. Priest Pants, a shield with an overall attribute bonus of 10. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. Currently, his total attributes amounted to 830. This meant that the Priest Robe could grant him a formidable shield of 8,300. An item capable of providing over 8,000 in shield strength surpassed even the health of a typical level 8 Abyssal Guardian. Even when facing a level 15 Elite Crimson Priest, he could withstand 2 of their skills. Moreover, this equipment also augmented his constitution by 35, physical defense by 10, and magic defense by 20, making it quite remarkable. The most critical aspect was that this garment was part of a set. Although the Crimson Priest was challenging to defeat, one could not deny the satisfaction that followed a victorious encounter. Next, he examined the other 2 pieces of equipment. Priest Grimoire. Quality, rare. Level requirement, 10. Attributes, Spirit 30. Energy recovery, 25. Spell damage, 30. Effect, when the wearer or allied units have all skills on cooldown, it replenishes 1 instance of energy for allied units. The Priest Grimoire. A tome of magic, enhances spirit, damage, and energy, proving to be exceptionally valuable. Previously, all attacks from the Crimson Priest were cast through this grimoire, clearly providing a substantial increase in damage output. Priest Pants. Quality, rare. Level requirement, 10. Attributes, Agility 15. Effect, movement speed 25. Immunity to 1 slow effect. Priest Set, Priest Robe, Priest Grimoire, Priest Pants. The effects of the Priest Pants are rather modest, primarily enhancing movement speed and granting immunity to a single instance of slowing. However, it is ineffective against entanglement effects like those from nightmarish minions. Furthermore, this immunity can only be applied to oneself, not to allied units, effectively isolating it from summoned creatures. This limitation somewhat diminishes the value of the equipment. Nevertheless, it is understandable, as strictly speaking, the priest set is designed for the mage class rather than the summoner class. The ability of the Priest Grimoire to replenish energy for allied units is already commendable. Subsequently, Gu Chen turned his attention to the set effects of the 3-piece ensemble. Priest Set, Priest Robe, Priest Grimoire, Priest Pants. Set attributes, Constitution 50, Spirit 50, Agility 50. Set effect, Perform a sacrificial ritual on the target unit, granting the sacrificer a damage multiplier of 10 for a subsequent period. Cooldown, 24H. This is indeed quite formidable. In simple terms, the greater the number of sacrifices, the more significant the increase in damage thereafter. Gu Chen recalled the scene of the Crimson Priest's power surge after sacrificing several Blood Clan guardians. No wonder it could annihilate all Blood Clan descendants. It turned out that the skill received a multiple damage boost. If this were used by the Blood Clan Lord, it would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable, terrifying damage. After securing these 3 level 10 set pieces, a minute had already elapsed. Within the sanctuary, the pale gray boundary representing the deep dream gradually disintegrated. Taking advantage of this moment, Gu Chen harnessed the power of the dream to traverse through countless abyssal guardians, arriving beside a tall frame displaying a painting. In the image, dark red liquid flowed in an erratic, sluggish manner, resembling an animated demonstration. Gu Chen reached out and removed the painting from the wall, subsequently inspecting the item information. Sealed blood. Type, quest item. Description, blood drawn from the witch's body, sealed within this mural by the Crimson Priest through special methods. Having acquired the quest item, Gu Chen wasted no time and immediately sprinted towards the passage leading to the altar. The Blood Clan Lord and Nightmarish Sovereign followed closely behind, repelling a large swarm of abyssal guardians as the trio ventured deeper into the corridor towards their ultimate objective. The gray mist seems to have dissipated. Could the Crimson Priest be the source of the mist? Preoccupied with evading the relentless pursuit of the abyssal guardians, he had overlooked this detail. Now, after traversing the corridor for a while, Gu Chen sensed something unusual about himself. Upon checking his status, he confirmed that the weakened state had completely vanished. Thankfully, the gray mist curse had lifted. Otherwise, the final challenge might have been quite perilous. Glancing into his inventory, he found only a single healing potion remaining. Everything else had been consumed during the battle with the Crimson Priest. If the gray mist still lingered upon reaching the altar, the ensuing confrontation would be a daunting one. The corridor was dimly lit, and level 10 black-robed attendants began to respawn along the way. The Nightmarish Sovereign, in conjunction with the Blood Clan Lord, swiftly dispatched them all. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Gu Chen found himself not only accompanied by the Blood Clan Lord and Nightmarish Sovereign, but also flanked by 10 level 10 Blood Clan attendants. Following this, Gu Chen released Lin Yuan and the others from the dream. With the gray mist fully cleared, they regained their freedom. Positioned halfway between the sanctuary and the altar, they paused for a brief respite. Finally out. I felt utterly uncomfortable in the dream, Lin Yuan remarked as he began stretching against a wall. I now understand just how horrifying the hell level is. Just those countless abyssal guardians earlier. Had I been with you, I surely wouldn't have made it out. Lin Qingqing expressed in awe. I can guarantee that Li Wenhui and the others will undoubtedly fail the hell level dungeon. The Crimson Priest is simply terrifying. Any ordinary practitioner would perish upon encountering it, Wu Zi said, still shaken. Listening to Lin Yuan and the others converse, Gu Chen summoned the Blood Clan Lord and Nightmarish Sovereign back into the summoning space, allowing the two creatures to rest momentarily. He himself sought out a relatively flat stone slab and reclined leisurely. Checking the time, he noted that 3 hours had elapsed since clearing the dungeon, and it was indeed time to pause for a moment. He felt fine, yet the Blood Clan Lord had been in constant combat from start to finish. Although it could recover health through leveling, its energy had diminished significantly. As for the Nightmarish Sovereign, it had expended all its skills and then unleashed them again with doubled attributes after the 1-minute effect wore off. Its energy depletion was even more severe than that of the Blood Clan Lord. The energy mechanism, unlike health points, could not be directly quantified through data. So far, energy recovery could only occur through appropriate rest. Gu Chen's gaze shifted towards the distant altar, where the final boss of the hell-level dungeon awaited. Thus far, no novice has ever conquered the hellish dungeon. Prior to this moment, all newcomers who ventured into the infernal realm had scarcely emerged alive. At this juncture, Gu Chen has utterly shattered the records of the hellish dungeon. He stands as the sole individual to have glimpsed the finish line. Chapter 27. This is not a mere contest of endurance within the dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon, due to Gu Chen and Li Wenhui sequentially entering the hellish novice dungeon, the crowd gathered in the square has swelled to an overwhelming number, surpassing even the legion of guards within the sanctuary. Although it is currently a critical period for the academic assessments, the prospect of observing which of Gu Chen or Li Wenhui falters first after a few hours is undeniably intriguing. Indeed, a matter of merely 2 or 3 hours. Historically, the longest record for challengers entering the hellish dungeon was 6 hours and 43 minutes, reaching the Red Priest in the sanctuary. However, those records were set by individuals of level 9 or 10, for the novice dungeon is exclusively accessible to those below level 10. It remains a mystery what possessed Gu Chen and Li Wenhui, one a level 5 and the other a level 4, to dare enter the hellish dungeon. Thus, many spectators surmised that 2 or 3 hours would suffice to determine the victor. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. Everyone is eager to witness who will ultimately seize the crown in this wager worth millions. 3 hours elapsed, yet both hellish dungeons continued to function, indicating the intensity of the battles within. Given that the novice dungeon is a constructed environment, as long as not all challengers have perished, the dungeon will display an operational status, allowing observers to ascertain whether the teams within are still progressing. I suspect Gu Chen is nearing his limits. A commoner leading 4 performers has managed to last this long, which is quite remarkable. Li Wenhui must have advanced to the main hall by now. After all, he is the leader of the elite class, commanding a team of exceptional students. I believe Gu Chen has demonstrated considerable strength. Who among ordinary commoners could endure within the hellish dungeon for this duration? It is difficult to say. Perhaps he is merely hiding in a corner, biding his time. The crowd buzzed with animated discussions while the entrance to the dungeon remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of activity. Another half-hour passed. And with nearly 4 hours since Gu Chen and Li Wenhui entered the hellish dungeon, both dungeons remained operational, indicating that the battles within were still ongoing. This only heightened the curiosity of those in the square. The difficulty of the hellish dungeon is evident. For either Gu Chen or Li Wenhui to endure so long is a testament that defies all expectations. At that moment, a sudden flash of light erupted at the dungeon entrance, and an individual was teleported forth. He has emerged. Wait, why is there only one? As the crowd observed, a complex expression spread across their faces. Regardless of the team, if 5 individuals entered and only one emerged, it signified that the others had perished within, implying that the battle was undoubtedly fierce. As the light dissipated, a frail figure stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. The crowd's gaze shifted, and speculation ensued. Who has emerged? It must be Gu Chen, right? Indeed, the 4 performers perished, leaving him the sole survivor. Alas, this is truly a case of harming both oneself and others. No, it is Li Wenhui. How can this be? Shock. How is this possible? Li Wenhui was drenched in blood, his rare-grade armor marred by the scars of battle. His complexion was pale, and he appeared utterly disheveled, as if he had only half of his life remaining. However, as he steadied himself and beheld the astonished faces of the crowd, a wave of intense pride surged within him. I breached the main hall and dealt over 20,000 damage to the level 13 black-robed deacon. Who could possibly rival my strength? After more than 2 hours of fierce combat, his team successfully infiltrated the main hall. Yet, the black-robed deacon, being a level 13 elite monster, along with the 50 or more drowned guardians that simultaneously emerged, ultimately led to the annihilation of Li Wenhui's team. In a desperate gambit, he betrayed the newly recruited Thunder Mage as bait, using the entire squad to buy time against the black-robed deacon's assault. While he seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, narrowly extricating himself from the battle mode before teleporting out. Although his actions of abandoning his teammates were somewhat despicable, at least I survived. Only by living can one rightfully aspire to be the most formidable of adventurers. Li Wenhui reassured himself internally. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Incredulity etched upon each face. Shouldn't Gu Chen have emerged first? How could it be Li Wenhui? Li Wenhui absorbed the expressions of the crowd, his head held high, akin to a triumphant general, interpreting their astonishment and awe as admiration directed towards him. He then turned to the sycophant who had been waiting outside and inquired, "What is the status of Gu Chen's dungeon? Has he perished within?" The sycophant's face appeared slightly stiff. "Gu Chen, he is still progressing through the dungeon." "What?" Li Wenhui's smile instantly froze, his expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. "Please, repeat that." Li Wenhui thundered in fury. For hours have nearly passed. How could he still be progressing? For a moment, Li Wenhui found it difficult to accept. His team boasted 2 rare classes, far superior to Gu Chen's troop of performers. And yet they had nearly been wiped out. Gu Chen's team had entered earlier. How could they still be advancing? Perhaps Gu Chen's team is simply slower at defeating monsters. The sycophant suggested quietly. Li Wenhui paused, his expression softening slightly. That does make sense. He had already engaged the black-robed deacon within the main hall. While Gu Chen's team might still be entangled with the drowned guardians in the square, Gu Chen and he were, in truth, not on the same level. Very well, regardless. This wager is based on dungeon completion ratings, not on who can endure longer within. Sycophant, set up my tent here. I wish to await Gu Chen's emergence and witness firsthand how he falters. Upon hearing Li Wenhui's words, those around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, this wager concerns the completion rating. Gu Chen's prolonged endurance does not necessarily equate to a higher rating. I have always maintained that Gu Chen must be cowering within the dungeon, stalling for time. A commoner summoner leading 4 performers might not have even breached the temple's entrance. Ah, you speak the truth. That is indeed a possibility. Reclining within his tent, Li Wenhui accessed the completion records of his team. Although they had not succeeded in clearing the dungeon, the system would still provide a rating, albeit a modest one. C rank? That seems a tad low. Li Wenhui furrowed his brow, but considering this is a hellish dungeon, where most novice classes would perish, it is quite commendable that I not only emerged alive, but also secured a C rank rating. A smile spread across Li Wenhui's face, as he seemingly envisioned himself claiming the 50,000 wager. Gu Chen, what rating do you suppose you hold? A D grade? Or perhaps an E grade? Heh. I wager you shall meet your demise within. Chapter 28. Deep in the altar, the fallen witch. The ruins of the temple. Emerging from the corridors of the sanctum, Gu Chen reclined upon a stone slab, closing his eyes in a state of tranquil repose. Should the events within the instance be visible to the outside world, one would undoubtedly perceive his actions as a mere ploy to stall for time. Though Lin Yuan and the others found themselves ensnared by boredom, they did not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Chen rejuvenated his summoned beasts, the four of them, feeling a surge of restlessness, banded together to vanquish a solitary black-robed steward. The process of slaying the creature was relatively smooth, yet it consumed over 10 minutes of their time. For individuals, tackling a standard level 10 monster took an excessive duration, during which Wuzi even sustained injuries. In this moment, they profoundly grasped the sheer terror of Gu Chen's combat prowess. After resting for more than an hour, both summoned beasts had nearly restored their vitality. Gu Chen summoned forth the Bloodline Sovereign and the Nightmare Dominator, both in near-perfect condition. He gazed ahead at the altar not far in the distance, the destination that had not even been mentioned in the strategies. Let us proceed. The Bloodline Sovereign led the way, flanked by 10 Bloodline Stewards, while Gu Chen and Lin Yuan, along with the other 3, followed closely behind, with the Nightmare Dominator bringing up the rear. As they approached the vicinity of the altar, an intangible pressure assailed them, causing Lin Yuan and the others to momentarily freeze, instinctively halting their steps. What is the matter? Gu Chen observed the peculiar demeanor of Lin Yuan and the others. It is nothing, just a sudden feeling of breathlessness. Lin Yuan replied, his brow furrowed slightly. Gu Chen then turned his gaze towards Lin Qingqing and the others, noticing that they too exhibited signs of distress, their expressions rife with palpable fear and heaviness. This is a mental pressure, Gu Chen deduced, his gaze fixated on the altar from whence it emanated. The mental attributes of Lin Yuan and his companions hovered around 60, while the final boss lurking within the altar undoubtedly surpassed 150. Thus, upon nearing the altar, they were immediately affected. Your attributes are too low. Retreat to the periphery, Gu Chen instructed them, before continuing onward with his summoned beasts. As he reached the altar's edge, a wave of chilling, terrifying pressure erupted from within, and the sky suddenly darkened. Gu Chen instinctively looked up. No, it was not the sky that darkened, but rather a vast expanse of purple-black light surged skyward, erupting from above the altar as if to engulf everything in its vicinity. Accompanying this phenomenon was an overwhelming stench of decay that burst forth, mingling with the purple-black light. Wherever it passed, vitality withered, flora perished, and an aura of death pervaded the air. Undeterred, Gu Chen pressed forward, the situation before him unmistakable. He had activated the boss within the altar. Why have you betrayed me? A cold voice echoed in his ear, a woman's voice laced with profound resentment and unwillingness. The deathly aura of the purple-black light continued to spread outward, and simultaneously, a translucent gray shield materialized around Gu Chen. Black Steward Robe Effect provides the user with a magical shield. Shield value equals 10 of the user's total attributes. Current shield value, 8,300. Crack, crack, crack. The purple-black light struck the shield, instantly causing extensive black fissures to appear. Crack. The shield shattered. With over 8,000 shield value, it could withstand only 2 breaths against the purple-black light. Gu Chen's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated a step as the void behind him suddenly fragmented, pulling him into a dreamscape, narrowly evading the onslaught of the purple-black light. In the meantime, figures clad in black robes emerged from behind the altar, a cacophony of chilling sounds resonating from all around, sending shivers down his spine. Gu Chen's brow furrowed. The black-robed stewards emerging from behind the altar were all level 15. Level 15 black-robed stewards, with health exceeding 50,000, capable of unleashing Grey Mist Curse and damage transfer. Their power was staggering. If only 2 or 3 had appeared, they might have managed. But now, there was a horde. At least a dozen black-robed stewards spilled forth from behind the altar, and their numbers continued to swell. To defeat the boss lurking deep within the altar amidst the siege of these black-robed stewards was nearly impossible. Nightmare Dominator, restrain those black-robed stewards. Bloodline Sovereign, assault the altar. Gu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the shadow within the depths of the altar. Only by vanquishing the boss within could they successfully clear the instance. A thick plume of black mist enveloped the Nightmare Dominator, whose mental attributes stood at 142, allowing it to summon 14 nightmare minions. In an instant, shadows shot forth like black lightning, striking the black-robed stewards that had just emerged from the altar. Simultaneously, 10 bloodline stewards forged ahead, clashing with the surrounding black-robed stewards. Die. One black-robed steward charged forward, positioning itself at the altar's edge. The Bloodline Sovereign, its visage twisted, unleashed deadly shot. A barrage of bullets, gleaming with silver light, whistled forth, forcing the black-robed steward to stumble back, its health rapidly depleting. In a single volley, it lost 24,000 health, equivalent to half of a black-robed steward's life force. Observing the significant reduction in health, Gu Chen's expression changed. Did this not imply that the maximum health of these black-robed stewards was less than 50,000? Instinctively, he glanced around. Despite the black-robed steward's prolonged presence, the gray mist had yet to manifest. Gu Chen's eyes brightened as he recalled that the red-robed priest was the source of the gray mist. Now that the red-robed priest was dead, the gray mist curse would no longer appear. With the absence of the gray mist curse, matters became significantly simpler. Gu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Bloodline Sovereign, dismantle the altar. The Bloodline Sovereign activated Crimson Feast, swiftly dispatching the black-robed steward before it. With the kill, the cooldown reset. Seizing this opportunity, the adjacent Bloodline stewards surged forth, breaching the altar and engaging the surrounding black-robed stewards. The Bloodline Sovereign vanished in a flash, appearing deep within the altar, and unleashed a flurry of gunfire at the purple-black shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets fell like a torrential rain, unleashed with ferocity. Yet, they were met with an almost imperceptible shadow that swiftly swept them to the ground. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, observing a gaunt female figure rising from the depths of the altar. Her skin was shriveled. Her form resembled tattered parchment, crumpled and clinging tightly to her bones. Akin to a desiccated corpse, a gaping wound marred her hollow chest, jagged and grotesque, as if brutally opened by some malevolent force. She lifted her eyelids, and from her eyes poured forth an abyss of darkness, a miasma of decay emanating from her very being. Alien, Fallen Witch Boss. Level, 15. Health, 158,000. Attributes, Strength 185, Agility 180, Constitution 215, Spirit 220. Skill I Decay. Skill 2, Damage Transfer. Skill 3, Haunting Impact. Skill 4, Life Sacrifice. Upon glimpsing the boss's attribute panel, Gu Chen's expression darkened instantly. A staggering health of 158,000. It was utterly outrageous. Chapter 29. How on earth does one combat such a terrifying boss? The Fallen Witch. This was indeed the ultimate boss of the Hell-level dungeon. Although it was merely level 15, it boasted a health pool of 158,000 and an average attribute exceeding 200. Just this data alone was sufficient to deter even the most talented adventurers. The withered corpse basked in the altar's halo, lifting its slender arm, its skeletal fingers pointing ominously towards the direction of the Blood Lord. With a chilling sound, twisted visages formed from a purple-black miasma, emitting wails of despair as they lunged towards the Blood Lord. Haunting Impact conjures vengeful spirits to unleash a mental strike on the target, with a chance to induce a state of confusion. Confusion State. Units in a confused state lose control of their actions, attacking surrounding targets indiscriminately. The cacophony of ghostly wails surged forth as the spirit apparitions penetrated the Blood Lord's form, unleashing a fierce mental assault. Boom. The Blood Lord's body trembled, and under the overwhelming pressure of the Fallen Witch's 220 spirit, it was thrust into a state of confusion. Its body swayed and began to unleash indiscriminate attacks, causing several nearby blood servants to suffer a barrage of bullets. Confusion State? Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. He promptly retrieved a potion from his spatial storage and consumed it without hesitation. Dispelling Potion, upon use, dispels all abnormal states and grants immunity from such effects for 5 seconds. This vial, priced at 5,000 coins, was purchased by Gu Chen on the trading platform prior to entering the dungeon, originally intended for countering the Grey Mist curse. However, after defeating an elite monster and acquiring a healing potion, it had remained unused until now. The confusion state was instantly dispelled, and the Blood Lord paused, its eyes regaining their former brilliance. Immediately, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from its elongated gaze. It was the Blood Lord, a pinnacle entity atop the Blood clan hierarchy. How could its dignity be so brazenly profaned? Regaining its senses, the Blood Lord charged forward, without uttering a word. It pulled the trigger against the Fallen Witch atop the altar, unleashing its skill. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast. The skills intertwined in a frenzy of output. Yet the Fallen Witch suffered not a shred of damage. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. With the Fallen Witch's average attributes exceeding 200, her damage absorption capabilities were undoubtedly the strongest exhibited by any boss thus far. Yet even so, it was perplexing that she could withstand 2 of the Blood Lord's skills without incurring any damage. At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly noticed a barely perceptible crystalline white glow emanating from the Fallen Witch. Damage Transfer. Gu Chen's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly grasped the underlying issue. Retreat. He commanded the Blood Lord to fall back, but it was too late. A vast expanse of purple-black light burst forth from the altar, a miasma of decay sweeping around like a tempest. The retreating Blood Lord was engulfed by the purple radiance and struck down to the ground as if dealt a grievous blow. The sound that followed was chilling. As the Blood Lord's body began to decay, its flesh rapidly rotting and falling away in chunks. Decay unleashes the power of death to assail the target, inflicting significant continuous damage. In a mere breath, the Bloodlord's health plummeted, losing over 5,000 points. Half of its body had already begun to rot and deteriorate, blackened blood dripping profusely. Without hesitation, Gu Chen produced 2 life restoration potions, replenishing over 4,000 health points. However, as this skill inflicted continuous damage, the 4,000 health was swiftly negated, dropping by over 3,000 once more after 3 seconds. Truly, this was a boss of the hell level dungeon. The damage output was simply explosive. Not only could it transfer received damage, but it also wielded such a terrifying damage skill. Had that skill been directed at him, he would likely have perished in an instant. Realizing this, Gu Chen promptly withdrew, re-establishing distance from the battlefield. The summoner's combat style revolved around maintaining control of the overall situation. The fighting should be left to the summoned beasts. If he were to fall, it would spell disaster for all. Good heavens, this boss is a monster. In the distance, upon witnessing the Bloodlord's health bar plummet drastically, Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim in dismay. Continuous damage at such a magnitude? Surely this cannot be a bug. Lin Qingqing was left speechless. If she were to engage, she would be slain 2 or 3 times within a second. No wonder there had never been a record of a successful clear in the hell level dungeon. With such a formidable boss, how could one possibly prevail? Su Ran furrowed her brow as she spoke. The pressing question was, how on earth were they to combat such a terrifying boss? Wu Zi inquired, voicing the concern that weighed heavily on his mind. As his words hung in the air, the 4 exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Throughout their journey, Gu Chen's prowess had been evident, yet in the face of this final boss, the disparity between them was glaringly apparent. For a moment, Lin Yuan's brow knitted tightly. His teeth gritted, his jaw taut. Whether or not they could successfully clear the hell-level dungeon no longer mattered to him. His gaze fell upon Gu Chen, a flicker of worry crossing his features. He questioned whether Gu Chen could withstand this trial. They had truly encountered a formidable foe. Gu Chen too felt the ominous presence of the fallen witch. While it was somewhat daunting, he remained confident. There was no significant issue at hand. Death, an eerie, chilling voice echoed through the air as the fallen witch descended slowly from the altar, her form enveloped in a miasma of decay. The energy of death manifested as purple-black smoke swirling around her. Her body resembled that of a gaunt corpse, a gaping cavity in her chest that was horrifyingly grotesque. Yet devoid of any trace of blood, her entire being cast in a pallid hue, exuding an aura of lifelessness. It was as though all her blood had long since evaporated. Observing this scene, Gu Chen's brow furrowed as he recalled the quest items he had previously acquired. It was evident that some dark event had transpired within this temple. This which had been bled dry of her life force and had her heart extracted. Her remains interred within this altar. Blood extraction and heart removal. Was this the sort of atrocity that could be wrought within the temple? Gu Chen could not be certain, for he did not possess the full picture. However, the witch undoubtedly endured unimaginable torment during her lifetime. Descending from the altar, the fallen witch's gaze was hollow. Her jet-black eyes scanned her surroundings, briefly resting on Gu Chen and the blood sovereign in the distance, before shifting to the Nightmare Lord engaged in battle with a throng of dark-robed attendants. Suddenly, a surge of intense resentment erupted on her face. You all shall perish. The frigid voice reverberated through the air, akin to the anguished wails of countless lost souls. Chapter 30. It is not Gu Chen's strength, but that of the summoned beast. A palpable aura of death emanated from the fallen, which as her feet gradually lifted from the ground, propelling her forward towards the Nightmare Lord. The Nightmare Lord unleashed Nightmare Bind, single-handedly resisting over a dozen dark-robed attendants, thus preventing additional reinforcements from advancing. In its view, eliminating the Nightmare Lord was paramount to amassing greater power. Do not let her through, Gu Chen shouted, immediately discerning the fallen witch's intent, and promptly commanded the nearby blood attendants. They surged forward, attempting to intercept her. However, the fallen witch remained unfazed, nonchalantly gesturing to unleash her skill. An energy imbued with the essence of death cascaded downwards, striking the blood attendants, whose health bars plummeted to 0 in an instant, their flesh rapidly melting away like snow, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones shrouded in dark mist. The skill was withering. Previously, a single breath had stripped the blood sovereign of over 4,000 health points. Now, she had annihilated 5 blood attendants in the blink of an eye. The fallen witch regarded them as mere insects, disregarding the blood attendants entirely as she continued her flight towards the Nightmare Lord. However, at that moment, 5 shadows appeared around her like phantoms. The fallen witch hesitated for only a brief moment, dismissing the 5 blood attendants entirely. She could extinguish them with the flick of her wrist, as evidenced moments ago. Yet, as she attempted to cast another skill, an explosive roar erupted. Without waiting for her reaction, the 5 blood attendants detonated simultaneously beside her. A scarlet explosion enveloped the fallen witch, consuming her form in an instant. Although she could transfer the damage to nearby minions, skills also had a cooldown period. Consequently, the self-detonation of the 5 blood attendants directly obliterated 5,000 of her life points. The aftershocks of the explosion had not yet subsided when shadows swiftly enveloped the fallen witch. In the blink of an eye, Nightmare Bind, stacked to the 10th layer. The Nightmare Lord decisively acted, constructing a profound dream centered around the fallen witch, subjecting any enemy units within to continuous damage, coupled with the entanglements from 10 nightmare minions. The damage inflicted upon the fallen witch surged tenfold, causing her health bar to collapse at an alarming rate. Blood collapse. Her health diminished by over 10,000 every second. This scene instantly ignited a spark of excitement in Lin Yuan's eyes. Such damage, good heavens. Who would dare claim that civilian summoners are weak? This was no longer mere strength. It was monstrous. I do not understand how a newly transitioned individual can unleash such terrifying damage. The onlookers gazed at the fallen witch's rapidly declining health bar. Their expressions a mixture of shock and delight. However, Wu Zi's countenance remained grim. Let us not forget that the fallen witch possessed a skill for life sacrifice, which she had yet to employ. Life sacrifice. The terrifying power unleashed after the red-robed priest executed a sacrifice was still fresh in their minds. If the fallen witch were to perform a sacrifice, the implications were unfathomable. In an instant, silence enveloped the group, worry etched across their faces. In the profound dream, the trapped fallen witch emitted a piercing shriek, a potent force of death erupting from within her, allowing her to withstand the encroaching dream. Moreover, as her deathly power intensified, the profound dream began to tremble, hinting at an impending collapse. After all, the fallen witch was a level 15 boss, while the Nightmare Lord had only just reached level 9. Given the immense gap in levels, managing to ensnare her within profound dream and inflict substantial ongoing damage was already a remarkable feat. The fallen witch's deathly energy grew ever stronger, and it appeared she was on the verge of collapsing the profound dream and escaping entirely. Gu Chen promptly interjected, whispering orb. The Nightmare Lord understood the cue and activated the orb's effect. Emerging from the sanctum's corridor, the effect of Whispers of the Dead had accumulated to 8 layers. Taking advantage of the Blood Sovereign's incursion into the altar, the Nightmare Lord had also dispatched numerous dark-robed attendants. By now, the layers of Whispers of the Dead had reached a staggering 20. Whispering Orb effect activated. The Nightmare Lord receives a 100 boost to all attributes, lasting 1 minute. The Nightmare Lord soared into the air, its attributes doubling in an instant, the black mist surrounding it swirling chaotically, akin to raging black flames. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed tremendous power, an unstoppable force akin to a torrential flood. In that moment, the deathly energy was wholly contained, and the fallen witch found herself firmly ensnared within the profound dream, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. With the doubling of attributes, the damage effects of skills similarly surged, and the fallen witch's health began to plummet drastically, losing over 20,000 life points each second. With a flicker of shadows, the Blood Sovereign manifested within the profound dream, poised to contribute damage. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast. 2 skills were unleashed in succession, followed by a barrage of basic attacks raining down upon the fallen witch mercilessly. In an instant, her health plummeted by over 70,000. Incredible. Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed with excitement. He had not anticipated that the coordination between the Blood Sovereign and the Nightmare Lord could yield such devastating damage. A feat that would be nothing short of sensational if it were to spread. In less than 10 seconds, the fallen witch was left with merely over 30,000 health points. A monster, truly a monster. How could Gu Chen be so extraordinarily powerful? I am now left wondering. Among peers of the same level, which profession could withstand such terrifying damage? The Whispering Orb is merely a rare-grade piece of equipment. How could it confer such a frightening enhancement? Wu Zi surveyed the battlefield, his voice steady as he remarked, the Whispering Orb is but one aspect. The crux lies in the sheer might of Gu Chen's summoned beast. For instance, when your attributes are at 1, utilizing the Whispering Orb might grant you a mere 1-point boost. But when your attributes reach 100, the Whispering Orb can confer a 100-point enhancement. To put it succinctly, the greater the strength of the user, the more formidable the enhancement of combat power. Had the Death Whisper Sphere been donned by Gu Chen, it undoubtedly would not have unleashed such terrifying damage. Wu Zi's gaze fell upon the figures of the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign, a flicker of jealousy glimmering in his eyes. Thus, it is not the summoner's strength, nor Gu Chen's prowess, but rather the might of his summoned beast. Lin Yuan initially held some agreement, but upon hearing this, his expression soured. For a summoner, the strength of the summoned beast surely reflects the summoner's own power. Does it not? Wu Zi turned away, his countenance darkening abruptly. This is bad. The witch has commenced her sacrificial rites. Chapter 31. Do not restrain me. I can strike back. Wu Zi's words caused the faces of those present to shift in unison. In the next moment, a fierce and violent aura of death surged forth from the fallen witch, enveloping her. Several nearby black-robed attendants suddenly let out guttural howls, and their bodies appeared to be consumed by an unseen flame, swiftly transforming into blinding light that flowed into the fallen witch. Once the sacrificial rite began, it triggered a chain reaction. The bodies of dozens of black-robed attendants around her simultaneously dissolved, morphing into streaks of radiant light. The fallen witch's form acted like a magnet, continuously drawing in the sacrificed black-robed attendants, her body swelling rapidly, her withered flesh appearing rejuvenated, visibly plumping before the eyes. Simultaneously, her health no longer plummeted but began to ascend with astonishing speed. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Her recovery rate was nothing short of miraculous. This was still within the confines of the deep dream. Without the sustained damage from skills, she might have restored even more. The fallen witch emitted a piercing shriek, and an inexhaustible force of death radiated from within her, coalescing into countless vengeful skeletons that violently assaulted the dream barrier. Boom. The deep dream began to tremble violently, descending into chaos. The nightmare's sovereign shuddered, the black mist enveloping it scattering chaotically, as if struck by a fierce force. Anger surged within it. And just as it prepared to retaliate, a sudden wave of weakness arose from within, intensifying. Time is up. The effect of the death whisper sphere lasts only 1 minute. The nightmare sovereign's attributes plummeted dramatically, its strength waning, and in an instant, its form reverted to its normal size. Then, with a sharp crack, the deep dream imprisoning the fallen witch shattered like fragile glass. The fallen witch was free. In her sacrificial state, she was surrounded by a torrent of deathly aura, voraciously absorbing the sacrificial light emanating from the black-robed attendants, her health restoration rate skyrocketing. Above the altar, dark clouds churned and roiled, a tempest unleashed. With a flick of her wrist, the chilling aura of death radiated from her, sweeping outward. The power of death coalesced into grotesque tendrils, wildly extending and striking. The nightmare's sovereign flickered, appearing beside Gu Chen, pulling him into the dreamscape to evade the overwhelming onslaught of black mist tendrils. The Bloodlord, witnessing this, hastily retreated but was a moment too late, struck by a massive black mist tendril. Boom. Its body was hurled backward like a cannonball, its flesh appearing corroded, revealing stark white bones in an instant. 8,000. Merely being struck by a black mist tendril caused the Bloodlord's health to plummet by over 8,000. In a flash, its health bar dropped by approximately 60%. Should it endure another strike, it would surely meet its demise. Seeing this unfold, despair washed over the faces of the four on the periphery. Just as they believed the final boss was critically weakened, she unleashed the grotesque sacrificial skill, not only restoring her health, but also amplifying her combat prowess to terrifying heights. A single black mist tendril dealt over 8,000 damage. How were they to combat such a foe? Even the Bloodlord had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, and the Nightmare Sovereign had lost the enhancement of the Death Whisper Sphere. How could the sacrificial state final boss be so fearsome? Who could possibly contend with her? At that moment, Wu Zi's resolve began to waver. He was relieved he had not entered combat, allowing him the option to withdraw at any time. Do not speak thus. Throughout this encounter, it has merely been Gu Chen battling the boss. For a summoner to endure to this extent is already remarkable, Lin Qingqing remarked, though a glimmer of reluctance shone in her eyes. This is a hell-level instance. It is a hell-level novice dungeon, and thus far, no one has ever succeeded in clearing it. To have brought the final boss to such a critical state only to falter now was disheartening. Lin Qingqing sighed, her expression tinged with bitterness. Su Ran remained silent beside her, yet her countenance clearly reflected a sense of disappointment. She and Lin Qingqing had taken out a loan of 200,000 to join this team, hoping to secure the first clear rewards and an SSS rating to gain admission to a prestigious institution. Now, it all seemed a mere illusion. With the fallen witch entering her sacrificial state, her health and combat power surged to their zenith. Meanwhile, the Bloodlord was left in a state of near death. Daring not to approach again, the Nightmare Sovereign, having maintained the deep dream for far too long with its attributes doubled, was nearly drained of energy. As for the bloodline descendants, they had long been extinguished. At this juncture, Gu Chen's defeat appeared inevitable, leaving no room for a comeback. Just one more tremor remained. I must assist old Gu, Lin Yuan shouted, brandishing his sword and charging forward. Come back. Are you seeking death? Wu Zi grasped Lin Yuan firmly. Do not restrain me. I can strike back. Lin Yuan bellowed. Strike back at whom? Can you defeat the black-robed attendants or the fallen witch? You are merely offering yourself as a sacrifice. Previously, the four of them had collaborated to vanquish a single black-robed attendant outside the altar. Now Lin Yuan believed he could achieve a solo counterattack? Ridiculous. I care not. My brother is over there. Lin Yuan shouted back. It is precisely because he is over there that we have been afforded this opportunity. Wu Zi's expression grew grave. Gu Chen was in combat. As long as he could not evade the boss's assault, he could not utilize the teleportation scroll. However, those of them who had not entered combat could still use the scroll to escape. If you charge in, you will enter combat status and be unable to use the scroll to leave. Lin Yuan, do you wish to perish? Not at all. Lin Yuan turned back. But I damn well do not possess a teleportation scroll. He chuckled eerily, the mockery in his eyes transforming into a steely resolve as he surged forward with his sword, as if he truly believed he could strike back. Indeed, as he stated, his brother was there. Madness. Damn it. Wu Zi, in utter frustration, gritted his teeth and yelled. You will die? You will die? However, In the next moment, he discovered that Lin Qingqing grasped a battle sword, with an unmistakable battle intent gleaming in her eyes. Wu Zi furrowed his brow slightly. Are you also seeking death? Lin Qingqing seized a piece of black iron shield. Seeking death? What if I can turn the tables? People will die? You truly won't retreat? Lin Qingqing tilted her head, revealing a hint of a smile. Actually, I don't possess a teleportation scroll either. With that, she brandished her sword and shield, charging forward without hesitation. Wu Zi's expression grew increasingly complex. He even entertained the notion that he was hallucinating. Could these few individuals genuinely hope to counterattack the final boss of a hell-level dungeon? What a joke. Sighing, he glanced at Su Ran beside him. Are you coming or not? I have 2 teleportation scrolls. I can lend you one. Su Ran's hand flashed with light. What a coincidence. I have 2 teleportation scrolls as well. 2 scrolls emerged, one belonging to her and the other to Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi was instantly bewildered, instinctively casting a glance at Lin Qingqing's back. What on earth is this? Why forego the teleportation scrolls to rush towards death? Su Ran remained silent, stowing the teleportation scroll into her spatial pouch, before producing a short dagger fit for an assassin. Simultaneously, her figure began to fade, entering a state of concealment. A gentle breeze swept by, and Su Ran pursued Lin Qingqing's silhouette. Wu Zi was driven to the brink of madness. Madmen. They are all madmen, one after another. They rush towards death. Are they insane? Damn. Do you all wish to perish? I want to live. Only by surviving can one become the most powerful practitioner. Wu Zi shouted towards the direction the others had departed, desperately venting his pent-up frustration. Survive. As he uttered those final 2 words, it felt as though he had expended all his strength, collapsing onto the ground. He retrieved a teleportation scroll and activated it, departing the dungeon without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 32, Counterattack and the Hidden Card. Don't be afraid, old Gu. I'm coming. Trust me, I can turn the tide. Lin Yuan shouted as he ran, wielding his sword and aiming for the black tendrils coalescing with the power of death. Lin Yuan, stop. Gu Chen's expression tightened as he dashed forward, lifting Lin Yuan as if he were a small chick, halting the clumsy assault. What on earth? A counterattack? Are you here to hand over your head? With Lin Yuan's meager health, a mere brush from the black tendrils would spell instant death. Gu Chen set Lin Yuan down, just as Lin Qingqing and Su Ran arrived. What are you doing here? Gu Chen asked irritably. To help you. Lin Yuan immediately replied. Help me? Aren't you incapable of winning? Lin Qingqing interjected. Who? You. What of it? You're not capable. Gu Chen was both amused and exasperated. Who said I couldn't win? Su Ran displayed her naive, clear-eyed expression. Did you not recall retracting both of your summoned beasts? I was dodging skills. Gu Chen retorted, exasperated. The boss is in a sacrificial state. Its skills have been enhanced. I can't just leave my summoned beasts there to take damage, can I? Gu Chen glanced at the trio before him and realized that something seemed amiss. By the way, where's Wu Zi? Gu Chen inquired. As the words fell, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran exchanged glances. Wu Zi, how should I put it? Well, we can't entirely blame ourselves. Team information. Team member Wu Zi, fighter, has exited the team. At that moment, they received Wu Zi's exit notification, prompting Lin Yuan to recount the previous situation. Forget it. If he wants to leave, let him. That's his choice. Gu Chen shrugged it off. Turning to Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, why did you choose to stay? Lin Qingqing pondered for a moment. You seem too calm, not like someone in a desperate situation. I sense you have a hidden card. Oh, what gives you that impression? Lin Qingqing's gaze swept around before finally landing on the critically injured Bloodlord. It's that. Previously, when the Bloodlord was injured, you would have immediately healed him. But just now, the Bloodlord has been reduced to a sliver of health. And you haven't tended to him at all. While she couldn't fathom the rationale behind this, it was indeed unusual and not in line with his typical behavior. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a glimmer of approval. Congratulations, you are correct. Lin Qingqing's observation was astute. Gu Chen had intentionally allowed the Bloodlord to remain in a state of critical health. After all, as a legendary summon, if it performed similarly to the epic summon, Nightmare Ruler, it would be rather disappointing. Upon advancement, the Bloodlord had acquired a legendary talent, Blood Frenzy. Blood Frenzy, when the Bloodlord's health drops below 30. It can unleash an anger boost, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. How should one interpret the doubling of all attributes? For those poor in mathematics, this is a blessing. Simply put, it becomes 12 times all attributes, which means all attributes would reach 3 times their original value. This was Gu Chen's ultimate hidden card. The reason the Fallen, which was so formidable, boiled down to 3 points: high attributes, thick health, and the sacrificial state. Currently, the Bloodlord's average attributes were nearing 180. When multiplied by 3, its combat power would skyrocket to a terrifying degree. Even in the sacrificial state, the Fallen which would be overwhelmingly crushed. With a chilling sound, Nightmare Ruler was suddenly struck by a black mist tendril. Although it was an energy entity with high resistance to physical attacks, this tendril, composed of death-infused black mist, belonged to elemental damage. As soon as the black mist tendril made contact with Nightmare Ruler, it split into dozens of identical tendrils, ensnaring it in layers. Nightmare Ruler was eroded by the power of death, rapidly losing health, instantly dropping 2/3 of its life. At that moment, the Bloodlord received Gu Chen's command and charged unhesitatingly towards the altar where the fallen witch resided. With a rush, the aura of death surged like a tide. The Bloodlord transformed into a dark red streak of blood light, undeterred, plunging straight into the fray. Upon contact with the aura of death, the Bloodlord's health plummeted below 30. Subsequently, its talent activated, vibrant blood light erupted from its surface, an unprecedented terrifying power surged from deep within its veins, filling every corner of its being. The blood light quickly receded, and in the next moment, a grotesque, humanoid figure engulfed in fierce blood flames appeared beside Nightmare Ruler. The black mist tendrils lunged forward, yet upon contact with the Bloodlord, they were scorched by the blood flames, vanishing into nothingness. This was not a case of blood flames countering the power of death, but an absolute force overwhelming the foe. The nightmarish sovereign found a momentary respite, his form flickering and vanishing into the realm of dreams. The blood sovereign transformed into a shadow of crimson, charging directly towards the altar where the fallen witch stood. A look of trepidation crossed the fallen witch's face. Despite being in a sacrificial state, the presence of the blood sovereign instilled in her a profound sense of impending doom. Withering, wraith surge. Perhaps due to the sacrificial enhancement, the fallen witch's abilities seemed devoid of cooldown, unleashing a relentless barrage of skills imbued with overwhelming death power, mercilessly bombarding the blood sovereign. Unflinching, the blood sovereign surged forward, bracing himself against the onslaught. Blood exchange. Ever as ferocious and domineering as ever. This was his distinctive combat style. One skill after another struck the blood sovereign, inflicting tangible damage. Yet, in the crimson blood state, his defense, constitution, and life recovery rate saw an exponential surge. While he could not emerge unscathed, all wounds healed at an astonishingly visible rate. His bloodline fluctuated, rising and falling, yet consistently hovering around 30. Simultaneously, the blood sovereign raised his arms, the black and silver gun barrels locking onto the fallen witch ahead. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of blood flame bullets erupted, raining down like a tempest, almost materializing, roaring like a furious dragon as they detonated upon the fallen witch. A piercing scream escaped her lips as her health plummeted, losing 30 to 40,000 life points in mere moments. Around the altar, the black tendrils of death began to show signs of unraveling. At this moment, Lin Yuan and his companions were profoundly shaken. The ferocity of the blood sovereign's assault on the fallen which felt as if it struck at their very hearts, plunging the trio into a collective silence. What was happening? The lower the blood sovereign's health dipped, the more ferocious he became. He first intervened to save the nightmarish sovereign, and now he was directly overwhelming the fallen witch in her sacrificial state. This battle was incomprehensible. They exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Yet, this did not hinder the smirks of schadenfreude that crept onto their faces, for someone was about to regret their choices. Chapter 33, The Temple's History, triggering the task item. In an instant, the altar was enveloped in a deluge of gunfire, the damage from the blood flame bullets incessantly scorching the fallen witch's form. Her body was riddled with wounds, her health nearing its complete depletion. With a swift motion, she grasped at the air, summoning several black-robed attendants to form a makeshift shield in a desperate attempt to withstand the damage. However, it was utterly futile. The blood flame bullets were devastating. A single shot could obliterate a black-robed attendant, their blackened remains scattering across the altar without causing a ripple. The result of the blood sovereign's doubled attributes was a one-sided suppression, as he withstood the skills of the fallen, which while unleashing a relentless onslaught. As her health plummeted to the brink of annihilation, the blood sovereign pressed down with his twin guns, two streams of scarlet blood flames spiraling around him, unleashing an unprecedented fury. Crimson Feast. The spiraling blood flames surged forth like an apocalyptic storm, carrying with it the terrifying might of annihilation, charging directly at the fallen witch. The fallen witch, now firmly within the crosshairs of the blood sovereign, found herself unable to evade this ultimate strike. Boom. Her body writhed within the blood flame tempest, the surface cracking under pressure, her figure elongating and becoming increasingly slender. Her health of 158,000 was entirely depleted, yet she did not succumb to death. Instead, her visage twisted in a snarl as she thrashed wildly within the storm of blood flame. You shall all perish. It is you who have betrayed me, she howled in fury. Yet, in that moment, she suddenly realized she had lost control over her own body. Gu Chen had quelled the blood sovereign. From the moment the boss's health hit zero, the battle had come to an irrevocable conclusion. What followed was a reenactment of history. The blood flame tempest had completely subsided, and the altar was awash with flickering shadows. Subsequently, a familiar throng emerged, guardians, black-robed attendants, and crimson-clad priests, nearly 100 in total. The abyss had invaded, and corruption was spreading like wildfire. Many had already succumbed to the gray fog. Who could rescue us? I do not wish to die. Where is our god? Crimson Priest. You said that drinking blood could dispel the gray fog. Is it true? Are you questioning the divine will? Only by consuming the blood of the Holy Maiden can one resist the gray fog. Only by sacrificing the Holy Maiden's heart can we save the temple. Then what are we waiting for? The Holy Maiden is kind. To save the temple, she will surely be willing to sacrifice herself. Enough idle talk. All guards, follow me. We must find the Holy Maiden. The Crimson Priest stood atop the highest point, surveying the crowd with an expression devoid of any emotion. Several black-robed attendants had already twisted faces, their frenzied eyes betraying their loss of reason. The history of the temple continued to unfold amidst the shadows and light. Within the main hall, a group of black-robed attendants brought the Holy Maiden before the Crimson Priest. High Priest, the Abyss's influence over you has intensified. You must undergo purification. No, Holy Maiden, you do not understand. The Crimson Priest revealed a visage as gaunt as a skeleton, startling the Holy Maiden. This is not corruption. It is the power of the divine. The abyssal beings are not invaders. They have come to help us seek the path of the divine. What? How can this be? High Priest, you have already been tainted by the abyss. Come with me. The Crimson Priest seized the Holy Maiden by her hair, his expression malevolent. His eyes glinting with a sinister light. I have said it. This is not corruption. The abyss is the divine's guidance, a miracle. High Priest, the abyss is eroding your sanity. Do not succumb to evil. The Crimson Priest's face twisted as he fixed his gaze on the Holy Maiden, his eyes ablaze with malevolence. Temple Holy Maiden, I require your assistance in my cultivation. No, High Priest, you have been tainted. Someone quickly. The Holy Maiden immediately sought salvation from the black-robed attendants, yet their eyes reflected only numbness and madness. The scene shifted, revealing a naked female corpse upon the altar. The corpse was pallid, devoid of any trace of blood, and her chest had been violently torn open, the gaping wound showing not a single drop of blood. The Crimson Priest stood beside the corpse, his eyes gleaming with malice and madness. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guardians knelt, their expressions devout. The Crimson Priest looked up at the towering divine statue, murmuring incantations in a prayer-like manner. The throng behind him gradually raised their heads, appearing frenzied, completely oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, instead displaying expressions of rapture. As the sacrificial ritual concluded, the Crimson Priest raised a glass vial filled to the brim with blood. The clergy, kneeling on the ground, exhibited a fervent gaze, perceiving the blood as a sacred elixir. Their countenance suffused with intense desire. However, at that moment, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, causing the temple to tremble violently. The abyss erupted, and the foreign entities launched a massive invasion of the sanctuary. A surging black mist materialized from all directions, transforming into a deathly grip that relentlessly ravaged the temple's structures. Outside the temple's grand doors, a tempest of black and red raged across the sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene, as an overwhelming army of otherworldly beings advanced. The scene gradually dimmed, heralding the onset of a dreadful storm. You have successfully completed the novice dungeon, Temple Ruins, Hell Level. The dungeon will conclude in 5 minutes. Or you may exit immediately. Is this it? Lin Yuan's expression was akin to having swallowed a fly. What kind of dungeon is this? A tale of a group of perverts murdering a woman? Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow. Though they had cleared the dungeon, an inexplicable sense of frustration lingered. Su Ran was profoundly dissatisfied with this outcome. Gu Chen also found the conclusion rather perplexing, and at that moment, he suddenly recalled the 2 quest items he had obtained earlier. He retrieved the 2 glass vials from his spatial inventory, one containing a sealed heart, the other, sealed blood. Notice, quest items triggered. Sealed heart. Option 1. Return the heart to the fallen witch. The saint will briefly revive and sacrifice herself to end the abyssal invasion. Sealed blood. Option 2. Pour the blood into the altar. The temple's corruption will be purified, granting the clergy the power to combat the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat itself, the abyss will invade the temple, and everything will succumb to destruction. Please make your choice. Is this really all? This time, it was Gu Chen who wore the expression of having swallowed a fly. If he returned the heart, the saint would resurrect temporarily, yet would lose her powers, having to sacrifice herself to halt the abyssal incursion. Conversely, pouring the blood into the altar would completely obliterate her, yet bestow the temple's inhabitants with the strength to resist the abyss. Regardless of the choice made, the invasion would be thwarted and the lives within the temple preserved. Thus, throughout this dungeon, had only one woman perished? An innocent woman, no less. Damn it. This ending feels rather unsatisfactory. Chapter 34. After your death. Who cares if the floods rise? Will you choose? Lin Yuan suddenly inquired from beside them. Should they repel the abyss or allow history to repeat itself? Given that the dungeon had already concluded, perhaps it would be better to exit and let those deranged zealots face annihilation. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, their brows slightly knitted, turning their attention to Gu Chen. After all, the decision rested upon him. Sensing their gazes, Gu Chen turned to ask, "What do you think?" "I choose not to decide," Lin Qingqing replied decisively. "Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal entities, Su Ran concurred with a nod. After all, those clergy are nothing but a bunch of lunatics and perverts. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. Having come this far, abstaining from making a choice seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, a decision was imperative. He approached the altar, moving toward the barely breathing fallen witch, his expression stiffening slightly as he regarded her cracked body and grievous wounds. After a brief pause, Gu Chen spoke in a grave and detached tone. Should I give you the heart, you may revive briefly. Yet must sacrifice yourself to combat the abyss. Should I pour the blood into the altar, you will perish completely, but will empower the temple to resist the abyss. So, is resisting the abyss truly that significant? They drain your blood and excavate your heart, seeking only to prolong their lives. In this entire temple, who genuinely cares about repelling the abyss's invasion? The fallen witch's body trembled, and the darkness in her eyes receded slightly. What are you trying to say? Gu Chen crouched down, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He returned the sealed heart to the witch, then also returned the sealed blood. This action left Lin Yuan and the others somewhat baffled. After completing these gestures, Gu Chen exhaled deeply. All right, what I wish to convey is quite simple. After your death, who cares if the floods rise? The heart can grant you temporary revival, and the blood can restore your power. Take them both, in your final moments. You may choose to live for yourself. Before the abyssal entities invade, repay grievances with grievances, and avenge your wrongs. Let those who caused your demise pay the price, allowing them to perish in despair and agony, just as you did. Moreover, you might lead the abyssal entities into a trap, for by the time they breach the temple, it will be too late. You will have avenged yourself and toyed with the invaders. How splendid. Such a maneuver? Only then did Lin Yuan and the others react, instinctively nodding in agreement, profoundly satisfied with this outcome. Dungeon raids are already arduous. Let the final resolution not be so stifling. Everyone enjoys a gratifying narrative. Who wishes to endure a tale of suffering? Gu Chen unsealed the vials and then rose, leisurely striding away from the altar. Although none of this was real, he still wished to grant the fallen witch an opportunity for revenge. What the true conclusion of the dungeon was mattered little to him, nor did it to anyone else. Each person yearns to witness their desired outcome, and this scenario was precisely what Gu Chen wished to see. With the heart and blood obtained, the fallen witch's form radiated a luminous glow, and in an instant, she transformed into countless specks of light, soaring into the ethereal images above the altar. In the vision, the clergy stood aghast at the abyss's invasion. Suddenly, the female corpse on the altar began to levitate, a vibrant heart pulsating at her chest, and with the life-giving blood. An unprecedented power erupted from within her. The saint's eyes slowly opened, filled with fury and resentment, surveying the assembly below with an unmistakable intent to kill. Time is short. I hope to slay you all before the abyssal entities conquer the temple. High priest, do you not consider yourself a devotee of the divine? I shall send you to meet your god. As the dungeon's curtain fell, a series of notifications appeared before Gu Chen's eyes. Defeated fallen witch boss LV-15. Experience 5317. Level up. Level LV-10. 123414500. Strength 217. Agility 216. Vitality 218. Mentality 219. Summon Beast, Bloodlord LV-10 Legend, Nightmare Master LV-10 Epic. Current talent, obtain a dark bloodline. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the temple ruins at the Hell level, earning rewards, 3,000 professional experience, 1 Hell level treasure chest. Dungeon concluded, exiting the current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Dungeon Square. Ever since wuxi emerged, an increasing number of individuals have gathered, for everyone is aware that the dungeon gambling match is nearing its conclusion. Anticipation glimmers in each face, all awaiting the climactic moment of humiliation. Calculating the time, Gu Chen must be nearing his demise, right? I have long asserted that a civilian summoner attempting a hell-level dungeon is destined for a tragic end. Now, not only has he lost his life, but he has also incurred a debt of 500,000. I wonder, since wuxi has been out for so long, why hasn't Gu Chen met his end yet? The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, while Li Wenhui had already packed up the tent. After a brief respite, he had nearly fully recovered. At this moment, he stood at the dungeon entrance, a smile perpetually curling at the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress his delight. Listening to the crowd's disparagement of Gu Chen, Li Wenhui refrained from uttering a single word. In truth, during such moments, maintaining an air of arrogance suffices. Should he also belittle Gu Chen, he would merely be accused of lacking grace. However, upon observing wuxi standing in a daze outside the dungeon, he could not resist approaching. Noticing the smile on Li Wenhui's face, wuxi raised an eyebrow. What brings you here? Though I am a coward, you have no right to humiliate me. Li Wenhui waved his hand dismissively. No, I have no time to amuse myself at your expense. I merely wish to know how far Gu Chen has taken you. wuxi's expression darkened. What does it matter to you? Li Wenhui sighed. Speaking in a low tone, let us simplify the inquiry. You have been out for quite some time. Why is Gu Chen still alive? This question caused wuxi's expression to stiffen abruptly. After emerging, he had been engulfed in a psychological struggle of guilt and self-justification, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Now, with Li Wenhui's inquiry, a jolt surged through his heart. Could it be that Gu Chen has turned the tables? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That dungeon was at the hell level. Having reached such a stage, Gu Chen must have exhausted all his trump cards. How could he possibly reverse the situation? Just then, a colossal screen above the dungeon entrance flickered to life. Major announcement. The Temple Ruins Hell Level Dungeon has been cleared for the first time. Clearing time, 5 hours 27 minutes 36 seconds. Clearing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin. Rewards earned. 3,000 Professional Experience, Personal Achievement 1, First Clear Reward Box 1. Clearing Evaluation, SSS. Chapter 35, The Psychological Shadow Area of Wuxi. In an instant, the dungeon square plunged into silence, the scene seemingly frozen in time. This stillness persisted for several seconds before being shattered by a voice. Holy moly, am I seeing things? The hell level dungeon has actually been cleared? This is the first clear. How on earth did he manage that? Someone pinch me. Oh wait, you really did pinch me? Because the announcement emerged at the moment of the final boss's demise, Gu Chen and his team remained within the dungeon. Confusion and astonishment were etched on every face. Some rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. Yet, no one doubted the authenticity of the announcement. The announcement was directly linked to the dungeon system and could not be erroneous. This meant that Gu Chen, a civilian summoner, had successfully cleared the hell-level novice dungeon with 2 actors. It's all a hallucination. I'm not fooled. A chubby man in a jersey shouted in frustration. That's a hell-level dungeon. How could he have accomplished that? Wasn't it said that civilian summoners are doomed? Alright, who was it that said if Gu Chen cleared it, he'd live stream doing a handstand while defecating? Come on, show us. The handstand can wait. Who's good at math? Help me calculate Wu Zi's current psychological shadow area. No need to calculate. He is surely regretting it to the core. Ha ha ha, what a pure fool. Truly a sight to behold. He chose this path himself. Who can he blame? The path he chose, he must walk to the end, even on his knees. The murmurings and jeers were unrestrained and deliberate, as these individuals sought to revel in Gu Chen's success while relishing in Wu Zi's downfall. Especially in such moments where one witnesses another's rise, only to see their downfall. These are the tales most savored. From the instant Wu Zi fled the dungeon, the rewards of the hell-level dungeon slipped from his grasp. SSS level evaluation. First clear reward from the hell-level dungeon. Either of these opportunities would be monumental for an ordinary transferee. Yet, he, so unremarkable, had missed both. The magnitude of this loss was unimaginable. His psychological shadow area must be immense. Without a doubt, Wu Zi was truly filled with regret. At this moment, his gaze was vacant, his face etched with remorse and self-reproach. From the moment he exited the dungeon to the announcement, barely 15 minutes had passed, yet to him, it felt like a descent from heaven to hell. The string of rewards and achievements listed on the announcement was blindingly painful to behold. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The rewards and glory that should have been his had dissipated like smoke in an instant. What a travesty. Slap. In a fit of rage, Wu Zi struck himself, leaving amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd, filled with resentment. The crisp sound of the slap jolted Li Wenhui from his stupor. Gu Chen had cleared the hell-level dungeon. To him, it was an utter impossibility. Yet, he could not dispute the clarity of the clearing information displayed in the announcement. 5 hours 27 minutes 36 seconds. SSS level evaluation. This achievement, not just in Ling City but across the entire Northern Realm, was astonishingly exceptional. Can a civilian summoner truly possess such strength? An SSS level rating. This was a crushing victory. I've realized. We've all been deceived. Civilian transferee summoners are the strongest. What a scam. It's clear that Gu Chen is extraordinary. It turns out Gu Chen is the true master. In the dungeon square, Gu Chen's reputation underwent a dramatic transformation. The disdain he previously faced was now replaced with exaltation. Once revered and worshipped by the masses, Li Wenhui has now devolved into an inconspicuous passerby. His face is etched with bitterness. Although Wu Zi has become a laughingstock in the eyes of others, he has merely lost face. As for Li Wenhui, he has lost a substantial sum of money, 500,000. This is no trifling amount for him, but rather a significant investment intended for upgrading his equipment. A complete rare-grade knight set is worth over $1 million, not the sort of common items one discards after a few levels. It is a crucial asset for gaining admission to prestigious institutions. Now, having lost 50,000, if his father were to discover this, he would surely flay him alive. How he wishes he had never engaged in a wager with Gu Chen. Regret surges within him, yet it is too late. It was he who proposed to conduct the wager through the trading platform, and once the funds entered the platform, the bet became irrevocable. Not even the head of the Li family could reverse it. Gu Chen need not even waste words. A few taps on his phone would suffice to transfer the money into his account. Gu Chen, you are leading me to my doom. As Li Wenhui wallowed in his despair, Gu Chen and his companions finally emerged from the dungeon. Upon their exit, they were immediately besieged by a throng of journalists wielding cameras and microphones. After all, it is the season for class transitions, and novice dungeons have become one of the reporters' favorite hotspots. The emergence of prodigious professionals breaking dungeon records is one of the most exhilarating stories to ignite the fervor of the youth. Gu Chen, I am a reporter from the Professionals Evening News. Could you share your feelings about conquering the hell-level dungeon for the first time? Gu Chen, this is Lin City Satellite TV. Why did you choose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, having won your wager against Li Wenhui, how do you plan to handle the 50,000 bet? Goodness, is this your first day as a reporter? Are you seriously asking such questions? A dozen journalists and 1,000 transitioning students surrounded Gu Chen, making him acutely aware of the meaning of being in the limelight. The crowd gathered in the square looked on with envy. This was a rare opportunity to shine in front of others. If he could seize this wave of attention, wealth and prosperity would come to him as easily as breathing. The wheels of destiny were turning in Gu Chen's favor. However, Gu Chen had no intention of wasting time with the reporters and promptly shoved Lin Yuan forward. It was Lin Yuan's first time experiencing such a scene, yet he showed no signs of trepidation. Clearing his throat, he seized the nearest microphone, disregarding whether others were interested, and began to share his thoughts on the momentous achievement. Seizing this chance to gain some recognition and ride on Gu Chen's coattails, he would soon be a semi-celebrity himself. With fame, earning money would be as effortless as eating and drinking. Meanwhile, Gu Chen capitalized on the distraction and slipped away. Following the dungeon announcement, the wager had concluded, and the 50,000 bet from Li Wenhui had already been deposited into his account. In his personal space, the hell-level treasure chest and first clear gift box gleamed enticingly. Gu Chen's heart raced with anticipation. Open the box. Chapter 36. The Fallen Magic Sphere, Stone Gargoyle. Reaching level 10, the third summoning beast slot has been unlocked. However, Gu Chen was not in a hurry. He decided to open the treasure chest and gift box first. Hell-level treasure chests in novice dungeons are guaranteed to contain 5-star rare equipment, while hell-level first clear gift boxes are certain to yield rare-grade items, with a high probability of being class-specific. With excitement bubbling within him, Gu Chen opened the treasure chest. You have opened the dungeon treasure chest, hell-level. Obtained weapon, Fallen Magic Sphere. Quality, rare. Level restriction, level 10. Class restriction, magic class. Attributes, spirit 150, casting speed 50, skill damage 50. Effect, each time a skill hits a target, a death tendril will spawn next to the target, lasting for 2 seconds. Death tendril inflicts 3,000 points of true damage to the target and applies a slowing effect. This magic sphere is impressive. Not only does it enhance skill damage, but it also boosts intelligence by 150. Gu Chen's expression brightened with delight. With a spirit attribute of 219, this sphere nearly doubles his spirit attributes. Moreover, he has witnessed firsthand the terror of the fallen witch's death tendrils. For a summoner, the skills of the summoned beasts are akin to the summoner's own abilities. The Bloodlord's deadly shot can unleash 6 bullets, each imbued with skill effects. Once all bullets strike the target, 6 tendrils will emerge. The Nightmare Overlord's Nightmare Entwined can now summon 14 nightmare minions to ensnare the target, resulting in an additional 14 tendrils. In essence, Gu Chen merely needs to have both summoned beasts cast their skills once, generating a total of 20 death tendrils. Each death tendril inflicts 3,000 points of damage, culminating in a staggering total of 60,000 points. With an attack speed of 1 per second, this damage figure would be effectively doubled. A whopping 120,000. How terrifying. It is worth noting that even the final boss of the hell-level dungeon, the Fallen Witch, possesses a maximum health of only 158,000. Just one magic sphere skill could inflict 120,000 damage on the target. Would the Fallen Witch be left with barely any health? Gu Chen felt an exhilarating sense of power. This magic sphere aligns perfectly with his situation. While the 5-star rare magic sphere is merely considered above average, its accompanying skill is conventionally standard. In the hands of other magic class professionals, it might only yield a modest increase in combat power, as most practitioners master only 3 or 4 skills. However, in Gu Chen's hands, the damage skyrockets. It is utterly astounding. Gu Chen found himself gasping in disbelief. Placing the fallen magic sphere into his equipment slot, he eagerly opened the first clear gift box. You have opened the first clear gift box, hell level. Obtained item, attribute fruit. Quality, rare. Level restriction, level 10. Effect, all attributes 100. A level 10 attribute fruit, granting a total of 100 to all attributes. Quite delightful. The enhancements from attribute increases are multifaceted, impacting health, energy consumption, skill cooldowns, and more. Additionally, the higher a summoner's attributes, the greater the damage dealt by their summoned beasts, creating a symbiotic relationship. Thus, Gu Chen wasted no time and promptly consumed the attribute fruit. The taste was sweet, reminiscent of a juicy peach. As a surge of profound energy coursed through his limbs and body, Gu Chen felt a remarkable revitalization within. You have consumed an attribute fruit. All attributes increased to 100. He was imbued with an overwhelming sense of strength, capable of obliterating stars with a mere punch. However, this sensation was merely an illusion stemming from a temporary spike in his attributes. Subsequently, he shed his black butler robe and donned the ceremonial attire acquired from vanquishing the Crimson Priest before accessing his character panel. Name: Gu Chen. Class: Summoner. Level: LV10, 723414500. Strength: 317. Agility: 316. Constitution: 318. Mentality: 469. Talent: Darkborn Initial Blood God level. Skill: Comprehensive Link LV5 Rare. Equipment: Fallen Spell Sphere, Ceremonial Set. Summoned Beasts: Bloodline Sovereign LV10 Legendary, Nightmare Ruler LV10 Epic. Indeed, with Gu Chen's current attributes, he could be deemed nearly invincible at the first tier, possessing enough prowess to contend even against second-tier professionals. This filled him with renewed confidence as he prepared to venture into the wilderness. Having already completed the novice dungeon, any further forays into other dungeons would incur significant fees. Beyond the novice dungeon, all other artificial dungeons required payment. After all, maintaining and operating these dungeons necessitated a high concentration of energy crystals. Without payment, they would have long since ceased operations. Although Gu Chen had some savings, he did not intend to enter any dungeons. Instead, he resolved to venture into the wilderness and descend into the abyss, the fastest route to leveling up. The abyss, situated above the wilderness, was a manifestation of the invasion of otherworldly beings into this realm. Dungeons were constructed to replicate the abyss, most located within cities, thereby preventing professionals from undertaking perilous journeys through the wilderness merely to gain experience. The wilderness was fraught with dangers, teeming with ferocious entities, where a moment's inattention could lead to a swift demise, posing a threat even greater than that of hell-level dungeons. Determined to traverse the wilderness, Gu Chen first needed to finalize his third summoned beast. He accessed the professional trading platform and discovered 5 level 10 summoning skill books: Unicorn, Earth Demon Turtle, Trant, Gargoyle, and Mountain Eagle. The Unicorn was a mage-type summon, the Earth Demon Turtle a tank type, the Trant a warrior type, the Mountain Eagle an assassin type, and only the Gargoyle served as a support type. Moreover, the Gargoyle was not a conventional supportive entity. It was a debuff type. It could not grant shields, healing, or damage boosts to allies but could inflict poison, curses, and weakness upon foes. The memory of the fear instilled by the curse of gray mist still lingered. A potent debuff could indeed seal one's divine fate. Currently, his 2 summoned beasts, the Bloodline Sovereign capable of enduring and dealing damage, and the Nightmare Ruler excelling in explosive strikes, would be perfectly complemented by a debuffing support. It was decided the Gargoyle would be his choice. After careful consideration, Gu Chen invested 150,000 to acquire the Gargoyle summoning book. An excellent grade at such a price was a veritable bargain. High-quality summoning books were scarce, and those that did enter the market were typically consumed internally by major guilds. Gu Chen was neither a noble nor a guild member. Thus, it was remarkable that he managed to procure a high-quality summoning book at all. Nonetheless, he was fortunate, although unable to acquire such tomes. His god-tier talent allowed him to enhance the qualities of his summoned beasts using his dark bloodline. Both level 9 and level 10 beasts would receive the initial bloodline, allowing him to elevate his third summoned beast directly to epic 1-star. Excellent. Gu Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. The Gargoyle fusing with the dark bloodline promised great prospects. Chapter 37. The Undead Colossus, Slaying Lirengia. Instant deliveries were rare on the professional trading platform. The seller of the Gargoyle summoning skill book was not in Lin City, requiring remote sourcing, and time was of the essence. Next, he purchased several consumables he might require upon exiting the city, awaiting their arrival alongside the summoning book the following day. Subsequently, Gu Chen delved into a short video platform. He initially expected that conquering a hell-level dungeon would create quite a stir in Lin City, generating a flurry of shares related to him on the platform. However, after scrolling through several videos, he found no information pertaining to himself, not even about the first completion of the hell-level dungeon. Confusion clouded his mind. It seemed that not only the short video platform, but all major media outlets had fallen into a state of silence. What could be the cause? Were the internet cables severed? Gu Chen pondered this, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had already secured the rewards for conquering the hell level, and with an SSS rating recorded, any fleeting fame was of little consequence. For now, he only needed to wait for the school to confirm his guaranteed admission. The following day, just before noon, Gu Chen received a package from the professional platform. After verifying the summoning book's authenticity, he proceeded to learn it. You have successfully contracted with the Gargoyle. Summoned Beast, Gargoyle. Quality, excellent. Level, 10. Health points, 6,220. Attributes, Strength 85, Agility 90, Constitution 94, Mentality 95. Talent, Excellent Stone Form. Skill, Petrification LV1 Excellent. Next, Gu Chen infused both initial dark bloodlines into the Gargoyle. Initial Dark Bloodline fusion successful. Summon Beast advancement. Gargoyle excellent. Undead Colossus epic. Summon Beast star upgrade successful. Undead Colossus epic. Undead Colossus epic. Level LV10. Health points 13,500. Attributes Strength 145, Agility 140, Constitution 157, Mentality 158. Talent Unyielding epic. Skill I Utter exhaustion LV10 epic. Skill 2 Black Death Plague LV10 epic. Skill 3 Forbidden Domain LV10 epic. The Gargoyle advanced to the epic level Undead Colossus, initially possessing 1 epic talent and 2 epic skills. The third skill was acquired post-upgrade. Unyielding. The Undead Colossus, while in a stationary state, experiences enhanced defense and recovery, and becomes immune to all negative effects. Utter exhaustion. Inflicts a state of extreme fatigue upon nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50 and increasing damage taken by 50. Immune to counteractive measures. Black Death Plague. Infects a target with a plague, reducing healing effects by 90 and continuously draining health. Immune to counteractive measures. In the domain of the Forbidden Realm, the corpse golem delineates a territory centered around itself, within which the consumption of all targets escalates tenfold, much like the Nightmare Sovereign. The term target in the skill refers exclusively to the adversaries that are directly engaged, rather than both sides. The array of debilitating skills left Gu Chen in a state of euphoric delight. Particularly, the third skill, the Forbidden Realm, which amplifies enemy consumption by a staggering 10 times, is nothing short of terrifying in its potency. Just envision the scenario. A mage expends a single skill, only to find their mental resources depleted by more than half. Or consider a warrior who, after executing one attack, finds their legs weakened and trembling. Some formidable abilities, under the influence of this tenfold consumption, would become utterly uncastable, rendering the opponent utterly helpless and merely spectators of their own demise. Such prowess is truly formidable. After reviewing the various skills and talents once more, Gu Chen contentedly closed the summoning panel, brimming with confidence for the impending journey into the wilderness. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua. Gu Chen's eyes brightened. This call must pertain to the matter of his recommendation to a prestigious academy in the capital. After all, he had achieved an SSS rating in the Hell Level Dungeon, and there was only one recommendation slot available at Lynching No. 1 High School, which surely ought to be his. However, as soon as he answered the call, Jiang Songhua's irate voice came through the receiver. Gu Chen, your recommendation slot has been blocked by those incompetent fools at the municipal office. I ask you, what are your thoughts on this? The sheer ferocity of his tone momentarily stunned Gu Chen, eliciting a chuckle from him. It was his recommendation that had been revoked. Yet it sounded as if Jiang Songhua were the one wronged. But of course, if Gu Chen were to be recommended to the academy, Jiang Songhua, as his teacher, would experience a significant elevation in status, reputation, and standing. Viewed in that light, it was indeed Jiang Songhua who was the victim. Gu Chen promptly inquired, Teacher Jiang, please refrain from your ire. Why has the municipal office obstructed my recommendation? Jiang Songhua vented. They believe that summoners lack substantial growth potential and are not worth cultivating. Those idiots. They have no understanding of the challenges posed by hell-level dungeons. The rationale of insufficient potential and unworthiness of focus sounded rather flimsy to Gu Chen. He pressed on, since they have rejected me, to whom has the recommendation slot been allocated? Surely it cannot simply go unutilized. The recommendation slot has temporarily fallen to the Li family. Temporarily? Gu Chen pondered. Are they planning to recommend Li Wenhui? What does temporarily imply? Li Wenhui is merely a side branch. This slot should be contested by the heir of the Li family. The heir of the Li family? Who is that? Li Renjia. Jiang Songhua sighed deeply on the other end of the line. He was sent to Gubei City from a young age to receive the finest resources of the northern region. Having transitioned into the rare class of mentalist, he is considered a genius. However, Gubei City is the heart of the northern region, teeming with prodigies. And Li Renjia's abilities are insufficient to secure a spot on the recommendation list, so the Li family aims to procure a recommendation slot from lynching. A hint of disdain flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. So he was merely a beggar seeking alms. After being bullied in Gubei City, he had come to Lynching, a small place, to seek favors. The irony was that those favors were now being sought from him. Gu Chen committed this name to memory and continued to inquire. Teacher Jiang, you mentioned that the recommendation slot has temporarily fallen to the Li family? Yes, that is what I heard from the principal. But do not let this information slip. If Li Renjia manages to secure an SSS rating in the Hell Level Dungeon before the Academy assessment, the slot will be his. Conversely, there remains a considerable chance that it will revert to you. A considerable chance? Gu Chen scoffed inwardly. He was not fond of such uncertainties. It was undeniably his. Yet it felt as if he were being made to accept the charity of others. So, Teacher Jiang, you are calling to inform me that my recommendation slot has been compromised? No, I am informing you that Li Renjia is likely to approach you for collaboration, offering you certain benefits in exchange for your assistance in clearing the Hell Level Dungeon. Gu Chen replied with certainty, I will certainly not acquiesce to that. No. You do not understand. You are but a commoner. Why engage in a confrontation with nobility? Have you not learned of the Li family? You must agree to his terms. Jiang Songhua sighed. I understand your frustration, but the circumstances are beyond your control. If Li Renjie approaches you, ensure to negotiate for substantial benefits. You know the Li family. They are the foremost family in lynching, a veritable powerhouse. Seize this opportunity to extract a significant price from Li Renjie. Extract a price from Li Renjie? Understood. Gu Chen nodded, etching his mentor's advice into his mind. Just then, a commotion was heard at the door. Moments later, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Li Wenhui. Cousin. This is Gu Chen's dormitory, Li Wenhui announced as he stepped aside. At the threshold stood a youth clad in a robe, possessing an air of striking handsomeness. The young man exuded an aura of superiority and disdain for all. He crossed the threshold, surveying the entire room with a haughty demeanor, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Gu Chen. I am Li Renjie. You must have heard of my name. Chapter 38. You cannot afford it. Nor do you have the life to claim it. Even if you haven't, it matters not. I am here to discuss a collaboration with you. Li Renjie extended a finger, his posture exuding arrogance. Assist me in clearing the hell-level dungeon and securing an SSS rating, and I shall grant you an epic-grade equipment. Gu Chen regarded him with keen interest. His calculations were indeed astute. Even if one were to clear a hell-level novice dungeon, the rewards would typically yield only top-tier rare equipment. Yet here stood Li Renjie, offering epic equipment right from the outset, a considerable proposition. Had Jiang Songhua not forewarned him of the underlying circumstances, he might have been tempted to agree. However, the audacity of proposing an epic-grade item in exchange for his recommendation slot to the academy was a blatant affront to Gu Chen's sensibilities. Noticing Gu Chen's lack of reaction, Li Renjie maintained his gaze, extending another finger. 2 items. Truly, the foremost family of lynching is nothing short of extravagant. Gu Chen could not help but scoff internally. Epic-grade equipment typically begins at tens of millions, equating to over 20 million to procure a spot at the academy. 20 million, significant for an ordinary person, representing a lifetime of earnings. Yet, compared to the opportunities afforded by the academy, the disparity was glaring. Gu Chen chuckled coldly. You wish for me to assist you in attaining an SSS rating while simultaneously usurping my recommendation slot? Is this your notion of collaboration? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Renjie's eyes. How could Gu Chen be aware of such details? Humph, it's good that you know, so there's no need to hide anything. Li Renjie said in a deep voice. 2 pieces of epic-level equipment. This is your final opportunity. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Gu Chen, undaunted, replied. I too offer you a chance. Produce 2 pieces of epic-level equipment as an apology and return to Gubei City. I can then dismiss you as if you were nothing. Li Renjie's gaze turned frigid, and he bellowed. Gu Chen, do you think that because you have completed the hell-level dungeon, I would fear you? Ignorant fool. With your caliber, you wouldn't even be considered refuse in Gubei City. Li Wenhui, teach him a lesson. Li Wenhui was taken aback. Me? His eyes darted nervously. After all, Gu Chen was a master who had conquered the hell-level dungeon. How could he be tasked with teaching him a lesson? Yet, faced with the ferocity in Li Renjie's eyes, he could only steel himself and swing his fist at Gu Chen's face. However, for someone like him, a mere cannon fodder, Gu Chen posed no threat whatsoever. Even without summoning a beast, he could effortlessly vanquish him. With a resounding thud, Gu Chen sent Li Wenhui flying with a strike of his own attributes. Li Wenhui let out a terrible scream, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground. Drenched in cold sweat from the pain, still daring to retaliate? You seek death. Li Renjie glared, fury etched across his face. In Gubei City, he was submissive. Yet, in Lin City, he would strike hard. Li Wenhui was his cousin. How dare a commoner strike down a member of the Li family in his presence? Was that not courting death? Gu Chen, I advise you to be sensible, kneel and admit your mistake at once. Accompany me to obtain an SSS rating. And if I am pleased, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you will be opposing the Li family of Lin City. Gu Chen scoffed. What is the Li family of Lin City to me? A flicker of rage ignited in Li Renjie's eyes. Impudent. You court death. No sooner had he spoken than, slap. Gu Chen struck back with a resounding slap, his foot firmly planting the sole of his shoe on Li Renjie's fair face. Li Renjie's head spun, anger surging within him, humiliation flooding his senses. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not free himself from Gu Chen's foot. You dare tread upon my face. The Li family of Lin City will not let you off. Li Renjie's murderous intent surged. How could a country bumpkin from Lin City dare to humiliate him in such a manner? He wanted Gu Chen dead, and he desired it to be a brutal demise. Gu Chen pressed down harder, grinding Li Renjie's face against the pavement, transforming that fair visage into a bloody pulp. What of the Li family of Lin City? If they wish to treat him as a soft persimmon to be squeezed, they must be ready for bloodshed. Stop it! Li Wenhui shouted in alarm. Do you want to make an enemy of the Li family of Lin City? Gu Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as ice, with a chilling murderous intent. Just one glance made Li Wenhui shudder, a cold dread spiraling from his spine to the crown of his head. Did Gu Chen intend to kill? How dare he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Renjie merely sought your admission quota. How could you desire his life? Surely not. Produce 2 pieces of epic-level equipment. And I might grant you a swift death, Gu Chen replied coldly. Indeed, today he was intent on murder. To kill Li Renjie. To send a message to the Li family. They had used their power to usurp his admission quota, a matter beyond toleration. Could it be that just because Gu Chen lacked power, he could be oppressed by the nobility? Was he to be treated as an ant to be squashed at will? Today, the Li family sought his quota, and he conceded. What would they demand tomorrow? In the eyes of the Li family, Gu Chen was but a pest to be crushed at their whim. They saw their demand for his quota as a concession, and if he refused, he was deemed ungrateful. If he dared resist, he would be marked for death. Thus, rather than be slowly boiled alive like a frog in warm water by the Li family, it was preferable to resolve matters with Li Renjie first, delivering a resounding slap to the Li family's face. As for the admission quota, given his prowess, it was assured that he could enter the prestigious academy in the capital regardless of the quota. You think I don't believe you will kill me? If I die, you will undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. The Li family of Lin City will not spare you. Before he could finish, Gu Chen crushed Li Renjie's throat underfoot. Li Renjie's eyes widened in shock, life rapidly draining from them, and he died with disbelief. Cousin. Li Wenhui was stunned, witnessing Gu Chen murder his cousin, the heir of the Li family. Moreover, after dispatching Li Renjie, Gu Chen did not relent. His gaze shifted ominously toward Li Wenhui. Li Wenhui felt a jolt of fear. Regretting his earlier thoughts, he had believed that with Li Renjie's recent class change to a mentalist, having grown up in Gubei City, he would easily overpower Gu Chen. Little did he expect that Gu Chen would kill him with a mere flick of his hand, even without summoning a beast. Gu Chen was not a bloodthirsty individual. He made no move against Li Wenhui. He shook the blood from his shoe, disdain evident on his face. Go back and inform the Li family that my possessions are beyond your reach, and you lack the life to claim them. With that, the space before Gu Chen shattered, and a massive hand of black mist reached out, pulling him into the void, his figure vanishing in an instant. Left behind were Li Wenhui, frozen in shock, and the lifeless body of Li Renjie. After a brief moment, Li Wenhui finally regained his senses from the overwhelming fear. Then, a piercing scream echoed throughout the dormitory. Someone has died. Li Renjie is dead. Help. Chapter 39, On the Wilderness. Shortly after Gu Chen's departure, Li Wenhui's cries drew the attention of the dormitory supervisor. Conducting routine checks. Upon arriving, the supervisor immediately spotted the corpse on the ground, his face contorting in horror. Who did this? The supervisor demanded, turning to Li Wenhui. It was Gu Chen, Li Wenhui stammered, trembling. Gu Chen. The supervisor found it hard to believe upon hearing the name. He was all too familiar with this student, who had lost his parents early and had no one to rely on, while others returned home during holidays. Gu Chen could not afford rent and had to sneak into the dormitory to stay. Initially, the supervisor had kicked him out several times upon discovering him, but later, after understanding his situation, he turned a blind eye. Suddenly, several middle-aged men clad in black appeared in the dormitory corridor. The leader, his expression grave, hurried to Li Renjie's corpse and, after confirming his death, exuded a fierce aura of murderous intent. Who did this? Who dared to kill the heir of the Li family? I will have him torn to shreds. Seeing this, the supervisor's face turned wary. He recognized the man as Wang Chongshan, the Li family's steward, a level 29 peak-tier assassin. Upon hearing of Wang Chongshan's illustrious reputation in years past, it was lamentably noted that he had suffered grievous injuries in the abyss, leading to a significant decline in his combat prowess. Consequently, he sought refuge in the Li family, securing a position as a steward. Nevertheless, even in such a modest locality as Ling City, one must not underestimate a peak second-tier assassin. Within the entirety of Ling City No. 1 Middle School, perhaps only the vice principal could exert control over him, aside from the principal. Unfortunately, on this day, both educational leaders were absent. The dormitory supervisor withdrew, recognizing that the death of the Li family's heir was beyond his jurisdiction. Upon witnessing Wang Chongshan's arrival, Li Wenhui felt as though he had encountered a savior and hurriedly recounted the recent events. Gu Chen, that mere commoner dared to slay the Li heir. I demand you ensure he finds no rest in death. With those words, Wang Chongshan produced a lantern from his spatial storage. Under its glow, a faint trace of energy emerged, indicating the direction in which Gu Chen had fled. Pursue him. A newly transitioned student cannot escape far. Bring him back. I shall see him accompany my young master in death. Upon this command, Wang Chongshan, accompanied by several cloaked figures, dashed forth, following the beacon's guidance. Meanwhile, having exited the school, Gu Chen hailed a vehicle at a secluded intersection, making his way swiftly out of the city. The automobiles here were powered by energy crystals, traveling along designated lanes at remarkable speeds. Within a mere 10 minutes, Gu Chen arrived near the city gates. According to the laws of the Divine Xia Empire, individuals below level 10 were prohibited from leaving the city unaccompanied. At least one individual of level 10 or above was required to be in their company. A young city guard, spotting Gu Chen's somewhat youthful visage from a distance, smirked with malice. Another student attempting to slip out of the city. Just watch. I'll apprehend you. The captain of the city guards glanced in Gu Chen's direction, swiftly delivering a reprimand to the young guard with a slap to the back of his head. What of it if he is a student? Even a student of level 10 is formidable. You, unable to even qualify for a prestigious academy, have barely reached level 9 in your time in the military. You dare to pursue him? Gu Chen bore the emblem of a black steward, and the captain, being a second-tier practitioner, could discern his level at a glance. Level 10? Impossible. The novice dungeon only opened yesterday, and today a student has reached level 10? Is he even human? The other young guards turned to look at Gu Chen, their eyes filled with envy. It was only the second day, and he had already attained level 10. Such an achievement was unprecedented. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this student was assured a place at the prestigious academy in the capital. Such a prodigy was not someone they could afford to offend. To obstruct him would be sheer folly. Gu Chen passed through the city gates without hindrance. On the other side, within the Li family estate, the head of the family, Li Xiao, received the grim news of his son, Li Renjia, being murdered in the dormitory of Ling City No. 1 Middle School. The living room was in disarray, and the servants outside knelt, trembling in fear. Li Xiao's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Gu Chen, that insignificant commoner dared to take my son's life. Mobilize everyone. I want him found. Even if I must turn Ling City upside down, I will personally slay that wretch as an offering to my son's spirit. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with malice, wishing nothing more than to rend Gu Chen limb from limb. Yet at that moment, Gu Chen had successfully exited the city. As he passed through the faint blue barrier of the city gate, the previously bright sky transformed into ominous gloom. Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in a thick shroud of blackish-gray mist, visibility severely compromised. Beyond 5 meters, everything became a blur, and 10 meters was the utmost limit. Instinctively, he glanced back, noting that the entire city lay beneath a translucent hemispherical barrier, surrounded by an endless expanse of black fog, which the luminous barrier kept at bay. Was this the wilderness? It felt even harsher than depicted in textbooks. Gu Chen reached out to grasp the thin black mist before him, the murky vapor dissipating between his fingers. No one knew how this blackish-gray fog had formed. It had existed since the dawn of recorded history. Of course, the abyssal creatures had always been present, an unyielding reality. Upon entering the wilderness, one must confront the true horrors of the abyssal beings, where peril multiplies. Not only must one remain in a state of acute mental alertness, but one must also be wary of ambushes that may arise from within the mist. Thus, utmost vigilance was imperative. Gu Chen unfolded a map, summoning the Blood Lord to lead the way toward the abyss, swiftly vanishing into the black fog. Before long, a deep growl resonated from afar. Following the sound, Gu Chen peered through the mist, faintly discerning figures of practitioners engaged in combat with the abyssal creatures. A kilometer beyond the city gates, the wilderness began to teem with the emergence of these otherworldly beings. Gu Chen spotted a figure of an abyssal creature lingering 5 meters ahead, and a series of information flashed before his eyes. Corrupted male witch. Level 10. Health, 11, 350. Attributes, Strength 93, Agility 98, Spirit 65, Constitution 75. Skill Bite. This creature, a decaying mass of corruption at level 10, wore tattered clothing stained with mottled blood, exuding an odor of decay accompanied by swarming insects. Examining its attributes, the corrupted male, which primarily relied on physical offense and defense, with a constitution that was not to be underestimated, boasting over 10,000 health. Its agility was the highest, even surpassing that of a comparable assassin. This implied that once ensnared, escape would be impossible. In the face of such a monster, ordinary practitioners would typically refrain from engaging unless they were entirely confident. However, such hesitations held no sway for Gu Chen. Without further ado, the Blood Lord unleashed an attack, a barrage of silver bullets striking the corrupted male witch, swiftly depleting its health. You have slain corrupted male witch LV10, experience 626. Chapter 40. The Remains Golem, Comprehensive Debilitation. Slaying the corrupted male, which yielded a mere 626 experience? That seemed exceedingly meager. Gu Chen paused for a moment, almost doubting his own eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was classified as a common creature. That was more acceptable. After dispatching numerous elite monsters in the Hell level dungeon, he found himself unaccustomed to dealing with mere common creatures. With each level gained, the experience required for ascension grew ever more daunting. Transitioning from level 10 to 11 necessitated 500 experience points, including the overflow from slaying the fallen witch, as well as rewards from clearing and first completion bonuses. He still required 266 experience points to level up. This meant he would need to defeat 12 more corrupted male witches to achieve the next level. For now, this seemed manageable. However, what of the future? Must he, in the end, slaughter hundreds or even thousands of abyssal creatures to gain a single level? After experiencing the Hell level dungeon, common abyssal beings barely registered on his radar. Most of the wilderness is inhabited by ordinary beings of different races, making the cost-effectiveness of slaying them rather low. It seems imperative to swiftly make my way to the base of the Abyssal Guard. The Abyssal Guard, stationed atop the wilderness, has been engaged in perpetual combat with these foreign entities, safeguarding the Abyss and representing the most elite force of the Divine Xia Empire. At the base of the Abyssal Guard, one can both accept and issue tasks related to the wilderness. For those exceptionally powerful professionals, there exists the possibility of a special admission into the Abyssal Guard, granting them access to military subsidies. However, Gu Chen's motivation was not for the tasks or the military benefits. Rather, it was the opportunity to access fundamental information regarding several nearby abysses, allowing him to select one that best suited his capabilities. After a brief glance at the map, he continued his journey deeper into the wilderness. Not long after, a faint sound of slicing air suddenly emerged from the black mist behind him. Gu Chen had not noticed, but it was the Blood Clan's Duke who first detected it. Someone was pursuing him at an alarming speed. Could it be members of the Li family? So soon? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. Almost as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow materialized at the edge of the black mist not far away. Following that shadow, 3 more dark figures emerged, their formidable presence overwhelming him. 5 second-tier professionals, all at once. Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. Gu Chen, how dare you slay the young master of the Li family? Surrender, or I shall ensure you find no rest in death. The voice of Wang Chongshan echoed from the black mist, having closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the peak second-tier professionals left Gu Chen no time to react. He merely saw a flash before Wang Chongshan stood directly before him. Following him were 4 middle-aged men clad in black. Wang Chongshan, a level 29 assassin, was flanked by 3 level 23 warriors and a level 22 cleric. Gu Chen's lips twitched. This lineup was formidable enough to tackle a dungeon raid. Were they treating him as a dungeon boss? How much had they spent in the Li family over this month, chasing him from Lin City to the wilderness? Gu Chen, do not harbor any illusions of resistance. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, death will find you. Comply and return to Lin City with us, and perhaps you may retain a complete corpse. Otherwise, the Li family will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Enough with the idle chatter. You 5 second-tier professionals are hardly capable of killing me, Gu Chen retorted coldly. The opposing team outclassed him by an entire tier, and with guiding artifacts in play, escape was not an option. Rather than flee in desperation, it would be wiser to consolidate his strength and fight back fiercely. Humph, arrogant fool. I shall render you powerless. Wang Chongshan bellowed. Whoosh. A barrage of dark projectiles, emanating a sinister glow, sliced through the black mist, aimed directly at Gu Chen's vital points. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly materialized. The undying stone golem. Its imposing form radiated authority, standing as a giant guardian before Gu Chen. Constructed from ancient stones, its body was ablaze with a chilling, ethereal blue flame at the joints. Its limbs were robust and angular, intricately engraved with mysterious runes and symbols, exuding an aura of enigma and impenetrability. Faced with the onslaught of projectiles, the undying stone golem remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no inclination to evade. Crash, crash, crash. The projectiles struck its rugged stone body, igniting a flurry of blinding sparks, yet it only suffered a 30-point reduction in health. Painful, but bearable. After all, these were the skills of a level 29 assassin, while the golem was merely level 10. When in a stationary state, the golem's defenses and recovery were enhanced, making it remarkable that it could withstand such an attack without falling. Soon after, the golem's health began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing rate, rivaling even that of the Blood Clan's Duke. Erupting in a dazzling blue flame, it unleashed a furious roar toward the dark figures ahead. In the next instant, 3 layers of black light erupted from its form. Tired, inflicts a state of exhaustion on nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50 and increasing damage taken by 50, non-immune. Black Death Plague. Infects a target with a plague, reducing healing effects by 90 and causing ongoing health loss, non-immune. Forbidden Domain. The undying stone golem defines a forbidden domain centered around itself, causing all consumption within the domain to increase tenfold. Confronted by a cadre of second-tier professionals, Gu Chen immediately commanded the golem to unleash all its skills. As the debuffs took effect on Wang Chongshan and the others, their expressions shifted to one of horror. What is this skill? It has half my attributes. Cough cough, why do I feel so ill? My health is plummeting so rapidly. Stay calm. I'll use my greater purification. Damn, these negative effects cannot be purified. Heal me. My health is dropping like crazy. I'm already healing, can't you feel it? Shit, the healing effect is down to a mere 10? Wang Chongshan, accompanied by several Li family bodyguards, had approached with a fierce demeanor. But the moment the undying stone golem appeared, their confidence waned. Kill. Gu Chen commanded from behind the golem, uttering the word softly. In the next moment, the Blood Clan Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign sprang into action. The 2 figures, one red and one black, swiftly confronted the 2 warriors. One warrior's complexion turned pale as he thrust his shield forward, adopting a defensive stance, and hastily cast a courage shield upon himself. This was the most commonly used defensive skill among warriors. With rising levels, its defensive prowess grew accordingly. If a 6th-tier warrior were to cast Courage Shield, its defensive capacity would rival that of a level 60 epic piece of equipment. Almost as soon as the Courage Shield formed, a volley of silver bullets whizzed through the air, striking the shield with a cacophony of sound. Crackle! The warrior's proud Courage Shield shattered within a second, obliterated completely. The Blood Clan Duke's gaze was icy as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the warrior. The shield crumbled. The armor fractured. Health rapidly diminished. Chapter 41. A strike of 99.99, just shy of perfection. Under the effects of the Undying Stone Golem's skills, all targets experienced a 50 reduction in attributes, a 50 increase in damage taken, a 90 decrease in healing effects, and continuous health deterioration. Most critically, their consumption surged tenfold. Though a level 23 warrior was 13 levels above Gu Chen, with a 50 reduction in all attributes, he effectively became akin to a level 14 warrior. Furthermore, under the influence of the tenfold consumption increase, his total energy was barely sufficient to cast the most basic Courage Shield. When he attempted to unleash his ultimate skill, he was stunned to discover that he had no available states. How is this possible? Bang, bang, bang. In his shock, the warrior's head was struck by a series of bullets, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Thud. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, dying without understanding why it could not unleash its skills. At the same moment, 10 nightmarish minions ensnared another warrior, while the nightmare Overlord appeared behind him, silently preparing for an ambush. Phantom Annihilation. A single target explosion, inflicting tenfold damage. The warrior had barely registered the threat before he fell lifelessly to the ground. In the span of a breath, 2 second-tier warriors lay cold and lifeless. The remaining warrior gazed at the 2 corpses, his face betraying an unprecedented terror. A shield of courage enveloped him as he turned to flee. Yet, just 2 paces into his escape, a shadow coiled around him, trapping him in place. Seizing this opportunity, the Bloodlord rapidly pulled the triggers of his dual guns, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down upon the man's back. The final warrior succumbed. 3 warriors had perished in quick succession, and even Wang Chongshan, at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, was left pale with fear. However, he dared not flee. Terrified of meeting the same fate as the previous warrior, who had been slain in an instant by the combined might of 2 summoned beasts. In this dire situation, the only path to survival lay in a desperate fight. Wang Chongshan's face hardened with resolve as he unleashed his most powerful skill, vanishing in an instant and charging towards Gu Chen with unimaginable speed. As an assassin, he understood the weaknesses of all professions. To defeat a summoner, one must first eliminate the summoner. Even with his attributes halved, he was equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chen was merely level 10. With his current attributes, utilizing his finishing move would surely allow him to slay Gu Chen on the spot. Although the head of the Li family had ordered Gu Chen to be captured alive, Wang Chongshan could no longer afford such considerations. Die! He roared, appearing before Gu Chen and launching his lethal strike. A short blade, grotesque in design, materialized, emanating a fierce crimson glow. This was his ultimate technique. Even under attribute suppression, it could inflict nearly 10,000 damage. Typically, a level 10 character would possess at most 8 or 9,000 health, and as a magic-using profession, Gu Chen's health would be even lower. The sinister blade, transformed into a weapon capable of piercing through all, descended mercilessly upon Gu Chen. 99.99, an exaggerated damage figure appeared. Wang Chongshan's face lit up with unprecedented exhilaration. A single strike of 9,999. The damage was explosive. A sinister grin spread across his face as he envisioned Gu Chen falling to his blow. However, a faint glow radiated from Gu Chen's priestly robe. That devastating strike had not harmed him at all, merely striking against his shield. It hadn't even shattered the shield. Priestly robe. Attributes. Constitution 35, Physical Defense 10, Magical Defense 20. Effect. Provides a shield with an overall attribute boost of 10. What were Gu Chen's current attributes? The priestly ensemble added a total of 80 attributes, and with the full set bonus, an additional 150 attributes. Along with 400 attributes from his attribute fruit, he had reached a total of 870 attributes at level 10. This meant Gu Chen's overall attributes were now 1,500, rendering his shield a formidable 15,000. Though Wang Chongshan's 99.99 damage was impressive, it still fell short against Gu Chen. How could this be? A look of intense shock etched itself onto Wang Chongshan's face. He was a level 29 assassin. Even with his attributes halved, it was impossible for him to be outmatched by a mere level 10 novice. Indeed, his strongest strike had not even penetrated the opponent's defenses. At this moment, Wang Chongshan was thoroughly shaken. You are merely a pawn for the Li family. Why gamble with your life? Gu Chen spoke with a hint of disdain. Wang Chongshan's eyelids twitched, and his instinctive response was to activate his escape skill. Ghostly Sprint. Activate. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. It wouldn't activate? His energy reserves were depleted? Simultaneously, 10 shadowy figures appeared, ensnaring him in place. Wang Chongshan crumbled under the weight of despair, unable to fight back or flee. He looked at Gu Chen's contemptuous smile, and a wave of intense fear surged within him. In that instant, he understood, filled with profound regret. The deceased were Li family members. He was merely a lowly worker. What was the point of risking his life? Gu Chen, I beg you, spare my life. I did not intend to harm you. It was the Li family that forced my hand. He knelt, prostrating himself and weeping profusely, utterly relinquishing any resistance. Please, let me live. Everything I possess shall be yours if you spare me. No sooner had he spoken than shadows, conjured from the nightmare Overlord, enveloped him. Phantom annihilation. In an instant, tenfold damage erupted. Fear and unwillingness marked Wang Chongshan's face as his lifeless body crashed to the ground. By killing you, all that you possess will also become mine. Gu Chen's gaze remained indifferent. The battle concluded. The Bloodlord expended 15,000 health points, transforming the 5 corpses into bloodline descendants. These 5 second-tier bloodline descendants retained their previous levels and attributes, along with the innate abilities of the bloodline. Furthermore, the self-destruct damage of second-tier bloodlines could reach up to 5,000 points, serving as a remarkable asset in critical moments. Next, Gu Chen commanded the bloodline descendants to collect all the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Healing Staff LV 20 excellent. Holy Priest's Robe LV 20 excellent. Hurricane Greatsword LV 20 excellent. Hurricane Armor LV 20 excellent. Fong Blade LV 25 rare. Apart from a short blade belonging to the assassin class, which was rare, the remaining equipment was of excellent quality. This was understandable, considering they were mere laborers, barely scraping by. Rare equipment typically began at 1 million. It was absurd to think they could afford such items. Additionally, there were various items and materials. Most of these held little value for Gu Chen, but he could still sell them on the trading platform for some currency. So he stored everything in his personal space. Finally, he was left with a scroll radiating a blue aura. First-tier skill scroll. Quality, excellent. Effect, randomly obtain a first-tier skill of the respective profession, with the possibility of acquiring a skill already mastered. Chapter 42, Your Majesty, the Young Master. A first-tier skill scroll is priced at 100,000 on the trading platform. Gu Chen had not previously considered such scrolls, as their randomness made it likely to yield low-quality skills or duplicate skills. Moreover, it was typically rare or hidden professions that lacked higher-tier skill books that would necessitate the use of skill scrolls. The summoner is merely an ordinary profession. The cost-effectiveness of utilizing skill scrolls is exceedingly low. However, given the availability of a complementary one, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. He channeled his mental energy, and as the scroll was activated, a dazzling radiance erupted before Gu Chen's eyes. Immediately thereafter, he sensed a peculiar energy manifesting as a series of warm currents, swiftly merging into his body. You have acquired a new skill, Exchange Shift, excellent. Exchange Shift. The summoner may interchange positions with summon units, and also allows 2 summon units to exchange positions. This skill of displacement is not limited to mere summoned beasts. It also encompasses descendants of the bloodline, thereby significantly enhancing the operational capacity of this ability. The next time an assassin attempts a close-range attack, he can instantly swap places with a bloodline descendant. Imagine the scenario. After an assassin expends great effort to reach Gu Chen, in the next moment, he finds himself confronting a bloodline descendant instead. Then boom, a self-detonation. The assassin would surely be bewildered, his mind in a tumult. A smile crept across Gu Chen's face as he began to anticipate the next foe who would dare to assassinate him. Ignoring the remnants of battle strewn about, he summoned the nightmarish ruler and the undead golem into the summoning space. He then surveyed his surroundings with the map in hand and proceeded deeper into the wilderness. The clues left by Wang Chongshan had come to an abrupt halt here. Shortly thereafter, a squad of Li family guards arrived on the scene. They discovered footprints leading onward, indicating that their quarry had fled deeper into the wilderness. Deeper into the wilderness? Could it be that Gu Chen was venturing into the abyss? What shall we do now? Should we continue the pursuit? The depths of the wilderness have already been invaded by the abyss, teeming with countless alien creatures, fraught with peril. To say it is a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Who among you wishes to go? Upon hearing this, the group shook their heads in unison. Ordinary guards earn only a few thousand coins a month. Would they risk their lives for such a meager sum? Madness. The family head has issued a stern order to retrieve Gu Chen. What shall we do now? In that case, let us send someone back to Lin City to report to the family head, stating that Gu Chen has escaped into the depths of the wilderness, while Wang Chongshan and his men are pursuing him with all their might. We shall remain on the periphery to provide support. Agreed, let it be so. After a brief discussion, they designated 2 individuals to hurry back to Lin City, while the others took their positions guarding the wilderness's outskirts, meticulously monitoring the surroundings. 20 minutes later, in Lin City, at the Li family estate, Li Xiao received the news that Gu Chen had escaped from Lin City and vanished into the depths of the wilderness. Useless. A bunch of incompetents. How could a mere newly transitioned level 10 professional manage to flee Lin City under the Li family's pursuit and into the wilderness? What have you been doing? Li Zhao's anger surged, his expression fraught with irritation. The guards and servants below bowed their heads in shame, too embarrassed to speak. A lowly commoner dared to slay my son. It is utterly intolerable. All members of the Li family mobilize. I don't care what methods you employ. Bring that boy back alive or dead. Furthermore, issue a bounty across the realm. Whoever can return with Gu Chen's head shall be rewarded with the freedom to choose a complete set of epic 5-star equipment from the treasure pavilion. Li Xiao ground his teeth, each word dripping with intense hatred. At that moment, everyone realized that Gu Chen's fate was sealed. With the entire Li family in pursuit and a bounty declared across the realm, even a mosquito venturing into the wilderness would likely be captured. After all, a set of epic 5-star equipment is worth over 100 million. This audacious bounty would surely ignite fervor not just in Lin City, but across the entire northern region. Indeed, once the exorbitant bounty was announced, it sparked a heated discussion across the 7 cities of the northern region within mere minutes. The vast majority of professionals, even if they devoted their entire lives to dungeons and delving into the abyss, could never amass a complete set of epic 5-star equipment. Yet now, capturing a level 10 professional would yield a treasure worth over 100 million. Such an opportunity is truly rare and invaluable. In an instant, throngs of professionals made their way to the wilderness surrounding Lin City, eager to uncover any trace of Gu Chen. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Gubei City, ever since Gu Chen severed ties with the Gu family and departed in a fit of rage, the Gu family estate had fallen into an unprecedented silence. This was primarily due to Gu Qingfeng. Following that day's debacle, he had grown distant from his concubine, Qin Yun, refusing to engage in conversation. He confined himself to his study, dismissing all servants, neglecting military affairs, abstaining from food and drink, and rejecting all external contact. It had now been a full 2 days and nights. In his current state, he had lost the extraordinary aura he once possessed, his entire demeanor exuding a sense of despondency and disappointment. Recalling Gu Chen's harsh reprimands from that day, he felt a pang of disillusionment. The formidable war king of the northern region, revered by the subjects of the empire, a celebrated hero in the eyes of the world, had reached the point of severing relations with his own son. This realization birthed an unprecedented sense of failure within him. Gu Chen, as the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, had been subjected to his father's strictness solely to ensure he underwent sufficient trials. Was that truly a fault, Your Majesty? The voice of the steward, Gu He, echoed from outside the door. Did I not make it clear? Dismiss all trivial matters and do not disturb me. Gu Qingfeng frowned, a surge of intense anger flashing across his face. He was in no mood to entertain any issues. No, Your Majesty. I have urgent news to report regarding the eldest young master. What has happened to him? Before the words could fully escape Gu He's lips, Gu Qingfeng abruptly exited his chamber, his tiger-like gaze trembling slightly. Could it be that Gu Chen had returned home? Did he realize his mistakes and come back to apologize? Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted from dark to bright. After all, he was his own son. If Gu Chen were to acknowledge his errors, he would not be concerned with the harsh words exchanged previously. Although Gu Chen possessed a rebellious spirit and showed little ambition, failing even to become a professional. As long as his son was willing to return, what harm would it do for a father to support him for life? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's eagerness, Gu He felt a tremor in his heart and quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, we have just received word from Lin City that the eldest young master has slain the heir of the Li family and subsequently escaped from Lin City into the wilderness. His whereabouts currently unknown. Chapter 43. Give the Li family an explanation. Does the Li family dare to accept? Your Majesty, the Li family has also issued a bounty across the realm. Whoever can bring back the eldest young master's head will be rewarded with a set of epic 5-star equipment. The eldest young master must be fleeing from the Li family's pursuit, having no choice but to escape into the wilderness. You must go and take a look. If it's too late, I fear. Gu He's voice trembled noticeably, unable to continue. After all, the wilderness was fraught with danger. Even professionals who ventured in faced the likelihood of death. Gu Chen's attempt to change his profession ended in failure. He was unable to even become a professional. Pursued by the Li family, he fled into the wilderness, leaving him to ponder how he could possibly survive. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Gu Qingfeng, sending Gu He sprawling to the ground. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned icy in an instant. His eyes filled with unmasked murderous intent. A bounty across the realm? Hunting my son? Absurd. Has the Li family of Lin City grown weary of life, daring to commit such an outrageous act? Issuing a bounty in the northern territory for the son of the war king is akin to trampling the dignity of the royal family into the dirt. The murderous intent in Gu Qingfeng's eyes surged. After all, it was his son being hunted by the Li family, driven into the wilderness. Even a first-tier professional might struggle to survive there, let alone Gu Chen, who was merely an ordinary person. This is utterly preposterous. Gu Qingfeng's fury boiled. He longed to annihilate the Li family of Lin City. In the midst of his outrage, a graceful figure strode into the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Chengfeng's face, yet he managed to speak. The Li family of Lin City is pursuing Gu Chen? Are you aware of this? I have just received the news. Qin Yun replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by his demeanor. Gu Chen has killed the heir of the Li family. This matter will likely require an explanation to the Li family. At her words, Gu Chengfeng's gaze turned frigid. Within the Northern Territory, the Gu family reigns supreme. A mere Li family is but an ant that could be crushed at any moment before the royal family. With just a word from him, the Li family could be reduced to ashes. Does the War King need to explain himself to the Li family? This is simply laughable. Even if he were willing, would the Li family dare accept it? Gu Qingfeng looked at Qin Yun, his eyes filled with cold disdain. Did the Li family send someone to seek an explanation from you? No. Qin Yun shook her head. After all, Gu Chen is the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. If word of his crime spreads, it would tarnish the dignity of the royal family. And this matter must be resolved swiftly. Your Majesty, it is indeed the heir of the Li family who has died. If no explanation is given, the royal family's actions may leave the Li family feeling disheartened. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned completely frigid. Very well. The dignity of the royal family, is it? My son is being hunted by the Li family, his life uncertain, and you dare speak to me of royal dignity? Mark my words. The dignity of the royal family is something I earned through bloodshed on the Abyss battlefield, not something obtained through apologies. If the royal family's actions will cause the Li family to feel disheartened, then let the entire Li family be sent into the Inferno Abyss. I wish to see if the Lord of the Inferno can warm their hearts. Gu Qingfeng shot a glare at Qin Yun and coldly reprimanded. If you truly care about the dignity of the royal family, then do not demean yourself in such a manner. To kneel as a mother. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? Qin Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, I merely wish for the family to be united. I do not want to see Chun'er sever ties with the Gu family. Seeing the coldness in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally realized that her kneeling that day had been a grave misstep. With this thought, she quickly added, Your Majesty, I was foolish before. Even if Chun'er has killed the heir of the Li family, there is no need to explain ourselves to such a trivial family. Since we have yet to hear of Chun'er's whereabouts, it signifies that he is temporarily safe. We should depart for Lin City at once and demand an apology from the Li family, insisting they hand him over. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. Well, at least you understand the gravity of the situation. He then turned to Gu He, speaking in a deep voice, gather the royal guards. We will head to the Li family in Lin City. If anything happens to my son, I will ensure that the Li family is utterly destroyed. Yes, Gu He replied, his expression filled with excitement as he quickly left to summon the royal guards. With a distance of 10,000 miles from Gubei City to Lin City, they hoped to arrive in time. Otherwise, it would not only be the Li family facing consequences, the entire Lin City would likely be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. The following day, at the break of dawn, this border town of Lin City erupted into unprecedented commotion. Numerous professionals from distant lands flooded into the city, seeking information related to Gu Chen through various channels, before banding together to venture into the wilderness in search of his whereabouts. So many professionals. This is the first time I've seen such a crowd on the streets of Lin City. They must all be here for the bounty from the Li family. I dare say Gu Chen is as good as dead. Bounty. What is going on? Aren't these people brought in by the Tourism Bureau? Are you from around here? The situation with the Li family has become a massive scandal. How could you not know? I just came out of a dungeon this morning. Hold on. Let me check a video and catch up on the gossip. Along the street leading to the city gate, small restaurants were filled with curious onlookers and numerous professionals below the second tier. The wilderness was far too dangerous for this group. They could only remain in the city, watching the continuous flow of people leaving, eagerly discussing the various details of the events. Wow, the heir of the Li family was killed by a commoner. Who is this Gu Chen? I heard he was a transfer student from Lin City High School, with no background whatsoever. His name is Gu Chen. But why he killed Li Renjie remains unclear. I recall that Gu Chen cleared the Hell Level Novice Dungeon and received an SSS rating. He was destined for direct admission to the capital's academy. Why would he want to offend the Li family? What? An SSS rating? You must be drunk. No one has cleared the Hell Level Novice Dungeon in Lin City yet. You should pay more attention to the news. I even liked a video of Gu Chen receiving the SSS rating. Let me check. The video was taken down? That can't be right. Let me see. It really can't be found. How can this be? I suspect you're all trying to pull a fast one on me. Listening to the conversations around them, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran wore expressions of deep concern. I told you so. The news about our SSS rating has been suppressed. Besides the transfer students present that day, almost no one in Lin City knows that the Hell Level Dungeon has been cleared. If even the locals are unaware, then the outside world is even less likely to know. Only the municipal hall or the Li family could have such power. Perhaps the two of them are even colluding. Lin Qingqing speculated. I heard that Li Renjie was unable to secure a direct admission spot in Gubei City. So it seems the Li family has had their eye on Gu Chen's admission from the very start, which is why they suppressed the news of our dungeon clearance. With so many professionals entering the wilderness to hunt Gu Chen, if he gets captured, it would surely be a dead end for him. Let us go. We must find him before the Li family does, or we will be in big trouble, Lin Yuan decided resolutely. Having reached a consensus, the trio promptly made their way toward the city gate. The number of professionals entering the wilderness continued to grow, significantly reducing the danger compared to before. Just then, a commotion erupted at the distant city gate, followed by a massive shadow resembling a ship appearing on the horizon, its thunderous roar echoing into the skies. Before long, a colossal warship loomed over Lin City, with numerous armored warriors standing upon it, the Gu family flag billowing in the wind. Simultaneously, a booming voice resonated throughout Lin City. The War King has arrived. All idle persons, step aside. Chapter 44. The brother of the son of the War King of the Northern Realm. The War King has arrived? Which War King? From the Abyss? Who else could it be but the War King of the Northern Realm, Gu Qingfeng? What? Are you referring to that pillar of the Empire? He is a legendary figure. How did he come to be here? Uncertain, but judging by the direction, it seems he is headed towards the Li family. An aerial battleship, flying the Gu family banner. Gu Qingfeng has not even made an appearance yet, and the tens of thousands of citizens of Lin City are already in a frenzy. Excitement and exhilaration. This is the king of the 7 cities of the Northern Realm. His unexpected presence in Lin City fills everyone present with an overwhelming sense of honor. Soon, the aerial battleship hovers over the Li family estate. Beneath the royal banner, a cadre of warriors clad in black armor stands proudly like a row of spears, exuding an atmosphere of ironclad ferocity that nearly dares anyone to look directly at them. Gu Qingfeng emerges from the command room, positioning himself before his loyal guards, gazing down at the Li family estate. Beside him stand Qin Yun and the steward, Gu He. It is Gu Qingfeng. My heavens, it is indeed the War King in person. What on earth has transpired? Such a towering figure has graced Lin City with his presence? The aerial battleship hovering above the Li family estate. Does this imply a visit directed at them? Do you think it is possible that Gu Chen is the son of Gu Qingfeng? Do you take me for a fool? Gu Qingfeng has but one son, Gu Xi, who not only awakened a rare profession early, but was also admitted to the prestigious academy in the capital. How could Gu Chen possibly be his son? Enough with the speculation, it is pointless. Let us hasten to the Li family estate. At this moment, Lin City is practically deserted, with all its inhabitants rushing towards the Li family's direction. Outside the Li family manor, a sea of people gathers, shoulder to shoulder. The streets, trees, railings, eaves, and rooftops are all filled to capacity. The aerial battleship obscures the sky, drawing nearly half of Lin City as populace to its presence. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran have also arrived near the Li family estate, gazing at the Gu family banner flapping triumphantly in the wind. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng. Could it be that Gu Chen is indeed Gu Qingfeng's son? Beneath the shadow of the aerial battleship, it looms like a steel beast, completely enveloping the Li family estate. Simultaneously, feeling the sudden and immense pressure from the outside, a flustered Li Xiao emerges from his study and steps into the courtyard. Looking up, he catches sight of an imposing figure descending from the battleship, gracefully approaching the courtyard. In that moment, Li Xiao's eyelids flicker, and he feels an overwhelming rush of blood. A tremor that penetrates his very soul causes him to collapse to the ground. The War King, Li Xiao, in his ignorance, did not realize the War King had come in person. He pleads for forgiveness. Gu Qingfeng stands with arms crossed, coldly demanding, Li Xiao, surrender my son. If I do not see my son today, I will annihilate the entire Li family. As the words fall, hundreds of black-armored warriors swiftly descend from the aerial battleship, encircling the Li family estate in an instant. Gu Qingfeng's proclamation is resounding, plainly indicating that Gu Chen is indeed his son. The crowd outside, having previously speculated about Gu Chen's lineage, erupts in astonishment. How explosive! They guessed correctly. Gu Chen, he is of royal blood from the Northern Realm. Lin Qingqing turns to Lin Yuan, her face a mask of disbelief. Don't look at me. I was deceived as well. I thought he was so poor he could barely afford a meal. Yet who would have imagined his father is the War King of the Northern Realm? Lin Yuan's expression is a complex tapestry of emotions. He has been duped by his closest friend. They had vowed to remain commoners together. And yet he is the son of the War King? What a marvelous feeling. His brother comes from the most powerful family in this land. From this moment onward, he shall embrace a completely new identity. Lin Yuan, brother of the son of the War King of the Northern Realm. Is this not a direct descent? The wealth and glory are finally his to claim. Meanwhile, a tempestuous aura envelopes the entire Li family estate, as if everything here is about to be turned to ash at any moment. Li Xiao trembles with fear, prostrating himself on the ground in a state of utter panic, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. I swear on my life, the young master is not here at the Li family estate. Li Xiao cannot fathom why Gu Qingfeng would create such a spectacle to demand someone. Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Xi, is not here. How could he come to the Li family for someone? Although the Li family is the foremost clan in Lin City, given his status, even if he were to ingratiate himself with Gu Xi, the latter might not grant him an audience. That young master possesses a background beyond compare. Even if Li Xiao had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to show any disrespect, let alone confront such a person. Li Xiao, you have audacity beyond measure. I warn you, if my son suffers even a scratch, your entire family shall await extermination. Qin Yun descends from the battleship, standing behind Gu Qingfeng, her voice sharp, indicating her genuine wrath. With Gu Chen's fate hanging in the balance, she cannot afford to entertain any frivolous thoughts. Gu Qingfeng stands nearby, his countenance a stormy shade of iron, as though he is a tempest on the verge of eruption. The distance between Gubei City and Lin City spans over 10,000 kilometers. Upon receiving the news last night, he had rushed here, arriving at dawn. This means that his son has been wandering in the wilderness for an entire night. That wilderness is fraught with peril, with hostile creatures lurking. Should he inadvertently wander into the abyss, it would spell disaster. Gu Qingfeng's expression hardens, the flames of fury within him rising uncontrollably. His own son, being bullied to such an extent in this small Lin city, hunted and fleeing into the wilderness, now missing without a trace. The crowd outside murmurs amongst themselves, lamenting that the Li family has indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Gu Chen has slain your son, and while you pursue him, you even placed a bounty across the realm, making it known to all in the northern realm. Now, with Gu Qingfeng's arrival, the Li family is surely doomed. Li Xiao quakes in terror, his complexion paling at Qin Yun's words. As Gu Qingfeng's wife, her words carry weight, reflecting his will to a significant extent. Li Xiao has no doubt that at Gu Qingfeng's command, those royal guards would indeed leave no member of his family alive. At this moment, he is a bundle of nerves, his heart torn asunder. Every muscle in his body trembles violently from fear. He is terrified. But Gu Xi is truly not at the Li family estate. The entire northern realm knows that Gu Qingfeng and his wife have only one son, Gu Xi. Gu Xi is not here. Truly not here. This could very well cost him his life. Your Highness, please forgive me. I swear to the heavens. The young master is truly not at the Li family estate. I have never even seen young Master Gu Xi. Please, your majesty, let this be known. Nonsense. Upon hearing the words, Gu Qingfeng was instantly consumed by a tempest of fury. Gu Xi? Who claimed he had come in search of Gu Xi? After all this time, Li Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the true reason for his arrival. Chapter 45, Gu Chen's Movements, Limbo Pass. Seeing that Li Xiao still failed to comprehend the situation, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. He lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick. Gu Chen was currently fleeing through the wilderness, pursued relentlessly. He had no time to squander here. It was imperative to immediately halt the Li family's pursuit of Gu Chen, for if Gu Chen were to perish in the wild, even annihilating the Li family would not suffice to quench his wrath. Li Xiao was sent flying by the kick, his body soaring backward like a rag doll, crashing into the manor and reducing it to a pile of rubble. Amidst the broken bricks and stones, he writhed in agony, unable to muster even a modicum of strength. This was the might of the Northern Border's War King, who had defended the abyssal battlefield for 18 years, single-handedly repelling myriad races and earning the title of king through bloodshed. Faced with such a formidable being, even Li Xiao, a fifth-tier berserker, had no capacity for resistance. Li Xiao, listen closely. Gu Chen is my son. If any misfortune befalls him in the wilderness, not only will I ensure the complete destruction of your Li family, but I will also make every individual involved in the pursuit pay with their lives. The words, laden with murderous intent, echoed, causing everyone within and around the Li estate to freeze in shock. Thank heavens my level is insufficient. I did not accept the Li family's bounty. It was the first time in their lives that they felt being low level was a blessing. What a close call. I had originally planned to head to the Li family this morning, but thankfully, I overslept. Oh no, I just took the bounty for the sake of joining the fray. Why should I be dragged down with them? The crowd erupted into chaos, some bursting into laughter while others turned ashen. The bounty hunters who had come for the reward were utterly dumbfounded. They had thought Gu Chen was their opportunity, only to find themselves entangled in a deadly predicament. If anything were to happen to Gu Chen, all those who participated in the chase would face certain death. Li Xiao, you despicable wretch. Your son deserves his fate. A wave of resentment surged through the crowd. Damn it. If I survive this calamity, I will surely raze the Li family to the ground. Enough of the curses. We must leave the city and search for him. If anything happens to Gu Chen, we will all perish. A throng of high-level professionals turned and hastened towards the city gates. No one questioned Gu Qingfeng's proclamation, nor dared to flee at this moment. The one who spoke was the king of the northern border. With a mere command, all those pursuing Gu Chen would become wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chen was their only glimmer of hope. At that moment, when Li Xiao heard the name Gu Chen, his expression morphed into one of horror, as if he had encountered a specter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Gu Chen? He is merely a peasant, orphaned since childhood. How could he be Gu Qingfeng's son? Li Xiao's face turned blank, unable to articulate a single word, his mind a void. The very person he had initiated a bounty on for pursuit was none other than the son of the War King of the Northern Border. This was absurd. Had he known Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, he wouldn't have dared to utter a word of dissent, even if Gu Chen had annihilated the entire Li family. As the realization struck him, Li Xiao's face drained of color. The thought of pursuing Gu Qingfeng's son filled him with an unprecedented dread. He could hardly fathom what fate awaited him. At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside, squeezing into the Li estate. Report to the master. News from the wilderness indicates that Gu Chen is fleeing towards Limbo Pass. Li Xiao's body trembled violently, his eyes first igniting with a flicker of hope before quickly dimming. Gu Chen was alive, but why was he fleeing towards Limbo Pass? That place had already succumbed to the Abyss's invasion, rampant with brutal alien races, fraught with peril. A mere first-tier professional, if he were to inadvertently wander into the contaminated area and be besieged by the alien races, wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? Immediately inform all bounty hunters to cease their pursuit and rush towards Limbo Pass at full speed. Tell them it is imperative to retrieve him before he enters the contaminated area. Li Xiao roared these commands, his voice akin to a cornered beast. Upon hearing this news, those around him felt as if the apocalypse had dawned. Limbo Pass. The reason it had become contaminated by the Abyss was its proximity to the Buried Bones dungeon. The Buried Bones dungeon was the only first-tier abyss in the wilderness of Liming City. A first-tier abyss may not sound formidable, but it was still the Abyss. Far more perilous than any hellish dungeon. How could Gu Chen have fled there? Even if he did not stumble into the Abyss, there were still alien races lurking around the Buried Bones dungeon. It was a near-suicidal endeavor. Even well-prepared first-tier professional teams could suffer total annihilation. It was unfathomable for Gu Chen to have fled there. This is disastrous. Limbo Pass is adjacent to a first-tier abyss. Even level 20 warriors would not dare to enter alone. Is this the heavens conspiring against me? Enough with the idle chatter. We must exit the city swiftly. If we arrive early, we might be able to bring him back. Li Xiao, just you wait. If I survive this ordeal, I will certainly overturn your Li family. The Buried Bones dungeon. A first-tier abyss. Merely mentioning one of them was enough to instill terror. Now, they were both compounded. The horror was overwhelming. Although news of Gu Chen's survival had reached them, to everyone's eyes, he was now akin to someone walking step by step into the jaws of death. No, that was incorrect. The wilderness was a labyrinth. The closer he got to Limbo Pass, the more formidable the alien races became. Why would he choose to flee in that direction? Was he not seeking his own demise? Lin Yuan retrieved a map from his spatial pouch, growing increasingly concerned as he scrutinized it. At that moment, Lin Qingqing also glanced over, her expression betraying confusion. The route to Limbo Pass was ill-suited for escape. He was clearly being pursued. Why had he chosen this direction? At this juncture, Su Ran pointed to Limbo Pass on the map, tilting it slightly downward. Gu Chen possesses a strong sense of purpose in his actions. I sense he is not fleeing nor heading to Limbo Pass. A slender, pale finger traced downwards, landing on 4 small characters. He is level 10 now. Is it possible he intends to challenge the first-tier abyss in the Buried Bones dungeon? Su Ran's words ignited a spark of realization in Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing. The first-tier abyss was a domain only accessible to professionals below level 20. Hey, don't say that. Everyone assumed he was being pursued. Even I almost believed he was fleeing in desperation into the wilderness. But now it seems otherwise. Old Gu, this rascal, is actually planning to venture into the abyss. Entering at level 10, he truly deserves the title of a master. Lin Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. Let's go. Hurry up, we must head to the teleportation array now. Lin Yuan suddenly came to his senses, tugging at Lin Qingqing and Su Ran as they squeezed their way through the crowd. The first tier of the abyss. For them, it was an immense source of experience. How could they not cling tightly to Gu Chen's coattails? Chapter 46. Is all of this the doing of Gu Chen? After breaking free from the throng, Lin Yuan and the others did not head straight for the teleportation array. Instead, they first sought to borrow some money. Teleportation incurs a cost, especially for a teleportation array leading to the abyss, which is quite pricey. Thus, many would rather spend their coins on dungeons within the city than enter the abyss. However, for Lin Yuan and his companions, they preferred to venture towards the graveyard dungeon. After all, the teleportation array could directly transport them to the plaza at the abyss entrance, sparing them from battling the foreign tribes in the wilderness. As long as they arrived at the abyss entrance first, they would surely encounter Gu Chen. Following him into the abyss would minimize risk while yielding terrifying rewards. They had already experienced this once. How could they easily give it up? In stark contrast to Lin Yuan's trio, Gu Qingfeng's countenance was ashen. Upon learning that Gu Chen was fleeing towards the Lin Yuan Pass, an endless fury surged from within him, nearly rendering him irrational. The Lin Yuan Pass had been overrun by the abyss 50 years ago and had since become a place of utter corruption. The nearby graveyard dungeon was notorious for its high mortality rate, with its difficulty surpassing 90% of the second-tier abyss in the Divine Xia Empire. When he was level 15, he had not dared to enter the graveyard dungeon, let alone Gu Chen. Li Xiao, you shall die. In a fit of rage, a spectral holy sword materialized beside Gu Qingfeng, dazzling like the midday sun, wielding the power to devastate as it struck towards Li Xiao. No, the holy sword passed through Li Xiao, instantly depleting his health, and the entire Li family estate crumbled under its might. Li Zhao's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Die. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant holy light emanated from his corpse. Resurrection Cross. Revives at the location of death, restoring 30 of health. Priced at 10 million on the trading platform, how could Li Xiao, as the head of the Li family in Lingqing, not possess such a life-saving item? Your Majesty, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs. I beseech your mercy. The moment Li Xiao revived, he crawled on his knees before Gu Chen, bowing repeatedly. At that moment, he had no time to tend to his injuries. The terror of death left him trembling uncontrollably. Having just died once, he was nearly driven to madness. The Resurrection Cross could only be activated once within 24 hours. If Gu Chen struck again, he would surely meet his end. In desperation, Li Xiao could only muster the courage to say, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Young Master Gu Chen is still alive. I implore you for just one day. One day, my Li family will mobilize fully to ensure the young master returns safely. Just you? Humph. The holy sword in Gu Qingfeng's hand dissipated into the ether, and he ascended into the air, heading towards the floating warship. The royal guard, secure the Li family. No one is to enter or exit without my command. I have stated before, if my son suffers even a scratch, not only the Li family, but all who are involved shall perish. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, his voice booming like thunder, causing those present to tremble in fear, their faces paling. Seeing this, Gu He and Qin Yun swiftly ascended the floating warship, the colossal iron beast stirring the clouds as it sped toward Lingyuan Pass, reaching the horizon in an instant. With Gu Qingfeng aboard the warship, armored soldiers guarded the Li family estate, preventing anyone inside from escaping. As the pressure of death receded like a tide, Li Xiao shakily rose to his feet, his face etched with despair. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, his complexion grew increasingly pallid. At this moment, he no longer cared about the pain of losing a son. A son could be born again. But offending Gu Qingfeng was a crime that could lead to the annihilation of his entire clan. For the sake of a mere admission quota to a prestigious academy, the Li family had pursued Gu Qingfeng's son into the depths of the wilderness. Now, Li Xiao regretted it deeply. Yet, if given a chance to start over, who could have anticipated that a peasant boy who had grown in Lingsheng for 18 years would turn out to be Gu Qingfeng's son? Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would not have believed that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's offspring, even if someone held a knife to his throat. Master, what shall we do now? To the ancestral hall. What could possibly be more important than the survival of my Li family? Go and light incense for my ancestors, hoping they will bless Gu Chen to navigate the dangers of the wilderness and return safely. Li Xiao, disregarding his injuries, limped towards the direction of the ancestral hall. The royal guard stood watch outside the door. Escape was impossible now. All he could do was hope that the spirits of his ancestors would protect the Li family. Gu He, have you uncovered the truth? What is the reason behind the conflict between Qin'er and the Li family? Gu Qingfeng stood atop the floating warship, feeling increasingly perturbed. In his recollection, Gu Chen had always been unambitious and unruly, a figure who seemed to be a hopeless case. But why had he become so aggressive this time? Even going so far as to kill Li Renjia and flee into the wilderness? Was he employing extreme measures to force a compromise, or was there more to the story? Your Majesty, we have uncovered the truth. It all stems from the Li family's attempt to seize young Master Gu Chen's guaranteed admission quota. A guaranteed admission quota? Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Gu Chen was not even a professional. How could he possess such a quota? Was it possible that the headmaster of some prestigious academy, upon learning that Gu Chen could not change classes, was attempting to curry favor with him through such means? Indeed, although the young master failed his class change in Gubei City, for some unknown reason, he succeeded upon returning to Lingqing. What? Such a thing happened? A look of astonishment erupted on Gu Qingfeng's face. Such occurrences were rare, but it was astonishing that it had happened to Gu Chen. What? Gu He? This is not the time for jokes. Qin Yun's expression changed instantly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had never encountered such a situation before. Your Majesty, Your Highness. After young Master Gu Chen changed to a summoner, he entered the novice dungeon, the temple ruins, with 4 teammates. Reaching level 10 within a day and clearing a hell-level dungeon that had remained unconquered for decades. Gu He recounted the gathered information. Clearing a hell-level dungeon would grant an SSS rating, and according to Lingqing's policies, students achieving an SSS rating would receive a guaranteed admission quota to the prestigious academy. The Li family's heir, Li Renjia, who failed to obtain a guaranteed admission quota, had resorted to using the family's influence to suppress the news of the young master's dungeon clearance, attempting to usurp his admission quota. The cause of death is rather straightforward. Li Renjia and his cousin Li Wenhui ventured to Lingqing No. 1 High School, where they located the young master in the dormitory building and coerced him into guiding them through the hellish dungeon. The young master, unwilling to comply, dispatched Li Renjia with lethal force and subsequently fled into the wilderness. Li Renjia, a level 13 psychic mage, a rare vocation, was inexplicably slain by the level 10 young master with relative ease. Upon hearing the butler Gu He's account, Gu Qingfeng's initial agitation transformed into profound shock. Achieving a successful class transition, ascending to level 10 within a single day, conquering the Hell level dungeon, receiving an SSS rating, and obtaining a guaranteed admission slot at the prestigious academy in the capital. Moreover, he had even triumphed over an opponent 3 levels above him, a rare vocation at that. Such accomplishments would not only dominate Lincheng, but could also overshadow the majority of prodigious practitioners in Gubei City. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. All of this, was it truly accomplished by Gu Chen? His son Gu Chen? Chapter 47, merely surviving. He had already exhausted all his strength. After listening to Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng gazed down at the vast expanse of clouds and smoke beneath the battleship, his shock lingering in a state of tumultuous unrest. His son was, astonishingly, a prodigious talent? A shadow of melancholy crossed his face, his eyes filled with deep regret. Had he shown more leniency towards his son in the past, Gu Chen would undoubtedly not have descended to such a state of exiled desperation. Could it be that he had been in the wrong all along? Observing Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He let out a soft sigh. The world knew that Gu Ci, the son of the Northern Realms War King, was a genius, who not only transitioned to a rare vocation ahead of schedule, but was also accepted into the capital's prestigious academy. Yet, who could fathom the enormity of resources Gu Qingfeng had invested in Gu Ci? Only 2 types of individuals could successfully transition to the Dragon Knight vocation, those possessing dragon blood or those blessed by the dragon god. Gu Ci did not possess any dragon lineage. The resources expended on him throughout his upbringing were comparable to the military expenses of the Northern Realm for an entire year. It is no exaggeration to say that had these resources been amassed on a mere pig, it would have resulted in a final boss with 1,000,000 health points. And what of Gu Chen? The Gu family's investment in him amounted to merely the living expenses of a month spent within the household. In contrast, who then was the true, unparalleled genius? With a heavy sigh, Gu He continued, Your Majesty, have you not always believed that the eldest young master was content to languish in mediocrity, a mud that cannot be molded? Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering if there were deeper implications at play. I have uncovered that the eldest young master grew up in a peasant household, enduring a meager existence, suffering from hunger and poverty, frequently subjected to bullying by the scions of the affluent. Yet, despite these hardships, he consistently excelled academically. It was only after entering high school that his foster parents passed away, leaving him utterly alone, struggling even for basic sustenance. Consequently, he was compelled to toil among various merchants, sacrificing his education for a meager monthly wage, often needing to skip classes to work. We believed he was squandering his education, berating him for his lack of ambition, but we were mistaken. He did not lack ambition. He was simply unable to advance. You previously despised his perceived complacency and neglect of studies. He was not foolish. He understood that if he worked diligently now, even if he could not transition or enter a prestigious academy, he could still secure a high-paying job and improve his life. Yet he was trapped. Each day spent in school meant a day without income, a day he would go hungry. The promise of a better life in the years to come felt insurmountably distant. If he did not skip school to earn money, he would likely starve within a week. At this juncture, a complex expression crossed Gu He's face, a mixture of sorrow and absurdity. How tragic it was that Gu Qingfeng's son, the legitimate heir of the Northern royalty, had nearly succumbed to starvation. It is unfathomable to consider the hardships he must have endured over the past 18 years. Silence enveloped them. Gu Qingfeng's expression stiffened, and he fell into an indescribable silence. Initially, he could not comprehend how Gu Chen, with such a timid disposition, could have slain Li Renjie. But now he understood. What fate awaited a peasant child targeted by the foremost family in Lincheng? Suppression, control, there would be no future for him henceforth. The news of the dungeon's conquest was thoroughly suppressed, and the seizure of guaranteed admission slots served as a prime example. Faced with such oppression, no matter how high his talent, he could not escape the Li family's grasp. Thus, he was left with 2 choices, to submit and become a willing pawn of the Li family, or to sever ties and confront them in a life-or-death struggle. It was evident that Gu Chen had chosen the latter. He was not employing this extreme method to coerce anyone. He merely sought to survive, attempting to grasp the scant offerings fate had bestowed upon him. For him, merely existing had already required the utmost exertion. Gu Qingfeng inhaled deeply, his heart jolting as if pierced by thousands of steel needles. He could hardly believe that for the past 18 years, Gu Chen had lived in a state of abject humility. He had presumed that adversity would serve as a crucible for Gu Chen, but he was mistaken. Suffering was merely suffering, not a worthy pursuit, nor would it render Gu Chen any more exceptional. No wonder Gu Chen chose to sever ties with the Gu family. In that moment, Gu Qingfeng recognized his errors. His heart was a tumult of sorrow and rage, a fierce inferno igniting from within. How audacious of the Li family in Lincheng to bully my son, Gu Qingfeng. I shall ensure your family is utterly annihilated. Gu Qingfeng turned to gaze upon the ethereal sea of clouds below the battleship, fixating on the direction of Lincheng. his eyes radiating a bone-chilling murderous intent. Gu, notify the royal guards to eradicate the Li family without leaving a single soul. Understood. Gu complied without hesitation, promptly alerting the commander of the royal guards. In an instant, the hundreds of royal guards stationed outside the Li family's residence in lynching brandished their sharp swords and charged into the Li family estate. Soon, the entire Li family within the estate met a tragic demise. This constituted merely a fraction of the Li family members, as most had already retreated into the depths of the wilderness. However, that posed no concern, for they were the very ones who had pursued Gu Chen, long since marked for elimination. This was the northern realm. Gu Qingfeng's targets could not hope to escape, even if they sprouted wings. In the depths of the wilderness, as Lin Yuan and others speculated, Gu Chen, while advancing towards the Lin Yuan Pass, harbored a destination far south of it, the burial dungeon. Brother Chen, look. If you continue straight along this path, you will reach the Lin Yuan Pass. 50 years ago, it was invaded by the Abyss, and it has since become the territory of alien tribes. Last year, 5 teams entered for missions, primarily composed of 4th-tier powerhouses, yet only 3 individuals emerged alive. In the murky mist, a youth of noble bearing and exceptional demeanor walked alongside Gu Chen. The young man named Su Xia was acquainted with Gu Chen at the Jinyuan military outpost. Unlike other adventurers roaming the wilderness, Su Xia did not come to slay the alien creatures. Rather, he had appeared at the outpost in search of a rare material. This particular material could only be found in the 2nd-tier Abyssal Tomb dungeon, serving as the essential component for crafting level 10 epic equipment. Upon learning that Su Xia aimed to forge an epic-grade item, Gu Chen realized he had encountered yet another affluent patron. After exchanging a few words, Su Xia expressed his willingness to pay 800,000 if Gu Chen managed to procure the material. Glancing at the compass in his hand for a moment, Su Xia then tilted his body, pointing towards an area shrouded in black mist. Brother Chen, that direction leads to the Tomb of the Fallen. If we were to walk, it would take at least 3 hours to reach. As he spoke, Su Xia snapped his fingers. In the next instant, the black mist before them swirled, revealing a sleek, deep blue sports car resting on the ground beside them. However, if you ride in my hover coupe, we can arrive in no more than half an hour. The hover coupe? Observing the luxurious vehicle, akin to a deep blue beast, Gu Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How could such a large car materialize? It was neither equipment nor an item, and the spatial storage could not accommodate it. By the way, what is your profession? A spatial mage? Su Xia chuckled softly. I failed my job transfer. I'm just an ordinary person. Let's get in. The Tomb of the Fallen will soon be within reach. His gaze shifted, and Gu Chen noticed a subtle glimmer on Su Xia's finger, a dark silver ring, a spatial storage ring. Chapter 48. This is worse than being killed. The Abyssal Tomb lay deep within the wilderness, one of the most challenging dungeons in the 1st-tier Abyss. However, this did not deter the throngs of adventurers filling the Abyssal Square, eager to take on the challenge. In both dungeons and Abyssal realms, the risks and rewards are directly proportional. The higher the difficulty, the greater the mortality rate, and consequently, the more generous the rewards upon completion. Additionally, when adequately prepared, Abyssal dungeons offer a significantly better cost-performance ratio compared to traditional dungeons. After all, dungeons charge exorbitant fees. For instance, the 1st-tier Hell-level dungeon in Lin City charges 3 million per person each time. This price is undeniably steep, as the operation and maintenance of dungeons require substantial funding, and the factions controlling these dungeons profit from such fees. Newbie dungeons operate similarly. However, the laws of the Xingxia Empire provide a 10-day free trial for newly transferred students, which can be seen as a special consideration for the student demographic. At this moment, a multitude of adventurers stood within the Abyssal Square, much like in the Dungeon Square, with most seeking to form parties. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran had arrived at the entrance of the Abyss. In the wilderness, communication was non-existent, and they were unaware of Gu Chen's current whereabouts. Nevertheless, they were astute enough to remain at the Abyss entrance. This way, anyone entering the Abyss would pass directly under their watchful eyes. As Lin Yuan observed the many signs being raised high in the crowd, a sudden realization struck him. Right. We are only 3 in number. Even if we wait for old Gu, we will only have 4. Shouldn't we recruit another member? The more members in a party, the greater the experience boost. Lacking one person would mean a significant loss in experience. Indeed, while we wait for the Great One, let us recruit someone. After all, finding participants for the 1st-tier Abyss is quite challenging, Lin Qingqing suggested. Challenging? I recall there being plenty of participants for the newbie dungeons. Why is it difficult to find for the 1st-tier Abyss? Lin Yuan inquired. Newbie dungeons are relatively easy, and newly transferred students lack combat power, so they all aspire to level up before their academy assessments. Consequently, there are more participants. Conversely, 1st-tier Abysses are different. Parties composed of several strong adventurers yield far greater rewards than those including participants, and 2nd-tier professionals in the Abyss often compete for experience, making it rare for anyone to volunteer as a participant. Ah, I see. You all keep an eye on the Abyss entrance while I go inquire. Lin Yuan nodded. somewhat understanding, and approached a level 12 swordsman among the adventurers seeking teammates. Being fellow swordsman, he thought it might facilitate conversation. Hey there, our party is short one member. Interested in joining? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the swordsman turned, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan's level, a flash of disdain crossing his features. Level 6? Not even at tier 1 yet, and you dare to approach the first tier abyss? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? The swordsman dismissed Lin Yuan, speaking curtly. You must be a participant, right? Your level is too low. Have your team leader come to speak with me. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed at the words. Oh, so you think you're high and mighty, huh? A level 12 swordsman flaunting superiority over me? If he weren't concerned about matching the swordsman's strength, Lin Yuan would have already drawn his sword. Hello, I am the team leader. Is there something you need? A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing Lin Yuan to turn around with a surge of joy. Simultaneously, the swordsman's gaze fell upon Gu Chen, his expression shifting to one of undisguised contempt. Level 10? A summoner? You must be joking. Gu Chen remained unfazed. Is there a problem? Let me give you a piece of advice. Never venture into the abyss. It leads to swift demise. The swordsman waved dismissively. Just go away. This place isn't suited for high school students like you. You're wasting my time. With that, the swordsman sauntered away, seemingly eager to avoid Gu Chen. Old Gu, I'm so glad to finally see you. Lin Yuan exclaimed with elation. Gu Chen was equally surprised. Wherever there was a teleportation array, communication could be restored. He had intended to send a message to inform Lin Yuan and the others to join him in the abyss. To his astonishment, upon arriving at the abyssal square, he immediately spotted Lin Yuan, saving him considerable effort. Old Gu, you've truly accomplished something remarkable this time. If it weren't for Lord Warlord coming to Lin City, I would have never known what you, don't mention him. I have severed ties with the Gu family. He had traversed the wilderness for nearly a day and night, encountering numerous adventurers along the way, from whom he learned of the happenings in Lin City. He even directed several adventurers who had come to hunt him down. After all, the wilderness was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring visibility. While he was accompanied by the Blood Clan Lord and a host of Blood Clan descendants, the scene hardly resembled that of a fugitive in the wilderness. Of course, this was merely a particular circumstance. After departing from the Jinyuan military outpost, he was still detected by those with ulterior motives. However, it was precisely for this reason that Lin Yuan and the others deduced Gu Chen's intentions and arrived at the abyssal square ahead of time. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly jolted, his eyes reflecting intense shock. Old Gu, you've severed ties with the Northern Kingdom's royal family? Lin Yuan's mind was a blank canvas. His tongue knotted as if he had lost the ability to foresee. After all, we were speaking of royalty. Do you comprehend the significance of royalty? While others would shamelessly vie for favor, here he was, severing ties instead. Observing Gu Chen's earnest demeanor, Lin Yuan's expression morphed into one that was more grotesque than tears, his molars nearly grinding to dust. This was the royal family of the Northern Territories. He was on the verge of becoming a brother to a royal scion. The wealth and opulence were staggering. Damn it, this was more painful than death itself. Gu Chen interjected, by the way, isn't our team short one member? I happen to have a friend to bring along. He gestured towards Su Xia, interrupting Lin Yuan's lamentations. Instantly, Lin Yuan's expression returned to normal as he turned to Su Xia, nearly losing his composure again. To his astonishment, Su Xia was not a professional. Wait, buddy, you're not even a professional and you're daring to enter the first level of the abyss. Su Xia nonchalantly replied, what's the matter? Are the requirements to join your team as an actor so stringent that one must be a professional? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to counter the argument. Indeed, an actor in the team does nothing, so what difference does it make whether they are a professional or not? Moreover, since Su Xia was not a professional, he wouldn't siphon off experience, yet his presence could provide a 5-person team experience boost. With this realization, Lin Yuan's smile nearly stretched to his ears. You absolutely must join our team. Chapter 49, All In is a form of wisdom. Su Xia entered the team. Never before had a professional team brought a failed class change ordinary person into the abyss. This was an incomprehensible act to others. However, to Gu Chen, there was no distinction between bringing an ordinary person and a professional. After all, he was the only one doing the real work, while the others merely needed to cheer. Furthermore, Su Xia was not without merit. He hailed from Wan City, and the Buried Bone Dungeon lay right at its border. Meaning that in terms of familiarity with the abyss, Su Xia was arguably the most knowledgeable among them. Yet, upon learning that Gu Chen intended to enter a nightmare-level abyss, he was taken aback. What? Nightmare level? Chen Gu, are you certain we aren't starting with the normal level? Or even the hard level? Gu Chen paused, realizing he had only mentioned entering the Buried Bone Dungeon without specifying whether it was normal or nightmare level. Well, we indeed are entering the nightmare level abyss. If you find it too perilous, you may withdraw from the team now. Of course, I can refund you, and if any materials drop later, you can come to me to purchase them. Worst case, we can always find another person. There are so many around the abyss square that we surely won't struggle to find an actor. Su Xia's face contorted in indecision as he grappled with whether to proceed. The nightmare-level abyss posed a challenge even greater than hell-level dungeons, with no opportunity to escape using a teleportation scroll upon sensing imminent danger. More often than not, by the time one realized they were in peril, it was already too late. Many professionals had perished before they could even use their scrolls, falling victim to the abyssal creatures. The difficulty of clearing it was several tiers above that of a dungeon. One could say that dungeons encapsulated a preserved scenario, while the abyss was starkly real. Su Xia wrestled with the dilemma of why it had to be the nightmare level. This was the abyss. Gu Chen, with a look of resignation, explained, because only by clearing the nightmare level can we unlock the hell level. Unlike novice dungeons, the first level abyss is more open. One can directly choose the nightmare level without needing to unlock it from the hard level. Su Xia's expression froze, his mind momentarily crashing. What did this tone and expression imply? If not for the nightmare level restriction, would you dare to plunge straight into the hell level? Are you truly certain you can succeed? Guaranteed. So confident, I might withdraw midway. The last person who withdrew might already be regretting it. A conflicted look spread across Su Xia's face. An ordinary person who had failed a class change entering the nightmare level abyss was unheard of. It could even be deemed a death wish. Initially, he had merely sought materials. But Gu Chen's offer of a chance to join the abyssal expedition was an opportunity he could hardly refuse. For someone who could not become a professional, the allure of the abyss was unfathomable. Yet, the nightmare level abyss was exceedingly perilous. Honestly, I just want some materials. Su Xia's expression fluctuated between hope and hesitation. Yet he ultimately couldn't let this opportunity slip away. All right, I'll follow. Lin Yuan stepped forward, cheerfully patting his shoulder. Congratulations. All in is indeed a form of wisdom. With the decision made, Gu Chen wasted no time. He approached the abyss entrance, opened the interface, and selected the nightmare level. Warning, the current selection is nightmare difficulty. Challengers will face an almost realistic abyss, with extreme difficulty and high mortality rates. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Current team average level is too low. It is advised to reform the team. No. Entering the buried bone dungeon nightmare level abyss, please wait. The abyss entrance resembled that of a dungeon, where a swirling vortex of space emanated a crimson glow. In the next moment, Gu Chen and the four behind him vanished from sight. Simultaneously, all professionals within the Northern Territories received an immediate notification from the professional platform. Notice, Gu Chen, holder of the SSS rating from Lin City, has led a team of professionals into the buried bone dungeon nightmare level abyss. A simple notification ignited a frenzy throughout the Northern Territories. What? Lin City? SSS rating? Gu Chen, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the summoner being hunted by the Li family? The son of the Northern Territories War King? Is this madness? Gu Chen is merely a level 10 summoner. How dare he enter the first level abyss? This is tantamount to courting death. Even if he is the son of the Northern Territories War King, how could a level 10 clear the nightmare level abyss? Wait, did you not see the crux of the matter? Gu Chen has attained an SSS rating from Lin City. The people from Lin City are denying it. Gu Chen indeed cleared the hell level dungeon. His SSS rating is legitimate. I saw it with my own eyes. Have I crossed over? Did Gu Chen truly clear the hell level dungeon? Is the SSS rating genuine? Why are you asking me? You should be inquiring with the Lin City government. Hurry, call the City Lord's hotline and ask. Our Lin City finally has an SSS-rated individual. Why aren't they making an announcement? Since we are on the topic, I suddenly want to ask, since Gu Chen has already obtained an SSS rating, why would he dare to sever ties with the Li family? Lin City government, City Lord's office. Su Lai currently finds himself under immense pressure. As the highest-ranking official of Lin City, he has never felt such despair since embarking on his political career. Indeed, despair is the precise term. Initially, upon learning that an SSS-rated individual had emerged among the vocational students of Lin City, he was overwhelmed with joy. An SSS rating not only signifies a guaranteed admission to the prestigious academy of the capital, but also means he can secure additional resources from the northern region, thus validating his political achievements. Just as he prepared to report this matter to Gubei City, he received a request for an audience from the Li family. Li Shao made but a modest request to delay the submission of the application process for the guaranteed admission by a few days. As for other matters, the Li family would handle them. Naturally, Su Lai was curious about the Li family's intentions. However, as the lord of the city, he was reluctant to offend the Li family, the foremost family in Lin City. From his perspective, as long as he could secure an additional guaranteed admission for Lin City, it hardly mattered who received the SSS rating. Delaying the procedural process by a few days was a common occurrence and not an act of misconduct. It was indeed a trivial matter. Thus, Su Lai readily acquiesced. The following day, Li Ranjie was murdered. Although Su Lai was shocked, he managed to maintain his composure. However, today, when Gu Qingfeng arrived, Su Lai found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. Subsequently, Gu Chen's identity was unveiled. He was, astonishingly, the son of Gu Qingfeng. In that moment, Su Lai was utterly panicked. How could a mere lord of Lin City possibly obstruct the guaranteed admission of a royal scion? Even death would not absolve him of this transgression. Just moments ago, he received news that the Li family had been annihilated. At that instant, Sulai felt as if the world had darkened around him, foreseeing his own demise. His heart raced with anxiety, teetering on the brink of collapse, until he suddenly realized that since all the Li family members were dead, he alone possessed knowledge of the events that transpired. Consequently, if he could swiftly assign the guaranteed admission to Gu Chen, he might just stabilize his position. With this thought in mind, Sulai snatched the phone from his desk. Secretary Li, initiate the emergency protocol at once. Ensure the guaranteed admission is assigned to Gu Chen, and make a grand announcement regarding the completion of the Hell-level novice dungeon. Hurry. Speed is of the essence. Sulai repeated the word fast thrice, never before having displayed such a loss of composure. However, before his words had fully escaped his lips, a striking message flashed across the monitor before him. Notice, Lin City's SSS-rated individual Gu Chen has led a team of vocationalists into the Buried Bone Dungeon on Nightmare level. Upon reading this notification, Sulai's eyelids twitched, and his expression froze in utter dismay. It was over. Everything was over. With this news emerging, he could no longer conceal the fact that he had postponed the admission process. Chapter 50, First Stage Abyss, Buried Bone Dungeon. You have entered the First Stage Abyss Buried Bone Dungeon on Nightmare level. Please exercise caution and proceed carefully. Accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, Gu Chen and his companions found themselves within a damp, dimly lit cavern, the air thick with a pungent, fermented odor that lingered in their nostrils. The smell was overwhelmingly foul. Lin Yuan cursed loudly, hastily covering his mouth and nose as his stomach churned violently. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran gasped and began retching. Quickly covering their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in agony. Although the odor posed no direct threat, it would undoubtedly impair their combat effectiveness. Among them, only Su Xia appeared unaffected, having donned a metallic mask at some point unbeknownst to the others. Observing the reactions of his companions, Su Xia promptly retrieved 4 identical masks from his spatial ring. Here, put these on. This is my design, the N99 respiratory mask, capable of purifying the dungeon air. And it includes communication, night vision, and automatic capture features. N99 respiratory mask? Lin Yuan quickly grabbed one and donned it, instantly filtering the acrid stench from his nostrils and replacing it with refreshing air. In that moment, the entire world felt revitalized. Gu Chen, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran swiftly followed suit, collectively exhaling in relief. I recall that the latest masks on the market are the N98 models produced by the Everlasting Group. What exactly is your N99 model? Lin Qingqing inquired. The N99 is an upgraded version of the N98, slated for pre-sale at the Everlasting Group's product launch in 3 months. Su Xia's voice emanated from behind the mask. What? This is the latest respiratory mask? Not yet available to the public? How did you acquire it? Lin Qingqing exclaimed. The Everlasting Group is the nation's leading technology conglomerate, boasting substantial contracts with the Jinyuan army thanks to its advanced weaponry, outpacing several military-industrial firms. The Su family is the true power behind the Everlasting Group. Rumors suggest that a key figure within the Su family has provided the company with significant technological advantages and commercial value, securing its status as a preferred partner of the Jinyuan army. Wait, your surname is Su? Lin Qingqing's tone was filled with astonishment. Could you be the prodigy from the Su family? The one who developed extraordinary weapons to combat the abyssal races, enabling the Everlasting Group to secure major contracts with the Jinyuan army? I hardly consider myself a genius, but the Jinyuan army is indeed quite satisfied with my designs. Su Xia replied with a smile. At this moment, the gazes of the others towards Su Xia shifted subtly. It was indeed him. It was said that the Su family provided him with security detail befitting that of the family head. How could such a key figure accompany Gu Chen into the abyss? Was he here to gather materials? What materials could be so precious that they required the personal attendance of a core member of the Su family? Although Gu Chen was curious, he did not delve further. Everyone had their own secrets, and they were merely a team venturing into the abyss together. After alleviating the unbearable stench, he summoned the Blood Lord. Having traversed from the wilderness to the Buried Bone Dungeon, the Blood Lord had also amassed considerable gains, emitting a low, ominous growl as a throng of crimson figures materialized within the dungeon. There were precisely 50 bloodline descendants, the maximum that could be transformed at this time. The Blood Lord had reached level 11, and the transformed bloodline descendants could not exceed its own level by more than 10. Among these descendants, the highest level was 21, while the lowest stood at 15. Seeing the sudden appearance of these bloodline descendants, Lin Yuan and the others were genuinely startled, nearly believing they had fallen into an ambush set by the abyssal races. Do not be alarmed. This is merely my skill. Gu Chen reassured the 4 who were preparing to retreat. What? Su Xia exclaimed in disbelief. How can a summoner possess so many summoned creatures? There is only one summoned creature. The rest are summoned units. Gu Chen clarified, then commanded the bloodline descendants to lead the way. Soon, a low growl resonated from the darkness as a lizard-like humanoid creature emerged from the shadows. The grotesque and disfigured cranium was marred with blood, and a pair of crimson eyes gleamed with a savage ferocity. Its limbs were stout and disproportionately short, the the body riddled with decaying flesh, with some areas laid bare to reveal stark white bones. Is this an orc? I have never encountered such a diminutive and hideous specimen. Almost without waiting for Gu Chen's command, the Bloodlord unleashed a skill, and bullets illuminated the dark dungeon like lightning, crackling as they struck the orc. Renowned for its strength and resilience, the orc moved swiftly, yet the Bloodlord's skill was as swift as a flash, leaving no opportunity for evasion. In an instant, the orc's health was obliterated, and it collapsed to the ground amidst a cacophony of wails. Killed Orc Corpse Hybrid LV-13, experience 1560. A level 13 aberration was effortlessly dispatched by the Bloodlord with a single skill. This scene elicited a profound astonishment on Suxia's face. In the nightmare level abyss, the aberrations are all enhanced and bear no comparison to the ordinary ones found in the wilderness. Though merely level 13, being annihilated by a summoned beast in a single blow was utterly inconceivable. After all, the Orc Corpse Hybrid possessed nearly 40,000 health. To have a single skill deplete that amount of health is simply preposterous. At that moment, Suxia suddenly realized that, with Gu Chen's formidable prowess, he might indeed conquer the nightmare level dungeon. Following the death of the Orc Corpse Hybrid, 6 tendrils of death, formed from black mist, coalesced beside its corpse. This was a supplementary skill of the Fallen Sphere. Each time a skill struck a target, a death tendril would manifest. The deadly shot could unleash 6 bullets imbued with skill effects, hence the appearance of 6 death tendrils. However, the duration of these death tendrils was merely 2 seconds, vanishing into black mist with a mere breath. Orc Corpse Hybrid? What a cumbersome name. Lin Yuan scoffed at the sight of the grotesque aberration's corpse. In reality, it was merely a failed experiment. Suxia spoke, explaining that the buried bone dungeon had once been a site for the execution of brutal punishments by dwarves, where countless dwarves had perished. Later, a voodoo shaman arrived and fused the bodies of the dwarves with orcs, creating this half-corpse, half-beast hybrid. As he spoke, Suxia distributed 4 antidotes among the group. The attacks of the Orc Corpse Hybrid carried corrosive damage, and if one were unfortunate enough to be struck, it was imperative to use the antidote immediately, otherwise they would succumb to a poisoned state, suffering continuous health loss. Gu Chen accepted a vial of healing potion, the green liquid shimmering like emeralds. Antidote. Upon use, it rapidly dispels any poison status. On the trading platform, antidotes were priced at 3,000 per vial, not exactly cheap. Thank you. Gu Chen stowed the antidote in his personal space and commanded the Blood Clan to continue forging ahead. Speaking as they walked, I purchased some strategies at the Jinyuan military outpost. The final boss location in the nightmare level abyss is unpredictable and exceedingly elusive, making it challenging to pinpoint. However, one guide mentioned that to trigger the final boss, all aberrations on these 3 levels must be eradicated without exception. If even a single aberration remains alive, the conditions for the final boss's appearance cannot be met. Thus, to obtain record-breaking rewards after clearing the dungeon, one must prioritize the speed of monster extermination. Chapter 51. First, go to the main prison and slay the Orc Corpse Chieftain. Although the nightmare level abyss is fraught with peril and high mortality rates, first clear records had already been established decades ago. Therefore, if Gu Chen wished to secure substantial rewards post-clearance, he would have to aim for record-breaking achievements. But this is the abyss. Breaking such records is no simple feat, is it? Currently, the best time in the nightmare level abyss stands at 6 hours and 47 minutes, held by Liang Yi, the current lord of Wan City. This record was established by Liang Yi and his team at level 19, approaching the limits for ordinary adventurers. Any faster would be impossible. However, for Gu Chen, it was certain that he would not be content with such limits. As they traversed the dungeon, creatures of the Orc Corpse Hybrid occasionally leapt from the shadows. For Gu Chen and his companions, they posed no threat, given that a substantial number of Blood Clan descendants were leading the way. Bang! A shot rang out, directly striking the orc's cranium and dealing over 8,000 damage. The Orc Corpse also qualified as an undead creature, being a fusion of orc and dwarf remains. Thus, it possessed considerable resistance to both physical and magical damage. While in the wilderness, a single bullet from the Bloodlord could inflict approximately 12,000 damage on a level 13 aberration. This shot yielded merely over 8,000 against the Orc Corpse, a testament to its formidable defenses. Fortunately, the Bloodlord's damage output was sufficiently high, coupled with kill resets, ensuring that barring elite aberrations, most were swiftly dispatched by the Bloodlord. Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign to assist in the slaying, while the Blood Clan descendants were tasked with searching every corner of the dungeon, leaving no hidden Orc Corpse Hybrid unaddressed. Although the base attack of the Nightmare Sovereign was inferior to that of the Bloodlord, with the aid of the Nightmare minions, it could unleash tenfold damage, capable of obliterating a level 13 Orc Corpse Hybrid in an instant. Bang! The Bloodlord pulled the trigger, a flurry of bullets whistling forth, transforming the Orc Corpse Hybrid into a sieve. Simultaneously, the Nightmare Sovereign blinked and accomplished a kill in an instant. Killed Orc Corpse Hybrid LV-13, experience 1560. Killed Orc Corpse Hybrid LV13. Experience 1573. The pace of experience accumulation was evidently accelerating. In stark contrast to the 500 to 600 experience gained from aberrations in the wilderness, defeating aberrations in the abyss yielded thrice that amount. Moreover, with the presence of the Blood Clan descendants, both hunting and killing efficiency saw a significant enhancement. As the Blood Clan descendants pressed deeper into the dungeon, Gu Chen and his party soon arrived at a desolate expanse littered with bones. As they traversed, the dry bones beneath their feet creaked incessantly. Is this the main prison? So soon? Does that mean we are close to the chieftains or corpse? Su Xia scanned the surroundings and quickly recognized their location. The buried bone dungeon comprises 3 levels, with the first main prison presenting the initial challenge. Here lies a high-level elite or corpse, the remains of the former dwarf chieftain, possessing formidable strength and proving difficult to contend with. Su Xia immediately stated, to confront the orc corpse chieftain, we must first eliminate all the surrounding orc corpse hybrids. Otherwise, entering the main prison directly would render us vulnerable to being besieged by them. However, this does not make sense, even with 50 Blood Clan descendants paving the way. We should not have reached the main prison so quickly. What is going on? Are we lost? A look of confusion flickered in Su Xia's eyes as he glanced at the others, only to find Gu Chen's face remained calm, showing no signs of unease despite their premature arrival at the main prison. Generally speaking, within the abyss, it is customary to first eliminate the common aberrations, reserving the more formidable elite variants for last. This approach significantly mitigates the difficulty of extermination. Consequently, prior adventurers entering the burial bone dungeon would initially cleanse the periphery of the beast corpse chimeras, only proceeding to confront the beast corpse chieftain once the ordinary beasts had been eradicated. This method not only lowers the challenge of the encounter, but also allows for experience accumulation during the process, facilitating level advancements before tackling the chieftain, thereby making the confrontation considerably less daunting. Moreover, once the ordinary aberrations in the outer regions are vanquished, the combat prowess of the beast corpse chieftain diminishes substantially. The chieftain possesses a skill that summons additional foes. As long as it remains in combat, it can endlessly attract beasts from the outer regions into the main prison. Should the adventurers find themselves besieged by a multitude of beast corpse chimeras, escape would become an impossibility. Hence, most adventurers are hesitant to prioritize entry into the main prison. At this juncture, Gu Chen remarked, the burial bone dungeon is rather unique. It necessitates the complete annihilation of all aberrations across its 3 layers to trigger the conditions for the final boss's appearance. In other words, should we overlook even a single aberration, we would be compelled to expend considerable time searching for it. Unless we eliminate every beast corpse, we shall never behold the ultimate adversary. Thus, I contemplated an alternative strategy, to approach the main prison first and utilize the chieftain's summoning ability to gather all ordinary beast corpses from the first layer, thereby ensuring the swiftest possible extermination of the entire assembly. What? You intend to confront the beast corpse chieftain first? Su Xia's countenance paled. If you do that, the ordinary beasts will surge in. How shall we contend with them then? Do not panic. We shall handle it as it comes, Gu Chen replied, gesturing for the towering figure of the undead golem to manifest within the main prison, its black luminescence radiating outward, inflicting utter exhaustion upon all present beast corpses. Following this, the nightmare's sovereign advanced, weaving a profound dreamscape that enveloped all the beast corpses within. As the deep dreamscape unfolded, piercing shrieks echoed throughout the main prison, with the dream energy inflicting relentless, substantial damage upon the beast corpses. Their vitality plummeted dramatically, losing thousands of health points every passing second. Witnessing such staggering damage, Su Xia felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Nearby, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran observed Su Xia's expression with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, this was the desired state, a blend of confusion, astonishment, disbelief, and a touch of existential doubt. Lin Yuan recalled his own reaction upon first witnessing Gu Chen in combat. The area of effect explosive damage, while not outright lethal, could swiftly decimate large groups within mere moments, akin to a grass-cutting game. Although the beast corpse chimeras in the main prison were also common aberrations, they were of level 16, possessing thrice the vitality, making instant annihilation by the deep dreamscape somewhat unrealistic. Furthermore, the formidable beast corpse chieftain had yet to reveal itself. At that moment, a series of heavy thuds resonated from the darkness, followed by rhythmic tremors throughout the dungeon. A powerful, savage aura erupted, advancing ominously towards them. Emerging from the shadows was a stout, black-furred beast, grotesquely adorned with rotting flesh and animal hides, its body marred by numerous stitched scars, resembling a patchwork corpse. Su Xia's expression shifted abruptly. The beast corpse chieftain had appeared. Chapter 52. Is summoning a fearsome strategy? In truth, it is like moths to a flame. Aberration, beast corpse chieftain elite. Level, LV17. Health, 121, 500. Attributes, strength, 190. Agility, 177. Constitution 192, Spirit 170. Skill I, Beast Blood Boiling. Skill 2, Corpse Poison. Skill 3, Summon Beast Corpses. The level 17 elite aberration made Gu Chen's gaze sharpen, a hint of gravity crossing his features. This Beast Corpse chieftain was nearly on par with the final boss, the fallen witch of the temple ruins. Yet, this was merely the first trial of the Burial Bone Dungeon. Who were these human scum to dare intrude upon this forbidden domain, seeking death? The chieftain's visage twisted into a brutal snarl. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a torrent of boiling foul blood. A formidable aura inundating the main prison and instantaneously countering the deep dreamscape. At that moment, the ordinary beast corpses outside seemed to receive a command, recklessly charging towards Gu Chen and his companions. Su Xiao watched in horror, his complexion drained. He even contemplated unleashing a teleportation scroll. Given the current predicament, it appeared that Gu Chen had no means to combat such a multitude of beast corpses. Just then, Gu Chen's mind stirred, and 3 layers of black light erupted from the undead golem. 2 beams of darkness struck the beast corpse chieftain, inflicting utter exhaustion and black death plague. All attributes were reduced by 50, damage taken increased by 50, healing effects diminished by 90, and it began to steadily lose health. The 3rd beam coalesced into a dim shadow, rapidly enveloping the entirety of the main prison from the golem's core. Forbidden domain of the last magic. Within the skill's range, all targets experienced a tenfold increase in consumption. With these 3 skills unleashed, a comprehensive debilitation ensued. The chieftain's overwhelming might was swiftly curtailed, and the deep dreamscape unleashed a terrifying surge of dream energy, commencing the disintegration of the assembled beast corpses within the main prison. Even with the chieftain's substantial health, it would inevitably succumb under such overwhelming diminishment. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV-15, Experience 1957. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV-15, Experience 1960. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV-15, Experience 1952. A relentless harvest ensued, experience points soaring as though propelled by a rocket. The Beast Corpse Chimeras fell in droves, and before long, Gu Chen's level surged to 12. Level up. Level, LV-12, 3234-21600. Strength, 337. Agility, 336. Constitution, 338. Spirit, 509. Summoned Beasts. Bloodlord LV-12 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV-12 Epic. Undead Golem LV-12 Epic. Current talent, 1 Dark Bloodline available. No one shared the experience. This rate of advancement was extraordinary. 5 individuals had ventured into the abyss, where the difficulty escalated, and correspondingly, the experience surged, with nearly 90% of it accruing to Gu Chen. This was precisely why he was insistent on bringing the actors into the abyss. Such a rapid pace of extermination was beyond what most adventurers could even fathom. A mere wave of beast corpses surged in from the outskirts, resulting in an immediate elevation in level. A piercingly mournful scream shattered Gu Chen's train of thought. An increasing number of beast corpse hybrids were being disintegrated into fragments by dream energy, and the chieftain of the beast corpses erupted in a fury. Dark crimson blood gushing from his body and saturating the depths of the dream, attempting to break free from this layer of the dream. However, with the undead golem standing guard, all resistance was destined to be futile. No matter how hard the chieftain of the beast core attempted to assault the depths of the dream, his attributes, diminished by half, rendered him incapable of escaping the confines of this dreamscape. The dream energy relentlessly deconstructed his form, causing a continual loss of health. As his life points plummeted and he remained unable to shatter the dream's hold, the beast corpse chieftain let out a heart-wrenching roar, summoning all beast corpses to his aid within the main prison. This was precisely the scene Gu Chen had been eager to witness. The chieftain's furious howls echoed through the dim dungeon. Chaotic cries erupted from the shadows, as a multitude of beast corpse hybrids emerged from all directions, frantically charging toward the main prison. The moment these ordinary beast corpses crossed into the main prison's perimeter, they were enveloped by a layer of black light. Their attributes halved, and their damage susceptibility increased. Subsequently, there was no suspense. Swathes of ordinary beast corpses were torn apart by dream energy, transforming into invaluable experience that flowed into Gu Chen's experience bar. The mass demise of the beast corpses was devoid of any semblance of rationality. They charged in a frenzy, disregarding even their instinctual fear. Almost maddened, they recklessly rushed into the main prison, only to be shredded to pieces by the depths of the dream after just a few steps. Was this the crowd-controlling ability that instilled fear in the professionals? Before Gu Chen, they were merely moths drawn to a flame. Witnessing this, the beast corpse chieftain let out a thunderous roar and charged furiously toward Gu Chen's direction. Despite his attributes being diminished, his speed remained astonishingly swift. However, the Bloodlord remained ever vigilant, steadfastly guarding Gu Chen's side. Even with a shield boasting a value exceeding 10,000, he did not neglect to ensure his summoned beasts provided protection. Raising his dual pistols, the Bloodlord pulled the triggers at the charging beast corpse chieftain. Bang! 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 A barrage of bullets struck the Beast Corpse chieftain, yet only managed to deplete over 30,000 of his health points. Had this been a Beast Corpse hybrid with 40,000 health points, it would have been obliterated in an instant. Truly, they were elite extraterrestrial beings, even with their attributes halved. Enduring a single skill from the Bloodlord only resulted in a loss of 30,000 health points. However, the ordeal was far from over. As the fallen orb skill activated, 6 deathly tendrils rapidly sprouted around the Beast Corpse chieftain, mercilessly striking him and momentarily halting his advance. Crack! Crack! The deathly tendrils could only exist for 2 seconds, attacking once per second. Each tendril inflicted 3,000 points of damage, amounting to a total of 18,000 from 6 tendrils. In the span of 2 seconds, that was 36,000, coupled with the previous skill damage, in a mere breath. The Beast Corpse chieftain lost nearly 70,000 health points. Lin Yuan and the others watched in horror. 70,000. Such terrifying damage. The Beast Corpse chieftain possessed just over 12,000 health points in total, and the Bloodlord had reduced him to a state of near death with just 1 strike. Yet, despite his health bar being depleted by more than half, the Beast Corpse chieftain did not relent. Like a ferocious beast, he ignored all attacks, madly charging toward Gu Chen. After all, he was an elite extraterrestrial being. Although the Bloodlord's skills unleashed an incredible amount of damage, they could not halt his advance. Old Gu. As they watched the Beast Corpse chieftain barreling toward Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and the others cried out in alarm. In their eyes, this was Gu Chen's first direct confrontation with an extraterrestrial being. It was well known that the greatest flaw of a summoner lay in their lack of combat capability. All strength was concentrated in their summoned beasts, rendering their own health and defense exceptionally fragile. Once an extraterrestrial being closed in, it would spell doom for the summoner. However, in the next moment, shadows suddenly appeared, entwining around the Beast Corpse chieftain. His frenzied charge abruptly faltered, and before he could close the distance of 3 meters to Gu Chen, he found himself ensnared by the binding effects of the nightmare servants. Simultaneously, the continuous damage inflicted upon the Beast Corpse chieftain surged tenfold due to the entanglement of 10 nightmare servants. Boom. Bloodburst. The Beast Corpse chieftain was trapped in place, and his remaining health points collapsed at an unbelievable rate. In the blink of an eye, his health was reduced to 0. Chapter 53, the second legendary level summoned beast. Within the main prison, the Beast Corpse chieftain was disassembled into a heap of dark red fragments, and all the summoned beast corpses perished within the depths of the dream, leaving behind only a scattering of powder. Kill the elite LV-16 Beast Corpse chieftain. Experience 5725. Acquired loot. Dwarven King Ring LV-16 rare. Acquired loot. Mithril Armor LV-16 rare. Acquired loot. Enhancement Stone X10 rare. Level up. Level LV-13 136943200. Strength 347. Agility 346. Constitution 348. Mentality 529. Summoned beasts. Bloodlord LV-13 Legendary. Nightmare Ruler LV-13 Epic. Undead Golem LV-13 Epic. Current talent, Dark Bloodline available. Ascending to level 11 in the wilderness, after vanquishing the first wave of extraterrestrial beings in the Buried Bones dungeon. He reached level 12. Now, having cleared an entire floor of the dungeon, he surged directly to level 13. The Abyss, indeed, offered high risks accompanied by high rewards. I'll take a moment to rest here, Gu Chen remarked, turning to Lin Yuan and the others, choosing not to delve deeper just yet. The next step would lead to the second floor, where the difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon escalated significantly with each layer descended. Given that this was the nightmare level abyss, Gu Chen planned to first enhance his summoned beasts, activating his talent. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Royal Blood. Royal Bloodline. A glimmer of ecstatic joy ignited in Gu Chen's eyes. It had finally appeared. The previous 2 upgrades had yielded only the Descendant Bloodline, which he had refrained from merging with his summoned beasts. Now, acquiring the Royal Bloodline meant he would once again obtain a legendary level summoned beast. After careful consideration, Gu Chen resolved to advance the Undead Golem to legendary status. The reason was simple. The comprehensive debuff effect was simply too enticing. If it were to ascend to legendary level, it was unimaginable how much powerful suppression the Undead Golem would impose on the opponent. As for the 2 Descendant Bloodlines, they would be bestowed upon the Nightmare Ruler, allowing it to undergo 2 Bloodline Awakenings. Bloodline Awakening successful. Bloodline Awakening successful. Nightmare Ruler Epic. Level, LV-13. Health points, 21, 300. Attributes, Strength, 179, Agility, 186, Constitution, 185, Spirit, 190. Skill Phantom Instant Kill has been enhanced. Phantom Instant Kill approaches the target unit through dreams and launches a lethal strike. Each successful kill increases the damage of the next skill by 1. Note, if the summoned beast dies, the damage bonus resets to 0. Skill Deep Dream has been enhanced. Deep Dream constructs a profound dream within a designated area, inflicting substantial continuous damage on targets ensnared within. for each target that perishes. All other targets within the deep dream will be subjected to 1 second of stun. With a health pool of 21,000. Although lacking the elevated health of certain elites and bosses, it is still an impressive feat. This is because elites and bosses possess health bonuses, making it rare for any entity to rival them in terms of vitality. After awakening, not only has health and the 4 core attributes been augmented, but the skills Phantom Instant Kill and Deep Dream have also received enhancements. Following a kill with Phantom Instant Kill, the damage of the subsequent skill increases by 1. And as long as one remains alive, the damage bonus can continually accumulate. It is unfortunate that if Deep Dream had been enhanced instead, with each target's demise contributing a damage increment of 1, the Nightmare Sovereign would have experienced a terrifying escalation. After all, Deep Dream is an area of effect damage skill capable of annihilating numerous foes in a short span, unlike Phantom Instant Kill, which requires a more meticulous, one-by-one approach. In comparison, the enhancement of Deep Dream is somewhat modest, although each death within the dream results in a 1-second stun for other targets. This brief window can effectively incapacitate all units trapped within the dream if utilized skillfully. Nevertheless, it serves as a formidable means to significantly hinder powerful alien entities from breaching the dream. Subsequently, Gu Chen bestows the royal bloodline upon the Undead Golem. Advancement successful. Undead Golem Epic Undead Golem Legend. Level, LV 13. Health, 26,700. Attributes, Strength 231, Agility 226, Constitution 243, Spirit 244. The Summoned Beast quality has been elevated from Epic to Legend, receiving attribute feedback, granting the summoner a total enhancement of 100 in all attributes. The Summoned Beast acquires a talent and receives comprehensive skill enhancements. Unyielding Legend. While the Undead Golem remains stationary, its defense and recovery increase by 1 per second. Targets within 10 meters of the Undead Golem suffer a 50 increase in negative effects. Extreme Fatigue LV 20 Legend. Inflicts fatigue upon nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50 and increasing damage taken by 100, immune to negation. Black Death Plague LV 20 Legend. Infects a target with plague, reducing its healing effects by 90. The plague is contagious, and the more targets infected, the greater the continuous health loss, immune to negation. Forbidden Domain LV 20 Legend. The Undead Golem establishes a restricted area centered on itself, causing targets within to experience a 10-fold increase in damage and a 10-fold rise in resource consumption. Legendary talents and fully maxed legendary skills. The excitement on Gu Chen's face was palpable. First and foremost, the talent enhancement signifies that while the Undead Golem remains stationary, its defense and recovery increment by 1 per second, which implies that one must relinquish the Golem's mobility to maximize its potential. However, it is impractical for the Undead Golem to remain stationary, nor can it attract all adversaries to its location. Previously, Gu Chen would have been unable to fully capitalize on this talent. Yet, one must not forget that after defeating Wang Chongshan and his entourage, Gu Chen learned the skill of positional swapping from a basic skill scroll. This not only allows him to swap places with summoned units, but also enables positional exchanges among the summoned creatures. Consequently, the Undead Golem can initially remain in a designated spot to accumulate its state, and when combat ensues, Gu Chen can simply swap its position with that of a combatant from the bloodline descendants. Moreover, targets within 10 meters of the Undead Golem will suffer a 50 increase in negative effects, thereby amplifying the advantages of positional swapping. Although positional swapping is merely an excellent skill, when paired with a legendary summoned beast, it exhibits a terrifyingly formidable combat prowess. As for the other 3 skills, they have each received varying degrees of enhancement. The damage of extreme fatigue has gained an increment of 50. Black Death Plague has become contagious, no longer requiring the Undead Golem to cast it individually. The more targets infected, the higher the sustained damage. Forbidden Domain has undergone the most significant transformation, previously offering a 10-fold increase in consumption, now also providing a 10-fold escalation in damage. Thus, any target within the skill's range faces a near-certain demise. It is done. Gazing at the 3 summoned beasts beside him, Gu Chen felt a surge of confidence. Now, onward to the second level of the dungeon. As he aimed to secure the record-breaking reward, it was imperative to quicken their pace. With that, Gu Chen commanded the bloodline descendants to forge ahead, while Lin Yuan and the others nodded in agreement and swiftly followed suit. The Nightmare Abyss, in pursuit of breaking the record, necessitated a rapid traversal. Chapter 54, Abandoning the Dwarven King's Ring. How do we reach the second level of the Bone Burial Dungeon? Lin Yuan inquired. There is a maze behind the main prison, and the entrance to the second level lies at the maze's conclusion, Su Xia replied. So, we must navigate through the maze to access the second level of the dungeon? Another puzzle game. It's quite vexing. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head. Indeed, the strategy has outlined 5 routes through the maze, and each time we enter the abyss, the maze differs, necessitating individual trials. Although Su Xia has not ventured into the abyss, being a resident of one city, He is exceptionally familiar with the bone burial dungeon, as it lies at his doorstep. This is an utter waste of time, Gu Chen remarked, shaking his head. I intend to employ an alternative method. What method? I read in a strategy guide that at the maze's entrance, there is a statue. If we place the Dwarven King's ring on the statue's finger, we can directly reach the second level of the dungeon. Indeed, the statue that possesses the Dwarven King's ring will temporarily revive, but only by defeating the statue will the entrance to the second level of the dungeon manifest. Suxia interjected hastily. After vanquishing the Beast Corpse clan leader, 2 rare-grade pieces of equipment dropped. One is the Dwarven King's ring, boasting impressive attributes and effects, while the other is the Mithril armor, a warrior-class piece of equipment. Gu Chen plans to put it on the professional platform once they exit. Dwarven King's ring. Quality, rare. Level, LV 16. Attributes, Strength 30, Agility 30, Constitution 30, Spirit 30. Effect, damage dealt to Dwarven units is increased by 100. Most of the alien entities within the Bone Burial Dungeon are constructed from Dwarven corpses and orcs, which means that as long as the Dwarven King's ring is worn, all subsequent encounters with alien entities will result in a doubling of attack power, with all attributes at 30 and a damage increase of 1-fold. The power bestowed by this boon is unprecedentedly formidable. Thus, nearly 99% of professionals would prefer to repeatedly navigate the labyrinth rather than relinquish this ring. However, for Gu Chen, if he aspires to claim the record-breaking reward, he must not be overly concerned with such trivial matters. A mere Dwarven King's ring holds little significance for him. The 30 attributes it bestows are inconsequential. As for the 1-fold damage increase it provides to the Dwarven race, it is also not indispensable. After all, the undead Golem has already evolved into a legendary level summon, and its contributions are certainly not to be compared with a simple Dwarven King's ring. With each descent into the burial ground dungeon, the difficulty escalates significantly. The Dwarven King's ring, with its 1-fold damage bonus, will prove to be an invaluable tool for later stages of the challenge, Suxia advised. Moreover, the entity awakened by the Dwarven King's ring is a level 20 statue, possessing immense strength and terrifying damage. Previously, a paladin with 60,000 health was annihilated in a single strike. No one could withstand such dreadful damage. Gu Chen refrained from further discussion, opting to demonstrate his intentions through action as he approached a stone wall at the back of the main prison. A square opening had emerged in the wall, serving as the labyrinth's entrance, beside which stood a Dwarven King statue clad in armor and crowned, wielding a colossal stone hammer. Without a second thought, Gu Chen placed the Dwarven King's ring upon the statue's finger, triggering a flash of light as the statue's limbs began to move as if brought back to life. With a resounding roar, the Dwarven King statue advanced. Challenger, do you wish to duel with me? Its large, coppery eyes fixed intently on Gu Chen. Witnessing this scene, Suxia's expression shifted to one of apprehension. Race, Dwarven King statue. Level, LV 20. Health, 85, 200. Attributes, Strength 310, Agility 177, Constitution 192, Spirit 170. Skill, Hammer Impact. A level 20 ordinary race with 85,000 health. This was manageable. Gu Chen remained silent. With a mere thought, 2 tendrils of black light erupted from the undead Golem, striking the Dwarven King statue instantly. As the statue is not a living entity, the Black Death Plague was rendered ineffective. However, under the effect of utter fatigue, the Dwarven King statue's attributes were halved, and it suffered a 100 increase in damage. Realizing its adverse state, the Dwarven King statue's rugged face contorted in fury, and the enormous stone hammer in its grasp radiated a golden light. Hammer Impact. The massive golden hammer descended violently upon Gu Chen. Faced with this imminent onslaught, Gu Chen showed no intention of evading. Suxia, observing from the sidelines, gasped in alarm. At that moment, Gu Chen's figure vanished, replaced by the nightmarish sovereign before the Dwarven King statue. Bang! The golden hammer struck down, and the black mist surrounding the nightmarish sovereign swirled, being an energy entity. It was scarcely affected by physical attacks. Subsequently, the black mist expanded, and 10 shadowy figures coiled around the Dwarven King, enveloping it in a thick shroud of darkness. Phantasmal annihilation. The nightmarish sovereign unleashed its skill, stacking damage 10-fold, and further amplifying it by the 1-fold damage increase from utter fatigue, resulting in a staggering 20-fold damage to the Dwarven King statue. Boom! A heavy wail echoed through the dungeon. Yet the statue showed no visible signs of harm as its 85,000 health was instantaneously depleted. In the next moment, the light surrounding the statue faded, returning it to its original position. Dual victory. Defeated Dwarven King statue LV 20. Experience 3687. The statue turned away, its stone hammer suddenly radiating golden light as it struck forcefully against a nearby wall. The wall shattered, revealing a vast opening leading down a dark staircase. The Dwarven statue sheathed its hammer and returned to its original stance, the Dwarven King's ring vanishing from its finger. Gazing at the staircase leading to the second level of the dungeon, Gu Chen's face broke into a smile. However, Su Xia remained in a state of bewilderment. Was that it? The legendary Dwarven King statue, reputed for slaying a paladin with 60,000 health in a single blow, was obliterated by the nightmarish sovereign in one fell swoop? Su Xia felt as if he were dreaming. Yet, recalling the scene of Gu Chen leading the group into the main prison, where 3 summons wreaked havoc amidst the carnage of beast corpses, he understood the summoner's formidable prowess. No wonder he exuded such confidence, challenging the nightmarish abyss right from the outset. Su Xia regarded Gu Chen with a complex expression. Although he was not a professional, he could tangibly sense Gu Chen's strength. This power utterly subverted his previous perceptions of professionals. Shocked, this was merely the beginning. Lin Yuan stepped forward, patting Su Xia on the shoulder. Come on, let us head to the second level of the dungeon. The real battle lies ahead. A throng of bloodline descendants surged into the opening, descending the staircase into the encroaching darkness. Gu Chen glanced at the time. Precisely 1 hour had passed since entering the abyss. At this pace, the record-breaking reward was assured. With a wave of his hand, the 3 summons followed closely behind as Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others towards the second level of the dungeon. Chapter 55. What to do if unable to ascend. The second level of the dungeon was even more perilous than the first. Here, the foes were no longer mere failed amalgamations of beast corpses, but rather evolved entities endowed with intelligence and greater strength. After traversing a short distance on the second level, a squad of armored beast corpses spotted Gu Chen and his companions. Leading the group was a beast corpse wielding 2 massive axes, forming an attack formation with its comrades to block their path. Humans, vacate our lair. You are not welcome here. As it spoke, the attributes of this group of beast corpses appeared. Race, Beast Corpse Warrior. Level, LV-17. Health, 62,500. Attributes, Strength 180, Agility 173, Constitution 192, Spirit 175. Skill, Battle Array Charge. These were ordinary level 17 foes, the successors of the Beast Corpse chieftain from the first level of the dungeon. The previous level 20 Dwarven King statue was not part of the conventional dungeon narrative. It merely represented a choice node. Facing the dozen or so Beast Corpse warriors, Su Xia's complexion paled. Brother Chun, it would be wise to strategically retreat. I am familiar with these Beast Corpse warriors. The greater their numbers, the more devastating the damage from their battle array charge. If a fight ensues, this squad of Beast Corpse warriors can unleash combat power far exceeding their individual capabilities. Gu Chen nodded but showed no inclination to retreat. Meanwhile, the undead Golem roared, applying 2 negative states upon the squad of Beast Corpse warriors. The lead Beastly Corpse warrior raised its battle axe high, emitting a deep, menacing growl. How dare you lay hands upon us, human? You are courting death. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, a flurry of gleaming silver bullets erupted within the dungeon, striking the beastly warrior's head with unerring precision. Crack! The skull shattered, and the headless corpse collapsed heavily onto the ground. Killed Beastly Corpse Warrior LV-17. Experienced 2299. Simultaneously, 6 tendrils of death, shrouded in black mist, emerged to assault the remaining beastly warriors. The battle was on the verge of erupting. However, the remaining beastly warriors displayed no signs of confusion. Instead, they quickly formed ranks and charged towards Gu Chen. Truly, they were warriors, well-trained, unlike the beastly amalgamations that relied solely on instinctual slaughter. Yet, this was still insufficient. The Nightmare Sovereign, enveloped in a surge of dark energy, unleashed over a dozen shadowy figures that swiftly ensnared the ranks of beastly warriors. In a charging formation, the greater the number of beastly warriors, the higher the potential damage. But herein lies the question. If they cannot charge, will their damage remain formidable? Several beastly warriors found themselves ensnared, enduring continuous blood loss under the plague state. The Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign would not let such an opportunity slip by, charging directly into the midst of the beastly warriors, akin to a tiger among sheep. Bullets whizzed, and black mist swirled as one beastly warrior after another fell to the ground. Killed Beastly Corpse Warrior LV-17. Experience 2236. Killed Beastly Corpse Warrior LV-17. Experience 2250. Killed Beastly Corpse Warrior LV-17. Experience 2247. In the span of merely 3 to 5 minutes, dozens of beastly warriors lay sprawled across the ground. Level up. Level, LV-14, 226789500. Strength, 457. Agility, 456. Constitution, 458. Spirit, 649. Summoned Beasts, Bloodlord LV-14 Legend, Nightmare Sovereign LV-14 Epic, Undead Golem LV-14 Legend. Thanks to the prior evolution of the Undead Golem from Epic to Legend, Gu Chen had gained 100 points in all attributes. Consequently, his average attributes now soared above 500, enabling him to dominate the vast majority of practitioners, even among the third tier. Talent currently allows for the acquisition of a dark bloodline. As per tradition, The dark bloodline of level 14 would be reserved for the level 15 summoned beasts. Meanwhile, Su Xia's pupils widened in astonishment. Initially expecting the beastly warriors on the second level of the dungeon to pose a significant obstacle, he was taken aback when they were effortlessly reduced to mere rabble before Gu Chen's summoned beasts. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran observed with exhilaration. Although they had not perished, they experienced the thrill of invincibility by clinging to Gu Chen's coattails. Upon reaching level 14, the Bloodlord's health surged to 56,340, enabling it to transform 80 bloodline descendants. Subsequently, it activated its skill, consuming 24,000 health points to convert all the corpses on the ground into level 17 bloodline descendants. Since Gu Chen aimed to break records, and the combat prowess of the bloodline descendants was not particularly exceptional, they had been kept out of the battle, merely serving as scouts. However, one must not underestimate them. Aside from a few exceeding level 20, the rest were all above level 10. The self-detonation damage of those above level 20 was 5,000, while those above level 10 had a self-detonation damage of 3,000. Therefore, if all 80 bloodline descendants detonated simultaneously, they could unleash a staggering 250,000 damage in an instant. This was Gu Chen's strategy, to deliver a significant blow to the final boss. Next, the bloodline descendants continued to pave the way as Gu Chen led the group forward. The terrain of the second level of the dungeon was more intricate than the first, with an intricate web of passages. Even Gu Chen, intent on locating the main prison of the second level, nearly lost his way within its depths. Fortunately, Su Xia was at hand. It wasn't that Su Xia was particularly familiar with the route. In fact, he too was directionally challenged in the second level dungeon. However, he possessed a piece of advanced technology, a scanning device of his own invention. By scanning the map and the surrounding environment, it could generate a holographic map. This map displayed their current location and generated the optimal path, effectively preventing them from becoming lost in the labyrinthine terrain. As they prepared to set off, covering a distance of 10 kilometers was estimated to take about 45 minutes. The advanced technology initiated navigation. This time frame was calculated based on the average speed of a level 14 practitioner, and while there might be discrepancies, they would not be significant. Nevertheless, 10 kilometers was still quite a distance, necessitating an acceleration of their pace. "Shall I have a summon unit carry you?" Gu Chen inquired of Su Xia. With navigation ready, they were set to begin their journey. Su Xia, being an ordinary person without a job change, could hardly keep pace with the others. "No need, I can keep up." As he spoke, Su Xia retrieved a mechanical device from his spatial ring, skillfully donning it. The suit was predominantly dark gray, accented with silver lines, featuring a robust and streamlined design that conformed to the human silhouette. Armor covered the shoulders, chest, and legs, equipped with a power device, while the waist and hips had support structures, and the back was fitted with heat dissipation fins and antennas. This scene left Lin Yuan utterly astonished. "Wow, old Su, are you wearing a mech?" "No, this is a battle suit, designated Mark 1. Click, click, click. Su Xia began to warm up, moving his joints and limbs as the battle suit emitted a series of mechanical sounds. With each step he took, he resembled an agile leopard, covering 8 or 9 meters in a single breath. To reduce weight, I specifically did not equip any weapon systems, which has significantly increased my walking speed. Let us go. We should reach the main prison of the second level in about 45 minutes. Chapter 56, The Beastly Queen. The 80 bloodline descendants formed a sharp arrowhead formation in front, paving the way as Gu Chen and the others followed closely behind, entering a rapid march. Along the way, numerous beastly warriors formed attack formations, charging towards the group. Gu Chen, wishing to conserve time, employed a straightforward method to deal with these beastly warriors. As the beastly warriors charged, he directed the Nightmare Sovereign to summon nightmare servants, ensnaring all the foremost beastly warriors in place. Consequently, the warriors behind them stumbled and fell, and by the time they regrouped to pursue, Gu Chen and his companions had vanished from view. From the entrance of the second-level dungeon to the main prison, even the shortest route spanned 10 kilometers. Without Su Xia's advanced navigation, they could have easily wandered for days within the convoluted dungeon. It was precisely due to the dungeon's complexity that many practitioners, even with guides and maps, found themselves taking considerable detours. Ultimately, the emergence of the final boss is contingent upon the demise of all ordinary alien races, thus rendering the records of the burial dungeon nearly impossible to surpass. After a duration of 45 minutes, Gu Chen and his companions arrived outside the main prison on the second floor. After dispatching a squad of warriors drawn to their presence, they ventured into the main prison. At first glance, the main prison appeared no different from the other areas within the dungeon. However, its internal expanse was considerably more spacious, imbued with an intense chill. "This must be the place," Su Xia remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Inside the second-floor main prison resided an elite alien. The voodoo shaman had stitched together the corpses of the beast man and the dwarf queen, successfully creating a beast queen with both strength and intellect. As Su Xia spoke, a swirling black wind began to whip around them, accompanied by a low, ominous roar, and a hulking figure emerged from the depths of the main prison. The Beast Queen appeared, her form obscured by matted fur and colorful scales, grotesque in size, almost unrecognizable as humanoid. This visage was even more repulsive than that of the Beastman patriarch, resembling a monstrous amalgamation of various beastmen and dwarves. Alien, Elite Beast Queen. Level, LV18. Health, 151, 500. Attributes, Strength 210, Agility 197, Constitution 212, Spirit 190. Skill I, Frenzied Charge. Skill 2, Corrosive Poison. Skill 3, Beast Core Frenzy. Skill 4, Summon Beast Core. An elite alien at level 18, boasting over 150,000 health, far more fearsome than the dwarf patriarch. This Beast Queen seemed quite formidable. Gu Chen immediately commanded his summoned beast to launch an attack. The Bloodlord flickered into action, brandishing dual pistols and unleashing a torrent of bullets that fell like a deluge. Bang, bang, bang. Gaping wounds the size of fists erupted upon the Beast Queen's form. A piercing, shrill scream escaped the Beast Queen as she sustained damage. In response, she exhaled a cloud of purple-black mist, toxic and capable of inflicting area damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Su Xia were all enveloped by this poisonous fog, their health plummeting rapidly. Fortunately, having previously navigated a hell-level dungeon alongside Gu Chen, their attributes had been enhanced, and they had acquired commendable equipment from treasure chests and first clear rewards. This bolstered their defenses, mitigating some of the damage. However, Su Xia was not as fortunate. Merely being brushed by the black mist left him with a sliver of health remaining. He had narrowly escaped death by utilizing an invincibility scroll at the last moment. Pale, and with only a sliver of vitality left, Su Xia hastily produced a healing potion to recover his health, internally grateful for his timely reaction, for had he not acted swiftly, he would surely have perished. Su Xia likely possessed more than one life. As a pivotal figure within the Eternal Life Corporation, he undoubtedly had items akin to resurrection crosses. Yet, even with such resurrection tools, their usage was not without limitation, subject to cooldowns. After employing one, he could not utilize another in quick succession. With less than half of the abyss of the burial dungeon traversed, wasting a resurrection item here would jeopardize their chances in the later stages. You all retreat first. Gu Chen instructed the group without hesitation. Almost instantaneously, the mechanical whir of the Mark I battle armor echoed forth. In the next moment, Su Xia bolted, leaving no room for hesitation. It dawned upon him that a place like the abyss was truly beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Previously, observing Gu Chen dispatch foes with ease, even obliterating a level 20 dwarf statue in a single blow, had lulled him into a false sense of security. This had led him to underestimate the aliens, allowing Gu Chen to effortlessly vanquish the first wave of Beast Core warriors on the second floor, igniting his arrogance. Yet now, he realized he was but an ordinary person. Any alien within this abyss could easily extinguish his life, leaving him with no grounds for complacency. Perhaps due to his conspicuous state as a severely injured Su Xia, the Beast Queen unleashed a surge of black energy, her form hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Frenzied Charge. Su Xia was filled with dread at this sight. This was the Beast Queen's skill. Should she connect, it would surely spell his demise. He quickly brandished a teleportation scroll, barely escaping the Beast Queen's charge by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! Su Xia's figure materialized behind Gu Chen, his legs trembling and his garments drenched in cold sweat. He had come perilously close to being slain by the Beast Queen, having narrowly escaped death twice. Su Xia shrank back, trembling amidst Lin Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, outside the main prison, a throng of Beast Core warriors surged forward with ferocious intent. Human, how dare you slay my kin? You seek death. Gu Chen dismissed the taunt, launching into action. Shift exchange. In an instant, the nearest bloodline descendant transformed into a towering and formidable Lich Golem. As the Lich Golem required a stationary state to accumulate its talents, Gu Chen had stationed it previously, and it had remained still for 10 minutes. This meant the Golem's defense and recovery had compounded sixfold. A rumbling of dark energy erupted from the imposing figure of the Golem, causing the Beast Queen and her cohorts to shudder. Instantly afflicted with extreme fatigue and Black Death Plague, annihilate them, leave not a single one, Gu Chen commanded coolly. For ordinary adventurers, the Beast Queen and the oncoming horde of Beast Core warriors were insurmountable foes. Merely surviving such a battle would be considered a stroke of luck. However, in Gu Chen's eyes, these alien beings were no more than inconsequential pests. With all attributes halved, their damage taken doubled, and their health steadily declining under the plague effect. What terror could these beings still invoke? Even elite aliens were no match for him. The Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign plunged into the fray, bullets whistling, dark mists swirling, as the Beast Core warriors were ruthlessly harvested like chaff. The Beast Queen's eyes glimmered with a cold glint. Rather than leading her warriors into battle, she fixated on the formidable Lich Golem beside her. A debuff-type summon creature? Then I shall eliminate you first. She bellowed, activating her skill and charging towards the Lich Golem. Chapter 57. Beast Corps General, Strong Control Skills. The Beast Queen, an elite alien at level 18, anticipated that her frenzied charge would obliterate the level 14 Lich Golem. However, upon impact, the skill merely inflicted a loss of over 800 health points on the Golem. The Beast Corps Queen's expression momentarily faltered as she beheld the paltry damage inflicted upon her. For the first time, a semblance of bewilderment flickered in her savage gaze. Upon reaching level 14, the undead Golem possessed a staggering 600 health points. The damage of over 800 was nearly negligible. In fact, during this brief moment of distraction, the health points that had just been depleted began to regenerate right before the Beast Corps Queen's eyes. She was rendered utterly confounded, unsure of how to proceed. Before her loomed the undead Golem, a towering behemoth, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of despair. On the second level of the dungeon, dozens of Beast Corps warriors had gathered, nearly encircling her, yet the Beast Corps Queen felt an overwhelming dread. The Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign had plunged into the midst of the Beast Corps warriors, and even the typically silent bloodline descendants had joined the fray. The scene was starkly one-sided, a veritable slaughter. The Bloodlord unleashed a frenzied barrage in the center, while the Nightmare Sovereign picked off enemies from the periphery. With one being a legendary summon and the other an epic, they were far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary foes. Though the attributes of most bloodline descendants were comparable to the level 17 foes, they also boasted the innate advantages of their lineage, speed, strength, and recovery abilities that surpassed their counterparts. Thus, the main chamber had transformed into a vast slaughterhouse. Witnessing this carnage, the Beast Corps Queen was consumed by fury, letting out a furious roar as a circle of crimson light erupted beneath her feet. Bloodlight shot forth rapidly, striking the surrounding beast corpses, who responded with feral howls. Their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, their forms expanding ominously. This was the Beast Corps Queen's skill, Beast Rampage, enabling all Beast Corps warriors to enter a frenzied state and gain a 30 damage boost. Su Xia cautioned Gu Chen, who stood behind the robust figure of Lin Qingqing, not daring to reveal himself. A 30 damage increase was indeed a rare boon for most adventurers, capable of turning the tide in certain battles. However, even with this enhancement, a flock of weaklings remained weaklings, resulting in little more than a slight delay in their inevitable demise. After approximately 3 minutes of combat, under the relentless assault of the summons, over 40 Beast Corps warriors lay sprawled on the ground. The Bloodlord, relentless, turned his attention to the Beast Corps Queen, who was still engaged in a futile struggle against the undead Golem. The Beast Corps Queen was the most rational entity on the second dungeon level. Yet her actions were perplexing. If one were to argue she lacked reason, it was evident she understood from the onset that the undead Golem must be eliminated first. Conversely, if one claimed she was rational, her entire focus had been on futilely toying with the Golem, neglecting the main battlefield. A modicum of reason, but not much. Such was Gu Chen's assessment of the Beast Corps Queen. With a piercing wail, the Beast Corps Queen, enveloped in blackened blood, fell beneath the dual pistols of the Bloodlord. Killed Elite Beast Corps Queen LV-18, experienced 7268. Loot acquired, Mirror Ring LV-15 rare. Loot acquired, Fate Amulet LV-15 rare. Loot acquired, Enhancement Stone X10. Loot acquired, Life Recovery Potion X5. Level up. Level, LV-15, 221, 216, 2400. Strength, 467. Agility, 466. Constitution, 468. Spirit, 669. Summons, Bloodlord LV-15 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV-15 Epic. Undead Golem LV-15 Legendary. Current talent, obtain a Dark Bloodline. Another level gained, entering the first stage of the Abyss at level 11. Enjoying the experience of 5 players solo, this leveling speed was exhilarating. Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar. The requirement for the next level had surged to over 160,000, and the pace of future level-ups would undoubtedly slow. The Beast Corps Queen had dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a ring and an amulet. Mirror Ring. Quality, Epic. Level, LV-15. Class Restriction, Summoning. Attributes, Agility 50, Spirit 100. Effect, summon creatures can create 2 mirrors, which possess all talents and skills of the original, gaining 80 of all attributes, and receiving 50 more damage. What a rare exclusive summoning item, and an epic one at that. Such treasures were indeed scarce. The damage increase of 50 for the mirrors implied they wouldn't last long, but that was only true for ordinary summons. For the Bloodlord, whose recovery abilities were exceptional, even with the mirrors only possessing 80 of the original's attributes, it sufficed to mitigate that drawback. Thus, it was as though 2 formidable allies had joined the fray. Gu Chen promptly equipped the mirror ring on the Bloodlord. Next, he turned his attention to the second item, Fate Amulet. Quality, Rare. Level, LV-15. Class Restriction, None. Attributes, Constitution 60. Effect, binds to a friendly unit. When health drops below 30, damage taken is absorbed by the bound unit. This was indeed a life-saving artifact. Without hesitation, Gu Chen adorned the Fate Amulet, binding it to the Bloodlord. The Bloodlord's health growth was already substantial. After the first Bloodline Awakening, his talents had been enhanced, allowing him to gain 10 health points for each unit he killed. With both effects combined, his health surged alarmingly, surpassing that of the undead Golem by over 30,000. After a brief period of recuperation, the Bloodline descendants resumed their advance, and within the secret chamber behind the main dungeon on the second level, they discovered the entrance to the third level. Compared to the first and second levels, the third level appeared less intricate. Descending the stone steps led to a wide passageway extending into the darkness. As they traversed halfway, a deep, ominous growl resonated from the shadows. Soon after, 15 robust figures emerged, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously. At the forefront stood 3 beast corpses wielding massive hammers, their bodies marred by stitched wounds of beast and human skins, their eyes gleaming with a predatory thirst for blood. Otherworldly beings, beast corpse warriors. Level, LV19. Health, 75, 200. Attributes, Strength 198, Agility 183, Constitution 192, Spirit 185. Skill I, Bone Crushing Strike. Skill 2, Heavy Hammer Stomp. The Level 19 Beast Corpse Commander is a more advanced experimental entity than the Beast Corpse Soldier. According to the strategy guide, its 2 skills are Single Target Burst and Single Target Control. The Beast Corpse Commander possesses formidable combat strength, typically forming teams of 5, meaning that a single squad can unleash at least 5 control skills. This poses a catastrophic threat to ordinary adventurer parties. A moment's inattention could lead to a swift demise under overwhelming control. As Gu Chen stepped into the third level of the dungeon, he immediately encountered 3 squads of Beast Corpse commanders. Such misfortune was utterly unparalleled. How could 3 squads appear at once? Su Xiao's complexion turned pale. 3 squads. 15 Beast Corpse commanders, equating to 15 control skills. This meant enduring a relentless 15 seconds of control in a nightmarish abyss. Su Xia shivered at the thought, a chill racing down his spine. Chapter 58. The situation takes a turn for elite alien races. Gu Chen was well aware of the potent control skills wielded by the Beast Corpse commanders. Hence he refrained from allowing the Bloodline Sovereign and the Nightmare Overlord to charge in first. Instead, the Bloodline descendants surrounded the Beast Corpse commanders to attack. With a single command, 80 Bloodline descendants launched their assault without hesitation. The charge of the Bloodline descendants was essentially a ploy to bait the skills. You possess formidable control, don't you? A hard control for 15 seconds? Come now, 80 Bloodline descendants. Do as you wish with your control. The battlefield descended into chaos, fraught with tension. The level 19 Beast Corpse commanders were indeed not weak, yet dispatching the Bloodline descendants proved no easy task. Ultimately, it was the combined efforts of the Bloodline Sovereign and the Nightmare Overlord that suppressed the turmoil entirely. Kill Beast Corpse Commander LV-19, Experience 3080. Kill Beast Corpse Commander LV-19. Experience 3060. Kill Beast Corpse Commander LV-19, Experience 3090. As the Beast Corpse commanders fell in droves, a thunderous crash reverberated, and 2 squat figures, grotesquely scarred, emerged from the shadows. They were dwarves, one wielding a black heavy hammer and the other a black giant axe. If one were to overlook the centipede-like sutures adorning their skin, these were the most human-like dwarves Gu Chen had encountered since entering the buried bone dungeon. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Gu Chen's eyelids twitched violently. The 2 dwarves stepping forth from the darkness bore the heads of orcs, beastly heads on human bodies. Alien race, Beast Corpse Elite Commander. Level, LV-20. Health, 185,200. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Constitution 372, Spirit 295. Skill I, Bone Crushing Strike. Skill 2, Summon Beast Corpses. An elite alien race, the Beast Corpse Commander made its entrance in pairs. With their arrival, swarms of Beast Corpse soldiers surged forth from all directions, frantically charging towards Gu Chen. Simultaneously, the ground trembled slightly, and dull thuds echoed from the depths of darkness. Behind the Beast Corpse Commander, 2 massive, muscle-bound aberrant giants slowly emerged. Their skin was a dark green, veined and twisted, resembling gnarled roots coiling across their surface. Their murky eyes glinted with malice, and their enormous mouths were filled with uneven fangs, oozing a yellowish mucus that exuded a nauseating stench. Alien race, Beast Corpse Aberration Elite. Level, LV-20. Health, 236,600. Attributes, Strength 378, Agility 223, Constitution 392, Spirit 205. Skill I, Limb Grasp. Skill 2, Viral Mist. Skill 3, Frenzy. Yet another pair of elite aliens. Gu Chen frowned slightly. With the addition of those 2 orc-headed commanders, the battlefield now teemed with 4 elite alien beings. Fortunately, the Beast Corpse Commander's health was relatively low. Aside from its mob-gathering skill, it possessed merely a single target attack ability. Compared to the 2 Beast Corpse aberrations that followed, the Beast Corpse Commander was comparatively weaker. Faced with these 4 elite aliens, Gu Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately activated the swap position skill, switching places with the skeletal golem that was stacking buffs at the entrance of the 3rd level. As black light surged across the battlefield, numerous aliens, including the Beast Corpse Commander and the Beast Corpse Aberrations, were afflicted with debuffs. Bloodline Descendants, target the Beast Corpse soldiers. Bloodline Sovereign, activate your mirror images. And together with the Nightmare Overlord, eliminate the elite aliens. Gu Chen promptly issued his orders. He had refrained from taking command during the previous battle, as the summoned beasts were more than capable of overpowering the aliens. However, now, at the final stage of the Buried Bone Dungeon, the difficulty had evidently escalated. The Bloodline Descendants, following Gu Chen's commands, focused on the encroaching Beast Corpse soldiers, charging forth without hesitation to engage. A crimson glow ignited on the Bloodline Sovereign's ring, instantly conjuring 2 mirror images beside it. They were not mere facsimiles, they were identical in every aspect. With a swift motion, the Nightmare Overlord appeared behind one of the Beast Corpse Aberrations, its minions morphing into shadows that ensnared the massive form. A furious roar erupted from the Beast Corpse Aberration, enveloped in a cloud of green mist. Viral mist. Similar to the skeletal golem's Black Plague skill, it inflicted continuous viral damage. Yet, this green mist posed no threat to the Nightmare Overlord, as it was a conscious energy entity, not a biological life form. Viruses could not harm it. Much like how the Dwarf King's statue was immune to Black Plague damage. As the green mist spread, the black fog followed suit. The Nightmare Overlord, being a spellcaster-type summon, activated its skill as 10 shadows entangled around the Beast Corpse Aberration. Sensing an imminent threat, the Beast Corpse Aberration bellowed and attempted to evade, desperate to escape the encroaching black mist. However, in that moment, it realized its body was ensnared by the shadows, rendering escape impossible. Oblivion instant kill. With a swift activation, the dense black mist invaded the Beast Corpse Aberration, dealing explosive damage under the influence of the debuffs and swiftly depleting its health. Kill Beast Corpse Aberration Elite LV20. Experience 9312. Loot acquired. Rare level 20 Wounded Fist Gauntlet. Loot acquired. Rare level 20 Teleportation Scroll. Loot acquired. Life Restoration Potion X3. Meanwhile, witnessing the demise of its fellow, the other Beast Corpse Aberration let out a furious roar, its form suddenly swelling with rage. Frenzy. On all fours, it was cloaked in a dense coat of beastly fur, with sharp, pointed claws protruding from its hands and feet, resembling a frenzied beast devoid of reason, descending into a state of wild rage. At that moment, the deafening sound of gunfire erupted. The Blood Clan Lord appeared like a specter before the frenzied abomination of the Beast Corpse, as bullets rained down like a torrent of steel, tearing into its massive form and creating gaping wounds. The 2 other Beast Corpse commanders were not faring any better, being relentlessly driven back by the Blood Clan Lord's mirror image. Although the mirror image possessed only 80 of its original attributes, an 80 of a legendary level summoned beast still retained its legendary prowess. Just as the Beast Corpse forces seemed to be on the verge of collapse, a series of ghostly green energies emerged from the darkness. These energies surged into the bodies of the 3 elite alien beings, instantly restoring their lost vitality. Simultaneously, a thick miasma of poison swept forth from the shadows, rapidly expanding outward and causing the 2 mirror images to suffer significant damage. Following this, a purple energy shot forth from the darkness, landing directly upon the corpse of the Beast Corpse Abomination. With a roar, the abomination suddenly opened its murky eyes, its flesh and blood ravaged by the sudden onslaught of toxic mist, leaving its colossal body adorned with decaying flesh and white bones, resembling a zombie. In the next instant, that zombie-like giant body stood upright. Alive? Gu Chen's eyelid twitched as he gazed at the zombie-like Beast Corpse. Alien, Beast Corpse Abomination. Level, 20. Health points. Attributes. Skills. Another elite alien? The Beast Corpse Abomination, with its name and level alone, left everything else shrouded in mystery. What exactly was this creature? Chapter 59. All attributes shrouded in mystery, terrifying indeed. Resurrected, the Beast Corpse Abomination had transformed into a Beast Corpse variant. A level 20 elite alien, with health points, 4-dimensional attributes, and skill details, all obscured. The lack of visible attributes could stem from 3 possibilities. It was either concealed, the opponent's level was too high, or it simply bore no numerical values. The Beast Corpse Abomination evidently belonged to the 3rd category. Ultimately, it was merely a reanimated corpse, devoid of life points and attributes, which, from another perspective, rendered it invincible. Good heavens, what difference was there from being invincible? Lin Yuan's eyelid twitched as he stared at the zombie-like figure, a sense of dread prickling at his scalp. How could they fight this? With no visible values. Even Gu Chen's explosive damage from summoned beasts might prove insufficient. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's faces paled slightly. Each elite alien that perished would be transformed into a Beast Corpse Abomination by the voodoo shaman, existing for a mere minute. They were indestructible, but once time elapsed, they would perish. Su Xia exclaimed urgently from the side. Upon resurrection, the zombie-like beast corpse abomination emitted a frenzied roar, launching a relentless assault on the nightmare ruler. A limb suddenly sprouted from its side, violently clawing at the nightmare ruler. If this were an ordinary summoned beast, once caught, it would be ensnared by the beast corpse abomination. However, the nightmare ruler lacked a physical form, and the sharp limb effortlessly pierced through the black mist enveloping it, only to find nothing upon a fierce tug. The beast corpse abomination seemed unaware of this fact, or perhaps, having been resurrected, it possessed no rationality, continuing its relentless assault on the nightmare ruler. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had reached a fevered pitch, with the three elite aliens now severely weakened. Abruptly, three Blood Clan lords erupted in crimson tornadoes, unleashing a torrent of furious energy akin to enraged dragons, charging toward the three battered elite aliens. Crimson Feast. Boom, boom, boom. Three resounding impacts struck the three elite aliens, causing their health points to plummet drastically. Following this, the second phase of damage from Crimson Feast activated, inflicting an additional damage of over 20,000 based on the maximum health points of the Blood Clan Lord. In an instant, all three elite aliens fell lifeless. Almost simultaneously with their collapse, three beams of purple energy shot forth from the darkness, landing upon the three corpses. Once again, as before, the three elite aliens instantly transformed into zombie-like beings, rising from the ground. Beast Corpse Abominations. Level 20. No health points, no four-dimensional attributes, and no skill information. Whoosh. One of the Beast Corpse Abominations extended its limb, lunging at the nearest Blood Clan Lord with astonishing speed. The Blood Clan Lord, being legendary, possessed exceptional awareness and reflexes, narrowly evading the attack. However, another mirror image reacted just a moment too late, instantly struck by the limb of the Beast Corpse Abomination. The Blood Clan Lord was corporeal, and so too was its mirror image. Thus, the piercing attack resulted in tangible damage, creating a gaping wound in the mirror image. Subsequently, the limb yanked the mirror image toward the Beast Corpse Abomination, deep purple toxic mist erupting from its body, swiftly corroding the mirror image into a mass of white bones. Crack. A heap of skeletal remains shattered on the ground, the mirror image unable to mount any defense, perishing instantly. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's eyelid twitched violently. The damage? Was this a jest? Even if the mirror image was slightly weaker, it still possessed 80 of the Blood Clan Lord's attributes. Yet it was turned to mere bone in an instant. All four-dimensional attributes were obscured. How terrifying. With the death of the mirror image, the Beast Corpse Abomination did not pursue another mirror image or the Blood Clan Lord, nor did it attack the Nightmare Ruler. Instead, it charged directly toward the undead golem at breakneck speed. No way, with such terrifying attributes, even the undead golem, having already stacked a 10-fold defense, would likely not withstand it. The stationary undead golem could accumulate defense and restoration, with a maximum cap of 10 times. Nevertheless, Gu Chen dared not easily expose the undead golem to danger. Should this summoned beast perish, it would equate to losing a trump card in his hand. His expression shifted slightly as he swiftly activated a skill. Swap position. In an instant, the undead golem exchanged places with the outermost Blood Clan descendant. The swapped Blood Clan descendant barely materialized before being obliterated into a mist of blood by the Beast Corpse Abomination. Good heavens, that was a level 21 Blood Clan descendant. And it was annihilated just like that? Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This was merely the nightmare level. How terrifying would it be at the hell level? Lin Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. They had to stall. The Beast Corpse Abomination could only exist for 1 minute. As long as they could drag it out long enough, they could end it. Su Xia frowned. 1 minute? Though it may seem brief, the speed of the Beast Corpse mutations is sufficient to annihilate us several times over. Su Ran's gaze flickered momentarily. After shattering a bloodline descendant, the Beast Corpse Abomination did not relent, continuing its relentless charge towards the direction of the undead golem. Along the way, it collided with bloodline descendants and beast soldier combatants, reducing them to mere crimson mist that drenched the ground. Lacking reason and engaging in indiscriminate attacks, it even turned against its own kin when provoked. Simultaneously, another mirror image could not withstand the onslaught of the Beast Corpse Abomination, succumbing to a gruesome fate of dismemberment. Gu Chen dared not underestimate the situation. Faced with these 4 elite extraterrestrial entities, each shrouded in mystery, he promptly summoned the Bloodline Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign back to his side. Subsequently, he activated a displacement skill, exchanging positions with a nearby Bloodline descendant and the undead golem, bringing the former to his side. In quick succession, all Bloodline descendants on the battlefield converged towards him, encircling Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts like stars surrounding the moon. All summoned units have gathered around him? What could he be planning? Su Xia's face bore evident signs of confusion. Old Gu, are you out of your mind? Isn't this just inviting all the beast corpses to encircle you? Lin Yuan shouted anxiously. Stop your incessant wailing. Lin Qingqing pushed Lin Yuan aside. Indeed, The Great One's actions surely transcend our simplistic assumptions. Su Ran nodded in agreement. At this moment, the summoned units, previously scattered across the battlefield, had all converged around Gu Chen, creating the illusion of a siege. This change prompted all beast soldier combatants to redirect their assault towards the center. The 4 elite extraterrestrial entities did not hesitate either, turning in unison, and with a roar. They charged ferociously towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts. In the meantime, Gu Chen casually snapped his fingers. Snap, accompanied by a soft sound. The Nightmare Sovereign's surrounding dark mist surged, establishing a deep dream realm at its current location. In an instant, the 4 charging beast corpse abominations, along with dozens of surrounding beast soldier combatants, were ensnared within the profound dreamscape. The dream energy enveloped them like an invisible mire, drastically reducing their speed and causing their vitality to plummet. Chapter 60, Sacrificial Set, Quintuple Damage Multiplier. The sustained damage inflicted by the deep dream realm caused the vitality of all beast corpses to dwindle continuously. The beast soldier combatants faltered in their movements, as if mired in a quagmire, swaying precariously under the impact of the dream energy. Only the 4 beast corpse abominations, enveloped in a purplish-black energy, managed to break free from the dream's influence, charging towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts. Unable to suppress them, Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This was the first time he encountered extraterrestrial entities impervious to the deep dream realm's interference. The beast corpse abominations could only exist for a minute, a brief span. Yet in the heat of battle, it felt interminable. Fortunately, following the previous bloodline awakening, the deep dream realm had received an enhancement, not only increasing its damage but also augmenting its control capabilities. The beast soldier combatants first suffered a halving of all attributes, and now, under the onslaught of the dream energy, their vitality plummeted rapidly, with entire groups falling within mere breaths. As the beast soldier combatants perished, the beast corpse abominations charging towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts suddenly halted, standing dazed in place. Within the deep dream realm, each fallen target induced a 1-second stun effect on all others. Gu Chen and the bloodline descendants were also within the deep dream realm. Yet they were not the Nightmare Sovereign's targets, thus remaining unaffected by the stunning impact. Subsequently, the 4 beast corpse abominations, under the influence of the stun effect, moved as if caught in a frame freeze, moving and pausing, their actions slowed to a crawl. Thus, the beast corpse abominations were temporarily subdued. From all directions, more beast soldier combatants surged in, akin to moths drawn to a flame, rushing into the deep dream realm, estimating there were no fewer than 80 or 90. With each target's demise causing a 1-second collective stun, this trend could potentially control the 4 beast corpse abominations to death. Concurrently, a vast expanse of black mist suddenly permeated the deep dream realm, and numerous death tentacles manifested, striking fiercely at all beast soldier combatants. This was the effect of the fallen sphere. Each time a skill hit a target, a death tentacle would spawn beside it. The death tentacles could only exist for 2 seconds, inflicting 6,000 damage each, yet the sheer number of beast corpses was overwhelming. Inflicting 6,000 damage on one beast corpse equated to 480,000 damage on 80. Causing 480,000 damage in 2 seconds was indeed explosive. With the threat of the beast corpse abominations neutralized, Gu Chen no longer restrained the bloodline lord or the remaining mirror image. Go, eliminate them all. Whether beast soldier combatants or beast generals, under the influence of the debuffs, they became living targets. This was a rare opportunity. Leading a throng of bloodline descendants, they charged towards the beast soldier combatants, and under the effects of the negative status and the deep dream realm, the scene transformed into a one-sided massacre. Kill Beast Soldier LV-17, experience 2199. Kill Beast Soldier LV-17, experience 2250. Kill Beast General LV-19, experience 3080. Kill Beast Soldier LV-17, experience 2120. Aside from the undead Golem, the Bloodline Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign had entered a harvesting frenzy, ruthlessly slaughtering all extraterrestrial entities present. Gu Chen's priestly set radiated a vivid crimson glow. Sacrificial set effect activated. Set effect: perform a sacrificial ritual on target units, granting the sacrificer a damage multiplier of 10 for a duration following the sacrifice. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bestowed the set effect upon the Bloodline Lord, and the sacrificial targets were naturally the bloodline descendants present. Out of 80 bloodline descendants, he sacrificed 50 in one go. 50 brilliant lights surged into the Bloodline Lord's being, causing its form to expand dramatically, erupting with scarlet blood flames that blazed fiercely around it. Damage amplified 5-fold. The Bloodline Lord propelled itself forward, transforming into a fleeting crimson shadow as it burst forth from the deep dream realm, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks against the beast corpses that surged from the periphery. Twin pistols exhaled crimson flames, with bullets as vibrant as blood continuously firing, each one finding its mark squarely upon the heads of the beast corpses. Bang, bang, bang. Each ferocious beast corpse that approached was met with explosive demise, collapsing into headless corpses upon the ground. Normal attacks. Not a single skill was employed. It was all standard strikes. In a sacrificial state, damage surged fivefold, resulting in an explosive output. No beast corpse could withstand a single shot. If one did, a second shot would suffice. The swarm of approaching beast corpses fell like clay figures, one after another. Hiss. Those watching from the sidelines, including Lin Yuan and the others, could not help but gasp in astonishment, contributing significantly to global warming. Although accustomed to the formidable damage unleashed by Gu Chen's summoned beasts, Lin Yuan was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of the situation. A level 17 beast corpse warrior, capable of being dispatched with a single thrust, was already an anomaly. Yet a level 19 beast corpse general also fell to a single strike? What was happening? Were the abyssal creatures willingly offering themselves as sacrifices? The chaos was exhilarating. Lin Yuan trembled with excitement, reveling in the slaughter orchestrated by Gu Chen, while he himself could only express his exhilaration with exuberant cries. Among the four of them, Su Xia was the most unrestrained, possessing the deepest understanding of the buried bones dungeon. Witnessing the terrifying lethality of the Blood Lord left him in a state of utter shock. His worldview was collapsing. A level 15 summoned beast could annihilate nightmare-level abyssal beast corpse warriors and generals with mere basic attacks. If he were to speak of this, he would undoubtedly be deemed insane and confined to a lunatic asylum. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. One by one, the beast corpses fell, as Gu Chen commanded the battlefield, amassing experience points at an exponential rate. Before long, a minute had passed. Within the depths of the dream, the four aberrant beast corpses lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. The experience and loot had already been claimed with the defeat of the beast corpses. The four elite abyssal creatures had directly contributed 36,000 experience points and 6 pieces of equipment, a delight beyond measure. With the situation firmly in hand, there were no more beast corpses charging forth. As the last of them fell, a piercing, wretched scream suddenly echoed through the darkness. Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and the others quickly covered their ears, while Gu Chen's face lit up with excitement. This scream had finally triggered the conditions for the final boss's appearance. A howling wind surged within the cavern, reverberating like the wails of vengeful spirits. The four of them, along with the remaining 30 descendants of the Blood Clan, trembled uncontrollably, momentarily immobilized by an overwhelming force. This was a mental attack. Gu Chen felt dizzy, yet he remained unrestrained, his attributes having surpassed 1,000, with his mental attribute being the highest among them. At last, it had emerged. Gu Chen squinted slightly, his gaze fixed upon a vague, peculiar silhouette emerging from the darkness. The final boss of the Buried Bones dungeon at nightmare level. The Voodoo Shaman of the First Tier Abyss. Chapter 61. Do not misunderstand, I only wish to kill you. The Voodoo Shaman had appeared. Over 4 hours had passed since they had entered the abyss, and a look of satisfaction spread across Gu Chen's face. He was certain that a record-breaking reward was now assured. All that remained was to slay the Voodoo Shaman to successfully clear the nightmare-level abyss. The ominous winds within the dungeon seemed to weaken, and the anguished wails of the vengeful spirits began to dissipate, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A figure clad in dark beast pelts emerged from the shadows, adorned with decorations carved from bones, and obscured by a gas mask that concealed its true visage. In its hand, it wielded a menacing staff, the tip of which was embedded with a crystal that flickered with eerie light. Abyssal creature, Voodoo Shaman boss. Level, LV 20. Health points, 283, 100. Attributes, Strength 330, Agility 310, Constitution 290, Spirit 360. Skill I, Purifying Shield. Skill 2, Death Thunderstorm. Skill 3, Corrosive Poison. The Voodoo Shaman stepped forward, the dark windows of its eyes reflecting the multitude of fallen beast corpses, its mask turning towards Gu Chen and the others, a low, gravelly laughter emanating from beneath the mask. To think you could slay all the test subjects. Do you also seek to obtain powers that transcend death? The chilling laughter exuded a sense of malevolence. The Voodoo Shaman resembled a fervent scientific pioneer, engrossed in incomprehensible biological experiments, such as fusing dwarf corpses with beastkind or transforming orc corpses into aberrations. In essence, its goal was to metamorphose the dead into monsters, which it perceived as a form of power that transcended mortality. Gu Chen, however, was unfazed. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to kill you. A level 20 boss was the most formidable foe he had encountered thus far. Were it any other team of level 15 adventurers, they would undoubtedly meet their demise in droves. The mortality rate within the Buried Bones dungeon was among the highest in the second tier of the abyss for good reason. However, compared to the Bloodlord's quintuple damage, this was an entirely different matter. Kill me? Humph. Human, do you comprehend what you are saying? The Voodoo Shaman scoffed, its body suddenly swelling, the beast pelts bursting apart to reveal a robust, darkened form, exuding an explosive presence. Its figure was riddled with an array of stitched scars, resembling a corpse riddled with wounds. Suddenly, a pair of massive bony wings unfurled from its back, resembling scythes of death, adorned with jagged protrusions and sharp bone spikes. As if they could rend anything asunder. With a low growl, the undying golem unleashed a torrent of dense black light from its form, resembling two black meteors hurtling towards the voodoo shaman. Utterly exhausted, Black Death Plague, regardless of whether it was an elite or a boss, once afflicted by these two statuses, it would likely lose at least half of its health. The voodoo shaman raised its hand, and the crystal atop its staff erupted with blinding light, forming a shield in an attempt to block these two skills. Purifying Shield. This was a defensive skill capable of mitigating skill damage. However, it was unfortunate that all of the undying golem's skills were immune to such effects. The two black beams pierced through the shield like meteors, striking the voodoo shaman in an instant. The next moment, the debuff effects took hold. The voodoo shaman's momentum faltered, its attributes halved, damage taken doubled, and it began to bleed continuously under the plague status. Sensing the sudden transformation within itself, the voodoo shaman erupted in fury, releasing a mighty roar as several arcs of black lightning coalesced around it. Death Thunderstorm. The Bloodlord immediately took action, charging forward without flinching or dodging. The black lightning unleashed an astonishing force, accompanied by a series of thunderous crashes as it struck the Bloodlord. Had this skill been unleashed earlier, it would have undoubtedly slain a level 15 abyssal creature. Yet now, the Bloodlord's health was merely reduced by a quarter. The voodoo shaman paused slightly, seemingly taken aback by the low damage it had inflicted. However, it did not dwell on this for long, as it was currently in a poor state. The failure of a single skill to deliver damage was understandable. Almost immediately, a powerful black light erupted from its form, and it pointed a finger at the Bloodlord, unleashing a vast expanse of purple-black poisonous mist that surged toward him. Corrosive poison. Like the previous beast corpse aberrations, this was a toxic damage attack. The toxic miasma unleashed by the voodoo shaman is exponentially more formidable than the grotesque abominations of beastly corpses, its potency surpassing tenfold, almost solidifying into a tangible essence, akin to a tempest of lethal venom crashing forth. Upon contact with the noxious vapors, the Bloodlord experienced a drastic depletion of vitality, prompting an immediate retreat as he deftly aimed his dual pistols at the voodoo shaman and decisively pulled the triggers. Deadly shot. Silver bullets, entwined with sanguine flames, pierced through the toxic haze, shattering the barrier of light and striking the voodoo shaman directly. Bang, bang, bang. Concurrently, 6 deathly tendrils swiftly manifested around him. The voodoo shaman trembled violently, forced to stagger backward as his health plummeted at an alarming rate. How could this be possible? Within the confines of his mask, the shaman's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the apocalypse. A mere level 15 summoned creature had managed to inflict a staggering 150,000 points of damage with a single skill. How could such terrifying damage manifest? It is crucial to remember that he is a boss, with not only augmented health but also enhanced attack and defense. How could he appear so feeble? The undead golem is truly a weapon of mass destruction. This damage brought joy to Gu Chen's heart. Although the Bloodlord's damage had multiplied 5-fold, facing the voodoo shaman alone would not yield such excessive damage. After all, he is a level 20 abyssal boss, with formidable defensive enhancements. The explosive damage was primarily due to the positioning of the voodoo shaman, who stood less than 10 meters away from the undead golem. Unstoppable. When the undead golem is stationary, its defense increases by 1 per second and its recovery by 1 per second. Targets within 10 meters of the undead golem suffer a 50 increase in negative effects. In other words, due to his positioning, the voodoo shaman had just endured 150 points of damage. A mere 15-fold damage is trivial for an abyssal boss. However, do not forget that the Bloodlord is currently in a sacrificial state, with damage multiplied 5-fold. Thus, that seemingly unremarkable skill unleashed upon the voodoo shaman erupted with a staggering 75-fold damage. 75 times. Fortunately, the voodoo shaman is an abyssal boss, possessing high defensive bonuses. Otherwise, any other level 20 adversary would have perished multiple times by now. Why? How can a mere level 15 inflict such horrific damage? The voodoo shaman howled in agony, his form grievously ravaged by the bullets, even losing a segment of his bony wings, as the scales of victory tipped unfavorably. The Bloodlord, however, did not hesitate. What of an abyssal boss? If one skill is insufficient to vanquish him, then let it be 2. Crimson Feast. A torrent of blood flames spiraled forth, akin to an apocalyptic storm, wielding an overwhelming force that surged towards the voodoo shaman. This was the Bloodlord's ultimate strike, utterly inescapable. Boom. The blood flames transformed into a tempest, reducing the voodoo shaman to a state of near ruin in an instant. Following this, additional damage was assessed. A blinding scarlet light erupted from the voodoo shaman, unleashing a catastrophic surge of damage. The voodoo shaman emitted a wretched scream, desperately struggling within the tempest of flames, as his health bar was completely depleted. Chapter 62. Hurry, I must meet Chinner now. Lin City, City Hall. In the mayor's office, Su Lai stood trembling beside the desk. Ever since he received the notification of Gu Chen's descent into the abyss, he had anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would inevitably come seeking him. However, he did not expect the visit to occur so swiftly. Typically, when adventurers enter dungeons or the abyss, the adventurer trading platform does not pay much heed, and certainly does not broadcast notifications to all adventurers as it did this time regarding Gu Chen's entry into the Buried Bones dungeon. Why did so many adventurers receive the news of Gu Chen's descent? Do not inquire. The answer lies in the money spent. The adventurer trading platform offers promotional packages. For a mere 100,000 coins, one can disseminate a message to all adventurers in the Northern Realm. The message is restricted to 30 characters, excluding punctuation, and can only be sent once. In truth, this package is hardly advantageous, yet Gu Chen still purchased it, aiming to slap the Li family in the face. Little did he know, the Li family of Lin City had already been utterly obliterated by a single word from Gu Qingfeng. Your Majesty, I truly did not foresee that young Master Gu Chen would inadvertently venture into the first-tier abyss. I am guilty and deserve death, Su Lai stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Su Lai was merely the mayor of a remote town, while Gu Qingfeng was the king of the Northern Realm, capable of dictating his career and life with a mere utterance. The staggering disparity filled him with an unprecedented sense of suffocation. No one knew why Gu Chen had chosen to enter the Buried Bones dungeon. After all, he was merely a level 10 adventurer. To the outside world, such an act could only be interpreted as a desperate bid for vengeance, a reckless endeavor to assert his existence. But why would he resort to such extremes? Merely due to being hunted by the Li family? No, that could not be the sole reason. To be pursued, and then choose death to make a statement? The only outcome would be to make it easier for his enemies. Thus, such reasoning is fundamentally flawed. Subsequently, an astute observer, having pieced together the events, identified a crucial point that elucidated to the public why Gu Chen had slain the heir of the Lin City Li family. It was revealed that Gu Chen had successfully cleared the Hell-level temple ruins and obtained an SSS rating. This monumental news had been suppressed by the Li family. Even the mayor's office had failed to issue an announcement regarding the completion of the Hell-level dungeon. Infuriatingly, to this day, many locals in Lin City remained oblivious to the fact that the Hell-level temple ruins had been cleared. It is worth noting that in other cities, when a transitioning adventurer achieves an SSS rating in a novice dungeon, the City Hall would undoubtedly issue a citywide announcement within 10 minutes of the dungeon notification. Subsequently, the district where the transitioning adventurer resides would also make an announcement. Following this, the school attended by the transitioning adventurer would issue a statement. Finally, a few key officials, led by the mayor, would visit the dungeon square to take photos with this prodigy and publicly confirm the scholarship opportunity. After all, such events are public affairs, and typically no one would conceal them. However, the handling of this matter in Lin City was exceedingly abnormal. It raised suspicions of illicit dealings behind the scenes. Soon, someone disclosed the truth, and the informant was none other than Li Wenhui, a witness who had seen Gu Chen slay the heir of the Li family. The family head, Li Xiao, in a bid to secure a scholarship for Li Renjia, had promptly communicated with the City Hall, delaying the scholarship process by several days. During this window, the Li family sought to ensure that Gu Chen and Li Renjia achieved an SSS rating, thereby justifying the allocation of the scholarship to Li Renjia. Facing the coercion and temptation of Li Renjia, Gu Chen did not succumb. Instead, he resolutely ended Li Renjia's life. This courageous spirit of defiance against tyranny is something that we, the youth of today, ought to emulate. I have disclosed everything I know. Could you spare my life? I do not wish to die, sob sob. To avoid being slain by the royal guards, Li Wenhui divulged every detail he was aware of, without a hint of deceit. In light of this, the steward Gu He, in a rare act of mercy, allowed him to retain a complete corpse. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng scoured the wilderness for an entire morning, and only upon returning to the city did he learn of Gu Chen's descent into the abyss. With nowhere to vent his frustration, Gu Qingfeng arrived at the City Hall of Lin City, his expression dark, and appeared in the office of the City Lord. He cast a frosty glance towards Su Lai, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Lin City, you have managed it well. This brief statement sent chills down Su Lai's spine, eliciting a cold sweat. Although he was the lord of Lin City, ultimately, everything in Lin City was dictated by Gu Qingfeng, for he was the battle king of the northern frontier, the sole monarch of the 7 cities of the north. He was also Su Lai's master. However, it was troubling that his master's son had encountered trouble on his own turf. Not only had he been driven into the wilderness by the Li family, but more critically, he had been deprived of his guaranteed admission. Now that he had entered the abyss, why would a newly ascended level 10 practitioner venture into a first-level abyssal burial dungeon? It was evident that he had been forced in by pursuers, with no options left. Contemplating this, Su Lai trembled violently, his legs giving way as he kneeled on the ground. Your Majesty, I swear here that I will eradicate all practitioners chasing after the young master. I beseech you to spare my life. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed from the office door. Your Majesty, good news. Young Master Gu Chen has successfully cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He has emerged alive from the burial dungeon. The voice of Steward Gu He rang out from outside, accompanied by Qin Yun, though her expression seemed somewhat unnatural at that moment. What? Is this true? Gu Qingfeng turned swiftly, disbelief etched across his face. Has Chen really emerged from the burial dungeon? Your Majesty, how could I jest at such a moment? You must see for yourself. Gui said no more, directly activating the television in the City Lord's office, revealing a grand announcement on the screen. Lin City's SSS-level practitioner Gu Chen has successfully led a team of practitioners to clear the first-level abyssal burial dungeon at nightmare difficulty. He has successfully cleared the nightmare-level burial dungeon. Excellent. He is indeed my son, Gu Qingfeng. The gloom lifted from Gu Qingfeng's face, replaced by intense joy. Not only had Gu Chen survived, but he had also triumphed in the nightmare-level abyss. This achievement, even in Gubei City, would overshadow countless prodigies. To speak bluntly, over the past decade, he had invested resources worth billions into his second son, Gu Xi, yet even then, Gu Xi had not dared to enter a first-level abyss at level 10, let alone achieving what Gu Chen had done, successfully clearing the first-level abyss and returning unscathed. With this thought, unrestrained excitement manifested on Gu Qingfeng's face. Quickly, raise the floating battleship. We shall head to the burial dungeon at once. I must see Chen now. Chapter 63. Coercive education is not wrong. Upon hearing the news of Gu Chen's success in clearing the nightmare-level burial dungeon, Gu Qingfeng felt a rush of urgency. In his lifetime, he had never yearned to see his son as desperately as he did now. After returning from the wilderness, he had specifically visited Gu Chen's school and consulted with the homeroom teacher Jiang Songhua about Gu Chen's daily life, only to realize how much his son had endured. Especially after understanding the reasons behind Gu Chen's slaying of Li Renjia, Gu Qingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he been aware of his son's circumstances earlier, Gu Chen would not have been driven into the wilderness. The Li family of Lin City would never have dared to bully his son. In fact, if he had publicly recognized Gu Chen's identity, who in the northern frontier would have dared to harm Gu Qingfeng's son? Yet, he had not done so. His inaction had led to Gu Chen experiencing such hardships from a young age. Now, not only had Gu Chen survived, but he had also miraculously cleared the nightmare-level burial dungeon. Gu Qingfeng was now impatient to see Gu Chen, having resolved to make amends for all that his son had missed over the years. However, at that moment, Qin Yun interjected, Your Majesty, please do not rush. We cannot go just yet. Gu Qingfeng turned to Qin Yun, his countenance suddenly icy. What? Do you not want me to find Chen? No, Your Majesty. That is not my intention. Right now, Chen has just emerged from the abyss and is likely heading back to Lin City. If we leave the city to search for him now, we may find nothing. Moreover, we do not know if he has calmed down yet. If we approach him and he refuses to see us, it would be quite the embarrassment. Your Majesty, think about it. Chen would rather be pursued by the Li family of Lin City and flee into the wilderness than reveal his identity. I believe he still harbors some grievances. Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. His son had been pursued by the Li family primarily because he had not publicly acknowledged Gu Chen's identity, a responsibility that lay with him. Yet, even if he had not announced it, would Gu Chen not have revealed his own identity? If Gu Chen had disclosed his lineage, even if the Li family doubted him, they would never have dared to act recklessly. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng's face darkened slightly. Madam, what do you propose we do? Qin Yun, with a hint of mischief, suggested, Your Majesty, it is a wonderful thing that Chen has successfully cleared the burial dungeon. I propose we hold a celebratory banquet for him in Lin City. On one hand, we can welcome him back, and on the other, offer our apologies. Gu Qingfeng agreed with the first part of her statement, but the latter half provoked his ire. Apologize? Gu Qingfeng's expression turned grim. In this world, where is there a father who apologizes to his son? If word of this gets out, how will the world view me, Gu Qingfeng? I have wronged Chen, and I shall naturally make amends. But as for apologies, humph, I do not wish to hear of such a thing again. Gu Qingfeng, as the battle king of the northern frontier, a ruler with dominion over the seas, would never easily bow his head. He could acknowledge his mistakes and rectify them, but he would never admit to being wrong. Qin Yun's face showed strain. Then what do you suggest? Chen was driven away by you. If you do not express anything, how will he ever return? Steward Gu He, hearing Qin Yun's words, silently rolled his eyes. That day, your kneeling forced him to leave. Now you come to accuse him? It seemed that the heavens had turned upside down. Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brows slightly. Though he was eager to see Gu Chen, upon learning that Gu Chen was no longer in danger, he managed to remain composed. He had gone without sleep for an entire day and night in search of Gu Chen. However, through Qin Yun's words, he suddenly realized something. Gu Chen had no intention of returning home. Does that young man still harbor resentment towards him? As Gu Qingfeng recalled the numerous criticisms Gu Chen had levied against him in the family hall that day, a surge of anger unexpectedly welled up within him. His son would rather face pursuit, prefer to wander the wilderness, and even risk entering the abyss, than seek him out, his own father? Was this a declaration of total severance? The thought ignited a deeper ire within Gu Qingfeng. despite his stringent demands on Gu Chen over the years. It was all for his son's benefit. As the saying goes, steel is forged through fire. Although Gu Chen had endured hardships for 18 years, just look at his current accomplishments. Who among his peers could rival him? In the entire Divine Xia Empire, which level 10 practitioner could conquer the nightmare level abyss without the aid of guilds or family resources, relying solely on their own prowess? Throughout history, only Gu Chen has achieved this. This, in fact, validates Gu Qingfeng's educational philosophy. His rigorous approach was not misguided. Were it not for the adversities that catalyzed Gu Chen's transformation, he might have long been lost among the masses. Reflecting on this, Gu Qingfeng's anger flared once more. It was his guidance that elevated Gu Chen to such heights, yet rather than express gratitude, Gu Chen appeared to resent him. This boy, having mingled with unsavory characters from a young age, has developed an unruly demeanor, if he is not firmly reined in while still young. Who knows what trouble he might cause in the future? Qin Yin remarked with a faint smile. I believe you are simply too strict with Chen'er. You impose discipline upon him. Yet how come you have never done the same with Sir, who is also your son? While Qin Yun's words ostensibly defended Gu Chen, the mere mention of Gu Ci only solidified Gu Qingfeng's resolve. His younger son, Gu Ci, had always been by his side, excelling in both character and studies, gentle, respectful, and frugal. He was certain that if the same standards had been applied to Gu Ci, it would never have escalated to the point of severing ties as it had with Gu Chen. Ci'er has been raised under my guidance. He has always shown filial piety and never caused any trouble. What need is there for discipline? At this point, Gu Qingfeng let out a cold snort. As for Chen'er, these past years he had neglected to teach him the virtues of character. Though he had achieved some success, if he did not correct course promptly, he would surely become a source of calamity in the future. After conferring with Qin Yun for a moment, Gu Qingfeng had resolved his course of action. Gu Chen, as the legitimate heir of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, must be firmly restrained. Otherwise, how could he be entrusted with governing the North in the future? Nearby, the steward Gu he listened to their conversation, and the more he heard, the colder his heart felt. It was no wonder Gu Chen would rather descend into the abyss than return to the Gu family. Such a punitive educational approach was stifling to contemplate. Return home? To face further reproach and oppression? Any sane person would likely reject such a life. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment before calling out softly, Sulai. Sulai trembled slightly, hastily bowing, Your Majesty, I am here. What is the status of Gu Chen's reserved spot? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I shall immediately announce to the entire city and secure the reserved spot for young Master Gu Chen as swiftly as possible. No need. Gu Chen is my son. He does not require a spot from your city. Inform Gu Chen that if he desires the reserved spot for the capital's academy, he must come to see me in Gubei City. Yes, I will certainly convey Your Majesty's words to young Master Gu Chen. With that, Gu Qingfeng ceased speaking, sweeping his sleeve and turning to depart. Chapter 64. With a talent like Gu Chen's, one city is surely bound to fall into his hands. In the first level abyss, the Buried Bones dungeon. At the moment the voodoo shaman's health was depleted, a series of notifications popped up before Gu Chen's eyes. Kill the voodoo shaman boss LV20. Experience 15317. Loot acquired. Buried Bones robe LV20 rare. Loot acquired. Eternal Source crystal rare. Level up. Level LV16 378 921 1500. Strength 477. Agility 476. Constitution 478. Spirit 689. Summoned beasts. Bloodlord LV16 legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV16 epic. Undead Golem LV16 legendary. Current talent allows for the acquisition of a dark bloodline. Congratulations. You have completed the Buried Bones dungeon at the Nightmare level, receiving rewards. 50,000 practitioner experience. 1 rare abyss treasure chest. Exiting the abyss in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the abyss square was teeming with people, all seeking to form parties. Yang Lin found a relatively spacious spot on the outskirts of the square, seated himself, and began to polish his sword. He had just emerged from a normal level abyss with his teammates. Although the hall was modest, they had managed to secure some experience. At this rate, after one more normal level abyss run, he would surely reach level 13. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but recall the two peculiar individuals from the morning, a level 6 swordsman and a level 10 summoner. With such a lineup, how dared they venture into the abyss? It was tantamount to courting death. Yang Lin scanned the square but saw no sign of them. It was evident they had likely perished in the abyss. After all, the Buried Bones dungeon ranked among the most difficult of the first level abysses, and any practitioner below level 10 would certainly meet their doom. You can't save those who are determined to die, he had already warned them. But they had refused to listen, leaving him powerless to intervene. Just then, a public announcement flashed on the large screen in the abyss square. Congratulations to the practitioner team for successfully refreshing the Nightmare level completion record for the Buried Bones dungeon. Completion time, 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 31 seconds. Team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, warrior. Su Ran, assassin. Su Xia, non-professional. Rewards received: 50,000 practitioner experience, 1 personal achievement, 1 rare record-breaking gift box. Completion evaluation, SSS. Yang Lin stared at the announcement on the screen, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What was happening? The Buried Bones dungeon completed in 4 hours and 32 minutes? This was over 2 hours faster than the record set by the city lord of Wan City, Liang Yi, when he was at level 19. Who was this captain named Gu Chen to possess such formidable strength? Instinctively, Yang Lin glanced at the screen displaying the Abyss's historical records, only to find that the former record holder, Liang Yi, had been replaced by Gu Chen. This name seems somewhat familiar. The captain is a summoner? One of the team members is a swordsman. Impossible. Yang Lin's eyelids twitched, and he involuntarily gasped. The nearby practitioners were startled, rolling their eyes in annoyance. Stop shouting. The Abyss announcements are never wrong. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Indeed, it has been several years since there was any significant development. It is high time that the record for the burial dungeon be shattered. Upon investigation, I discovered that the team consists entirely of newly transitioned players, with the captain only at level 10 upon entering the Abyss. Such a lineup managing to break records is utterly unprecedented. It was them. I had seen that team earlier this morning, their presence unmistakable, especially considering none of them exceeded level 10. I recalled that one of their members was an ordinary person, presumably the non-professional mentioned in the announcement. Earlier, I had privately mocked them, never expecting the slap of reality to come so swiftly. The youth of today are truly remarkable. I should have made an effort to become acquainted with Gu Chen back then. While several professionals nearby engaged in fervent conversation, Yang Lin wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? A summoner and a swordsman, with an average team level not surpassing 10. Were they not the same 2 individuals I had encountered this morning? With their levels and composition, how could they possibly have set a new record for the nightmare level Abyss? Yang Lin felt as though his entire worldview had crumbled. While those around him regretted not having sought familiarity with Gu Chen, he lamented the profound loss of a golden opportunity to be elevated by Gu Chen's prowess. An opportunity had once lain before him, one he failed to cherish, and only after its loss did he experience the depths of regret. There is no greater sorrow in life than this. What folly! Yang Lin covered his face, so frustrated he felt on the verge of bloodshed. Each day, he toiled from dawn till dusk at the Abyss Square, solely in search of formidable allies. Yet, when a master extended an invitation to form a team, he had outright refused. Not only did he decline, but he also warned the individual against descending into the Abyss, proclaiming it a swift path to demise. What madness is this? Heaven had served him a feast, and he had smashed his own bowl. 2 words encapsulated, deservedly so. Meanwhile, at the Wan City Hall, following the shattering of the nightmare level record at the burial dungeon, the city closest to the Abyss, Wan City, promptly received the news and convened an emergency meeting. Mayor Liang Yi perused several pages of documentation, his face betraying a palpable excitement. Gu Chen, having conquered the temple ruins and attained an SSS rating, has now surpassed the record I once set in the burial dungeon. Such a prodigy. And yet he is being suppressed by Su Lai and the Li family in Ling City. The Li family has been eradicated, and as of now, the guaranteed admission quota has not been allocated to Gu Chen. What is Su Lai plotting? Regardless of his intentions, Gu Chen is a talent we must secure for Wan City. With a decisive thump on the table, Liang Yi exuded an air of determination. The guaranteed admission quota is conveniently vacant, so let us designate it for Gu Chen. I shall consider 3 aspects: the guaranteed admission quota, the rewards for clearing the hell level dungeon, and the rewards for conquering the nightmare level Abyss. Secretary Li, there is no need to submit a request upwards. Directly allocate from the mayor's office. Within 3 minutes, prepare the 3-fold rewards and bring them to my office. Moreover, arrange for a teleportation array. I wish to arrive at the Abyss Square of the burial dungeon within 5 minutes. Secretary Li, momentarily taken aback, hesitated. Mayor, wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? News has already spread in Ling City that Gu Chen is the son of the Northern Border War King. Liang Yi retorted, and what of it? Gu Chen would rather roam the wilderness than proclaim the name of Gu Qingfeng, indicating he has no sense of belonging to the Gu family. Just follow my instructions. But if Gu Qingfeng seeks accountability, how shall Wan City respond? Accountability? Gu Qingfeng is the war king of the northern border. Wan City is under the eastern continent. How could he intervene? Besides, the eastern continent also has its royal family to oversee matters. I fear nothing. Enough of this chatter. Prepare swiftly. Should there be any delay in our affairs, I shall reassign you to guard the Abyss. Chapter 65. Regardless of how much Su Lai offers, it will never compare to what I can provide. Among professionals, the competition lies in levels, equipment, items, and quotas, while intercity competition revolves around rankings, resources, and talent. Although Ling City and Wan City are neighboring, one belongs to the northern border and the other to the eastern continent, separated by wilderness. They have rarely encountered conflicts of interest. However, this time is different. The burial dungeon stands as one of the highest difficulties within the first tier Abyss. conveniently located near Wan City, referred to as the abyss at the doorstep of Wan City residents. Yet, due to its formidable difficulty, many professionals from Wan City have been unable to conquer it, with some even perishing within. Over time, the majority of Wan City's professionals have developed an instinctive aversion to this abyss, resulting in a significant exodus of talent. The loss of professionals, coupled with a severe shortage of talent, has led to Wan City's ranking within the Eastern continent declining year after year, causing them to miss out on substantial resources. This year marks the third since Liang Yi assumed the role of mayor, and, as in previous years, Wan City is yet to produce any promising talent, which burdens him greatly. He senses that if Wan City continues down this path, not only will the city face ruin, but so too will his political career. Particularly after hearing news of a newly transitioned student in Ling City achieving an SSS rating, his frustration deepened. Why does it seem that promising talent always eludes Wan City? However, he soon discovered that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Who would have thought that Ling City not only disregarded this SSS-rated transition student, but also colluded with the Li family to suppress him? What should a farmer's child, orphaned at a young age, do when faced with such oppression from the mayor and a prominent family? There is no choice but to submit. Once Liang Yi pieced together the events, he saw an opportunity. After all, this transition student with an SSS rating is being forsaken by Ling City. How fortunate for Wan City. However, when Gu Qingfeng appeared in Ling City and revealed Gu Chen's background, Liang Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. The son of Gu Qingfeng, even if not a Ling City native, is still a citizen of Gu Bei City. Such talent should not fall into my hands. He had nearly resigned himself to defeat. Yet upon learning that Gu Chen had been driven into the wilderness by the Li family, a glimmer of hope rekindled within him. Could Gu Qingfeng's son truly be forced into the wilderness by a mere Li family? It seems implausible. The only explanation is that Gu Chen does not acknowledge his Gu family identity, which is why he has never invoked Gu Qingfeng's name. With this understanding, the situation becomes considerably more manageable. Since Gu Chen faces suppression in Ling City and rejects the Gu family identity, then the people of Wan City shall welcome him with open arms. Subsequently, news of Gu Chen conquering the nightmare-level burial dungeon emerged, solidifying Liang Yi's resolve. He must secure this individual. After all, Gu Chen is not only a transition student with an SSS rating, but also a record breaker in the first-tier Abyss burial dungeon. A talent of this caliber may not emerge for decades. To let him roam the wilderness is a grave loss. The mere display of Gu Chen's innate abilities and combat prowess warrants respectful treatment from the mayor. Mayor, the 3 rewards have been prepared. The voice of Secretary Li Feng, accompanied by a knock on the door, reached Liang Yi's ears. Furthermore, I discovered that Gu Chen had just ascended to level 16. Typically, at level 15, a summoner would be able to acquire a new summoning slot. Having just emerged from the abyss, he likely has yet to forge contracts with new summoning beasts. Thus, I applied for a level 15 summoning skill book from the treasury of Wan City, which is one of the few rare summoning tomes available in Wan City. Rare indeed. Unfortunately, our small town seldom produces summoners, and to obtain an epic summoning book, one must purchase it from major cities, which not only entails exorbitant costs, but also a delay that we cannot afford. Liang Yi rose from his seat, nodding in agreement. Well then, let it be so. If necessary, I shall compensate him later. Li Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. My lord, what if Gu Chen is reluctant to come to Wan City? Liang Yi shot him a sidelong glance. We are here to seize him. Do you understand? If he refuses, that is his concern, not mine. Moreover, since Gu Chen was capable of slaying Li Renjia, it indicates he is not one to suffer in silence. Would such a person remain in Lin City? What if Su Lai were to apologize and offer more resources as compensation? Such a scenario cannot be dismissed. If Su Lai were to provide enough, perhaps Gu Chen might endure, but with our intervention from Wan City, he will undoubtedly reject any reconciliation with Lin City. For no matter how much Su Lai offers, it cannot compare to what I can provide. Liang Yi stood up from his desk and strode purposefully toward the teleportation hall, with Li Feng immediately following, arms laden with 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes. Although these items could easily fit into his personal storage space, he chose not to do so. Politeness is paramount. At that moment, the Abyss Square was bustling with people. The historical record for nightmare-level Abyss had been shattered, and such a scene was exceedingly rare. Those fortunate enough to witness it firsthand felt an immense sense of pride. As a wave of dizziness subsided, Gu Chen and his companions were teleported to the Abyss Square, where the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Look, Gu Chen has emerged. Is that Gu Chen? I heard he is still a transfer student. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Save your breath. Even if he doesn't, it's not like you stand a chance. Is he interested in your age or your lower level? To break the historical record at such a young age, I'm envious, truly envious. Gu Chen is from Lin City. Has the city hall not sent anyone to acknowledge his achievement? What can they do? Gu Chen's guaranteed admission hasn't even been confirmed yet. How can the city hall show their face? Look, aren't those the city hall officials? I didn't expect them to arrive so swiftly. After all, he is a genius who has refreshed the nightmare level Abyss record. It seems even the Lin City officials are anxious. As the teleportation array in the abyss square illuminated with blinding light, several well-dressed men stepped forth. The foremost figure donned a dark gray jacket, tall and imposing, his heavy brows framing sharp eyes that scanned the surroundings. Holy cow, isn't that Liang Yi? The Lord of Wan City. No way, Gu Chen is from Lin City. How could Liang Yi be here? It truly is Liang Yi. He is now level 50. The highest ranked professional in Wan City. What brings him here? What else could it be? Look at those treasure chests and gift boxes behind him. Clearly, he is here to seize someone. See someone. Gu Chen is the son of the Northern War King. In Gubei City, he is a prince. How could he possibly go to Wan City? You might not be aware, but it has been rumored that Gu Chen has severed ties with the Northern War King. That makes sense. He has been pursued by the Li family for so long, preferring to flee into the wilderness and the abyss rather than utter the name of the Northern War King. It seems there is quite a scoop here. Just wait. I estimate that Gu Chen will soon become one of us in Wan City, and all the professionals here will benefit as a result. How does that concern us? Gu Chen joining Wan City is his own affair. Chapter 66. An sincere invitation to join Wan City. Given Gu Chen's currently displayed prowess, it is undeniable that whichever city he chooses to join, its professionals will undoubtedly reap the rewards. Why does the Divine Summer Empire invest in cultivating professionals? Because each time they achieve success in the abyss, it mitigates the abyssal force's encroachment upon this world. Although abyssal achievements are not easily obtained like individual accomplishments, once one secures an abyssal achievement, the difficulty of that abyss diminishes, and the rewards for completion increase accordingly. The high difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon is primarily due to the scarcity of professionals who have ever achieved success in the abyss. To attain an abyssal achievement, one must enter a hell-level abyss. While Gu Chen may not meet the criteria at present, no one doubts his potential. After all, in the eyes of the world, he is an unassailable genius. For such a prodigy, achieving abyssal success is merely a matter of time. At this moment, it finally dawned on some why the first to arrive at the abyss square was the Lord of Wan City. For Wan City is in dire need of a talent like Gu Chen to help them achieve success in the abyss. Although the Buried Bones dungeon is a first-tier abyss, its high difficulty has forced many novice professionals to abandon it. If one cannot conquer the abyss at their doorstep, they must inevitably seek opportunity in larger cities. This has led to a subtle yet significant exodus of Wan City as professionals. The loss of fresh blood foretells the city's decline, and once the decline begins, it falls into a vicious cycle. At this juncture, some professionals from Lin City suddenly recognized a grave issue. No, this absolutely cannot happen. If Gu Chen is taken by Liang Yi, he will become a Wan City resident, and even if he subsequently achieves success in the abyss, we will gain not a single benefit. How can this be? It is rare for Lin City to produce a genius professional. He must not be snatched away by Wan City. But don't you understand your own attitude towards Gu Chen? He has held an SSS rating for quite some time. Where is his guaranteed admission? Wait, why are Lin City professionals here in the Buried Bones dungeon? This is Wan City's abyss. Well, if Gu Chen can elevate Wan City's status, I might as well rent my balcony for 1,000 a month. Each harbored their own thoughts. Some from Lin City, drawn by the allure of Gu Chen's fame, could no longer remain still. Initially, they did not pay much attention to the matter itself. They merely followed to witness the spectacle, curious to see how the legendary prince differed from ordinary individuals. After all, Gu Chen was not on their level, and no future connection seemed likely. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. Given Gu Chen's current display of talent, obtaining an abyssal achievement appeared inevitable. It was almost predictable that soon the difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon would decrease, and the rewards would become more substantial. Consequently, Wan City's professionals would no longer need to leave home in search of leveling opportunities. After Gu Chen successfully navigated the abyss, all the practitioners in Wan City were eager to partake in the benefits. One could say that Gu Chen had become the pillar of support for all practitioners in Wan City. What on earth is happening in Lin City? Why has the municipal hall yet to make an appearance? The practitioners of Lin City were growing anxious, especially as they observed Liang Yi approaching Gu Chen's direction with a group of individuals. The audacity of Liang Yi is astounding. Is there anyone at the Lin City Municipal Hall? Hurry, we need to rally some support. Wait, I'll call the City Lord right now. What? You have the City Lord's number? Isn't there a hotline for the City Lord? Oh, then go ahead and call. If you get through, I'll concede defeat. At this moment, Gu Chen had just finished organizing the spoils from the abyss when he noticed several imposing middle-aged men appearing before him. Liang Yi stood directly in front of Gu Chen, cutting to the chase without any preamble, saying, Gu Chen, greetings. I am Liang Yi, the City Lord of Wan City. On behalf of the people of Wan City, I sincerely invite you to join us. Very well, I accept, Gu Chen replied without hesitation, straightforwardly. The reason was simple. Setting aside Liang Yi's title, it was clear he came with genuine intentions. The four individuals behind him carried 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes. Regardless of their contents, no one had ever offered him such generous conditions since his arrival in this world. Upon hearing Gu Chen's immediate acceptance, Liang Yi's face illuminated with unrestrained excitement. Meanwhile, Li Feng, standing behind him, twitched his cheek, realizing that Gu Chen's succinct response had rendered his meticulously crafted 3 sets of talking points utterly futile. So, he is not following the script at all? Behind Li Feng, 3 negotiation experts exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles. Deal struck, time to clock out. They had never encountered such an effortless task in their lives. At that moment of collective elation, another middle-aged man clad in a deep gray jacket arrived, accompanied by several others. No way, has the municipal hall of Lin City finally shown up? It's too late for that. Leading the group was City Lord Su Lai, whom I had seen on the news not long ago. There were 5 individuals, yet they came empty-handed. What is this attitude? Do they truly not value Gu Chen? Setting aside his royal lineage, he is a prodigy who has conquered a nightmare-level abyss. Thank goodness I'm from one city. I am certain that Lin City will crumble under the leadership of this Su Lai. Gu Chen. Su Lai spotted Gu Chen and hurried over. Congratulations on successfully conquering the first-tier abyss, the Buried Bone Dungeon. Now that the Li family has been annihilated, please accompany me back to Lin City. The entire populace is eager to celebrate your victory. Regarding the guaranteed quota, the municipal hall of Lin City has indeed aired. Rest assured, I have prepared a set of resources equivalent to hell-level rewards as compensation for you. Su spoke rapidly, reciting what his secretary had prepared. Yet he failed to mention the status of the guaranteed quota. Hearing this, Liang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. City Lord Su, Gu Chen has achieved an SSS rating, conquered the hell-level Temple Ruins dungeon, and refreshed the Buried Bone dungeon at the nightmare level. And this is your compensation? You're treating him like a beggar. Su Lai scoffed, ignoring Liang Yi, and continued speaking to Gu Chen. You hail from the northern region. It would be best if you returned to Lin City. What did you just say? Gu Chen interjected, interrupting Su Lai. Su was momentarily taken aback, then replied, I said we should return to Lin City. No, the previous statement. You said I am from the northern region. You are a prince of the northern royal family. Su insisted. However, he must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not listed in the royal genealogy. Please leave. Su's expression froze, rendered speechless by Gu Chen's words. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. My lord, the king has already made arrangements. As long as you return to Gubei City, your guaranteed quota will certainly be finalized. Su Lai had come bearing a message from Gu Qingfeng, initially believing it would be a simple errand. Yet he was taken aback by Gu Chen's apparent refusal to return to the northern region. In a moment of desperation, he relayed Gu Qingfeng's intent. Before Gu Chen could respond, Liang Yi interjected. What do you mean? Are you attempting to use the name of the northern region's war king to coerce Gu Chen? Su Lai's discomfort was palpable. No, that is not it. But what about the guaranteed quota? The king stated that as long as the lord returns to Gubei City, the guaranteed quota will be immediately confirmed. Isn't that a threat? Gu Chen observed the unfolding scene in silence, fully aware that Liang Yi was exacerbating the conflict. Su Lai recognized this as well, choosing to disregard Liang Yi and addressing Gu Chen directly. My lord, if you accompany Liang Yi to the eastern continent, how will you face the citizens of the northern region in the future? Gu Chen smiled. It's not that you can't prevent me from going to the eastern continent, but you must agree to 2 conditions. A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Lai's eyes. Please, do tell. I will do my utmost. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, we had an agreement. Why the sudden change? First, you must disclose how you conspired with the Li family to attempt to seize my guaranteed quota. Make the entire process public and apologize to me. Su Lai's face contorted with difficulty. If this were to be revealed, his career would come to an abrupt halt. My lord, I can agree to public disclosure, but I truly did not collude with the Li family. All right, then let me ask you. Is it not true that I received the SSS rating? Yes. Then why did the municipal hall not issue the guaranteed quota in a timely manner? Su Lai fell into silence, not willing to speak. Then it seems I need not mention my second condition. Su Lai furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it too much to request the revelation of the collusion between him and the Li family, attempting to usurp Gu Chen's guaranteed quota? For Gu Chen, the victim, it was hardly excessive. Yet Su, being the city lord, would he really endanger his own foundation by complying? Not willing to speak, is it? Very well. I have already provided you the opportunity. If you refuse to agree, there is little I can do. Gu Chen glanced around at the assembled practitioners, shrugged, and stated, everyone has witnessed that I only seek a measure of justice. Yet even this modest request is being denied. If I am not granted justice, how can I expect my quota or resources to be honored? Surely, they will not be. Thus, it is not I who wishes to leave Lin City, but Lin City that is compelling me to depart. Su Lai's face twitched. He had no words left. The negotiations had collapsed. In truth, this matter required no negotiation. For as long as Su remained alive, he would never reveal the details of his collusion with the Li family. He is, after all, the lord of Lin City and a 5th-tier professional. Since Gu Qingfeng has chosen not to pursue the matter, he certainly would not act in a manner that could undermine his own foundations. Even though Gu Chen is the son of Gu Qingfeng, it is hardly a reason for him to jeopardize his own future and prospects by revealing his own flaws. Ultimately, he was sent with one simple message for Gu Chen. Should Gu Chen choose to return, his task would be complete. If he refuses, as a subordinate of Gu Qingfeng, would he truly resort to forcibly taking Gu Chen to Gubei City? That is simply inconceivable, with the Li family of Lin City having been eradicated. He possesses no evidence to support his claim of obstructing Gu Chen's opportunity for advancement. In fact, it was precisely due to his interference that Gu Qingfeng acquired leverage over Gu Chen. However, no one anticipated that the arrival of Liang Yi would present an optimal choice. If the Northern Territory refuses to grant him an opportunity for advancement, then apologies, for the Eastern Continent has already extended an offer, complete with ample resources as compensation. Of course, Gu Chen's decision was as clear as day, leading him to readily accept Liang Yi's proposal. Su Lai nodded and spoke in a tone tinged with regret. I have delivered the king's message. Since the young master is unwilling to return to Gubei City, I can only convey what I have said. As for the opportunity for advancement, it is not that Lin City is unwilling to grant it, but the king has already made arrangements. If the young master wishes to secure this opportunity, I implore you to make your way to Gubei City promptly, lest the king be kept waiting. With that, Su Lai bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Liang Yi, observing Su Lai's departing figure, cast an odd glance at Gu Chen and remarked, he obstructed your opportunity for advancement, and you simply let him go? That does not align with your usual approach. Gu Chen smiled faintly, explaining that Su Lai harbored reverence for the war king of the Northern Territory, not for him. Even if he were to compel Su Lai to kneel and apologize, it would not instill a shred of remorse within him. Thus, dealing with such individuals requires striking at their vulnerabilities. Let him bask in his arrogance a while longer. Once he faces the scorn and vitriol of the entire populace of Lin City, he will surely regret allowing me to leave today. As for Su Lai, Gu Chen had no intention of letting him off easily. Since the other party had taken action against him, it was only fitting that they should bear the consequences. After all, he harbored a deep-seated grudge. Upon returning to Lin City via the teleportation array, Su Lai promptly entered his office and instructed his secretary, that will suffice. The message has been delivered. Since the young master is unwilling to return, we shall report the situation to the king accordingly. Furthermore, we shall issue a notice in the name of the municipal hall. All dungeon fees for Lin City's affiliates will be reduced by 20 for a duration of 1 month. In essence, our young master is merely a talented professional. His departure will hardly inflict significant damage upon Lin City. By reducing the dungeon fees for all professionals in the city and promoting this matter, we can divert attention away from Gu Chen. As for the future, in 2 years I shall no longer be serving in the Northern Territory. Even if he is a royal scion, what can he do to me? Understood, the secretary noted, jotting down several key points in his notebook before stepping out to make arrangements. Ultimately, Su Lai's fear was solely of the war king Gu Qingfeng of the Northern Territory. As for Gu Chen, while he maintained a demeanor of politeness and respect, he did not regard him with any seriousness. A genius? What significance does that hold? Those who ascend to the position of city lord within the divine Xia Empire are anything but ordinary. They are, for the most part, exceptionally gifted individuals. A mere budding genius holds no weight in Su Lai's eyes. He believed that if Gu Chen were to challenge him, he should at least first attain the status of a 5th-tier professional. Unfortunately, Gu Chen's chosen vocation was that of a summoner. And no matter how strong he might be in the early stages, it would not alter the fact that he would struggle to progress thereafter. The professional system has evolved over a century, yet no 5th-tier summoners have ever emerged. It is said that nobles become invincible among their peers upon transitioning to summoners. True, but this is limited to the 2nd to 4th tiers and requires a substantial investment of resources, with each 5 levels unlocking a summoning slot. No summoner can afford the cultivation resources required for the 5th tier. This is the very reason Su Lai looked down upon Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen is no ordinary summoner. In just a few days, Su Lai will surely regret this underestimation. Chapter 68, 100,000 experience points. After reaching an agreement with Liang Yi, Gu Chen accepted all the resources Liang Yi had brought. This included a guaranteed admission agreement to the prestigious academy, a rare quality summoning skill book at level 15, a rare level dungeon treasure chest, and a rare level abyss treasure chest. Liang Yi made it clear that if Gu Chen could successfully conquer the hell level abyss, he would be permitted to select any legendary grade equipment from the treasury in Wanqing. However, there was a small condition. He must first clear the hell level bone-burying dungeon. Gu Chen readily agreed, having just unlocked the hell level difficulty of the dungeon and resolved not to enter any other abyss. Choosing a different 1st-tier abyss would mean starting anew from the nightmare level. A futile endeavor. Liang Yi's condition elicited unabashed envy from Lin Yuan and the others. Selecting a piece of legendary grade equipment from the Wanqing treasury was a privilege that even the son of a city lord did not possess. Underscoring Liang Yi's regard for Gu Chen, once everything was settled, Liang Yi led Gu Chen and the others through the teleportation array to Wanqing. Accompanying them were Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran, all of whom intended to continue following Gu Chen into the hell level abyss and would not turn back to Lin City at this juncture. Notably, Su Xia was also present. The Su family was the foremost family in Wanqing. to express her gratitude towards Gu Chen. Su Xia graciously invited him and his companions to the Su family estate for a celebratory banquet. The materials Su Xia required were sourced from the eternal source crystal dropped by the voodoo shaman. The two exchanged goods for payment as agreed. The materials price was set at 800,000, with an additional 1,000,000 for each abyss run, totaling 1,800,000. Su Xia requested Gu Chen's account, and without hesitation, she transferred 5 million. Upon receiving the notification, Gu Chen thought he must have misread it. What was going on? Wasn't it 1,800,000? Why did you send me 5 million? Su Xia replied earnestly, the extra is a deposit. Count me in for the next run in the Hell Level Abyss. If you obtain an epic-grade Eternal Source Crystal, please prioritize selling it to me. No problem, Gu Chen readily agreed. After the feast, he received transfers amounting to 2 million from Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. Entering a first-tier Nightmare Level Abyss typically costs around 1 million. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingqing asked, Great One, you wouldn't be switching teammates for the Hell Level Abyss, would you? Give us an hour. Su Ran and I will go borrow some money. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and replied, No problem. The cost for a run in the Hell Level Abyss is 3 million. That should be reasonable, right? Reasonable. Though not inexpensive. Lin Qingqing promptly nodded, bidding farewell to the others before she and Su Ran ventured out to borrow money. From having nothing before knowing Gu Chen to now being burdened with overwhelming debt, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran had never imagined they would one day owe several million. However, they were more than willing. With a powerhouse like Gu Chen, merely paying the market price would grant them access to the next abyss, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Numerous female professionals had likely paid high-tier professionals for the privilege of rapid advancement, a phenomenon that was not at all uncommon. Compared to those female professionals, Lin Qingqing and her companion were truly fortunate. At least at this juncture, they held the reins of their destiny. As long as they wished to continue following Gu Chen, he would be there to guide them. So be it. I shall grant you 2 hours. That should suffice for borrowing the funds. All right. After the two departed, Gu Chen handed his identification card to Lin Yuan. The municipal hall in Wan City required him to complete certain formalities, typically necessitating personal attendance. However, with Liang Yi facilitating matters, Lin Yuan successfully secured a task as a runner. Following this, Su Xia arranged a tranquil room for Gu Chen within the manor, where he began to tally his rewards. He had received 2 sets of rewards from the Abyss, one for clearing the level, which included 50,000 experience points and a rare level Abyss treasure chest, and another for breaking the record, which also granted 50,000 experience points, a personal achievement, and a rare level record-breaking gift box. In total, he amassed 100,000 experience points. Although this was an astonishing amount, it was hardly surprising, considering Gu Chen had single-handedly battled through the nightmare level Abyss. In contrast, Lin Yuan and the others received a mere 15,000 experience points each, significantly less than Gu Chen. Nevertheless, their total of 30,000 experience points elevated them to level 11. It could be said that Lin Yuan and his companions had decisively surpassed 90% of this cohort of transferees. After all, today marked merely the 3rd day post-transference ceremony, and the vast majority had yet to reach level 10. To draw a direct comparison, had Li Wenhui still been alive, he would likely have only just attained level 11 by now. Consider this, Lin Yuan and his friends, mere civilians, had reached the same level as Li Wenhui, who hailed from the foremost family of Lin City, a testament to the rapidity of their advancement. It was not difficult to envision that, even if they fell behind Gu Chen after reaching Tier 2, they would still possess a promising future. Subsequently, Gu Chen first claimed the 100,000 experience points. Experience 50,000. Experience 50,000. Level up. Level, LV17, 412, 332, 1500. Strength, 487. Agility, 486. Constitution, 488. Spirit, 709. Summoned Beasts, Bloodlord LV17 Legendary, Nightmare Overlord LV17 Epic, Undead Golem LV17 Legendary. Talent, current acquisition of a dark bloodline. He had leveled up again. Gu Chen involuntarily exclaimed in awe. Just one abyss had propelled his level by 6. Entering the Tier 1 abyss, the Bone Burial Dungeon at level 11, accompanied by 4 companions, one of whom did not consume experience, was akin to a solo run of a 5-person abyss while simultaneously breaking the historical record. In less than 5 hours, he had ascended from level 11 to level 17. Had any fragile profession heard this, they would surely be petrified. He was merely 3 levels away from becoming a Tier 2 professional. And if he successfully cleared the Nightmare level Bone Burial Dungeon, he would at least reach level 19. This indicated that before hitting level 20, he could embark on another Tier 1 abyss to grind for experience. The wilderness surrounding Wan City only harbored the Bone Burial Dungeon as the sole Tier 1 abyss. And Gu Chen had no intention of repeating the grind, as it seemed uninteresting. He had heard that there were commendable Tier 1 dungeons within Wan City. Perhaps Liang Yi could arrange something in due time. Next, Gu Chen laid all his items before him on the table, a rare level dungeon treasure chest, 2 rare level abyss treasure chests, a rare level record-breaking gift box, and a summoning skill book. Which should he open first? Chapter 69, Unboxing, Warrior-type Summoned Beast. You have opened a rare level dungeon treasure chest. Acquired Shadow Dagger LV, 20 rare. Acquired Teleportation Scroll, X1. Acquired Enhancement Stone, X15. Acquired Large Life Recovery Potion, X10. 1 piece of rare equipment, a teleportation scroll, and several materials and consumables. The Shadow Dagger was equipment suited for assassin-type professionals, augmenting strength and agility. And it bore a stealth skill that guaranteed a critical strike on the first attack after breaking stealth. It was truly an assassin's weapon, though the equipment was splendid. It was ill-suited for him. Thus, Gu Chen took out his phone and checked the professional trading platform among the rare-level equipment. The 20-level Shadow Dagger was priced around 3 million. The figure made his heart leap with joy. Although it was unusable for him, it could fetch a handsome price. Gu Chen stored the equipment in his spatial pocket and tagged it for sale. He thought of Su Ran. She was also an assassin. And he wondered if she would want the Shadow Dagger. If she did, he could sell it to her at market price. Although Su Ran and Lin Qingqing were consistently borrowing money, they too received treasure chests and gift boxes after each clear. Moreover, given that Gu Chen cleared levels of considerable difficulty, the equipment obtained was of high quality. Thus for them, selling just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment would swiftly enable them to repay their substantial debts. Next, Gu Chen's gaze fell upon the second treasure chest. You have opened a rare level abyss treasure chest. Acquired Medium Cloak LV, 20 rare. Acquired Enhancement Stone X15. Acquired Spirit Recovery Potion X5. Acquired Large Life Recovery Potion X10. The Medium Cloak, hopefully not another piece of equipment for a different profession. Gu Chen remarked as he picked up the cloak and examined its attributes. Medium Cloak. Quality, Rare. Level, LV20. Profession Restriction, Summoner. Attributes, Constitution 50, Spirit 50. Effect, choose a skill from a summoned beast as a medium. Both the summoner and the summoned beast can utilize that skill. Exclusive equipment for the summoner profession. This was a valuable item. With this cloak, it was equivalent to gaining an additional skill, and the ability to switch between several summoned beast skills would greatly enhance his combat prowess. Gu Chen carefully stowed the media cloak into his personal space and proceeded to open the third treasure chest. You have opened a rare level abyss treasure chest. You have obtained the Echo Necklace LV 20 Epic. You have acquired 15 enhancement stones. You have received 1 purification scroll. You have obtained 10 mental recovery potions. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. He had unexpectedly unearthed an epic-grade piece of equipment. The odds of extracting an epic item from a rare treasure chest were a mere 1%, and he could hardly believe his extraordinary fortune. Echo Necklace. Quality, Epic. Level, LV20. Class Restriction, None. Attributes, Spirit 300, Speed 300, Cooldown Reduction 45, Recovery Speed 45. Echo Set, Echo Necklace, Echo Ring, Echo Amulet. Set Effect, restores 10 energy immediately after defeating a target. Upon acquiring this remarkable equipment, Gu Chen was utterly captivated. This was one of the set pieces, and its set effect allowed for an immediate restoration of 10 energy upon vanquishing an enemy. If the Nightmarish Sovereign were to don this, wouldn't it infinitely prolong the duration of deep dreams? It was undeniably powerful, truly formidable. Based on the attributes of the Echo Necklace, once the set was complete, it would significantly enhance vital statistics such as health, damage, defense, and recovery. It was indeed worthy of its epic classification. Alas, he still required the other 2 pieces and would need to reach level 20 before being able to equip it. Glancing at the prominent set effect, Gu Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was still 3 levels shy of reaching level 20. The experience gap from level 17 to 20 was substantial, around 4 to 500,000 points. It would require him to conquer at least 2 more high-difficulty first-tier abysses to progress. With a resigned sigh, he placed the Echo Necklace into his personal space and turned his attention to the remaining record-breaking gift box. Typically, gift boxes yield equipment or items corresponding to the recipient's class. Rubbing his hands together, Gu Chen opened the gift box. You have opened a rare level record-breaking gift box. You have obtained a skill book LV 17 rare. A skill book? A glint of excitement flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he hurriedly picked it up for inspection. Skill book, Spiked Armored Turtle Summon. Level, 17. Quality, Rare. Effect, contract with the Spiked Armored Turtle. As the gift box was opened, the level and type of the skill book were appropriately matched to the opening practitioner. The Spiked Armored Turtle, while renowned for its defense, was not a tank-type summon but rather a warrior type. To his surprise, he had drawn a rare level summoning skill book. Gu Chen was somewhat taken aback, as the summoning skill book Liang Yi had gifted him was also of rare quality. He then took out that skill book as well. Skill book, Phantom Cat Summon. Level, 15. Quality, Rare. Effect, contract with the Phantom Cat. The Phantom Cat excelled in speed and burst damage, being an assassin-type summon. Glancing at it, Gu Chen quickly lost interest. After all, the Nightmarish Sovereign was already an assassin-type summon, capable of both single-target burst damage and formidable area attacks. If he were to contract the Phantom Cat as a fourth summon, it would significantly impact his combat capabilities. Thus, he decided to place the Phantom Cat summon book into his personal space, intending to list it on the practitioner trading platform to see if he could sell it. If it were a rare level weapon, the price would undoubtedly hover around 3 million. However, for a rare level summoning book, he would consider it a stroke of luck to sell it for 1 million. After all, summons of this caliber were merely entry-level for summoners, and their prices were often suppressed and difficult to sell. Otherwise, Jiang Songhua wouldn't have so casually gifted him the Bloodthirsty Bat Summon book. Having organized all his resources, he noted that both the Media Cloak and the Echo Necklace were excellent pieces of equipment, though they were constrained by level requirements, usable only at level 20. Currently, the only usable item was the Summoning Skill book. Reflecting on this, Gu Chen felt a surge of gratitude. He was fortunate to have drawn a suitable summoning book from the gift box. Otherwise, he would be troubled over the choice of Summon Beast. He nearly found himself without a usable summon. It appeared that he must venture into larger cities in the future. Both Lin City and Wan City could only be regarded as third-tier cities within the Divine Xia Empire, offering scarce resources for the summoner profession. Liang Yi had previously explained to him that there were only 3 skill books of level 15 in the Wan City treasury, with this Phantom Cat summon book being the one with the highest growth potential among the 3 rare items. Liang Yi had also mentioned that if Gu Chen was dissatisfied with this, he could assist in searching other cities, demonstrating an admirable willingness to help. Such support was a far cry from Su Lai and Lin City. Currently, Gu Chen's summons included the Blood Clan Lord for ranged output and burst damage, the Nightmarish Sovereign for instant burst and sustained damage, and the Undead Golem for debuffs and weakening effects. He was precisely in need of a warrior-type summon. Fortuitously, the Spiked Armored Turtle was a warrior type. Chapter 70, The Killing Machine, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. From level 14 to 17, Gu Chen's divine talent had yet to activate. Now seemed the perfect opportunity. He grasped the summoning skill book and learned it directly. You have successfully contracted with the Spiked Armored Turtle. Summon Beast, Spiked Armored Turtle. Quality, Rare. Level, 17. Health, 11, 220. Attributes, Strength 235, Agility 200, Constitution 230, Spirit 195. Talent, Spiked Heavy Armor LV, 20 Rare. Skill, Spiked Charge LV, 20 Rare. A deep roar echoed from the summoning space as a massive turtle clad in spiked heavy armor materialized. Gu Chen did not scrutinize the attributes of the summon, as he intended to bestow the Dark Bloodline for advancement shortly thereafter. Activating his talent, he sequentially acquired 4 Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Offspring. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, Gu Chen sensed that as his level increased, the frequency of acquiring offspring bloodlines had diminished. Before reaching level 10, he would receive one almost every 2 levels. Yet this time he had only gained one after advancing for levels. However, he regretted that the royal bloodline had not manifested. Subsequently, Gu Chen infused the primordial bloodline into the Spiked Armored Turtle, followed by the use of the offspring bloodline for bloodline awakening, and then employed another primordial bloodline for star enhancement. Dark Bloodline Primordial Fusion successful. Summon Beast advancement completed. Spiked Violent Turtle Rare, Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle Epic. Summon Beast Bloodline Awakening successful. Summon Beast Star Advancement successful. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle Epic, Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle Epic. Level, LV 17. Health points, 76, 220. Attributes, Strength, 380. Agility, 350. Constitution, 360. Spirit, 320. Talents, Epic War Wound, Epic Retaliatory Spike. Skill I, Shattering Charge, LV 20 Epic. Skill 2, Roar of Mockery, LV 20 Epic. Skill 3, Dragon Blood Boil, LV 20 Epic. Boom. With a resonant thud, the once deep brown tortoise underwent a profound metamorphosis, its physique expanding dramatically, resembling a towering hill. Its shell was robust and coarse, bordered by a serrated edge, sharp as a blade, and its surface was adorned with irregular spikes, akin to a formidable spiked armor. Shimmering with a metallic luster under the light, its eyes gleamed like 2 resplendent sapphires, while its upper and lower jaws sprouted sharp fangs. The body was encompassed in hardened, scaly armor, glistening like daggers. Its claws resembled hooks forged from high-quality steel, exceedingly sharp, and its stout limbs resembled colossal stone pillars, with bony protrusions jutting out at the joints, presenting an image of a beast born for slaughter. Compared to the previous spiked violent turtle, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle exuded a far more formidable aura, emanating a savage thirst for blood and a ferocious intent to kill. Warwound. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle gains a damage increase of 10 for every instance of damage taken, with the effect persisting until exiting combat. Retaliatory Spike. When sustaining melee damage, it returns 50 of the damage as true damage to the opponent. Each 20 points of constitution enhances the retaliation ratio by 1. Shattering Charge launches forward, dealing substantial damage and slowing targets in its path, and causing a knock-up effect on the target at the journey's end. Roar of Mockery provokes targets within a certain area, compelling them to attack itself. For each attack received, it gains a 1 attack speed bonus. Dragon Blood Boil. When health falls below 30, defense increases by 300, and health regeneration speed enhances by 300. With 76,000 health points, retaliatory spikes, damage enhancement, and provocation. It possesses output, defense, taunting, and control, embodying the essence of a versatile warrior, capable of both enduring and striking, a natural killing machine, truly invincible. This positioning is precisely what Gu Chen has long been lacking. Only with the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle as a frontline deterrent can the Vampire Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign unleash their full damage potential. At this moment, the Summoned Beast lineup has begun to take shape. The afternoon swiftly passed, and Gu Chen's arrival in Wan City became a sensational topic of conversation between Ling City and Wan City. This fervor even extended to several nearby cities, drawing considerable attention. At 4 p.m., Wan City erupted with another sensational announcement. Breaking news. Gu Chen has led a team of professionals into the Bone Burial Dungeon at Hell level. In an instant, major media platforms clamored to report, igniting unprecedented excitement and propelling Gu Chen's movements to the trending charts. Gu Chen is bewildering. He just cleared the Nightmare level abyss in the morning and entered the Hell level abyss in the afternoon. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe that the abyss is his personal domain? I believe he has completely lost his bearings. If I were Gu Chen, I would at least allocate a day for recovery. Otherwise, one would lack the necessary condition to clear the dungeon. Disappointment. Utter disappointment. Initially, I thought that Lord Liang Yi had brought hope to us in Wan City, but it now appears to be a false dawn. I was counting on Gu Chen to achieve a deep abyss accomplishment in the Bone Burial Dungeon, but with this, is he merely here to hand over his head? I must say, you all are being a bit excessive. Gu Chen is a genius invited by Lord Liang Yi. How dare you, who cannot even pass the ordinary abyss, criticize him? The news of Gu Chen entering the Hell level abyss spread rapidly across short video platforms, particularly between Wan City and Ling City, where it nearly exploded. For Ling City, the vast majority of professionals did not wish to see Gu Chen continue to clear the Hell level abyss, as from their perspective, Gu Chen had betrayed Ling City. Conversely, on the Wan City side, there were those who were envious, those who found it entertaining, and those who hoped Gu Chen would achieve fame through his battle in the Hell level abyss. Essentially, all hot topics between the two cities began to revolve around Gu Chen. However, these discussions did not last long. Just after 8 p.m., an announcement was released at the Abyss Square of the Bone Burial Dungeon regarding Gu Chen's successful completion of the Hell level. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully breaking the completion record of the Bone Burial Dungeon at Hell level. Completion time, 4 hours 02 minutes 56 seconds. Completion team information. Captain, Gu Chen the Summoner. Members, Lin Yuan the Swordsman, Lin Qingqing the Warrior, Su Ran the Assassin, Su Xia the Non-Class. Completion evaluation, SSS. In an instant, countless topics surged across major media platforms, expressing intense shock and bewilderment at Gu Chen's success in clearing the Hell level abyss. Immediately thereafter, professionals began fervently discussing the implications of Gu Chen once again setting a historical record in the Hell level Bone Burial Dungeon. Does this mean that henceforth, the record for this abyss will remain unchallenged? If that is the case, then Gu Chen merely reset the Hell level abyss record without meeting the expectations of Liang Yi and the citizens of Wan City. After all, countless residents of Wan City have longed for Gu Chen to achieve the deep abyss accomplishment in the Bone Burial Dungeon, thus reducing the difficulty of the abyss. If he exerted his utmost yet failed to attain the deep abyss achievement, wouldn't Liang Yi's provision of so many resources be in vain? Soon, while the public was engrossed in heated discussions, a video account quietly released a message. The completion time of 4 hours and 02 minutes was not the ultimate clear time for the Hell level of the Bone Burial Dungeon. Had it not been for the pursuit of the deep abyss accomplishment, we could have finished half an hour earlier. The certification bar of this video account bore a single line. A first-level abyss achievement holder, Gu Chen. Chapter 71, Deep Abyss Achievement, quickly apologized to Gu Chen. Completing the Hell level Bone Burial Dungeon in 4 hours and 02 minutes leaves no room for others. Can anyone enlighten me on the significance of Gu Chen's resetting the Hell level abyss? Indeed, the record-breaking reward can only be claimed once and is not reissued. The Bone Burial Dungeon is inherently difficult. His actions have completely obstructed the path for other professionals. Exactly, how will others claim the record-breaking reward in the future? Gu Chen is nothing but a petty individual. I must ask, do you all lack vision? Did you not see Gu Chen's mention of the Deep Abyss achievement? Deep Abyss achievement? Are you certain he obtained it? Just after Gu Chen posted that image in text, a flurry of comments swiftly poured in. Meanwhile, the Abyss Square of the Bone Burial Dungeon issued yet another announcement. Notification. The professional team has successfully cleared the hell-level bone burial dungeon and achieved the abyssal accomplishment. Starting today, the difficulty of the first-tier abyssal bone burial dungeon has decreased by 25, and the completion rewards have increased by 25. All 5 members of the professional team have received the abyssal accomplishment badge. Boom. This announcement caused a frenzy across various media platforms, leaving both the professionals in Wan City and Lin City in a state of indescribable shock. Who was it that just insulted Gu Chen? Come forth and apologize. Apologize. There can be no excuses. I warn you, apologize to Gu Chen immediately, or I will hunt you down. The leader of Gu Chen's fan club declares war. I told you, a figure like Gu Chen would undoubtedly achieve the abyssal accomplishment. How could the city lords be mistaken? With the difficulty of the bone burial dungeon reduced by 25 and rewards increased by 25, this applies to the normal, hard, nightmare, and hell levels. It seems the professionals in Wan City are in for a treat. Damn it, Gu Chen is one of us from Lin City. Why does this good fortune not come to us? To clarify, Gu Chen is now one of our own from Wan City, thanks to our excellent city lord. Haha. We must also thank the city lord of Lin City. If it weren't for him, how could Gu Chen have come to Wan City? Why are the people from Lin City so silent? I bet 1,000 wild horses are galloping through their minds. This makes me so furious. I want to write an epitaph on Su Lai's leg. Haha. The citizens of Wan City rejoiced, actively sharing their sudden joy across various platforms, seemingly determined to build their happiness upon the suffering of all professionals in Lin City. Upon learning this news, Liang Yi, sitting in the municipal office, nearly leapt from his chair. The abyssal accomplishment. Gu Chen, having just entered the hell-level abyss, has achieved this feat. This far exceeded his expectations. In his plans, he anticipated that Gu Chen would need to reach level 19 before attempting to secure the abyssal accomplishment in the bone burial dungeon, just as he had done. Little did he know Gu Chen would quietly accomplish what no one had managed to do for years. No one understood better than him the tremendous boost this action would provide to the professionals of Wan City. He could even imagine that in the coming years, the city's combat strength would experience an explosive enhancement. Rewards. There must be rewards. Gu Chen, this entire floor has been prepared for your residence by the city lord. After emerging from the abyss of the bone burial dungeon, Li Feng led Gu Chen and the others to a luxurious apartment building located in the heart of Wan City. Are you saying this entire floor is my residence? Gu Chen momentarily struggled to process this information. Indeed, it is a spacious flat of 518 square meters, exquisitely decorated, with furniture and household items already arranged. You can simply move in with your luggage, Li Feng replied with a smile, his demeanor reminiscent of a real estate agent. Gu Chen nodded and approached the grand double doors, entering his visage into the facial recognition system. With a click, the door swung open automatically. Gu Chen waved to Lin Yuan and the others, and they stepped inside. The moment they entered, the smart home systems activated. The lights illuminated, the curtains parted gracefully, and the window opened to its fullest extent, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep through the pristine space. As they crossed the foyer, the living room was decorated with remarkable detail, featuring materials of which Gu Chen could not even name, exuding understated luxury. This flat must be worth at least 10 million. Lin Yuan remarked, gazing out from the floor-to-ceiling windows at the breathtaking view below, situated on the 33rd floor, offering a panoramic vista of the city's nightscape. To be precise, it is 15,500,000. Although Wan City is a third-tier city, a central flat here does not come cheap, Li Feng replied. Gu Chen nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. At that moment, memories of the dilapidated shack on the outskirts of Lin City flooded his mind. Compared to this opulent apartment, his previous dwelling seemed akin to a sewer. Indeed, no matter the world, the disparity between individuals remained strikingly palpable. Having anticipated that Liang Yi would offer generous conditions to win him over, he had vowed not to easily succumb. Yet now, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Poverty had indeed constrained his imagination. He never expected the other party would gift him a flat worth over 15 million. It utterly shattered his worldview. This apartment is considered a top-tier luxury residence in Wan City, with optimal lighting and orientation. What do you think? Li Feng inquired. Quite nice, Gu Chen nodded, suppressing the astonishment welling within. While downstairs, Lin Yuan had already advised him to remain composed, regardless of what Li Feng presented, ensuring he wouldn't be underestimated. It's all right. Just SOSO, Lin Yuan casually replied, hands on his hips. However, within moments, he could no longer maintain his facade. So, is it too late for me to join Wan City now? Lin Yuan turned to Li Feng, wearing a sheepish grin. You wish to join Wan City? Don't misunderstand. I'm not after resources or luxury. I simply respect City Lord Liang Yi and feel a sense of homecoming in Wan City's culture and atmosphere. Li Feng chuckled, shrugging his shoulders, stating, I can't make those decisions. Once you gain admission to a higher educational institution, you might want to pay attention to Wan City's talent recruitment policies. Very well, we shall discuss it later, Lin Yuan said, rubbing his nose. As he seemingly noticed the mirth in Lin Qingqing and Su Rant's eyes, he added, actually, Lin City isn't so bad, but Wan City offers me a broader horizon. Chapter 72. Su Lai was seething with anger, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere among the professionals in Wan City. The professionals in Lin City were nearly grinding their teeth to dust upon learning of Gu Chen's abyssal accomplishment. In the plaza of the Temple Ruins dungeon, Gu Chen's name still shone prominently on the completion records for the Hell-level dungeon, glaringly conspicuous. There were many familiar faces around, including those who had once mocked him, envied him, and even some of his classmates. Naturally, this did not include Wu Zi. Ever since he had betrayed the team in the dungeon, he had not shown his face at the novice dungeon plaza, too embarrassed to return. Currently, the new novice professionals were primarily discussing topics related to Gu Chen. Have you heard? Gu Chen not only joined Wan City, but also obtained the abyssal accomplishment in the Bone Burial dungeon. How enviable. The transitioning professionals of Wan City, upon completing the novice dungeon, will likely opt for the normal level Bone Burial dungeon, especially since the difficulty has been reduced by 25. Let us not forget, it's not just the difficulty that has been lowered, the completion rewards for the Bone Burial dungeon have also increased by 25. Alas, Wan City is graced with a remarkable lord. Yet, Liang Yi has lured Gu Chen away, benefiting all low-tier professionals in Wan City. What has the Lord of Lin City provided us? I have heard that Su Lai has reduced the dungeon usage fees in Lin City. Of what use is that? The difficulty of the dungeons remains unchanged, leaving us low-tier professionals with no prospects. Su Lai is a petty man. While he appears to bestow benefits upon the professionals of Lin City, he merely favors the nobility and the affluent, showing no regard for the plight of those at the bottom. It is hard to fathom the extent of the enhancement that professionals in Wan City will experience due to Gu Chen's departure. All blame falls on Su Lai. Had it not been for his collusion with the Li family to suppress, Gu Chen would never have left. Su Lai, that wretch, is truly inhumane. In the Lin City office, Su Lai sat in his chamber, listening to his secretary's report, his countenance dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. My lord, the populace of Lin City is venting their dissatisfaction with the municipal office across various media platforms. Negative news is trending, and our credibility is severely compromised. Suppress the news. Quash all negative reports regarding the municipal office. Do I need to instruct you on this? It cannot be contained. These are mainstream media platforms. And it's not just Lin City. Neighboring cities, including Wan City, are also involved, claiming they seek justice for Gu Chen. Su Lai fell silent, his expression darkening further. We have also received reports that a large number of students are organizing a protest to demand an apology from the Lord for Gu Chen. Su Lai's face immediately flushed with anger as he responded. Gubei City has sent word that starting this month, taxes in Lin City will increase by 15. And for the next 3 years, all subsidy policies from the Northern Territory will not be implemented in Lin City. Continue. After the Li family was eradicated, the 3 major families of Lin City engaged in numerous skirmishes to seize the Li family's assets, severely affecting the city's public order. Are they all conspiring against me? Is this deliberate? They are all conspiring against me, aren't they? Su Lai bellowed, slamming his fists on the table, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it, they dare to stir trouble at such a critical juncture. If I cannot suppress the news online, then I will shut down the relevant media platforms. I want them all to go bankrupt. Protests? Forcing me to apologize? Suppress them. Crush them mercilessly. All participants will have their student status revoked and be sent for labor reform in factories. And as for Gubei City, they dare to raise taxes by 15 and eliminate subsidy policies? This is nothing short of blatant revenge. Alright, so the major families are not behaving? Arrest all those causing disturbances. If Gubei City seeks to drain me dry, then they should not blame me for retaliating. Su Lai shouted, seemingly intent on venting all the fury pent up within him. Initially, he had not taken the fallen noble, now severed from the royal family, seriously. However, a single oversight had led to a cascade of troubles. He had thought that with the demise of the Li family, his dealings with Li Xiao would vanish forever, only to find that everything had been exposed. In an instant, emotions of frustration, anger, and regret surged within him, and his fury was palpable as he struggled to maintain his composure. Yet Su Lai, as the Lord, did not allow himself to be completely overtaken by emotion. After a minute, he regained his calm. Exhaling deeply, his face revealed no trace of anger. He had come to terms with the fact that the cacophony of external voices was inconsequential. Even the position of Lord of Lin City was merely a job to him. In 2 years, his term would conclude, and he would be reassigned to the western regions or the southern frontiers. A prince of the Northern Territory, humph, I disdain you. I cannot afford to provoke you. Yet can I not evade you? Su Lai mused, a hint of helplessness flickering in his gaze. He had already resolved to let things slide. At the War King's residence in Gubei City, news of Gu Chen's departure from the Northern Territory to join the Eastern Continent had reached the royal household. Gu Qingfeng was utterly furious about this development. Had it not been for Qin Yun's intervention, he would have mobilized troops to invade Wan City. Your Majesty, Sir has called from the capital. The special recruitment assessment at the Capital Academy has been completed, and we are now waiting for the school year to commence, Qin Yun stated, her tone infused with delight and pride. Sire is returning this afternoon, truly? Indeed, this child still cares for his parents. He mentioned that once the school year begins, he will be busy, so he wishes to spend more time with us before then. Yes, Sayer has always been obedient and understanding. It is commendable that he possesses such sentiment. In that case, please have the steward make arrangements for a banquet in the hall tonight to welcome Sayer back. Qin Yun nodded, though a hint of concern crossed her features. Your Majesty, if you depart for the eastern continent now, and Sayer returns to find you absent, he may feel regret. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression turned troubled. Both Gu Chen and Gu Xi were his sons. As a father, he could not afford to neglect one for the other. A round trip to the eastern continent, coupled with addressing Gu Chen's matters, would take at least 2 days. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Xi would not stay long. Contemplating this, Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed with indignation. Gu Chen, his legitimate eldest son, why must he always create turmoil outside? Why can't he, as the elder brother, be as worry-free as his younger brother Gu Xi? It seemed that his previous thoughts had been correct. Gu Chen had grown wild living outside since childhood, and he must be reined in, or he would never amount to anything significant. With this realization, Gu Qingfeng sighed deeply. Very well, leaving the Northern Territory was that ungrateful child's choice. Even if he joins the Eastern Continent, he will not stir up any significant trouble for the time being. For now, I shall remain in Gubei City with you and your mother for a couple of days. After Sayer departs from the Northern Territory, I will settle accounts with that ungrateful child. Qin Yun nodded in agreement, her tense brow finally relaxing. Chapter 73, The Treasure Vault of Wan City, Unyielding Black Armor. The day after clearing the hell-level Buried Bone Dungeon, Liang Yi fulfilled his promise. Li Feng escorted Gu Chen to the entrance of the Wan City Treasure Vault. The vault contained the greatest wealth of the entire city, housing countless pieces of equipment, items, and rare materials. Aside from the Lord, only those who had made outstanding contributions to the city were permitted to enter and select treasures. Gu Chen had achieved the Abyss accomplishment in the Buried Bone Dungeon, thus qualifying as someone who had made an outstanding contribution to Wan City. Li Feng handed Gu Chen a golden card, which allowed him to select any one legendary grade equipment from the vault. Gu Chen, step inside. You may choose any equipment of legendary grade or below. But this golden card can only be exchanged for one item, Li Feng said, his tone brimming with unabashed envy. Gu Chen nodded and entered through the grand doors of the vault, which resembled a large exhibition hall filled with various equipment and items, all at least of rare quality. The surfaces of the equipment and items emanated a dazzling array of colors, presenting a scene of resplendent brilliance. There were so many treasures that he was at a loss as to how to choose. Gu Chen gazed at the multitude of treasures before him, feeling a sense reminiscent of Lu Laolao's entrance into the Grand View Garden, momentarily dazzled and entranced. After perusing the collection, he discovered that perhaps due to the rarity of summoners in small cities, the equipment suited for the summoner class was rather scarce. However, he did not feel disheartened. Though his options were limited, there was an abundance of equipment available for his summoned beasts. After a prolonged search in the legendary equipment section, he ultimately selected a piece of armor, the Unyielding Black Armor. Unyielding Black Armor. Quality, Legendary. Level, LV20. Class restriction, Melee class. Attributes, Constitution 500. Health 6000. Effect, inflicts true damage equal to 5 of the wearer's maximum health per second on surrounding targets. This effect is ineffective against ranged classes. Upon careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to acquire this armor. While the constitution of 500 and health of 6000 were indeed impressive, it was primarily the armor's effect that drew his attention. The targets of this effect were enemy units, and should he equip the Unyielding Black Armor on the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, its health would soar from 76,000 to 82,000. Consequently, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle would be capable of inflicting over 4,000 true damage per second to nearby targets. To clarify, this is per second. The Roar of Fury could compel surrounding targets to attack itself, while Shattering Impact would not only deal damage but also slow targets in its path. Coupled with the effect of the Unyielding Black Armor, one can only imagine the devastation the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle would wreak upon entering the Abyss. Truly, it deserved its legendary status. Without a doubt, this is the one. Using his gold card, Gu Chen exchanged for the Unyielding Black Armor, leaving the treasure vault with great satisfaction. Outside the vault, Li Feng awaited. From your expression, it seems you have found a piece of equipment that pleases you greatly, he remarked with a smile. Yes, please convey my gratitude to the city lord, Gu Chen replied with a nod. Next, you still have an opportunity to enter a first-level dungeon or the Abyss. What are your plans? Li Feng inquired. Now at level 19, Gu Chen had only managed to elevate his level by 2 after conquering the Hellish Bone Burial Dungeon. The pace of his advancement had significantly slowed compared to before. This was primarily due to the diminishing experience gained from slaying alien creatures as his level increased. Initially, his level 11 summoned beast would earn around 1,500 experience points from defeating a level 13 beast corpse hybrid. Now, his level 17 summoned beast would garner less than 800 points from vanquishing a level 15 beast corpse warrior, a direct halving. Additionally, the experience required for leveling up had escalated. Upon entering the nightmarish bone burial dungeon at level 11, he needed only 20,000 to 30,000 experience points to level up. However, upon entering the hellish version of the dungeon at level 17, he now required over 300,000 experience points for a single level increase. Furthermore, the record-breaking rewards could only be claimed once, meaning that subsequent completions of the hellish level would not provide the same experience boost. As his level increased, the pace of leveling up inevitably slowed, a fact he could not escape. Thus, with the chance to enter a first-level dungeon still available, Gu Chen was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "What are your thoughts, City Lord?" Gu Chen asked, since Li Feng had broached the subject. He must have come prepared. Recently, a new first-level dungeon has been established in Wan City. If you are interested, the City Hall can directly allocate a spot for you. This direct allocation would waive the dungeon usage fee, saving over $1 million. A first-level dungeon? What are the experience rewards like? Gu Chen inquired, intrigued. Well, although it is an artificial dungeon, if we tackle it on hell difficulty, the experience rewards would rival those of the Abyss. However, the challenge is considerably greater than that of ordinary dungeons. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. As long as the rewards were sufficiently high, the difficulty was of little concern. Gu Chen remained unfazed, considering it merely a first-level dungeon. How difficult could it truly be? Then that settles it. If you agree, I can send you some dungeon information, Li Feng stated. Wait, Gu Chen interjected, not rushing to agree. Since we are entering a dungeon, could we request a small favor from the City Hall? What do you have in mind? I've heard that the difficulty level of artificial dungeons can be adjusted. I would like to attempt the hell difficulty directly, considering I'm already at level 19. If I were to unlock hell difficulty step by step from the hard level, I fear I might reach second-tier status before I could even attempt the hell level. Once I become a second-tier practitioner, I would no longer be able to enter first-level dungeons or the Abyss. This may be a challenge for others, but since you have achieved accomplishments in the Abyss, it would not be unreasonable to grant you direct access to the hell level dungeon. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Secretary Li. After the discussion, Li Feng sent Gu Chen some dungeon information and proceeded to arrange the dungeon allocation and the opening of the hell difficulty. Upon returning to his spacious apartment, Gu Chen summoned Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran were not from Wan City, so for convenience, they all resided in Gu Chen's apartment. Given its spacious layout, accommodating them was hardly an issue. The team for this dungeon run remained unchanged, comprising the same members as before, including Su Xia. In the last venture into the hellish bone burial dungeon, Gu Chen had acquired an epic-level eternal source crystal, which Su Xia purchased for 5 million. He claimed that with this material, he could develop the new generation of Mark 21 battle armor. His motivation for joining Gu Chen in the dungeon was to test the combat capabilities of this new armor. Gu Chen readily agreed, as Su Xia would contribute to the team size without sharing experience, and he was also curious about the new Mark 21 battle armor. In this world of universal class transitions, could Iron Man be making an appearance? Chapter 74, First Level Dungeon, Spider Cave. Is the difficulty of the first level dungeon, Spider Cave, very high? Lin Yuan asked, seated on the living room floor, setting aside the PS5 controller as he glanced at the dungeon data displayed on the television screen. The difficulty is quite significant. There are numerous alien creatures inside, Lin Qingqing responded. Numerous? Su Ran tilted her head in inquiry. Well, Lin Qingqing pondered, seeking a more fitting term, extremely numerous. In fact, overwhelmingly numerous. It's the Spider Cave, after all. Does that mean the experience will be abundant as well? Lin Yuan queried. Not necessarily. Even if we are granted access to the hell level dungeon, the experience we ultimately gain will only be on par with that of a first-level Abyss dungeon. Even if it is more, it won't be by much. In that case, since it is still a first-level dungeon, why not continue grinding the bone burial dungeon? Lin Yuan suggested. Isn't that a question your high school teacher covered? Were you not paying attention in class? Huh, did I not pay attention? Come on. You go ahead and explain. I'll fill in any gaps you leave. Lin Qingqing cast a sidelong glance, but patiently elucidated. The Abyss possesses a self-protection mechanism. If one repeatedly traverses the same abyss, the attributes of the practitioner will be suppressed, and the experience gained will also diminish. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. I concur with that assessment. Therefore, if the Wan City Municipal Office can approve our quota, it would be most beneficial, sparing us several million in dungeon usage fees. Su Ran interjected, expressing his sentiments. Speaking of finances, ahem. The cost for a first-tier dungeon is equivalent to that of a first-tier abyss. 3 million per individual. Would that be acceptable? Lin Qingqing grimaced at the thought. No problem, but please allow us some time to sell our equipment. We are currently heavily in debt, and several online lending platforms have denied us loans. Suddenly, Gu Chen recalled something and turned to Su Ran, asking, by the way, I have a level 20 dagger of rare quality. If you desire it, I can sell it to you at market price. Oh, I happen to be in need of a level 20 weapon, but I must first sell a few items to raise some funds, Su Ran replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Very well, let us proceed thus. Take the day to rest and prepare. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., we shall enter the first-tier dungeon. The spider cave, Gu Chen stated firmly, solidifying the plan. He had received a message from Li Feng, confirming that the dungeon quota had been approved, and furthermore, the hell level had been unlocked, alleviating a significant inconvenience. Once everything was settled, Lin Yuan resumed playing on the PS5 in the living room, while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran ventured out to sell their equipment. Although they could utilize the practitioner trading platform, the process was too slow, and with the dungeon scheduled for the next day, time was of the essence. Thus, they headed directly to an equipment recycling store in the center of one city. Su Xia voluntarily took on the responsibility of various preparations for the dungeon, such as strategies, consumables, food, and so forth. Gu Chen, too, busied himself organizing his equipment. Within the Hell Level Burial Dungeon, he had acquired 3 epic items, including the Echo Ring and Echo Amulet. The third item, the Eternal Source Crystal, was sold to Su Xia. Gu Chen had not anticipated that a single Hell Level dungeon run would complete his Echo set. The set's attribute bonuses were impressive, offering a total of 600 Spirit, 500 Speed, and 300 Constitution and Strength. Most enticing was the coveted set effect, which restored 10 energy upon each kill. Upon reaching the next level, he would be able to don the Echo set. Although the epic second-tier set had yet to attain star ranking, it was nonetheless exhilarating. Early the next morning, Li Feng dispatched an MPV to transport Gu Chen and his companions to the dungeon plaza of the Spider Cave. It was still before 7, and the number of practitioners at the plaza was sparse. However, upon Gu Chen's arrival, many recognized him. Gu Chen, what a coincidence, you are also entering the Spider Cave. Master, you are my idol. Gu Chen, the people of one city welcome you. In response to the greetings, Gu Chen politely nodded, acknowledging their salutations. Ever since he achieved the Abyss accomplishment in the burial dungeon, countless low-tier practitioners from one city had earnestly referred to him as their benefactor. After all, his actions had allowed the vast majority among them to gain a significant head start. As for the few who struggled to keep pace, they bore no resentment in their hearts. Rather, they felt gratitude toward Gu Chen. For now, they could rent out their modest balconies at prices exceeding 1,000 to the influx of outsiders. Without delay, Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others through the plaza to the entrance, initiating the operation. Identity authentication successful. The current dungeon has been unlocked at hell level difficulty. Please proceed with caution. Gu Chen instructed Lin Yuan and the others to prepare and resolutely selected the hell level option. Current team average level too low. It is advisable to reassemble the team. No. Entering first tier dungeon, Spider Cave, hell level. Please hold on. The portal representing the entrance to the dungeon abruptly transformed into a blood-red vortex, followed by an overwhelming wave of terror that engulfed Gu Chen and the 4 behind him. Sensing the oppressive aura of the hell level dungeon, the practitioners in the plaza turned swiftly, their expressions filled with shock and astonishment. What? It's Gu Chen. He has entered a hell level dungeon. How is that possible? How can he directly enter a hell level dungeon? What's so surprising about that? Gu Chen is a favored companion of Lord Liang Yicheng. Unlocking a dungeon's difficulty is no trivial matter for him. Sigh, how enviable. Though we are of the same generation, he has breached the hell level dungeon while I can barely clear the normal level. I am not envious. I tire of envy. Being a practitioner is far too difficult. Perhaps working in a factory assembling screws is more suited to me. By the way, the fastest clear time for the hell level spider cave is 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you think Gu Chen will break that record this time? Are you from the Abyss? Is that even a question? No more factory work for me. From now on, I shall reside at the Abyss Plaza and stream live. Everyone, guess how long it will take Gu Chen to clear the dungeon. Oh my. You have truly grasped the art of live streaming. As the excitement in the dungeon plaza escalated, Gu Chen found himself standing within a dim and frigid cave. Simultaneously, a series of dungeon information appeared before his eyes. You have entered the hell level dungeon, Spider Cave. Deep within the cave resides a ghost-faced king spider tainted by abyssal power. You must prevent it from unleashing a plague, or the abyssal power will thoroughly corrode this place. The outskirts of the cave are inhabited by the Insect Masters tribe. If you can persuade their chieftain, all Insect Masters will become your allies. Chapter 75. Old Gu, you have a plan, right? As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, Gu Chen and his companions began to survey their surroundings. Wherever their gaze fell, they encountered traces cloaked in webs. These webs hung like layers of gossamer, crisscrossing the surrounding rock walls and cave ceiling, where tiny grayish-white spiders the size of grains of rice scuttled about. The ground was strewn with disarrayed remnants. Exoskeletons of insects and desiccated skeletons lay scattered amidst the webs, exuding an aura of decay. Lin Yuan stepped aside, glancing at the dense webs on the cave walls, and instinctively reached out to tug at one. In an instant, a cloud of dust cascaded down, leaving him covered in grime. This texture, this dust, it feels so real. Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Is this your first time in a dungeon? Look at you, so unrefined. Lin Qingqing chided him. Hee, it's my first time in a dungeon that requires payment. This dungeon appears to be no different from the Abyss, Lin Yuan replied. Though the dungeon is artificially constructed, every aspect here closely resembles the authentic Abyss. Otherwise, why charge such exorbitant fees? In the realm of the dungeon square, the pricing structure is exorbitantly steep, with the cost for a hellish tier dungeon set at a staggering 1 million per individual per entry. A price that is nothing short of outrageous. Initially, in the illustrious Godsummer Empire, these dungeons were monopolized by the aristocratic class, rendering common folk utterly unqualified for entry. To level up, they were compelled to risk their lives in the abyss. It was not until the ascension of the current sovereign that a series of reforms were instituted, purging numerous obstinate nobles and reclaiming dungeon ownership for the state. Subsequently, the empire enacted new policies allowing ordinary citizens to access dungeons by merely paying a usage fee. Simultaneously, to provide more opportunities for adventurers to advance, the empire embarked on an ambitious infrastructure project, investing nearly a decade to construct teleportation arrays at every abyssal square. Thus, the number of adventurers in the Godsummer Empire surged dramatically. Even the eminent figure of the Godsummer military, known as the God of Slaughter, Shao Nanfeng, only rose to prominence following the implementation of these new policies. Consequently, the current opportunities for ordinary adventurers to excel are entirely attributable to the series of reforms championed by the sovereign of the Godsummer Empire. At this juncture, Su Xia stood beside Gu Chen and inquired, "Brother Chen, according to the strategy guide, the outskirts of the spider cave are inhabited by the insect masters. If we can secure their assistance, we can expedite our passage through the dungeon. However, to gain their favor, we must first persuade their chieftain, which poses a considerable challenge." Lin Yuan feigned contemplation and leaned in. "Old Gu, you have a plan, right?" At this, the attention of the group shifted toward Gu Chen. After a moment of reflection, he nodded. "Indeed, I do." Lin Yuan's face lit up with elation. This was precisely the affirmation he had been waiting for, and it seemed their success was all but assured. Lin Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly asked, "Great one, what shall we do next? We have just entered the dungeon and find ourselves at the periphery of the spider cave. Should we not first approach the insect masters to persuade them?" Having perused the strategy regarding the spider cave, she added, "The chieftain of the insect masters is exceedingly proud, and the entire clan believes they are exceptionally gifted, making them reluctant to assist mere commoners like us. To convince the chieftain, we must present 2 pieces of epic-grade equipment and share half of any experience gained from slaying foreign creatures." "No need for such complexity," Gu Chen interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "My plan is quite straightforward. First, we eliminate the insect masters, then we eradicate the spiders within the cave, and finally, we dispatch the ghost-faced king spider." Lin Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, almost doubting her own hearing. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and Su Ran, only to find their faces reflecting a bewildering mix of emotions. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue and cautioned, "Old Gu, our target is the foreign creatures, not the insect masters. Do not conflate the two." Gu Chen shook his head resolutely and stated, "In this dungeon, the ghost-faced king spider is on the brink of unleashing an insect plague, and the insect masters reside at the very edge of the spider cave, which puts them in a dire predicament. Yet, they show no inclination to resist the invasion and instead deliberately obstruct our efforts as adventurers. If that is the case, what purpose do they serve?" Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. That makes sense. While the main quest for adventurers is to thwart the ghost-faced king spider's impending plague, it also serves as a means to rescue the insect masters. However, the insect masters, including their chieftain, exhibit an air of superiority, looking down upon those who venture into the spider cave. They not only demand equipment and items, but also insist on splitting the experience gained. Even in hellish dungeons, obtaining epic-grade equipment is not guaranteed. The chieftain of the insect masters demands 2 pieces of epic equipment and expects to share the experience, leaving little reward for the adventurers. Lin Yuan, who had been indulging in his PS5 and playing Tiger Vanguard all day, had scarcely reviewed the strategy guide. By the time Lin Qingqing and the others returned with enough funds from selling equipment, he had yet to defeat Tiger Vanguard. Su Ran, perplexed, approached and asked, "What game are you playing? Why do all the monsters look identical?" That lighthearted remark shattered Lin Yuan's composure. He had been fully engaged in the game until the early hours of the morning, leaving him no time to consult the guide. Now, armed with knowledge about the insect masters, he spat on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Fine, we'll heed old Gu's advice and eliminate those traitorous insect masters first." Eliminating the insect masters seemed an even greater challenge. Su Xia felt a pang of uncertainty. Previously, adventurers typically approached the spider cave in one of 2 ways, either charging directly into the cave to battle through the throngs of spider-like creatures before ultimately confronting the ghost-faced king spider, an approach fraught with peril that required absolute confidence, or seeking the assistance of the insect masters. The insect masters, with their innate talents, possessed skills that countered the spider creatures, greatly reducing the challenge of clearing the dungeon. However, this would also mean that a significant portion of the rewards would be claimed by them. Yet, Gu Chen's approach was unprecedented. First, eliminate the insect masters, and then confront the ghost-faced king spider, resulting in a substantial increase in the dungeon's difficulty. After all, they were a whole clan. While Gu Chen's decision was difficult for many to accept, Su Xia resolved to cooperate. A flicker of subtle brilliance emanated from his spatial ring. With a resounding boom, a highly advanced mechanical battle suit materialized before the group. Its striking red and gold exterior exuded an air of technological prowess. With sleek lines that conveyed both elegance and strength, a flawless fusion of technology and artistry, Su Xia swiftly donned the battle suit. The eternal source crystal embedded in the chest radiating a brilliant blue light, akin to a dazzling star amidst the vast cosmos, illuminating the dim cavern. Let us proceed. Our destination is the territory of the insect masters. I shall lead the way.